The story begins on a rainy night. At the top of a mountain of corpses stood Feng. Despite suffering from a curse that accelerated his aging 100-fold, he had managed to clear the ruins of the ancient god. A woman holding a dagger looked at him with admiration and called him impressive before taking the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, for herself. Feng, gravely injured and on the brink of death, turned to Zhao and asked why she had betrayed him. Coldly, Zhao told him the truth. He was nothing more than an adopted child taken in by her parents. She had never considered him her brother since they shared no blood. A blond man named Song appeared, resting a hand on Zhao's shoulder while holding the artifact. He praised Feng for being useful and smiled, saying that without him, they never would have obtained the Eye of Judgment. To drain Feng's remaining lifespan all at once, Song had embedded the soul-stealing blade into his body, a blade he had painstakingly acquired for this exact moment. He asked mockingly if Feng liked his farewell gift. Feng had raised Zhao after their parents' death. He paid for her education, protected her when the game descended upon the world, and risked his life countless times for her sake. But now, seeing her betray him, he realized he had been blind. Zhao spoke again, her voice filled with disdain. After their parents died, Feng had controlled her life, giving her orders, watching her every move. He had been useful back then when she and Song needed protection. But now that they had the divine artifact, he was worthless. Song stepped forward to deliver the final blow, promising he would take good care of Zhao. Feng, filled with rage, vowed to never forgive them, but before he could finish speaking, Song ended his life. In 2025, the godforsaken game descended upon the world. Lifespan became the only currency. Dying cost you years, killing monsters granted you more. Players could spend lifespan to bring their game abilities into the real world. The strong could crush tanks with their bare hands, slice through airplanes with a blade, and endure nuclear blasts with nothing but their bodies. The world fell into chaos. Feng fought alongside Zhao through countless battles, enduring every hardship. Together, they climbed the global rankings, eventually breaking into the top 100 powerhouses. After years of bloodshed and close calls, Feng finally conquered the ruins of the ancient god and earned the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment. At last, he had the qualifications to stand at the top. But the price of his success was betrayal by the only family he had left. Everything he had fought for became fuel for someone else's rise. All his struggles meant nothing. If he had a second chance, he swore to fight only for himself. And then it happened. Feng opened his eyes and found himself in his old room. He sat up quickly. This was the real world. He remembered dying, so why was he here? He grabbed his phone. The date read 2025. Looking out the window, he saw the city skyline. It was beautiful and untouched. It was the same day the game had first descended. Somehow he had returned to the past, reborn 9 years earlier. The next morning, Zhao kicked open his door. Seeing Feng calmly drinking coffee, she exploded with anger, asking why he hadn't answered her calls. She kicked over the trash can and began yelling. Feng remembered this day clearly, the day they fought over Song. Posters of Song still hung on the wall. Before the game's descent, Song had been a major underground idol. Zhao had been obsessed with him. But beneath the flashy exterior, Song was a con artist who used his fans for money, and worse, using the young girls however he wanted. Feng had always tried to protect Zhao from that scumbag, and for that he was accused of trying to control her life. Pointing at him, Zhao screamed that it was his fault Song lost first place that month. She demanded money to help Song regain his rank, threatening to get even angrier if he didn't comply. Feng responded without hesitation. With a cold expression, he slapped her hard across the face. She fell to the floor, blood dripping from her nose, eyes wide in shock. This time he had truly hit her. Staring her down, Feng warned her not to test his patience. If she kept barking, he'd break her jaw. He threw a credit card over her head, saying it was the money left by their parents. All these years, no matter how desperate things got, he had never used a cent out of respect for them. He made one thing absolutely clear. From that day forward, he had no sister. Zhao burst into tears. Feng turned away, seething. In his past life, he gave up too many chances to protect her. Rare dungeon items, secret class opportunities, he had passed them all up. No more. He took out some sleeping pills, washed them down with water, and laid on the bed. Without that burden dragging him down, this time he would rise. He would use his knowledge of the future and climb to the top. Zhao could survive on her own. As for Song, Feng would take his head personally. Feng drifted into sleep and found himself once more within the Hall of Choices. The sight stirred a strange nostalgia in him. The first time he'd stood here, he'd been paralyzed with nerves, taking hours to make his decision before stepping out. But things were different now. Time mattered, and he wasn't here to hesitate. In his past life, he'd chosen the warrior class, strong, durable, perfect for someone who had to protect another. But that reason no longer existed. With no sister to shield, he needed agility, precision, and speed. So without a second thought, he selected the assassin class. Just then, an unexpected system message popped up, Divine Artifact. Eye of Judgment successfully bound. A shock ran through him. The artifact activated on its own, and with it came a passive ability. Upon entering the Forsaken game, he would automatically receive the highest rank profession and talent corresponding to his chosen path. Feng was stunned, realizing now how the artifact truly worked. As long as it acknowledged a master, it couldn't be used by another, even if stolen. Perhaps this was the reason behind his rebirth. Darkness began pouring into him, transforming his body. His hair turned a ghostly white, and his figure dissolved into shadow. He wasn't just an assassin, he had unlocked Shadow, a rare, high-tier hidden class, a complete departure from his past life's warrior role. The sheer power flooding him was overwhelming. He recalled how rare it was to awaken a hidden version of a class, yet the Eye of Judgment's authority had made it a certainty. Another system message confirmed it. The authority of judgment was a primordial force, older than laws and beyond divine rule. While he couldn't actively use this authority without first acquiring divinity, its passive effect was already active. This revelation left him speechless. In his previous life, it wasn't until 7 years after the game arrived that a powerful player broke through the Forsaken Realm and reached the realm of order. Only then did humanity learn of the concept of order. Yet even then, no one ever obtained the true power of order. And now, at the very beginning, Feng had already surpassed it. Now his objective had become clear: survive the Forsaken Realm, obtain divinity, and activate the authority of judgment. With the class selection finalized, the system asked him to choose a username. He hesitated, then typed in Shadow, a reflection of what he had become. He was transported into the Forsaken Realm, a broken, desolate land filled with ferocious beasts ready to devour his lifespan. This was the battlefield: kill to earn tradable life, die and lose half of your remaining time. Feng appeared in Shell Town, a temporary sanctuary. No monsters prowled within its borders, and players were safe from each other here. The acceleration of lifespan decay was reduced to normal within its boundaries. One by one, more players began to arrive, yanked into the game while sleeping, working, or simply unaware. Their gazes slowly turned to Feng. Something about him was different: his appearance, the air around him. Noticing the twin daggers at his waist, some deduced he was an assassin, but his presence felt unlike anything they had seen. Feng knew this window was brief. Soon, global elites would emerge: politicians, military leaders, celebrities, each using their influence to reshape this new world. If he wanted to stand above them, he had no time to waste. A sudden stir broke out as 3 men and an archer returned to the town, visibly shaken. Their faces were pale, their voices strained. They'd just returned from a battle and were lucky to be alive. Apparently, they had barely scratched a level 1 crawler. Even together, they had only reduced the monster's health to 1/3 before being killed. With their deaths, half their lifespan was gone. They turned to the archer, a girl named Lizzie, and asked what to do next. Feng quietly watched. Judging by her equipment, Lizzie had a hidden class too. She seemed to notice him and offered a polite smile, suggesting they form a team. She said her group had already experienced defeat and could offer insight. Feng declined. He had no interest in teaming up with players who had already failed once. The others scoffed, accusing him of pretending to be some kind of elite. According to them, even 5 people couldn't defeat that low-tier monster. What chance did he have solo? Lizzie quickly checked the system and learned his in-game name, Shadow. As Feng walked past them toward the town gates, Lizzie decided to follow at a distance. She was curious. Maybe she could learn something about monster behavior, or maybe just watch him crash and burn. The land forsaken by the gods was a grim and perilous place, its very atmosphere instilling unease. Lizzie and her companions had begun tailing Feng quietly. She wasn't sure why she'd been dragged into this world, but years of experience in online gaming had taught her one thing: teamwork increased survival chances. So almost instinctively, she had gathered a party. However, the moment they left the safety of the town, reality struck hard. The very first monster they encountered wiped them out effortlessly. Lizzie understood then, this creature wasn't something level 1 players were meant to face. Her teammates, still reeling from their loss, were particularly upset when they noticed Feng's gear. While their group's assassin carried the standard dagger, Feng was wielding a short blade. Even more baffling was Feng's speed. He moved with a swiftness that shouldn't have been possible at this stage. The assassin among them couldn't hide his jealousy. By right, he should have had the highest agility, and yet Feng outpaced him. On top of that, Feng's outfit was unlike anything they'd seen so far. Everything about him felt off, as if he were on an entirely different playing field. That's what convinced Lizzie to keep watching. He might reveal something valuable. As Feng's eyes turned toward them, Lizzie tensed and ducked out of sight, uncertain whether he'd spotted them. But a moment later, he simply vanished. No sound, no trace, just gone. Bewildered, Lizzie and her teammates scanned the area. The group's assassin recognized it first. Feng had used a stealth skill, likely a basic ability that rendered him invisible for a short time. It confirmed something for them. Feng had gone into hiding and likely wasn't planning to return soon. Seeing how things were going, Lizzie decided it was better to retreat for now. Venturing out again so soon was reckless, especially when they'd already suffered a loss. Their lifespans had been halved. They returned to Shell Town to search for ways to improve, maybe uncover NPCs with hidden quests or treasure caches that could give them an edge. Meanwhile, Feng moved through the world under the effect of Shadow Sneak, a skill unique to his class. It granted temporary invisibility, breaking only if he launched an attack. The first strike after emerging from stealth inflicted increased damage. On top of that, Shadow's class-specific passive, Stealth Mastery, not only doubled his concealment time but also increased his stealth level, making detection nearly impossible, even for monsters. Feng found it laughable that Lizzie's group thought they'd find real growth in the starter town. It was just a haven, a holding area for players to adapt. The outside world was merciless. Weaklings weren't challengers here, they were nothing but fodder. A few moments later, the stealth effect wore off. While the duration wasn't long, its cooldown had already begun ticking the moment it was activated. It wouldn't be long before he could vanish again. A window popped up revealing Feng's current status. Code name, Shadow. Class, Shadow. Lifespan, 75 years non-tradable, 0 years tradable. Attributes, Strength 13, Constitution 13, Agility 18, Spirit 15. Every player started with a base of 10 points in each stat, with bonus allocations based on their chosen class. In his previous life as a warrior, he'd only received minor increases in Strength and Constitution, just 3 points each. But now, the Shadow class had granted buffs across the board, with a remarkable +8 to Agility. On top of that, he still had 5 unallocated points. Most newcomers dumped their points into Strength or Spirit to boost offensive power, but Feng knew better. That approach was suicide in the early stages. Monsters always hit harder than players could. The key was not to take damage at all. Without hesitation, he added all 5 points to Agility, raising it to 23. Speed was survival. His senses suddenly sharpened. There was movement behind a nearby tree. A crawler. Level 1, normal grade, but something was different about it. It was in the middle of evolution. Feng narrowed his eyes. That same crawler must have been the one that slaughtered Lizzie's group. Though injured, it was still dangerous. The moment it detected his presence, it lunged. Feng dodged with a quick leap. He knew how this worked. When monsters devoured players, they absorbed their lifespan. If they consumed enough, they could evolve. Without wasting time, Feng activated Shadow Sneak, drew his short blade, and vanished just as the crawler struck again. The creature hesitated, scanning for him. It saw nothing. And then, from above, Feng reappeared midair and struck with precision, executing a stealth break attack. The blade pierced straight into the crawler's head, dealing 174 points of damage, enough to kill it instantly. He earned 10 experience points. He hadn't expected such a clean kill, but the location of the strike, the nape, had triggered a critical hit. A system prompt appeared. The skill Backstab had been activated, doubling damage if the attack came from outside the enemy's field of vision. The stealth bonus, stealth break multiplier, and backstab effect had all stacked together, creating devastating force. Feng stared down at the crawler's corpse. He remembered struggling for dear life as a warrior, barely managing 40 damage with a critical hit. It took an eternity to kill even a crawler, and he'd almost died every time. Now, 1 strike, 1 kill. A glowing orb dropped from the dead monster. It was lifespan. Clenching his fist, Feng absorbed it. He gained 3 days of tradable lifespan and 54 years, 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. Considering 5 people had died, each likely losing 20 to 30 years, the crawler must have absorbed over 100 years total. Yet Feng had only recovered a portion. Still, it was a start. Then, unexpectedly, a new prompt appeared. The Eye of Judgment activated once more. A new talent was bestowed, Infinite Evolution. By slaying monsters on his own, Feng gained the rare opportunity to earn evolution points, an exclusive system tied to his unique ability. Every 24 hours, 5 evolution points were granted passively, and eliminating a boss-class enemy solo guaranteed additional points. At present, he had 5 available. With the power of infinite evolution at his fingertips, he could now enhance his skills, something that was unthinkable in his previous life. Back then, no matter how rare the loot or skill book dropped by monsters, its quality remained fixed. Nothing could surpass its inherent tier. But now, he possessed a force that transcended the system's natural laws, a force beyond structure and balance. Curious to see the potential of this newfound power, Feng spent 4 evolution points to enhance Shadow Sneak and Backstab. The results were immediate. Shadow Sneak advanced from normal to bronze quality, increasing its duration from 12 to 16 seconds. The bonus damage from breaking stealth went up from 60% to 90%, and its cooldown dropped by 2 seconds. Backstab rose from inferior to normal grade, boosting its damage by 5%. With the enhancements and stealth mastery, Shadow Sneak now lasted an astonishing 32 seconds. That meant he could practically maintain invisibility indefinitely, simply waiting for the cooldown between activations. If he'd had these upgrades earlier, he might have eliminated that crawler even at full health with a single blow. Just then, a boy accompanied by a young woman wandered nearby, boasting that this game wasn't as difficult as people claimed. After all, even someone as scrawny as Feng had managed to take down a monster solo. The woman praised Feng's performance, joking that he looked strong enough to fend off 10 enemies at once. Encouraged, the boy grinned and promised to protect her. Feng, however, noticed something they didn't. There was a creature lurking among the branches. The boy turned to Feng and casually asked if he wanted to team up. But Feng, sensing imminent danger, activated Shadow Sneak without a word and vanished. The boy assumed that Feng had been intimidated by his muscular build. But the moment of arrogance was cut short when a monstrous spider descended from the trees. Panic set in. This wasn't an ordinary enemy. It was the Nurturer, a bronze-grade boss monster at level 1, known for its swarm of minions and overwhelming power. It was a notorious beginner boss, holding a total of 16 op points, far beyond what any rookie could handle. As the creature attacked and claimed the lives of the boy and girl instantly, Feng watched from the shadows, assessing the situation. With the Nurturer distracted and feeding, he struck. Unleashing a stealth break strike, Feng drove his short blade into the spider's eye. The creature retaliated furiously, but Feng's swift reflexes and high agility allowed him to evade the counterattack, though he took 9 damage in the process. His assault had inflicted a staggering 338 damage, more than he expected. He knew that a direct hit from the boss would have killed him on the spot. Impressed by the potency of his new abilities, Feng noted the chaos unfolding. The enraged Nurturer was smashing trees, striking wildly to flush out its hidden attacker. Even its smaller spiders were now alert, making a direct approach too risky. Seizing an opportunity, Feng lobbed a rock at the spider's abdomen. It landed perfectly, causing another 299 points of damage. He hurled a second rock and confirmed his theory. The real power came not from the rock, but from the ambush strike, backstab, and weak point attack skills activating simultaneously. As long as Shadow Sneak was off cooldown, he could keep repeating this process. Wait, disappear, strike, and vanish again. The moment Shadow Sneak was ready, Feng launched another rock, this time scoring 279 damage. He faded into the shadows once more, his simple strategy proving devastating. Hidden, silent, and methodical, Feng continued this routine until the final blow landed. Back in Shell Town, the system's leaderboard updated. A new name soared to the top. The player known only as Shadow had just slain the bronze-grade boss, Nurturer, becoming the first player to reach level 2 and seizing the top spot. Players across the town were stunned. Most hadn't even managed to handle common monsters yet. Many assumed it was a bug or system glitch. Lizzie and her party stared at the announcement in disbelief. They hadn't even survived their first fight, and yet the person they had followed briefly had already taken down a boss-class enemy. It felt impossible. Meanwhile, the 2 players who had fallen to the spider respawned in Shell Town, their faces pale as they read the notification. They realized that the mysterious Shadow was the same boy they had mocked in the forest. Back at the battle site, the system declared Feng's victory. He had earned 300 experience points and received 2 evolution points. Additionally, the Shell Town reputation board unlocked, granting him 1 reputation point. Feng absorbed the lifespan released by the defeated spider. As the giant creature died, the swarm of smaller spiders scattered. He cursed under his breath. Had he eliminated them first, he could have gained more experience. Still, the rewards were remarkable. He acquired 46 units of tradable lifespan, a skill book called Greedy Hand of bronze tier, and a corrosive dagger that inflicted 35 damage and added +4 to agility. After learning Greedy Hand, Feng gained a new tool in his arsenal, a passive ability that gave a 20% chance to extract extra loot from defeated enemies. It was a top-tier skill for loot-based progression. Feng hadn't expected a beginner boss to drop such a rare utility. In the late stages of the game, this ability was invaluable. In his past life, there had been a player from the Godslayer Guild who wasn't even strong in battle, but thanks to this exact skill, he had become a vital asset. People lined up to party with him. He even had a personal escort team just to protect him. Now Feng understood the real potential. With his infinite evolution talent, he could enhance Greedy Hand too, improving its activation rate, increasing the quantity and quality of the loot. This wasn't just a strong start. It was the beginning of a one-man revolution. The following morning, on their way to school, Zhao's friend brought up the idea of calling Feng to apologize. She reminded Zhao that they had skipped the test the day before to secretly go and support Song, and was sure Feng must be upset. Zhao, however, refused. She believed she had done nothing wrong, and in fact, blamed Feng for nearly causing them to be late. From her perspective, it was Feng who owed her an apology. Her friend tried to persuade her, pointing out that Feng had always treated her kindly, and also asked about the injury on her face. But Zhao remained firm, claiming Feng always interfered in matters that didn't concern him. She brushed off the question about her face with a lie, saying she had tripped and fallen. As they reached school, they noticed a crowd of students gathered outside a classroom. Curiosity piqued. Zhao's friend pushed her way through the students and stepped inside, only to find Zhang's body slowly turning transparent. One of his classmates explained that just moments ago, Zhang had said he was going to take a nap, and when they turned around, he was already in this ghostly state. This wasn't an isolated event. Similar cases were appearing online. with people from all over the world experiencing the same thing. Experts warned that falling asleep could trigger a semi-transparent, ghost-like condition, and no one knew the cause. Alarmed, Zhao's friend called her parents to warn them and urged Zhao to contact her brother too, just to be safe. Zhao refused again, saying she'd rather see him dead than speak to him. Meanwhile, Feng had just upgraded his skill, Greedy Hand, from bronze to gold quality. The chance of gaining an extra item while looting had jumped from 20% to 70%. By mastering this skill, Feng earned 2 evolution points. He clenched his fist and activated the skill, gaining not only the 2 points but also 46 days of tradable lifespan. Pleased with the reward, he noted that leveling Greedy Hand up to Tier 3 would require 3 points, and once he reached that level, he would have a 100% chance of extra loot with every kill. He was certain the world's governments had already caught wind of the situation, and more players would soon flood into the game. He needed to move faster. Feng equipped a bronze-grade corrosive dagger, which boosted his attack by 35 points and agility by 4. He activated Shadow Stealth to avoid monster detection, aware that it wouldn't be long before people discovered that skills and gear from the game could be brought into the real world, a revelation that would likely throw everything into chaos. To extract skills and equipment, 2 conditions had to be met: reaching level 10 and possessing enough tradable lifespan. Battling weak monsters was inefficient, so Feng set his sights on stronger enemies. While exploring, he heard the sounds of combat. Peering from a cliff, he spotted several players engaged in a fight with a level 2 sprint predator, a bronze-tier boss. It was a great opportunity. The creature lunged, but the attack was blocked by a player with a mace and shield, Wang Mang. Feng hadn't expected to run into him here. The rumors turned out to be true. When Wang Mang first joined the Forsaken game, he had formed a full squad of hidden-class users. All 6 members of his party possessed secret professions. Wang Mang used Holy Barrier, conjuring a golden shield that repelled the monster. His hidden class, Holy Shield Warrior, gave him twice the base stats of a regular warrior and came with a passive invincibility trait. As the beast was stalled, the mage in the group unleashed a fireball that struck its arm. Her hidden mage class, Prophet, doubled her magical damage and included a built-in fireball skill. The archer of the group had the hidden class Sharp-Eyed Shooter, giving her double the standard archer stats and access to a rapid-fire ability. The team's priest held the Oracle Priest class, providing twice the healing capacity and a group heal function. Both the mage and archer launched attacks, but the monster dodged effortlessly and retaliated against Wang Mang, pushing him back. The archer began to panic, realizing their long-range attacks were too slow for this quick opponent. As the priest healed Wang Mang, he decided their best strategy was to steadily chip away at the monster's HP while relying on the healer's support. Feng thought Wang Mang was being far too hopeful. He knew they were overlooking one critical fact: they were in the wild, and drawn-out battles would attract other monsters. Right on cue, 2 more creatures emerged from behind Wang Mang. Feng immediately recognized the newcomers. They were corruptors, standard level 2 monsters, their bodies coated in thick dark brown sludge. These creatures specialized in long-range attacks. One of the team's swordsmen rushed in to engage them. He had a hidden class that Feng hadn't encountered before. His strike landed, inflicting 33 points of damage, but he quickly realized the creatures had unusually high defense. In retaliation, one of the corruptors spewed a glob of mud at him. The skill, Ground Bind, significantly reduced his movement speed. Meanwhile, the second corruptor turned its attention to the mage, who had no choice but to flee, tears streaming down her face in panic. But before the monster could close the distance, Feng burst in, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, and in a flash decapitated the beast, dealing 441 points of damage. The sudden, brutal blow left everyone speechless. The mage froze, confused about who had come to her rescue, and unsure whether they had unexpected backup. The swordsman struggled back to his feet, using his blade for support, stunned to witness someone take down a level 2 corruptor in one hit. Especially considering how it took their entire team 10 seconds to take down a single level 1 enemy. The remaining corruptor prepared another attack, but once again, Feng struck like lightning, cleanly severing its head. Terrified, the swordsman asked Li if she'd seen who did it. She was visibly rattled and admitted she hadn't caught a glimpse. Wang Mang urged them to stay focused. Deep down, he was hoping Feng was on their side. Now only the sprint predator remained. From a tree branch above, Feng silently watched. For eliminating the 2 corruptors, he received 40 experience points, 1 evolution point, a common quality skill book titled Venom Dart, and 8 days of tradable lifespan. Without delay, Feng upgraded Venom Dart, a perfect poison-based mid-range attack. Upon evolving, the skill rose to level 2, and its quality upgraded from common to silver. It allowed him to launch a poisoned dart with a max range of 14 meters, dealing 120 points of attack damage. On impact, it applied the Venom status effect, which dealt 50% of the original damage per second over 5 seconds. The effect couldn't stack and had a cooldown of just 5 seconds. The monster lunged again. Wang Mang managed to block the strike with his shield, but the creature drove a sharp limb into his abdomen. His shield and mace fell to the ground, and the monster used the opportunity to stab him again, causing excruciating pain. The archer began trembling, and the priest panicked, knowing his healing abilities couldn't keep up with the damage being dealt. Realizing the severity of the situation, Wang Mang told the others to retreat. Just then, Feng fired a dart straight into the predator's skull. The attack dealt a massive 845 points of damage, slicing the boss's HP in half. The mage and archer stood frozen, astonished. The boss staggered, and venom oozed from its wounds. Eventually, it collapsed, suffering an additional 324 points of damage from the poison effect, which triggered repeatedly. Since Feng had dealt over 90% of the total damage, all the loot was his. For defeating the sprint predator, Feng earned 600 experience points, reaching level 3. He also received 2 evolution points and 55 days of tradable lifespan. He hadn't anticipated that the poison's damage over time would activate his class's passive ability. Thanks to stealth, he could now remain hidden while hurling darts endlessly. At this point, nothing in the early or mid-game could pose a threat to him. Loot began materializing beside the fallen boss. Wang Mang was stunned by the sheer damage output he had just witnessed. Seconds later, the loot vanished from sight. He got up and sincerely thanked Feng for stepping in. But Feng, cold and direct, told them not to trust anyone in the wildlands so easily, leaving the team visibly shaken. Wang Mang nodded, grateful for both the help and the warning, and told the others not to disturb Feng as he collected his spoils. He also added that if Feng ever needed assistance, he was welcome to come find him. While looting, Feng made a note. Wang Mang seemed like someone reliable, and more importantly, he had backing from Daxia's government, which had substantial resources. Feng considered finding a steady outlet to sell his unused loot. Using Greedy Hand, he earned 3 more evolution points and 55 additional days of tradable lifespan. Among the loot, he acquired a pair of Sprint Predator leather greaves of bronze quality. Equipping them boosted his physical defense by 9 points, all-element resistance by 5, and reduced his cooldowns by 15%. It had been an incredible haul. He still had plenty of class-specific gear and skill books, and once his inventory was full, he made his way back to town to trade it all in for lifespan. His eyes sparkled with determination. This time, his growth rate was 100-fold faster than in his previous life. Not too far from where Feng had been fighting, another group of players was struggling against an onslaught of monsters. As more enemies poured in, they quickly realized they were outmatched and attempted to retreat. But before they could escape, a much larger beast emerged. In an instant, it lashed out with razor-sharp vines, cutting down the entire team. The players respawned back in town, visibly frustrated. Monsters always appeared in swarms, and when injured, they would flee before anyone could finish them off. Rumors had it that only reaching level 3 would allow players to log out, but that goal felt more unreachable by the minute. Some players suggested increasing their party sizes, arguing that teams of 3 weren't sufficient, and that groups of 6 or 10 might stand a better chance. But others disagreed. One player mentioned witnessing a group of 10 getting completely wiped out, and pointed out that larger gatherings risked triggering boss spawns. Recently, a party of 40 had stumbled upon a curse master, and over 30 of them had been instantly wiped out by a single attack. Elsewhere, Lizzie and her team had also returned to town after yet another failed attempt. The situation was dire. Without reaching level 3, there was no way to escape. Everyone had ended up inside the game after falling asleep, meaning only their consciousness was here. If they couldn't log out, their physical bodies would eventually starve. Lizzie was beside herself with frustration, unable to understand why the game was so brutally hard. One of her teammates began panicking. They had already died 3 times, and their non-tradable lifespan had dropped below 10 years. At this rate, they were facing death in both the game and reality. Even if the connection between the two wasn't fully understood, Lizzie knew they couldn't afford another death. Then she noticed something strange. Shadow, the top-ranked player, was already level 3. Her mind raced. He must have found some kind of loophole or strategy. Whatever it was, they needed him. Desperation turned into determination as she clenched her fists and gave her team a clear order. Spread the word. They needed to convince Shadow to help them reach level 3. She vowed to offer him 10 million in cash once they made it back to the real world. Her teammates were stunned, but Lizzie was convinced. There was no way someone would turn down that kind of money. Back in the forest, Feng had just finished off a level 2 polluter, earning 20 experience points and 1 evolution point. After absorbing the monster's tradable lifespan, he decided it was time to invest the 5 evolution points he'd saved up. He upgraded Greedy Hand, boosting it from platinum to emerald quality. The results were staggering. The extra loot chance now stood at 160%, and there was even a 20% chance that the bonus item would be of a higher tier. Feng was in awe. With further evolution, the odds could hit 200% or even more. This skill was becoming wildly overpowered. As rain poured down, something unusual caught his eye. It was the Curse Master, the same boss that had obliterated the team of 40. The bronze tier boss was roaming through the forest, absorbing life force as it prepared to evolve into silver tier. Feng wasn't surprised. Its immense power explained the massacre. However, his inventory was already full. Killing the boss now would be pointless since he wouldn't be able to claim the loot. So, he marked the boss's location on his map, planning to return once he'd cleared out some space. Meanwhile, news had spread like wildfire through the town. Someone was offering 10 million for Shadow, the mysterious top player, to help them power level. With people dying and losing lifespan every day, the wealthy were already scrambling to find a way out. The poor, they were being left behind. Amid the growing chatter, Feng strolled into town, turning heads instantly. Without saying a word, he opened the market stall function through the system. A notification blared across the area, announcing that equipment and skill books would be on sale for the next 10 minutes. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Feng was not only equipped with 2 pieces of bronze-tier gear, he was selling 2 more. People could barely believe it. Someone among them had already slain a bronze-tier boss. One of the players nearby questioned why Feng's face was hidden, and someone quickly explained that he had activated the face concealment feature, which synced the in-game appearance with the real-world one, meaning Feng chose to stay anonymous. A mage wandered up to his stall, her eyes lingering curiously on one of the items before asking about the price for the icicle spell. Feng told her it cost 100 days of tradable lifespan. She was Grey Rose, currently ranked 11th in Shelltown, also using face concealment. For her, the price seemed excessive, so she tried to negotiate, but Feng was firm, saying that the spell was a basic one that boosted early-game grinding for mages, and 100 days was already more than fair. She asked if she could pay in real currency, but Feng refused, advising her that if she had money to spend, she should buy tradable lifespan and return with that. He wasn't planning to sell to anyone else in the meantime, unless they paid more. She paused to think and reached out to her teammates through their group channel. They managed to reach level 2 rapidly under her guidance, so no one objected. With the icicle spell, they'd have an even better chance of making it to level 3, which was what truly mattered. She told them to send her their tradable lifespan, promising to compensate them with real cash once they escaped. She collected the 100 days and handed it over. Feng accepted the payment, thinking that if they were all level 2 already, they must have cleared dozens of crawlers by now, meaning their overall lifespan reserves were probably far higher. With the deal done, Feng's tradable lifespan jumped from 268 days to 368. That's when Lizzie arrived. She was relieved to have finally found Shadow. Smiling confidently, she made him a proposal if he helped her get to level 3, she'd give him 10 million in cash once they were back in the real world. The nearby players were stunned. Lizzie wasn't just anyone. In Feng's previous life, she'd been the leader of a major criminal group that was later destroyed by the state. She claimed her father was the head of Dezhong Industries, and when Feng didn't look convinced, she urged him to look her up. It was well known that she used money to lure players into selling their lifespan, only to later abduct them for forced labor. Those who resisted were never heard from again. Feng coldly turned her down. To him, she was trash. Lizzie, still trying to win him over, said that even though Shadow might be strong here, no one really knew the rules of the game yet. She tried to tempt him again, promising him luxury, cars, houses, women, whatever he wanted. But Feng didn't budge. He told her to stop interfering with his business, making it clear that money no longer had any value here, only tradable lifespan would matter from now on. Lizzie snapped back, saying that if this was reality, she would have taught him a lesson by now. That's when Feng, his tone icy, warned her that if she spoke again, he would kill her until her lifespan hit 0. The threat was so sharp it sent a chill through the air. Lizzie and her team, shaken, didn't wait around, they fled. A short while later, Feng sold off the last item from his stall, the bronze-tier gleam robe of Tyr. With that, his tradable lifespan increased to 546 days. Now that everything had been sold, he knew it was time to take care of the Curse Master. He activated stealth and vanished from sight. No one in the town realized it yet, but tradable lifespan could eventually be used to extract skills into the real world. Soon, the real world would descend into chaos just like the game, and all the old systems, money, power, social status, would become meaningless. In the end, only personal strength would matter. Lizzie and her team had finally come to a stop, gasping for breath after their hasty retreat. She was still furious, gritting her teeth as she told the others how Shadow not only refused her offer but even threatened to kill her. Her pride bruised, she muttered a vow to find him in the real world and make him pay. While she stewed in anger, a man named Mao approached from nearby. He introduced himself as a level 2 player and claimed he had a few special methods to speed up leveling. Without wasting time, he asked if he could take the offer Shadow had rejected. He wanted the 10 million in exchange for helping them reach level 3. Suspicious, Lizzie asked what kind of methods he was talking about. Mao smirked and said that normally he wouldn't share his techniques with others, but he was willing to make an exception this time. According to him, the key to leveling up fast was investing all attribute points into agility right away. Doing so, he explained, made it possible to outrun most enemies and avoid taking damage while landing strikes. Lizzie was surprised. She had been focusing all her points into strength, assuming brute power was the way to survive. Though skeptical, she agreed to let Mao join them, but insisted on paying only 5 million instead of 10 since he clearly wasn't on Shadow's level. Mao didn't argue. He pointed out that Shadow may have been powerful, but turning down that much money was still bizarre. Meanwhile, Feng had returned to the spot he'd marked earlier. Remaining in stealth, he observed the scene. The boss monster, now surrounded by an even thicker mist, had advanced to silver rank. It was still absorbing energy and climbing toward gold. Feng didn't want to wait 7 or 8 hours for the evolution to finish. He quietly activated his venom dart and launched a surprise hit, dealing a massive 659 damage from the bonus strike while in stealth. The poison quickly followed up, ticking at 219 damage per second. Without losing momentum, he dashed forward using his shadow sneak, aware that silver-tier bosses had double or triple the health of their bronze counterparts. Suddenly, the monster began drawing in energy, its hands swelling with arcane light as it prepared a large-scale attack. Feng realized this one specialized in magic and could unleash devastating area effects. After firing off another venom dart, he pulled back just in time to avoid being caught in the blast zone. Hidden and unharmed, he reminded himself that with his current gear and health pool, taking a direct hit would mean certain death. The boss began gathering energy again for another wide-range assault, but Feng remained patient, slowly weaving around the battlefield as he counted the seconds on his cooldowns. His most vital skill, Hidden Shadow, wasn't ready yet. He needed to wait until the boss slipped up. Finally, the creature faltered, distracted for just a second. That was all he needed. With no hesitation, Feng lunged forward and fired another venom dart. The shot hit its mark, and poison once again started gnawing away at the monster's life. Seeing its health plummet, the boss panicked and turned to escape, but Feng wasn't about to let that happen. Keeping close, his eyes sharp and movements precise, he waited for the final opening. In a flash, he reappeared on top of the monster's head, slamming it down with brutal force. The system chimed in immediately. He'd killed the silver-ranked boss. Lines of notifications appeared in front of him, confirming that he'd gained 1,800 experience points, enough to push him from level 3 straight to level 5. On top of that, he earned 4 evolution points and a hefty bonus of 124 days of tradable lifespan. Feng let out a small laugh, amazed at the rewards a single boss could offer. As the monster's body broke down into loot, he activated his upgraded Greedy Hands skill, and with a shimmer in the air, the system confirmed that all the items had been collected. The haul was far better than Feng anticipated. Along with the evolution points and lifespan from defeating the silver boss, he had just received an additional 4 points and another 124 days of tradable lifespan. It was essentially double the reward, and the unexpected windfall brought a grin to his face. 2 major bonuses in 1 kill, he couldn't complain. Doing the math, that single battle had given him a total of 12 evolution points, and a staggering 372 days of lifespan that he could trade. While he was still processing the generous outcome, another notification popped up. Apparently, Greedy Hand's secondary effect had activated, upgrading one of the looted items from silver to gold grade. Feng raised an eyebrow, impressed. So that's why Greedy Hand was rated a Jade tier ability. It wasn't just about getting extra loot, but enhancing its quality as well. His attention returned to the battlefield. Scattered across the forest floor were 7 or 8 equipment drops, each glowing with their respective rarities. But a new problem emerged. His inventory only had space for 10 more items. If he had to run back to town every time he downed a boss, it would be a huge waste of time. A spatial ring or any portable storage solution would have solved this instantly. He made a mental note to prioritize that next. Just as he moved to inspect a particularly shiny piece of gear, the scene cut away. Back in Shell Town, a flicker of light announced the arrival of the mage from Wang Mang's squad. Relief was clear on her face. She'd made it back, all thanks to Wang Mang's leadership. One by one, the rest of the team appeared beside her. They voiced their gratitude, acknowledging that without him they wouldn't have made it to level 3, let alone survived the journey back. But Wang Mang downplayed the compliments, insisting their success was the result of collective effort, not just his guidance. Still, the mage seemed troubled by something. She let out a small sigh, admitting she regretted not adding Feng as a friend back in the forest. Maybe it was the mud she was covered in, she joked. Her teammates chuckled. One of them gave her a wink and said that now, cleaned up and in her upgraded gear, she'd probably make a better impression next time. Their conversation was interrupted by a town-wide announcement. The leaderboard had just been updated. A hush fell over the plaza as players read the message. Shadow had reached level 5. The shock was instant. People started whispering how had he climbed 2 levels so quickly. Someone guessed he must have brought down a boss monster. Another player mentioned seeing him just 10 minutes ago in the town square, casually selling gear. The news didn't add up. How had he jumped so far ahead in such a short time? One guy, half joking, said his sister had just turned 18, and maybe they should try setting her up with Shadow. After all, getting help from someone that powerful would be a lifesaver. His friend shot that idea down immediately, reminding him that Shadow had already turned down a 10 million offer. If that wasn't enough, a blind date wasn't going to do the trick either. Back at Wang Mang's camp, the mood shifted. Their earlier celebration suddenly felt hollow. Shadow had already broken through level 5 while they'd only just escaped level 3. Some started to worry, wondering if they'd fall behind for good. But Wang Mang remained composed. He urged his team to focus on what really mattered, logging out and warning their families. If this game was leaking into reality, they had to act fast. As their avatars began to fade, the system confirmed the logout process. Wang Mang's final words were steady and serious. If the world was tilting toward disaster, they had a duty to protect the people they loved. The scene cut to the real world. Wang Mang's eyes fluttered open. Almost immediately, voices called out for the captain. Uniformed officers rushed to his side, their expressions laced with anxiety. One of them admitted they'd panicked. His body had started going transparent while he was unconscious. The horrifying realization hit them. Players who died or ran out of lifespan in the game didn't just vanish from the digital world, they were wiped from reality too. But there was no time to dwell on it. Wang Mang stood up and called the team together. Something bigger was happening, and they had to be ready. Someone asked Wang Mang for a detailed statement, and he began explaining that his squad had entered as a coordinated party, and that each member had unlocked a unique hidden class, which had given them a strong start. Yet, despite that, they had nearly been wiped out by a single elite monster. They would have died there if not for the sudden intervention of an unknown player called Shadow. Wang Mang confirmed the truth of everything in his account, and went on to highlight just how fast Shadow had advanced. When Shadow saved them, he was already at level 3, but by the time their team finally hit that same level, Shadow had already climbed to 5, jumping 2 whole levels in what felt like no time at all. This news left the higher-ups unsettled. One of them voiced the question on everyone's mind. Does this mean Shadow is the top player in the world already? And how did he gain levels so quickly? Theories started flying, and Wang Mang offered one himself. Maybe Shadow had managed to bring down a high-ranking boss or had accomplished some feat beyond the usual leveling methods. But then, one officer noticed something strange from the report. If Shadow was already level 3 when he assisted them, why hadn't he logged out like the rest of them? It raised a troubling idea. Maybe Shadow didn't have anyone waiting for him outside. Maybe no family, no friends, nothing tying him back to reality. A female officer voiced a bold theory. She guessed that Shadow might actually be a transmigrator, someone who didn't belong in this world to begin with. People like that often grew strong fast and usually had no attachments like family. Her explanation made sense in a weird way, and she added that such people often came from nowhere and rose like they were fated to lead. Her cheeks turned red the moment the room fell quiet, and she realized what she'd just suggested. But before anyone else could respond, the lead officer shut her down. He called her out by name, Enyu, and told her to stop bringing up novel plots during official meetings, saying she had clearly been reading too many stories. Still, the mood in the room had shifted, and no one could quite dismiss the idea. The lead officer brought attention back to more pressing matters. He revealed that classified reports from researchers had found a disturbing trend. Recently, a sharp increase in older people dying in their sleep had been noted, and when they cross-referenced the data with the players who had returned from the forgotten game of the gods, the results were terrifying. Turns out, all those people who died in their sleep had also died repeatedly in the game. Meaning once a player's in-game lifespan hits 0, they don't just vanish from the game, they die for real. One officer expressed his fear, saying this whole game wasn't normal, that it felt more like something from beyond their understanding. The head of the unit agreed, saying it might be a form of incursion from another dimension or plane of existence. His words silenced the room again, and with no time to waste, he got to the next announcement. The government had declared an emergency, and all field officers were being ordered to form strike teams based on location and dive into the game themselves. Their job was to gather intelligence and understand the threat better. This wasn't just about the police anymore. The entire nation was mobilizing, because any delay would mean falling behind on a global scale. Other countries were already reacting, and the risk of being left behind in this new reality was too great. The head then made it official. Enyu would lead Team 1 as its captain. She accepted without hesitation. Wang Mang would be her second-in-command, and both of them were given permission to choose their own teammates. Wang Mang nodded, understanding the weight of their role. The officer then turned to the topic of Shadow again. Based on what Wang Mang had described, Shadow didn't seem to have any hostile intentions, at least not yet, which made him a potential ally. The order was clear. Enyu and Wang Mang were to find him, build a relationship if possible, and bring him over to their side. The officer explained that the reason Enyu had been given leadership was due to her deep grasp of game theory and narrative tropes, which made her uniquely suited to figuring someone like Shadow out, someone whose progress and skills felt more like fiction than fact. If they succeeded, they would gain an invaluable asset, someone who could possibly act as their representative inside the game. The other officers were instructed to maintain civil order in the real world and prevent any panic from spreading. With that, the meeting came to a close, and the sun began to set outside, casting a warm golden hue across the city as the officers quietly braced themselves for what was to come. The next morning, the scene changed to a high school classroom, where the protagonist's younger sister sat quietly at her desk, surrounded by the usual chatter of her classmates. A group nearby was talking excitedly about a surprising bit of news. Apparently, Zhang, the student whose body had started fatting, had managed to reach level 3 and safely log out. He had also shared a curious discovery, that if multiple people from the same area went to sleep at the same time, they would wake up in the same starting village in the game. The idea filled the room with a mix of excitement and concern. One girl was visibly anxious, saying she couldn't leave her parents out of it. She wanted to bring them in, but was scared they'd get hurt since they had no gaming background. Another student disagreed and said they shouldn't be so quick to involve their families. They needed to get stronger first, and only then protect others when they were ready. The protagonist's sister, meanwhile, stared at her phone, her heart heavy with frustration. Her brother still hadn't messaged her, not a word, not even a single apology for hitting her. The silence was unbearable. It wasn't like him. Before, whenever they fought or even when she messed up, he would always patch things up somehow. But now, nothing. Not a text, not a call, not even a sign of regret. Their parents had never hit her, not even once, but her brother had raised his hand, and now was pretending like nothing had happened. She tried to justify her actions all over again. All she had done was skip class to attend Song's concert. Was that really such a big deal? She pouted stubbornly and made up her mind. Unless he called her and apologized 1,000 times, she would never forgive him ever again. Her bitterness slowly faded into something softer as she started thinking about Song. The concert last night had been amazing, and now she was glad she had gone because with everything happening, she might not get another chance to see him perform once the forgotten game of the gods took over the world. Her cheeks turned pink as she remembered how close she had been to the stage, the lights, the music, the way he smiled. It was all still fresh in her mind, and it made her heart race. A sudden realization hits her: if everyone enters the game world while asleep, then Song must be entering it too. Her cheeks flush at the thought of encountering him inside the game. Could this be her opportunity? Is destiny finally giving her a nudge in his direction? Her pulse quickens with anticipation. While preparing to sleep, another thought crosses her mind. Zhang had reached level 3 incredibly fast. That must mean he had already gotten a good grasp on the game. If she wanted to perform well, she'd need some solid guidance. Without wasting time, she sends Zhang a message, asking if he has any useful advice before she logs in. Zhang, sitting with a group of classmates, checks his phone and sees her message. A smirk forms on his lips. The school beauty asking him for help? It's unexpected and too good to pass up. He knows this is a golden chance to make a connection, whatever form it might take. He replies quickly, assuring her that she's come to the right person. His main tip: when she starts the game, she should allocate all her initial attribute points to agility. Without that, she won't be able to outrun the early game monsters and will keep getting killed. She's surprised. Wouldn't that be a problem if she chooses a mage class? Zhang confidently reassures her. Agility isn't just for physical fighters. Mages benefit from it too, especially since it increases casting speed, which makes a huge difference early on. Still doubtful, she asks what she should do if even that doesn't help. Zhang replies confidently she doesn't need to worry. Once someone in their starting village reaches level 5, the teleportation portal will unlock, linking all beginner villages. After that, she can team up with stronger players to level up faster. He also promises to come find her once the teleport system is live. Hearing that, her worries fade. Lying in bed, she smiles. People like Zhang are incredibly convenient. It looks like she has a reliable support system already. But just before she falls asleep, another plan begins to take shape. This is perfect. She'll enter the game before her brother does, level up faster and get stronger. And once he finally joins, she won't lift a finger to help. No guidance, no handouts. He'll have to survive on his own. Satisfied with that thought, she drifts off, her heart brimming with excitement for the game world that awaits her. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the protagonist, who stands over the corpse of a defeated boss monster. Among the scattered loot, a glowing ring catches his eye. As he picks it up, a system message informs him that he has acquired the Cursed Ring, a rare gold-tier item. It's a universal accessory that increases all primary stats: strength, agility, intelligence, and endurance by 8 points each. In total, that's 32 extra stat points. It also raises dark element resistance by 26 and boosts weak point damage by 50%. The only requirement is that the wearer must be level 4 or above. He scans the item carefully. The stat bonus alone is worth nearly 3 full levels. With the added elemental defense and increased precision damage, this ring is clearly a powerful asset. Without hesitation, he puts it on and prepares to move forward. Another system alert soon appears. He has unlocked a new skill, Instant Shadow Slash, a silver-grade ability meant for assassin builds. The skill unleashes a rapid series of slashes in a straight line, covering up to 15 meters. Enemies caught within its 2.1-meter wide arc are struck 3 times, each hit doing 100 base damage and counting as a backstab. The skill also grants 5 seconds of brief invisibility. Its only downside, it can't target weak points and it has a 12-second cooldown. It's a skill packed with potential, solid damage, area control, and a brief window of safety. He learns it immediately. Still holding a few evolution points, he decides to enhance one of his favorite abilities, Greedy Hand. Spending 8 evolution points, he evolves it from Jade rank to Diamond. The results are significant. The chance of getting bonus drops from enemies increases from 160% to 220%, and the odds of that loot being a higher tier jump from 20% to 40%. In short, almost every enemy he kills will now drop 2 pieces of loot, with a good chance that at least one of them will be top quality. Satisfied but not done, he uses 3 more evolution points to level up Instant Shadow Slash. The skill's range expands from 15 meters to 21, and the slash path widens to 3.1 meters. The damage per hit doubles from 100 to 200, and instead of 3 strikes, enemies now get hit 5 times. The cooldown drops to just over 10 seconds, and the invisibility duration stretches to 7 seconds. Every hit still triggers backstab effects, even if it can't land on weak points. Looking over the rest of the items, he sees mostly junk, but one thing stands out: a silver-grade warrior skill book titled Battle Roar. He can't use it himself, but he knows it'll fetch a good price when sold for tradable lifespan. Just as he finishes sorting through the loot, something catches his attention. In the distance, 3 towering creatures move toward him. He recognizes them right away, limb crawlers, dangerous level 4 beasts known for their grotesque appearance and unpredictable attacks. But instead of running, he sees an opportunity to test his new strength. He activates Instant Shadow Slash and vanishes into a blur of motion. A rapid chain of slashes cuts through all 3 monsters before they even react. As the bodies collapse to the ground, the system informs him that he's earned 80 experience points and 5 additional days of tradable lifespan. Standing among the wreckage, he feels a strange, ominous energy radiating from himself. His power has grown immensely. He thinks for a moment, if he combines Poison Dart with Instant Shadow Slash, he could potentially wipe out enemies before they ever fight back. It's a deadly combo. Checking his lifespan count, he sees that he has 618 days remaining. But to bring game abilities and items into the real world, he'll need at least 900. That's roughly 2.5 more years. He sets a goal. First, sell off all valuable items in his inventory. With the right trades, he might reach 900 days even faster. And once he hits level 10, he'll be able to bridge the 2 worlds, bringing everything he's built in the game back to reality. The scene shifts to the boy as he silently makes his way back to the starter town, cloaked by his latent image skill. Moving like a shadow, he picks up a conversation nearby. A man is congratulating a woman for reaching level 3, reminding her of a deal they had made earlier. Watching them from a distance, the boy recognizes the pair. It's Lizzie and Mao. From their conversation, it becomes clear that Mao had helped Lizzie level up to 3 so she could safely log out, in exchange for 5 million in cash. Now that she's reached the required level, he's expecting her to follow through on the payment. Lizzie assures him, scoffing at the idea that her father's company wouldn't be able to spare such a small amount. She says she'll log out and take care of the transaction in the real world. Before leaving, she hands him her phone number and tells him to contact her after he's out. Then she makes another offer. She wants to buy all of his tradable lifespan, offering 10,000 in cash per day's worth. Mao, clearly thrilled, agrees without hesitation. Smirking, he mocks King Fen for turning down a similar offer, saying they can finalize the rest once they meet in real life. Feng, completely hidden from view, watches from mere meters away, his presence unnoticed. Mao, still oblivious, continues boasting about how lifespan in the game isn't a big deal. In his eyes, it's no different from in-game currency, something that can be earned easily. To him, the smartest move is converting game progress into real-world profit, and he feels clever for figuring this out so early. Later in the starter town, Feng stands before the massive teleportation gate. As he extends his hand toward it, the gate begins to glow with a vivid blue light. As the glow intensifies, a system window appears congratulating him for activating Shell Town's teleportation formation and awarding him 1 reputation point. It also states that he can use the gate for free once each day, but any extra use will cost tradable lifespan. Unfortunately, since no other gates have been activated yet, it's currently of no use. Feng contemplates the teleportation mechanics. The system is bidirectional. Activating one end alone is meaningless. Another player in a different starting town must also reach level 5 and activate the corresponding gate for travel to be possible. He remembers from his past life that Song was in Firefly Town. Determined to stay ahead this time, Feng sets up a special altar that will notify him the moment the Firefly Town gate becomes active. He doesn't intend to wait idly. He's preparing to confront Song the moment the opportunity arises. Moving deeper into the town, his focus returns to his main objective. While most players obsess over fast travel between towns, Feng knows the real goal lies far beyond that. His true mission is to reach level 10 and enter the god's abandoned realm, where he can finally awaken his authority. That's when the true difficulty of this cursed game will begin. Not long after, he sets up a temporary shop. Instantly, a system notice appears, informing all nearby players that he's opened a store selling equipment and skill books, but only for 10 seconds. First come, first served. The announcement sends a wave of excitement through the crowd. Players rush toward him, calling him an expert. Some mention how they've saved up lifespan just for this moment. One boasts about having 150 days saved, while another recalls how the last time Feng opened shop, someone named Gray bought an icicle spell and climbed to second place in the rankings. One player's eyes widen as he finds a Silver-tier warrior skill book, Battle Roar, and buys it on the spot. A system message confirms the purchase, stating that the skill book was sold for a massive 300 days of tradable lifespan. The crowd gasps. Some question whether any skill is truly worth that much, but another player explains that Battle Roar significantly boosts a warrior's monster farming potential. With it, the buyer could easily earn back the 300 days in less than 2. Seeing the value of what Feng is offering, the crowd surges forward, desperate to buy anything they can before it disappears. Within seconds, everything is gone. Feng checks his system window. In just 1 minute, he has collected 650 days worth of tradable lifespan, bringing his total to 2,174. But he's still not satisfied. He knows that to transfer his abilities, equipment, and attributes into the real world, he'll need far more. As a few frustrated players grumble about missing their chance, they ask if he'll set up shop again. He nods in confirmation. Just then, a female player calls out, saying she has a treasure and wonders if he'd be interested in a trade. When he turns to face her, he immediately recognizes her as one of Wang Mang's teammates. The system scans the item and identifies it as a space ring with 12 inventory slots. More importantly, it doesn't take up a backpack or equipment slot. Feng is momentarily stunned. He knows how rare this item is. Players can only carry 3 storage backpacks, and a space ring like this, one that doesn't occupy any gear slots, is a rare find. Technically, such rings can drop from any monster, but the odds are incredibly low. For her to get one this early, likely due to her profession related to profit or luck, is astonishing. Without delay, Feng asks her price, already estimating the value. In his previous life, a 12-slot space ring like this sold for 3,600 days worth of lifespan. But instead of asking for lifespan, she surprises him with a different offer. She doesn't want any lifespan at all. Instead, she wants him to add her as a friend and join her in defeating a boss monster. Feng immediately agrees, and a system notice confirms that player Big Plum has accepted his friend request. As they head out of Shell Town together, Feng asks her for details about the boss. Plum replies that it's a gold-tier monster, though she didn't catch its name since it was too far away. As Plum explains that the boss is on an old boat in the swamp, Feng is taken aback. He wonders if it's the Golden Ghost ship, a rare special boss capable of appearing at any level. The chance of encountering it is slim, but when it does show up, it's known to spark intense battles among large guilds fighting for the powerful gear it drops. The very sight of it could ignite a fierce conflict. But from Plum's description, Feng believes this version is likely around level 5, making it the easiest to defeat. Still, he can't help but question how Plum came across such a rare boss so close to the starting town. His mind races as he tries to piece together the puzzle, the space ring, her connection to Wang Mang's team, and now this lucky encounter with a gold-tier boss. A thought hits him. Could she be the rumored koi fish from his past life? He remembers hearing whispers about a member of Wang Mang's team who had an uncanny knack for finding rare bosses, treasure chests, and hidden locations just by wandering around. At the time, he thought it was just a cover story to obscure their true abilities. But now, seeing Plum in front of him, he realizes the rumors were likely true. Lost in his thoughts, Feng watches her carefully, trying to make sense of everything. Plum notices his gaze and blushes, asking why he's staring at her. Feng quickly snaps out of his reverie, assuring her it's nothing and refocusing on their journey. As they pass through the main gate of the starter town, they remain unaware of a figure lurking nearby. a bald player who's been watching them closely from behind a tree. The scene shifts to a group of rough-looking players, led by a long-haired man who speaks confidently about his past victories, such as leading his team to conquer the overlord of Sand City. He tells his followers that if they stay with him, they'll succeed in the game. Just as he's about to continue, the bald player watching Feng rushes back with the news that Feng has left town with a girl. The leader grins, thinking Feng is just another young player distracted by a pretty face. Without hesitation, he gathers his group and orders them to move out. It's time to act. Meanwhile, as Feng and Plum continue their journey, Feng outlines his terms for helping Plum's party. He agrees that any equipment or skill books the boss drops that Plum can use will go to her, but the rest will be his. Plum thinks it over and asks about what the other party members, like Wang Mang, will get out of the deal. Feng explains that since their party members play different roles, there's no guarantee that assassin gear will drop, and if it does, it wouldn't be fair for him to fight for something that won't benefit him. Understanding his reasoning, Plum agrees to the terms but adds a small request. If any gear drops for her captain or other party members, she asks if Feng would sell it to her at a discount. Feng agrees, and Plum mentions that they'll wait for Wang Mang and the rest of the party to log back into the game before heading to the boss's location. After walking for a while, Plum realizes she has no idea where they're going. Only then does Feng reveal their destination. They're heading to fight the gold-tier boss monster. Plum is taken aback by the audacity of the plan. Feng is an assassin, and she's a mage. She can't take a hit from such a powerful foe. Facing a gold-tier boss with just the two of them seems like a death wish. But Feng remains calm and assured. He explains that he doesn't intend for her to fight at all. His plan is to tackle the boss alone while she stays at a safe distance and watches. Despite Feng's confidence, Plum can't believe it. She knows he's strong, but defeating a gold-tier boss solo is unheard of. As she prepares to ask him more questions, Feng suddenly stops, sensing something. Without a word, he activates his latent image skill and vanishes into thin air. Plum is left standing there, stunned. Moments ago, he was right beside her, but now there's only empty space. She calls out for him, but there's no answer. Meanwhile, the group of bald-headed players continues to observe from a distance. Their leader smiles, confident in their advantage, but then one of his men notices something strange. Feng has disappeared. The leader dismisses it, thinking Feng must have tricked Plum and left her behind. With a wicked grin, he orders his group to move in and capture Plum first, planning to have some fun before anything else. As they close in, the leader reminds them that sticking with him will guarantee a good life, and that even women are falling into their laps. But just as they get close, a shadowy figure materializes in front of them. The leader freezes, his grin fatting as he looks into the swirling dark aura. Confusion flashes in his eyes. Before he can react, Feng uses his instant shadow skill, and in the blink of an eye, the fight is over. A cold gleam slices through the air, and the group falls lifeless to the ground before they even know what hit them. Feng steps back into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. A system notification pops up, confirming the kills and awarding him 12 days of tradable lifespan. Feng glances at the fallen bodies but pays them little attention. Their loot is barely worth nodding. Taking them down felt like hunting low-level monsters. Feng reappears beside Plum, who is still unaware of what just happened. She immediately asks about his sudden disappearance, and Feng casually explains that he sent a few followers back to town. Plum seems satisfied with the answer at first, but her curiosity gets the better of her, and she starts asking questions. She jokes that she thought he left to relieve himself and muses about how convenient his invisibility skill must be, even suggesting that it lets him handle business without being seen. Feng cuts her off, clearly not amused by the turn in the conversation. He tells her to focus and hurry. They still need to reach the gold-tier boss monster. Meanwhile, in Shell Town, the ground began to glow faintly, signaling the arrival of a new player. It was Feng's sister, who had just spawned with the healer class. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she spotted a magical staff nearby. Picking it up confirmed the reality of everything around her. Everything felt tangible. Players nearby quickly noticed her presence, recognizing that she was new to the game. She was elated, having secured the rare hidden class, Sacrifice, which she assumed must be incredibly powerful. She was convinced that this class would be her way to attract Song's attention. However, uncertainty filled her mind as she wondered where Song could be and whether he was aware of the secrets surrounding the spawn locations. Rage flickered in her eyes as she thought about Feng, who was usually watching over her constantly, yet failed to be there at this crucial time. Choosing not to dwell on it, she reminded herself that she now had a hidden class and that Jiang Wei had already offered to help her level up. From this point on, Feng would have to manage on his own. She had no intention of worrying about him anymore. As she turned her gaze to the leaderboard, her shock was immediate upon seeing that a player named Shadow had already reached level 6. This infuriated her because Jiang Wei, who often bragged about his strength, was only level 3. It became clear to her that Shadow was the real expert, and she reasoned that if she could team up with him, her progress would be far faster than with Jiang Wei. But the question remained, how could she find this player? Nearby, a group of players were discussing their current predicament. They were from Wang Men's party and were growing anxious because they hadn't heard from their healer, Sui. With no time to spare, Wang Men asked for suggestions. One player noted their inability to defeat monsters without a healer, while another added that they weren't as skilled as Shadow, who could handle combat alone. They suggested searching for a replacement healer. Just then, Feng's sister approached them with a smile and offered her assistance. She let them know that she had the hidden class, Life Sacrifice. For her, it was the perfect opportunity to prove herself. Elsewhere in a swamp at the base of a cliff, Feng and Plum stood surveying the area. Hidden in the misty waters was the Golden Ghost ship. Using his shadow sneak ability, Feng vanished, instructing Plum to stay hidden and watch for any ambushes while he dealt with the boss. Although confused, Plum agreed and told him to be cautious. Feng descended into the swamp, triggering a system notification that warned of a violent domain caused by the ghost ship's presence. The area drained lifespan at a rate 100 times faster than normal. Feng calculated that remaining there for 15 minutes would cost him an entire day of his life. Fortunately, this accelerated time effect didn't pose much of a threat to him. The system then identified the Golden Tier ghost ship as a level 5 boss. A timer appeared, giving him 45 minutes and 25 seconds to defeat it, a welcome relief since it was ample time. Using Instant Shadow Slash, Feng launched a rapid assault, dealing 150 damage before the boss could react. He followed up with a venom dart that struck the ship's bell, triggering a critical hit and disabling its stealth. He then retreated, preparing for the next phase. One of the biggest challenges with this boss was its elusive weak point. Most assumed it was the ship or its skeleton, but the actual vulnerability lay in the ghost fire bell on the ship's prow. Enraged by the attack, the boss manipulated the surrounding water, generating large, deadly water pillars. Feng dodged skillfully thanks to his agility, knowing that early-stage warriors in silver gear would be wiped out easily by such an attack. Then came another threat. Dozens of decaying zombie-like creatures began emerging from the swamp. These were the infamous water ghosts, each with silver-tier strength. Fortunately, Feng's stealth kept him undetected among them. Normally, this summoning would send most parties into chaos. The boss would also spawn additional water ghosts every 3 minutes, quickly overwhelming anyone who wasn't fast. But because he had entered undetected, Feng had a tactical edge. When the moment was right, he activated his Instant Shadow Slash again, darting through the swamp and eliminating all 12 ghosts in one sweep. Up on the cliff, Plum trembled as she watched. She was awestruck by Feng's prowess, understanding now why he held the #1 rank. To her, he was a force of nature, appearing and vanishing in seconds, striking with devastating efficiency. She watched as he reduced the boss's health by more than half without allowing a single counterattack. Then, through the game's chat, Feng contacted her, referring to her by the nickname Little Black, and telling her he would soon die and revive later. Plum, stunned, asked who Little Black was. She clarified that her in-game name was Big Plum, and added that Little Black sounded like a dog's name. At that moment, a man stomped the ground in frustration. He was someone Feng had previously defeated, and this time he returned with his full team, furious at being humiliated. Once a powerful legend, he now felt insulted by being bested by a mere girl. One of his subordinates soon arrived, excitedly announcing that he had spotted the girl on the cliff, and that Shadow was fighting the boss alone below. Determined to avenge his prior defeat, the man and his team rushed toward the swamp. Meanwhile, the ghost ship boss grew increasingly aggressive, and its bell glowed brightly. Feng had reached Phase 4 of the battle, the most difficult. The boss raised its oar and unleashed a wave attack. At half health, it activated Soul Surge, sending powerful waves through the swamp. Plum's eyes widened in fear as the blast disabled Feng's invisibility. A giant column of water erupted beneath him, trapping him in place and inflicting over 1,000 points of damage. The system confirmed his death, reporting a loss of 326 years of non-tradable lifespan and 1087 days of tradable lifespan. Back on the cliff, the leader was thrilled, thinking Feng had become too arrogant after being praised as an expert. To him, Feng was foolish for attempting to solo a gold-tier boss. Upon seeing Feng's lifespan orbs on the ground, the group rushed toward them, believing they had stumbled upon a huge reward. Judging by the size of the orb, they guessed it held at least 100 days of lifespan. Intent on claiming both the loot and the boss kill, they advanced confidently until they found themselves suddenly airborne. The leader looked around in confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. After being teleported back to Shell Town, the group felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. None of them could understand why the boss had been so powerful or how the player named Shadow had managed to wound it so severely. Some members were furious. The moment they had stepped into the swamp, the boss had instantly eliminated them with a massive water pillar. The area itself had been swarming with smaller enemies, making combat nearly impossible. Their leader clenched his teeth in denial. Unwilling to accept such a loss, he ordered everyone to regroup. He was determined to make another attempt. At the same time, Feng had already returned to the swamp. He looked around, confused by the abundance of lifespan orbs scattered across the ground. Using the in-game chat, he notified Plum of his return and asked why there was so much lifespan lying around. She was surprised he had made it back so quickly and explained that a large group had charged in, only to be instantly wiped out by the boss's attack. Feng allowed himself a small smile. They had clearly overestimated themselves. Still, he remembered his own past struggles with the ghost ship. The boss continued to roam the swamp, and Feng kept a careful watch, knowing from experience that the ship would only use its immobilization skill once. After that, dealing with it became much more manageable. Below half health, there was a set chance that the ghost ship would vanish and reappear elsewhere, which made defeating it without delay a difficult task for most players. Wasting no time, Feng launched a poison dart directly at the ship's bell, triggering its aggression. As it began preparing another attack, Feng used Shadow Sneak to vanish. He then observed the boss's behavior carefully, identifying the familiar patterns before closing in with instant Shadow Slash. His attacks landed precisely. Meanwhile, the enemy leader and his team reached the cliff again. One of them pointed out that Feng was already engaged in combat with the boss. Hearing this, the leader became enraged and started looking for a way to eliminate both Feng and the boss. From the cliff, Plum watched the group return and grew furious. Shadow was on the verge of finishing the boss, and she refused to let them interfere again. Gripping her staff tightly, she summoned a thunder spell. A lightning strike burst from her staff, striking the group below and leaving some of them charred. The survivors stood in shock. The leader, angered, demanded to know who had attacked them. One of his men pointed at Plum, identifying her as the source. He grabbed his axe and ordered his men to kill her. Frightened, Plum turned and fled, calling for help. The group pursued her, shouting threats. Not far from the scene, two men hiding behind a tree watched the chaos unfold. As Plum and the others approached, they pressed themselves back into cover. The swamp, Feng had drawn back from the boss, observing it closely. Its health was nearly depleted. Despite being only a level 5 boss, the Golden Ghost ship proved difficult to defeat solo. His damage output was low, and the fight had gone on long enough to attract attention. Spotting a group on the cliff, he recognized them as the ones who had recently died. He also noticed another group stationed near the swamp, clearly waiting for him to kill the boss so they could ambush him and claim the loot. The poison finally began to overwhelm the boss. Its body started to fade as its eyes glowed ominously. A moment later, the system broadcasted a notification. The Golden Ghost ship had been defeated. Feng gained 480 experience points, reaching level 8, along with 7 evolution points and 216 days of tradable lifespan. Activating Shadow Sneak once again, he disappeared into stealth. Across the server, a general announcement echoed. Shadow, a player from Shell Town, had become the first to kill a gold-grade boss. He earned 3 reputation points, and the notice drew the attention of nearby players. Most were baffled. No one knew who Shadow was or how he had managed such a feat. Many were furious, believing that such an achievement should have come from a top player in Han City. Wang Meng stared at the message in confusion. It hadn't been long since Shadow was battling a bronze boss, and now he had already soloed a gold boss. He couldn't understand the vast difference in strength. Feng's sister, upon seeing the system announcement, lit up with determination. Now certain that Shadow was the strongest, she believed that if she could level up with his help, she would eventually meet Brother Song. Back at the swamp, the ghost ship's body had vanished, leaving behind loot and lifespan. From behind the tree, the hidden group watched with greedy expressions. Their leader smiled upon seeing the abundance of items. Realizing that Shadow had gone invisible without collecting the loot, they knew he must be nearby and started preparing. He ordered Huang to use a detection skill. Huang nodded, drew his bow, and activated Phantom Horned Eagle, firing an arrow that turned into a ghostly bird. It exploded mid-air, scattering feathers over the swamp. Feng watched the feathers fall, surprised that the hunter had already learned an anti-invisibility skill. It wasn't unexpected that they felt confident. They clearly thought they could take him down and steal the loot. However, their detection skill was only level 1, and it couldn't penetrate Feng's advanced invisibility, which came with his assassin class. Confident, Huang turned to the others and said that Shadow had likely fled. The group then moved toward the loot, planning to secure it first and wait out the timer. After 5 minutes, the loot would become theirs. They smiled, believing they had won. But just as they relaxed, Shadow reappeared. Their faces twisted in shock. Before they could react, Feng struck like lightning, taking them all down in a flash. With the area finally quiet, Feng turned his focus to the loot. A thought crossed his mind. Where had Plum gone? He decided to look for her later. For now, he had enough evolution points to upgrade Greedy Hand. After the upgrade, it reached epic quality. The skill now had a 220% to 300% chance of generating extra loot from monster corpses, and all extra drops were guaranteed to be 1 tier higher. He activated the skill, causing the loot to gather together and glow. As Greedy Hand absorbed the items, Feng smiled. A bright light radiated through the forest as the results appeared. 21 evolution points, 648 days of tradable lifespan, and 2 special items, Ghost Fire Bells. Feng's eyes widened at the sight of the bells. These rare items prevented lifespan loss upon death, and had a cooldown of 1,560 seconds. Each bell granted 2 abilities. Soul Absorption, a passive skill that increased lifespan gain from kills by 20%, and Soul Shock, an active skill that immobilized all enemies in a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds with a 512-second cooldown. Since the bells were classified as items rather than equipment, both shared a single inventory slot and didn't use up any equipment slots. As Feng reviewed the loot, Plum contacted him via voice chat. Her panicked voice came through, begging for help. Alert, Feng asked where she was. The only response he received was the sound of her terrified screams and pleas for them to stay away from her. Plum was terrified. The leader and his men had finally cornered her. With twisted grins, they praised her for her stubborn resistance, claiming there was nowhere left for her to escape. One of them mockingly told her to come quietly, promising they'd make her feel so good she'd ascend to heaven. Her fists clenched in anger and disgust. Glancing behind her, she realized she'd backed herself to the edge of a cliff. With her heart pounding and resolve hardening, she made a snap decision. She wasn't going to let these bastards have the satisfaction of killing her. Without hesitation, she hurled herself backward off the cliff. The group was caught completely off guard, staring in disbelief as her body plunged. She crashed into the ground below with brutal force, her health vanishing instantly as a pool of blood spread beneath her. Her corpse began to dissolve into orbs of lifespan. The leader peeked over the edge, genuinely baffled. He hadn't expected her to actually jump. "She's got some guts," he muttered. Back in Shell Town, Plum messaged Feng, telling him there was no need to come to her aid anymore. She had died and respawned safely. Despite the pain, she was relieved. All their tradable lifespan was stored on Captain Wang Mang anyway, so they hadn't lost anything valuable. Feng felt a wave of relief. He told her to wait for him. He'd bring her some of the loot. Plum brightened at his words, praising him for his hard work. With the danger gone, Feng swept up all the lifespan orbs scattered across the swamp. This time the haul was massive. His tradable lifespan now sat at 315 days. He also earned 21 evolution points. He considered upgrading Greedy Hand, but a system message popped up informing him that the skill had already reached epic quality and would now require 10 times the usual amount of evolution points. The system asked if he wanted to spend 210 evolution points to evolve Greedy Hand. Feng wasn't surprised. It was expected that high-tier skills would demand more. For now, he chose to hold off. Increasing his damage output would give him better returns in boss fights and loot. That mattered more right now. He focused instead on Instant Shadow Slash, evolving it from Platinum to Diamond. The attack range increased from 21 meters to 27 meters. The invisibility duration increased from 7 seconds to 9 seconds. The number of slashes jumped from 5 to 7, and each slash now dealt 300 bonus damage instead of 200. The slash length grew from 3.1 meters to 4.1 meters. The total duration of the skill became 10 seconds. He spent 10 evolution points, leaving him with only 3. He then enhanced his initial skill, Backstab. It jumped from normal quality directly to gold, skipping bronze and silver entirely. The system updated the skill, increasing Backstab's damage boost from 15% to 30%. Feng smiled. With Instant Shadow Slash evolved and Backstab enhanced, his total damage output had more than doubled. Even without breaking stealth, he could now deal up to 3,000 damage. If he did break stealth, a full combo could reach between 6,000 and 7,000 damage. Opening the system window, he reviewed his newly upgraded arsenal. He recalled that gold-tier bosses usually dropped 2 to 4 silver items, with only a small chance of gold equipment. But thanks to Greedy Hand, he had received 11 gold-tier items and skill books, 2 platinum equipment pieces, and 1 platinum-tier skill book. Even better, 3 of the items were tailored for assassin classes. Among them were the Ghost Chip Dual Blades, platinum-tier assassin weapons with a base damage of 136, agility plus 22, attack speed plus 24%, and armor penetration plus 17. The level requirement was 5. The weapon had a unique effect. Each normal attack would deal damage twice. Feng equipped the dual blades. Though he rarely relied on normal attacks, the base stats alone were excellent. The boost to attack speed would also speed up his skill usage and reduce cooldowns, and the armor penetration was a bonus. Next, he equipped the Ghost Fire leather armor, a gold-tier chest piece with 25 physical defense, 50 fire resistance, 14 damage block, and an additional 419 health points. The level requirement was also 5. Feng was stunned. Despite leveling up, his base constitution hadn't increased much. His max HP was still 350. This armor piece alone had boosted his health significantly beyond that. With it equipped, most average players wouldn't even be able to scratch him. Using the system settings, he made his new armor invisible and switched his outward appearance back to the base assassin look. That way, enemies wouldn't realize how well-equipped he was unless they actually checked his profile. He wasn't done yet. There was one more item to review. In his inventory was a gold-tier skill book, Ghost Shadow Blur, an assassin-class ability. It granted a passive 15% dodge rate, and each time a dodge successfully triggered, it would provide full immunity to all damage for a moment. Feng grinned. He had finally acquired a survival skill fit for assassins. Then he remembered most players avoided this skill. The dodge stat was difficult to build up in this game, and focusing on it meant sacrificing other vital stats. If a dodge didn't activate, the player could be killed in an instant. But Feng was different. He could evolve skills without penalty. For him, raising dodge wouldn't weaken his other attributes. It was all upside. With everything sorted, he moved out from the area. The remaining loot consisted of gear for warriors, priests, and archers. He planned to sell them all to Wang Mang with a 10% discount. Even if they couldn't afford them now, he knew Wang Mang would sell them on credit without hesitation. This massive upgrade was all thanks to Plum. Without her koi-like luck, he never would have found a level 5 ghost ship in time. He made a mental note. He owed her one, and he would make sure to thank her properly. As Feng passed a tree, the furious leader and his remaining men appeared. They spotted each other at the same time, but it was the leader's side whose faces turned pale with fear. The moment they recognized him as Shadow, they started running, overwhelmed by panic. As expected, Feng had no intention of letting them escape. He activated Shadow's stealth and sighed lightly as the skill took effect. Before they could take another step, Feng dashed forward like a bolt of thunder, swiftly eliminating all of the subordinates in a single blur of motion. The leader panicked and tried to run at full speed, but Feng appeared directly in front of him, deactivating the stealth mode. The man's face nearly collided with Feng, and his eyes welled with tears. Trembling, he begged for mercy, admitting his mistake and pleading for forgiveness, saying he had less than a year of lifespan left. But Feng, staring at him with a cold, indifferent gaze, simply asked if he had considered his own fate when attacking others. Without hesitation or remorse, Feng struck him with a poisoned dart. As the man writhed in agony, Feng turned away and left. After killing so many players, a new system status activated. He had entered Killer State. Currently at the first layer, this status meant that upon death, he would lose 75% of his remaining lifespan. Feng remained calm. He possessed the Ghost Fire Bell, and even if he died once, it would protect him from any loss. Returning to Shell Town, he noticed that everyone was staring at him. Whispers and murmurs spread as people recognized him as the one who had slain a gold-tier boss. However, many were puzzled since he wore no visible equipment. Some assumed he had exploited game bugs to achieve victory. While he was passing through the area, a man ran up to him and asked him to wait. Feng turned, curious. The man, trying to appear casual, showed him a skill book and explained with a forced smile that they had bought the wrong item. It was meant for assassins, so he insisted Feng take it, adding that he hoped they could forget the past. The system identified the item. It was a common-tier skill book called Impale, a single-target skill that added 20 attack points and caused a 2-second stun with a cooldown of 22 seconds. Feng's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. It was a control skill, rare and highly valuable. He accepted it and continued on his way while the group dispersed in another direction. Among the group, one man was furious and complained that they had been forced to give Feng a skill book just to appease him. Another man agreed, frustrated that they had been treated with such disrespect. One of them suggested using their contacts to gather more people, claiming that even if each person only contributed a spit, they could drown Feng with sheer numbers. Zan Shah, their leader, stared ahead with a serious expression. He noted how fast Shadow was leveling and growing, clearly operating solo, which meant he likely had a powerful secret. Zan Shah proposed tracking him down in real life and kidnapping him. If they could uncover his secret, they could even force him to work as their slave and gather lifespan for them. Another man praised Zan Shah for the clever plan. Since Shadow's voice sounded unfamiliar and clearly not local, they assumed he was poor. It wouldn't be hard to manipulate someone like that. They agreed to send in a professional beauty to lure him in and get information. Meanwhile, Feng had met up with Plum and told her to accept the trade, saying he had something for her. Her eyes lit up with joy, though she corrected him, saying her name wasn't Little Black, but Big Plum. Feng handed her a powerful necklace containing a fire-based skill. As soon as she used it, flames erupted from her staff, and her face brightened with excitement. The skill significantly increased her damage output and more than doubled her mana regeneration. She thanked him sincerely, but Feng brushed it off, saying he was just honoring their agreement. Then he asked for the space ring. She smiled shyly as she took it from her inventory, telling him he could keep it. Her cheeks reddened slightly as she explained that while she was running through the forest earlier, she had stumbled upon an underground cave that looked like the entrance to a ruin, and asked if he was interested. Feng was surprised. First the golden ghost ship, and now a ruin? He was beginning to think that being friends with Plum brought unusually good luck. If he hadn't given her 2 gold-tier pieces of equipment, she might not have shared this information with him. With the addition of the space ring, his inventory finally expanded to 27 slots. Feng asked where Wang Mang was, saying that once he sold some items, he would investigate the ruin. She raised her hand and explained that Wang Mang and the others had gone to train a new priest and wouldn't return soon. Opening the map, she marked the location of the entrance. She told him that there was a stone slab behind the bushes which she had moved aside while hiding. She had only taken a few steps inside before she heard terrifying screams and fled. That was when the others caught her. Without another word, Feng disappeared and made his way to the ruins. Plum was left standing there, a bit confused by his sudden departure. Feng moved through the forest at speed. His original plan had been to grind until he reached level 10, but now that a ruin was available, there was no need. There were generally 3 kinds of ruins that could appear near a beginner town: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Regardless of type, the regular monsters inside were bronze tier, and there was a decent chance of encountering silver tier enemies as well. To him, that meant nothing but a sea of lifespan and evolution points waiting to be claimed. Following the map Plum had marked, Feng soon arrived at the ruin entrance. Wasting no time, he stepped inside, mind turning over possibilities. Whether this was a tomb, a cursed ruin, or a forgotten temple, he was ready for what lay ahead. There wasn't much to say about the tombs. Monsters were packed tight within them, and taking them all out was a difficult task, especially considering that at the end, there was almost always a golden tier boss waiting. The cursed ruins were filled with creatures twisted by ancient and evil gods, many of whom had once been human. Some had gone mad during life, and others had transformed into ghosts after death. As for temples of faith, they were labyrinthine structures filled with believers of long-lost deities, decorated with ancient murals that wrapped around every corridor. If one could manage to survive both the cursed ruins and the temples of faith, they would be rewarded with a special item or a rare skill book. As Feng walked through the passageways of this particular ruin, he recognized the symbols and carvings on the walls, and soon realized that he was in a temple of faith. The murals struck him with a strange familiarity, and just as he began to study them more closely, distant roars echoed through the corridor. He continued forward and quickly identified this place as the Temple of Faith belonging to the ancient god of judgment, the same origin as his Eye of Judgment skill. Elsewhere in the forest, Wang Mang and his party were locked in battle with a beast. Shield raised, Wang Mang absorbed the first wave of attacks, but the moment he dropped his guard, the monster lunged forward and swiped him violently into the air, his body slamming against a tree and crumpling with heavy damage. Seeing their leader fall, the archer of the party panicked and yelled at the healer to cast a healing spell, but Feng's sister froze. Eyes wide with tears, clutching her staff tightly, she stammered and asked how she was supposed to cast a spell. While everyone was distracted, the monster pounced again. The party's swordsman drew his blade and shouted for her to use her skill, but instead of responding, she dropped to her knees, let go of her staff, and began to cry uncontrollably. The creature showed no mercy, attacking again, and before long, the entire party was wiped out and forcefully returned to Shell Town. Their return didn't go unnoticed. Plum happened to be nearby and greeted them with a teasing smile, asking why they were back so soon. She added that since Shadow hadn't returned yet, they wouldn't be able to buy any new equipment. The party's archer, his frustration boiling over, pointed a shaking finger at Feng's sister and shouted that he had never seen anyone so stupid. She didn't know how to dodge, didn't know how to use a single skill. Zhao burst into tears again, overwhelmed and unsure of what to do. Plum stepped in front of her protectively and asked the archer why he was acting so harshly, reminding him that this was her first time playing the game, and it was only natural for a beginner to die once. The archer, his rage undimmed, warned her to move aside, threatening that he'd scold Zhao to death. The swordsman added that they hadn't died just once. They had died 3 times in under an hour. Plum blinked in disbelief, then gave a carefree laugh and held up the necklace Feng had gifted her, saying she'd just received 2 powerful upgrades from Shadow himself. Now that she was strong, she was confident they wouldn't die if she tagged along. Wang Mang stepped forward and called for calm. He agreed with Plum, having her on the team might turn things around. And maybe, just maybe, they'd meet Shadow again when they returned. Though Zhao was fuming inside, she put on a mask of gratitude, apologized, and swore she'd try harder. She was disgusted by how quickly they had blamed her after failing themselves, and if not for their connection to Shadow, she would have left them behind without a second thought. Meanwhile, Feng entered a wide stone chamber deep within the ruin, and what he saw made him pause, two monsters kneeling before him. The system identified them as devout followers of the ancient god of judgment. They were level 10 silver-tier monsters, and Feng narrowed his eyes. These weren't just any mobs. He activated instant shadow slash and vanished into stealth, then slipped behind one of the kneeling beasts to strike. Despite breaking his stealth and executing a precise backstab, he barely made a dent in their health bars. It was expected. These were silver-tier bosses, and combined, their health was even higher than the gold-tier boss of the ghost ship he had defeated earlier. Just as he was about to press the attack, he noticed something strange. The monsters knelt again, facing him. He hadn't moved or made a sound. Was it the Eye of Judgment they were responding to? Had they recognized its divine signature? Feng quietly wondered whether they could understand him and asked them if they knew the path forward. But instead of answering, their heads jerked up and they let out guttural roars, revealing their decomposed features. Whatever sanity or faith they once had was gone. Corruption had twisted them into creatures of madness, devouring lifespan wherever they found it. Their glowing eyes locked on movement behind Feng, and the two monsters turned and charged down the corridor. There at the entrance stood a team of players, Grey Rose's squad, the very group that had once bought Ice Spike from him. Realizing too late that these were silver-tier bosses, the players tried to escape, but before they could flee, the monsters attacked. A wave of toxic mist surged through the hall, melting their bodies away and leaving behind only glowing lifespan orbs. Feng watched silently, surprised they had stumbled into the ruin. From the looks of their equipment, none of them were prepared to go deep into a place like this. Deactivating stealth, he stepped forward and picked up the fallen lifespan. As he re-entered the room, the monsters, still corrupted, knelt again. Each of them had dropped more than 100 days of tradable lifespan. Feng hadn't expected them to be so generous. He searched the room for hidden traps or loot, but after several minutes it became clear that the only reward was the two silver bosses. His expression soured with disappointment, and he launched a volley of poisoned darts, which embedded themselves into the creatures' heads. The system rewarded him with 4,000 experience points. He reached level 9, gaining 4 evolution points and 188 days of tradable lifespan. Feng used Greedy Hand, and as the corpses began to fade, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. That epic tier skill was proving to be incredibly valuable. He received 32 evolution points, 1,504 days of tradable lifespan, 4 gold tier items, and 10 silver tier items. Among the loot was a gold tier pendant for assassins, the Pendant of the Faithful. It granted 15 points of agility and a 20% cooldown reduction. Its unique effect allowed him to summon a silver tier devout follower to fight for him, with a cooldown of 6,000 seconds. He clenched his fist in triumph. The pendant was excellent. With 20% cooldown reduction, his stealth skill dropped from 22 seconds to 19. Poison darts went from 4.35 to 3.75 seconds. Instant shadow slash fell from 10 to 8 seconds. Farming lifespan had just gotten even more efficient. Since all his other gear required a level higher than 8 to equip, no one else could use this necklace yet, so he decided to keep it for now and sell it later. Just as he was about to leave, the ground trembled slightly. Curious, he turned back and saw a small stone pillar rising from the floor. His eyes lit up with joy. After clearing all the monsters, the hidden mechanism had finally activated. Feng examined the stone pillar with care, his instincts alert. It was a hidden mechanism, one he had seen before in similar ruins. As he stepped onto the platform, the pillar activated with a faint hum, and the door beneath him began to slide open. Slowly, the platform began its descent into darkness, sealing the entrance above as it carried him deep below the temple. Minutes passed, and Feng estimated he had descended nearly 400 meters into the earth. The air grew colder, the silence heavier. This place was ancient, and Feng's senses told him it was dangerous. Based on what he knew from his past life, this was a hidden maze beneath the temple, a place filled with traps and danger, but also great rewards. These labyrinths were common in high-level ruins, and he had explored several before. Though death was likely for those who walked them unprepared, the key was using cannon fodder, others to trigger the traps. With calm confidence, Feng reached into his inventory and retrieved the Pendant of the Faithful. His stats weren't yet high enough to survive any triggered trap himself, but this item would give him a critical edge. He summoned a devout follower with a flick of his hand, and a corrupted zombie emerged from the mist, bowing before him. Feng pointed down the corridor and issued a single command: scout ahead. The follower obeyed silently, shuffling forward through the gloom. Feng crossed his arms and smirked. Exploring the maze was much easier with a disposable lackey. Still, danger could come at any moment, and he wasn't willing to take unnecessary risks. He brought up his interface and spent 11 evolution points to enhance his passive dodge skill, Ghost Shadow Blur, evolving it from gold to epic tier. The upgrade was astonishing. His passive dodge rate leapt from 15% to 75%, and each dodge now granted immunity to all damage. Feeling more secure, he then used 13 more evolution points to evolve Instant Shadow Slash from Diamond to Epic. Its range now extended to 30 meters. The attack executed 9 rapid slashes instead of 7. The cooldown dropped to 8.8 seconds, and the damage increased from 300 to 400 points. Feng's eyes gleamed. Reaching legendary tier would require 10 times more points, but the scaling of higher tier skills made it worth it. The higher the tier at the start, the more efficient the evolution curve. An epic skill could reach legendary with just 10 points, while starting from normal would cost hundreds. With only 11 points left, he decided to evolve Shadow Sneak, his starter stealth skill. Spending 8 points, he boosted it from silver to platinum. The stealth duration increased from 16 to 24 seconds, and the stealth-breaking attack was enhanced by 90%. Its cooldown dropped from 26 seconds to 22, and thanks to his cooldown reduction trait, it now reset in just 16.3 seconds. It wasn't perfect. The stealth-breaking damage was still weak, but it was enough for now. He'd replace it later. As he continued through the winding maze, his devout follower triggered a trap, and a massive boulder crashed down from above, crushing the creature instantly. Its body dissolved into light. Feng sighed and decided to wait for the cooldown to summon another. The maze was treacherous, but there was no rush. Each step had to be taken with care. Meanwhile, on the temple's upper floor, a man with a shield and a hooded woman peeked into the room Feng had once stood in. The man turned to Grey Rose and reported that the monsters were gone. Grey Rose, surprised, stepped inside and noticed the lifespan orbs were also missing. Someone had defeated the silver tier bosses. She guessed correctly it had to be Shadow. That expert was the only one capable of such a feat, but something else bothered her. She remembered seeing someone seemingly communicating with the monsters earlier. Could it be that Shadow had a skill that allowed him to charm bosses? That kind of power was terrifying and mysterious. Back below, Feng summoned another devout follower and continued forward. For 3 hours, he had explored the maze, avoiding traps and mapping its structure. At last, he reached what seemed to be the final door. From past experience, he knew that getting to this point often meant hundreds of players would have died acting as bait. He ordered the summon to open the door, but despite straining with all its strength, the monster couldn't move it. Feng frowned and approached, placing a hand on the cold stone. As soon as he did, the door began to shift and open, releasing a wave of smoke that rolled across the floor. Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. This wasn't good. On the other side was a large chamber filled with cracked pillars. In the center stood a chest wrapped in thorn-covered vines. Beside it knelt an NPC, an eerie woman with the lower half of her face wrapped in bandages. Feng triggered his system to scan her stats, but nothing appeared. No information at all. That had never happened before. The woman began whispering in a strange language and slowly faded into light. Feng watched in stunned silence. As she vanished, the vines on the chest disintegrated. Though suspicious, he knew this woman had to be connected to the Eye of Judgment. The chest began to glow with golden light, an unmistakable sign of rare loot, but Feng remained cautious. Traps and mimics were always a risk. He signaled to his summon to open it. The monster obeyed, and as it lifted the lid, a beam of light erupted from the chest. Inside was a skill book, one that glowed with a godly aura. Inside the chest lay a treasure worthy of legends, a skill book tailored perfectly for an assassin. Its title, Bestowal of Mercy, was a deceptive name for such a lethal ability. The book shimmered with an epic tier glow, and upon inspection, Feng discovered it granted both a passive and an active effect. The passive alone was absurd. It provided a 100% correction when aiming at weak points and doubled the damage dealt to them. Even more impressive, it expanded the enemy's weak point hitbox, making precise attacks nearly effortless. But it was the active skill that truly caught Feng's attention, Slit Throat. This devastating technique enhanced Shadow's next attack with a powerful debuff. The target would bleed for the same amount of damage inflicted per second for 3 seconds. A strike dealing 300 damage would result in a total of 1,200 points of pain, triple the initial impact. Due to Feng's cooldown reduction stats, the skill's 60-second timer was reduced to just 44.4 seconds. Though Slit Throat only applied to the first strike of a multi-hit move like Instant Shadow Slash, the potential for burst damage was monstrous. And with the skill being epic tier, evolving it to legendary would cost only 10 points. This alone made the loot haul one of his best yet. Satisfied with the outcome, Feng decided to wrap up his expedition. He owed this opportunity to Plum. Without her, he wouldn't have stumbled upon the hidden maze. It was time to return and repay that favor, or at least share the spoils. Using the system chat, he messaged Plum, asking her to tell Wang Mang to head back to town. He had items to sell them. News of Shadow's return spread quickly. The moment Feng set foot in the starter town, he was surrounded. A massive crowd had gathered, players from all over vying for his attention. Some begged to be added as friends, others offered to become his loyal followers, pledging to support him in battle. Among them was even the chairman of the running group from the city, who came in person to invite Feng to join their corporate guild. Players from Firefly Town had traveled all the way just to see him. And with the activation of teleportation gates connecting towns, Feng realized the world was beginning to expand. Now, he could visit Song Fei's Firefly Town directly. Without hesitation, he activated Shadow's sneak and vanished, slipping away like a ghost. The crowd broke into confusion and arguments, each blaming the others for scaring him off. Meanwhile, Feng navigated the alleys unseen until he arrived at Plum's location. She immediately noticed him and raised her hand, signaling her captain. But it wasn't just Plum who caught his eye. Standing there, smiling with calm confidence, was his sister, Chin Su. Feng froze, questions racing through his mind. How had she ended up in Wang Mang's party? With her involved, his anonymity was at risk. If anyone discovered his real identity, especially now that everyone knew about Shadow, it could be disastrous. In the real world, he was still vulnerable. Even a kitchen knife could end him if someone got too close. He couldn't afford to slip. Zhao, who had quietly admired him, now blushed. Just by looking at him, she could sense his overwhelming power. Compared to him, their entire party seemed weak, almost pathetic. She began to entertain the idea that if she could just stick close to him, maybe she could reunite with Song Fei in mere days. Feng opened a trade window and explained through the system that the equipment he had brought back was perfect for their party's class needs. Moreover, the skill books would significantly boost their combat potential. He set the initial price at 22 days of lifespan for Wang Mang, expensive, considering the items were silver and gold tier. They clearly couldn't afford it. But Feng, with calm assurance, told them they could pay later. Wang Mang was touched. His gratitude was sincere, and he promised that if Shadow ever needed help, all he had to do was ask. The party eagerly accepted the deal. Their swordsman donned a golden helmet, practically glowing with excitement, marveling that he was wearing gold-tier gear so soon. Wang Mang equipped his new items as well, gaining a gold-tier skill that instantly tripled his DPS. The emotion was too much. He wept openly. The fact that Shadow trusted them enough to let them buy on credit only deepened their respect. As they celebrated, Wang Mang checked the inventory again and frowned. There was nothing for a priest. Zhao looked visibly confused and a little disappointed. Meanwhile, the archer clenched her fists in frustration. She had only managed to leech experience during their time together, and now it seemed the spoils had passed her by. Zhao stepped forward with a bright smile and introduced herself to Feng as the priest of Wang Mang's party, her voice carrying the hopeful lilt of someone trying to make a good impression. She asked if he happened to have any gear for her. At that moment, the system chimed, informing Feng that the player Little Graceful wanted to add him as a friend. Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at him expectantly, only to be met with Feng's cold, emotionless gaze. Before she could even register what was happening, he vanished, dissolving into the air like a wisp of shadow. Left blinking in confusion, Zhao asked aloud where he had gone. Wang Mang scratched the back of his head awkwardly and tried to reassure her, guessing that maybe Shadow just didn't have any priest gear this time. Maybe next time, he said with a shrug. But the archer wasn't as kind. She spoke the harsh truth, pointing out that Shadow had clearly ignored Zhao on purpose while going out of his way to help Plum. After all, Shadow was the kind of person who came and went like a dragon in flight, majestic, untouchable, and terrifyingly cool. Feng, meanwhile, had already moved on. He knew perfectly well that there was a gold-tier priest staff and a gold-tier priest skill book in his bag. But giving them to Zhao? That was out of the question. Not only did he distrust her, she posed a risk to his growing cooperation with Wang Mang's crew, especially with their connections to the in-game authorities. Zhao was a liability, and liabilities had no place in Feng's plans. What he needed was a real priest, someone powerful, reliable, and loyal. His eyes narrowed with purpose. He needed to find little Yui. Gi Yui, the former manager of the God Slayer Guild in his past life, had held the hidden class of White Avian Priestess. She wasn't just a healer. She came with a mystical white bird capable of mass heals and buffs, and she had once defeated an epic tier boss completely solo. Compared to her, Zhao wasn't even worth mentioning. And as fate would have it, Yui was from Firefly Town, just like Song Fei. Without wasting another second, Feng activated the teleportation gate, aiming straight for Firefly. He had little time and even less patience. Firefly Town was a sharp contrast to the starter town. It was bustling, stylized, and bathed in warm, ethereal light. As Feng walked its crowded streets, he caught the tail end of a heated conversation between two players. They were rushing back to the Wailing Valley. A silver-tier boss was below half health, and they couldn't risk someone stealing the kill. One of them cursed aloud, blaming Song Fei. Apparently, that bastard had arrived with a flock of fangirls, making it impossible for anyone else to compete. How does some minor celebrity have so many brain-dead fans? One of them growled. Feng's eyes narrowed. He'd barely arrived and already caught wind of Song Fei. Soon, he reached a twisted valley cloaked in smoke and ash, the level 5 zone known as Wailing Valley. Ember fiends roamed the craggy terrain and shackled wailed in chains of fire. From a hidden vantage point, Feng saw the battle firsthand. A two-headed beast wreathed in flames was under siege by dozens of players, including a few who had abandoned the boss entirely to fight each other. It was chaos. Then Feng spotted him. Song. Among the crowd was the infamous bastard himself, surrounded by a harem-like team of mages. Two players stood before him, blades drawn, faces contorted with rage. One accused Song of stealing his lifespan through a sneak attack. The other, a tank wielding a great shield, asked mockingly if Song thought hiding behind his girls would save him. He boasted about having the rare god-tier anti-aging skill. But before he could move, one of Song's mage girls smashed his skull in with her staff, silencing him permanently. Feng stared, remembering all too well the truth behind Song Fei's heaven-defying mage god title. In their previous life, Song had convinced hordes of fans to pick the mage class under the guise of unity. Then he stripped them of gear, of skills, of hope to strengthen himself. But a party full of mages couldn't survive on its own, so his cult-like followers adapted. Some maxed intelligence to become glass cannons. Others dumped points into agility, becoming disruptors. A few focused on health to act as meat shields, while others chose strength, turning into staff-wielding battle mages. It had worked for a while. In the early game, Song Fei's party was untouchable, stealing lifespan from player after player. But Feng knew how this played out. One by one, most of Song's fangirls would die. With a theatrical flourish, Song pointed dramatically at the towering silver-tier boss and let out a melodramatic sigh, claiming that his heart ached watching how hard his precious fans were working. He hoped the monster would die soon, he said, so everyone could rest and the world could be full of love and free from violence. As if on cue, a wide-eyed girl from his entourage stepped forward, utterly moved by his supposed compassion. One of Song's loyalists nodded fervently, agreeing that the one suffering the most was their beloved Song. According to her, he was working so hard he shouldn't have to bear it any longer. With a trembling hand, she pointed at the monster, vowing to kill it to protect him. Rallying to the cause, Song's fangirls launched their attacks. Spells flew through the air like fireworks, fueled by blind devotion. They swore to follow him to the ends of the world, willing to make him king even if it meant death. The twin-headed boss roared and launched a blazing stream of fire toward Song, but before it could reach him, one of the girls dove in its path. Her body was consumed by flames as she collapsed at his feet, fatting into particles. Song gently took her hand, eyes filled with staged sorrow, while the girl, barely conscious, vowed through tears to do anything for him. A chubby girl gripped her staff tightly, rallying the others. If they killed this ugly monster, then Brother Song would rise to first place in the rankings. He had to surpass Shadow. That declaration sent the rest into a frenzy. Screaming war cries and chanting Song's name, they cast barrage after barrage of powerful spells, thunderbolts, flame pillars, light spears, driving the boss to its limit. Song watched eagerly. This was it. Once the boss fell, he'd hit level 8. Shadow, who'd been stuck at level 9 for so long, would finally be left behind. Song's smug smile widened. He didn't know how Shadow had killed a gold-tier boss so early, probably a bug, but soon none of that would matter. He was about to become the top-ranked player in the game. But just as the final blow seemed near, a hand cloaked in shadows materialized behind Song and clamped over his mouth. His eyes widened in horror. In an instant, Feng decapitated him. His blade flashed again, instant shadow slash, tearing Song's body into bloody chunks. Before his fans could even scream, Feng blurred into motion, slicing through their ranks and cutting through the boss in the same motion. Blood sprayed in arcs. In mere seconds, the boss and every member of Song's party lay in pieces. The system notification rang out. Silver-tier boss defeated. You have earned 150 experience points. The battlefield went dead silent. The lifeless body of the twin-headed monster crumbled, its form breaking apart into glowing orbs of lifespan. Feng stood alone, silent, as he deactivated his stealth skill. Gasps filled the air. Many had watched in awe. One single attack, thousands of damage points. While their magic had barely chipped at the boss with 100-point spells, Shadow had obliterated it, and them in a blink. Whispers of disbelief turned into cheers. Some had hated Song Fei, others had envied him, but all of them were smart enough to realize one thing: crossing Shadow was suicide. They backed away, giving him space, murmuring their thanks for ridding them of the bastard. In truth, they were terrified. In Feng's past life, he wouldn't have hesitated to kill them too, but now he simply turned his back and walked away. Meanwhile, back in Firefly Town, Song respawned in a burst of pixels. The system coldly announced, "You were killed by Shadow. You have lost 1,106 days of tradable lifespan and 18 years, 113 days of non-tradable lifespan." Panic overtook Song. Shadow was here. Of all the towns in Janhai City, why had he come to this one? Why now? His fangirls reappeared one by one, confused and frightened. The chubby girl blinked at Song, stunned he had died. Another was furious, not understanding why Shadow would attack them during such a moment. A third ranted that Shadow must have just wanted to steal the kill, that he was cruel and evil for striking while Song was distracted. Just then an archer nervously approached Song. She admitted she had the skill Eagle Eye, which could detect invisible players. She asked humbly if she could join his team. Song's fans immediately jeered, yelling that Song only accepted mages into his party. She'd slow them down. She wasn't worthy. But Song, ever the manipulative showman, stretched out his arms and gently smiled. He said it didn't matter that she was an archer. What mattered was the strength of her emotions. He took her hand and promised her a place in his family. Together, he claimed, they would strive, grow, and one day take revenge on the evil shadow, all in the name of love. Having Song so close made the archer girl blush. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as tears of joy streamed down her face. It was as if being accepted into his family had fulfilled some lifelong dream. Another girl, a dark-robed assassin, stepped out of the shadows, her voice full of venom as she declared that she too could become invisible, and that she would make Shadow pay for what he'd done to their beloved leader. A mage chimed in, her eyes gleaming with righteous fury, proudly revealing that she had just learned a new area of effect spell capable of freezing Shadow in place. Song, ever the performer, stretched his arms wide and smiled benevolently, proclaiming that any girl who believed in love was welcome in his family. His words triggered another wave of sobs. The girls wept with joy, overwhelmed by his kindness and charisma, and swore eternal loyalty. They cursed Shadow's name, branding him a coward with no honor for attacking Song by surprise. They swore they would track him down and force him to kneel before Song, to learn the consequences of crossing their shining beacon of justice. Two nearby players watched the bizarre scene unfold with mixed amusement and disbelief. Though they didn't know exactly what had happened, they knew one thing: someone had wiped out Song and his squad, and it had been glorious. With so many mage girls defending him, the only one who could have pulled it off was Shadow. They quietly agreed that Shadow was on another level, while privately thinking that Song's fanatics were completely out of their minds. Meanwhile, Song wore a satisfied grin. With so many people watching, once he finally defeated Shadow, the world would understand that strength meant nothing without support. According to him, Shadow was just a soft-hearted loner, an assassin who had dared to challenge a noble mage like himself. He couldn't wait to humiliate him. Unbothered by all of this, Feng looted the battlefield with surgical efficiency. Using Greedy Hand, he collected 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, 6 silver-tier items, and 1 piece of golden-tier loot. Without hesitation, he spent 10 evolution points to upgrade Graceful Liberation. The skill surged from epic to legendary. Its passive effect, weak point attack correction, doubled from 100% to 200%, meaning his attacks were now twice as likely to target vital spots. The multiplier for weak point damage also doubled, and the active effect, Throat Slit, now dealt 150% damage per second for 3 seconds instead of 100%, with the cooldown reduced from 30 to 18.5 seconds. With 200% weak point correction, even half of an enemy's body could now count as a weak point, possibly even triggering weak point effects with Shadow Slash. However, Feng knew that taking a skill from Legendary to Mythical required 100 times more evolution points. Just reaching Mythical with Graceful Liberation would need 200 points. That meant the cost for evolving Greedy Hand would be massive, 210 for Legendary and 340 for Mythical. With 9 points left, he chose to upgrade Backstab Enhancement. Spending 8 points, it went from Gold to Platinum, and its passive damage bonus increased from 30% to 40%. All in all, between the Silver-tier boss and the slaughtered fanatics, he had gained over 140 days of tradable lifespan. With his objective complete, Feng decided it was time to leave. But as he turned to go, a girl suddenly launched a surprise attack. Her blade came fast, but Feng, silent, still, precise, dodged without effort. She tried again, but he evaded every strike like a phantom, each step a silent refusal. Stunned, she activated stealth and vanished. From atop a nearby cliff, Song's fangirls appeared again. Their eyes burned with rage. They had found him, and they had come to take revenge for Song. The mages in Song's party raised their glowing staffs, fury burning in their eyes, while the archer, newly recruited and still flushed from earlier praise, drew her bow and aimed at the empty air where Feng had vanished. Their beloved Song had been wronged, and they were determined to avenge him. When Feng disappeared once again, melting into the shadows, the archer activated her skill Eagle Eye. Her arrow transformed into a spectral eagle that soared high, scanning the terrain before exploding in midair, scattering ethereal feathers like shimmering rain. As the feathers floated down, one landed on the assassin girl from their own party, breaking her stealth and revealing her position. The chubby mage's eyes lit up with glee as she clenched her fists in excitement, believing they had caught King Fang. Without hesitation, she ordered the others to unleash everything they had. Spells rained from the heavens, fire, lightning, ice, slamming into the poor assassin who screamed that she wasn't the enemy. It was too late. The explosions consumed her, erasing her existence in a brilliant burst of magical fire. Instead of remorse, the chubby girl turned furious, accusing the dead assassin of lacking devotion. She claimed it was divine punishment, proof that anyone who wasn't a mage couldn't possibly love Song sincerely. With brutal detachment, she ordered the archer to fire another eagle and find the real target. But before the skill could be activated again, Feng rang the ghost fire bell. Its eerie chime unleashed the active effect Soul Attack, freezing all enemies within 100 meters for 3 seconds. A shimmering aura wrapped around Song's party as their bodies locked up, confusion dawning just before the slaughter began. Like a bolt of thunder, Feng emerged from invisibility, his blade slashing through bodies with ruthless precision. They had no time to scream, no chance to resist. One by one, they collapsed, their lifespans bursting from their corpses like vapor trails of doomed devotion. Hiding around the corner, Song peeked out and froze at the sight of the carnage. Confused, he couldn't understand what had happened. He doubted it was Shadow, surely an attack that powerful would have revealed him. But then came the voice. Cold, inevitable. King Feng. Appearing before him, cloaked in arrogance and silence, Feng made it clear that Song's end had come. In panic, Song activated a magic shield, a shimmering barrier wrapping around him like armor. But Feng calmly launched a poison dart, which sliced through the shield like paper, striking Song in the forehead. The scream that followed was shrill, desperate, and then silent as Song collapsed, his body unraveling into glowing orbs of lifespan. As the final traces of Song vanished, Feng deactivated his stealth. He observed the orbs and realized that Song had originally held over 2,000 days of tradable lifespan, but none of his fanatical followers had any. Confused, he quickly pieced it together. They had donated all their lifespan to him. It was absurd, disturbing. The blind loyalty of people who still believed the godforsaken game was just a game. Now all that tradable lifespan, hundreds of years, worth, would vanish into the bellies of nearby monsters. Back in Firefly Town, Song and his fans respawned. Rage twisted Song's features as he stared at the system message confirming his loss. More than 1,500 days of tradable lifespan gone, leaving him with barely 500. With a scowl, he turned to the archer and demanded to know why she hadn't detected King Fang. Nervously, she explained that she had used Eagle Eye, but the only presence it revealed was their own assassin girl. The chubby mage, frowning, noted that her attribute panel did show a stealth level, but perhaps Shadow was higher than they'd accounted for. The archer admitted that her detection skill only worked on stealth levels of 1 or below. If Shadow's stealth was higher, he would remain completely invisible to her. Song gritted his teeth, utterly frustrated. Shadow appeared, struck, and vanished again like a phantom. There was no defense against that. Touching his face, Song muttered to himself, insisting that he hadn't done anything to offend Shadow. Surely, now that he'd already stolen the boss kill, he had no reason to target him again. But then a troubling thought came to him. What if Shadow was just jealous of his unparalleled beauty? Maybe he was coming back simply out of envy. To protect their beloved leader, Song's fans raised their weapons once more. They decided they would level up somewhere safer, somewhere Shadow wouldn't find them. Wherever Song went, his fans vowed to follow, their devotion as blind as it was fanatical. Meanwhile, Feng also returned to Firefly Town after a quick search for traces of them. Finding nothing, he deactivated stealth and approached a player loitering nearby. Upon recognizing Shadow, the man's face turned pale with fear. Trembling, he pointed shakily toward the outskirts, revealing that Song and his loyal followers had headed in that direction. Then, gathering some courage, the man made a desperate request. He begged Feng to kill Song and, if possible, to spare his girlfriend, a female hunter named One Flying Treasure Cat. Hearing that, Feng tilted his head slightly and advised the man to find another girlfriend, realizing she was the hunter capable of detecting stealth. Without waiting for more excuses, he vanished once again into the shadows, leaving the man pleading in the empty air, insisting he had worked so hard to win her over. Even though Feng now knew the general direction they had gone, the vastness of the area made tracking them difficult and time-consuming. Just as he was considering his next move, the desperate man cupped his hands around his mouth and began calling out for Shadow in hopes of helping him somehow. Feng ignored him. His priority was to find someone who could track better than any panicked bystander. At that moment, a woman strolled past him, catching his attention. He blinked, momentarily surprised. This girl was none other than Gu Yui. Quickly deactivating his stealth, Feng called out to her with a cheerful tone, complimenting her beauty and asking if she could help him. Gu Yui, recognizing Shadow, couldn't hide her shock. Smiling mischievously, Feng pulled out a golden-grade staff from his inventory and dangled it temptingly, mentioning that he had heard her class could search for targets across a wide area. If she could find Song, he promised, he would sell her the staff at a bargain price. Yui's eyes lit up with excitement as she instinctively opened her system window. Curiosity sparkled in her gaze as she asked how he knew about her tracking abilities. She had never told anyone. Feng only grinned and asked if she wanted the staff or not. Yui immediately said yes, though her voice faltered, unsure if she could afford such a treasure. Seeing her hesitance, Feng asked with feigned innocence if she at least had 500 days of tradable lifespan. He teased her, revealing that the staff's original price should have been around 700 or 800 days. Checking her system window, Yui realized she did indeed have around 700 days. Relieved, she quickly agreed to the deal. A system window popped up, confirming the successful transaction. As she took the staff, her hands trembled slightly and she began drooling from sheer joy. Feng chuckled, gently tapping her cheek to snap her out of it and reminding her to hurry up. Blushing furiously, Yui nodded and gripped her new staff tightly. Focusing her magic, Yui began to concentrate. Even though it was the first time they met, Feng gave her an odd sense of familiarity that she couldn't explain. As her owl familiar fluttered around her, she asked playfully if Feng wasn't afraid she might take the weapon and run off without helping. With a serene smile, Feng asked her whether she didn't hate Song. Hearing this, Yui's eyes widened. How did he know? She stared at him, confused. Was he a friend from real life? His voice didn't match anyone she remembered. Still smiling, Feng simply asked her to guess. But Yui, feeling lazy, shrugged it off and raised her hand, commanding her owl to scout ahead. Moments later, her expression changed. Her owl circled over the distant canyons, and through its eyes, she spotted them. Song and his army of love-struck fans clustered together like lost sheep in the wastelands. Finally, Yui's white owl spotted Song's location amidst the rocky canyon paths, and she quickly relayed the coordinates to Shadow. But she warned him, not without concern, that Song and his group might move again before he arrived. The owl was fast, but tracking them too long would wear it out. Shadow, focused and swift, reassured her with a calm voice. It would only take a few seconds. Without another word, Feng darted off, running with blinding speed, leaping across stone pillars and tearing through the jagged terrain. But as he advanced, the owl suddenly stopped. That caught his attention. Something was interfering with the tracking. Curious, he halted and observed a nearby tree marked with a strange symbol. Deciding to investigate, he called Yui again, and she redirected the owl to search the surroundings. The birds soon found 2 more trees etched with identical markings, one 100 meters ahead, another 100 meters to the left. Shadow approached each tree, brushing his fingers over the bark with caution. As soon as all 3 symbols received a touch of lifespan energy, a pulse of light surged between them. The ground at their center began to glow, and moments later, an emerald-grade treasure chest materialized in a radiant golden aura. Feng froze in awe. A divine blessing, right here in a starter zone like Firefly Town? He could hardly believe it. These blessings from ancient gods were rare and unpredictable, able to appear anywhere in the Forsaken Lands. Some summoned monsters, some released plagues of creatures, and others like this held unimaginable treasures. Yui, who was still observing through her owl, was just as stunned. That emerald chest was worth at least 1,000 days of tradable lifespan, over 10 million real-world credits. Shadow was impressed by her quick math. In his past life, lifespan sold for 10,000 a year at launch, but by day 2, the value had skyrocketed to 50,000. Yui, still curious, began recording the symbols for future reference. A clever glint danced in her eye. Who knew what she could uncover with her tracking class? Meanwhile, Shadow opened the chest. Inside was a skill book glowing with malice, Curse of the Blossoms, and Emerald Tier ability. With it, cursed flowers could bloom from an enemy's corpse, draining their tradable lifespan to 0. The skill had no cooldown. Its only requirement was use within 15 seconds of the target's death. Feng remembered this wicked spell from his past life. With it, every kill became an opportunity. If he struck down Song again, guarded the corpse for just moments, he could rob him of everything. A dark smile crept across his face. This time, Song wouldn't just die, he would be emptied. As Shadow sprinted toward his prey, the scene shifted. In a distant canyon, Song's fangirls were fighting a boss, pouring damage into the beast while their idol waited in the back for the final hit. Song was smug, confident that Shadow wouldn't follow them this far. After all, Shadow had already stolen a silver-tier boss and humiliated him twice. That should have been enough. He was wrong. Just as the boss weakened, the chubby girl pointed to another ridge where a separate party was battling another boss. Song, with the grace of a serpent, manipulated his fans again. He claimed the rival group was a fan guild of another idol, one trying to outshine him. The girl's expressions twisted in rage. No one would surpass their beloved Song. Without hesitation, they descended upon the unsuspecting group. The enemy team, thinking they'd gained allies, welcomed them. But before the words of peace could leave their lips, the chubby mage brought her staff down with brutal force, flattening the leader in one strike. The rest of the team stared in disbelief as Song's fangirls turned on them like wild animals, mumbling incoherently about idols and destiny. One girl tried to question what was happening, but was silenced by a wave of magic. In a bizarre flourish, the fanatics began reciting twisted poetry, proclaiming Song's divine arrival. With the enemy party wiped out, the girls stepped aside as their golden prince stepped forward to land the final blow on the boss. Song, still playing the innocent, thanked them all with fake sincerity, spinning lies about nearly being ambushed and praising their heroism. His words made them blush and giggle. They were completely lost in his delusion. But the show was over. As the camera pulled back, a lone shadow emerged at the edge of the canyon. Song sensed something was wrong. A chill ran down his spine. He turned too late. Feng's blade cleaved through the air like a flash of divine judgment. Instant slash. Song's head flew clean off and his body collapsed. But this time, Shadow didn't walk away. He knelt beside the corpse and invoked Curse of the Blossoms. A massive red flower sprouted from Song's chest, its petals pulsing as they drank the tradable lifespan from the brat's body. The fangirls stared, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. As the scene shifted, Song reappeared at the portal of Firefly Town, dazed and frustrated, still unable to comprehend why Shadow kept targeting him so relentlessly. In his twisted rationale, he convinced himself that it had to be jealousy. Perhaps Shadow was bitter over the crowd of fangirls constantly surrounding him. Or maybe one of those girls was someone Shadow liked. The brat thought the boys' constant visits to Firefly Town were no coincidence, and figured it was all some long-winded ploy for revenge. But while he stewed in his overinflated theories, a sudden system notification sliced through his thoughts, warning him that his tradable lifespan was decreasing at a constant rate and had already plummeted drastically in just the few seconds following his latest death. Confusion gave way to panic as Song stared at the notification, unable to understand what was happening, until he speculated it could be some sort of penalty for dying too often. But before he could sort through the mess in his head, the rest of his fan club began arriving at the portal too. The chubby mage among them breathlessly informed Song about what they had seen. A sinister blood-red flower had bloomed over his corpse, clearly leaching something vital from the body. It didn't take long for Song to connect the dots. The cursed flower, the rapidly draining lifespan, it was all the work of Shadow, who had unleashed a new terrifying skill. Realization dawned on him with the weight of a hammer, and the brat snapped, commanding his followers to log off immediately. If they continued dying under Shadow's hand, their tradable lifespan would hit 0, and that meant true death. Still playing the charismatic puppet master, he called them his family, as he told them he'd head into reality to buy more time and later return with gear purchased using accumulated lifespan. The girls, still enchanted by their idol, accepted the idea wholeheartedly, each one dreaming of a triumphant comeback where they would confront Shadow with overwhelming power. Even as Song's digital presence vanished from the game, his face twisted in bitter frustration. He refused to accept this as defeat. After grinding for 2.5 years to build his current fame and resources, he couldn't believe that some nameless nobody could threaten it all. In his world, money crushed everything. He just needed time. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, blood-red blossoms bloomed across the ground, each one rooted to a corpse, silently siphoning the tradable lifespan out of Song's fanatics. Due to Shadow's ruthless spree, his Slayer tier had risen to level 4, causing a brutal 96.8% loss of tradable lifespan upon death. But Shadow didn't care. He estimated that this ambush had earned him another 1,000 days of life, a reward rightfully stolen from Song Fei and his delusional crew, who had clearly slain plenty of monsters before becoming fertilizer themselves. Yet the feast didn't last. The flowers gradually dimmed, and the flow of energy ceased. Shadow realized then that the players had all logged off to escape the effect. Above him, the white owl continued to circle silently. Yui had seen everything, and even she was shaken by the overwhelming display of power. To witness the true might of the top-ranked player was something else entirely. When Shadow turned toward her and asked whether Song had truly logged off, the girl confirmed it with a nod, explaining that the entire group had vanished to buy time. Shadow calmly instructed her to keep watching and to notify him the moment Song dared to return. When she asked if her task was done, Shadow told her to wait a little longer. He just acquired a golden tier priest-class skill, Sword of Divine Judgment, and her eyes practically lit up at the mention. She wanted it badly. Seeing this, Shadow offered to trade it to her for 500 days of lifespan, but added that he was willing to sell it at half the price if she accepted one condition. At first, the girl narrowed her eyes and snapped that she wasn't about to sell her body, which made even Shadow flinch, as he quickly clarified that she was really overthinking it. All he wanted was for her to join his team as their long-term healer. Her expression relaxed, and with a light laugh, she agreed almost immediately, though she warned him that if the team turned out to be a bunch of useless idiots, she'd personally blame him. Shadow assured her they were far from shabby and decided to contact them right away. The perspective then shifted to another part of the Forsaken Lands, where Wang Mang stood triumphantly over the twitching corpse of a poisonous monster, finally having slain the thing and grinning in celebration over the XP gain. He called out to Zhao, requesting a heal and an antidote, but the girl remained frozen and flustered, still completely unsure of what to do next. Wang tried to explain once more that Zhao's priest class came with a detoxification skill, but before she could even listen properly, she fired it off at a tree instead of her poisoned teammate. Time slipped through their fingers, and before another word could be said, Wang collapsed onto the ground and died from the lingering venom, his kill rendered meaningless. The rest of the team stood there in stunned silence, anger slowly boiling beneath the surface, each of them staring at Feng's little sister with disbelief. They weren't sure what to do with someone so catastrophically unhelpful. Later, as they stood by the teleportation stone, the team leader grimaced. He knew he had no choice but to replace the healer, but every capable hidden class priest had long since been recruited. Still, they couldn't go on like this. Meanwhile, Zhao remained utterly unaware of her own incompetence, floating in delusions of grandeur as she convinced herself she must be some kind of chosen one, a goddess of this new world. She was convinced that leveling to 4 with no effort was proof that the game was simple and her greatness inevitable. Soon, she thought, she'd be reunited with her glorious brother Song. But just then, Shadow's voice reached Wang Mang with news that made his pulse quicken. A hidden class healer, a white bird priest, had agreed to join them. She was apparently strong in other roles, too. It was the break the team needed, and the leader didn't hesitate for a second, urging Shadow to send her location. Shadow mentioned she was currently in Firefly Town, and though the area wasn't good for grinding, it was better to meet up and move forward as a unit. Wang nodded and prepared to head over, but first he had to deal with the problem child. He turned to Zhao and gently explained that their team needed to relocate to a higher-level zone due to the dense population in Shell Town. He claimed, with well-practiced tact, that her level was simply too low to survive there. But before she could say anything, the entire party sprinted off without her, whooping in relief now that they were finally free from the burden of a healer who couldn't even heal. Zhao, however, remained unfazed. She believed their departure was a blessing in disguise. Clearly, they were too weak to be worthy of her. Now she would track down Shadow herself and make him carry her forward. In the meantime, Wang Mang arrived at Firefly Town and met with both Shadow and Yu. The moment he spotted them, he handed over the tradable lifespan he'd earned from their recent monster battle, eager to settle his debt and move forward. Even with their progress, he was beginning to realize how tough survival in this game really was. As they discussed their plans, Wang mentioned someone new, a captain named Enyu. The name froze Shadow in place, his mind racing. That name, it couldn't be a coincidence. And just like that, the girl arrived. Waving cheerfully at them, Enyu's presence drew both men's eyes immediately. Shadow couldn't believe what he was seeing. The stunning young woman in front of him was indeed that Enyu, codenamed Justice Execution, the only player in the entire game to wield the hidden class of dragon swordsman. In his past life, she had ranked among the global top 20 and had served as one of the key figures behind the official forces of the country. A national pillar, revered and feared in equal measure. And now she was here, early, radiant, and blushing as she greeted Shadow with admiration in her eyes. She introduced herself warmly, confessing that she'd always looked up to him, even joking that he might be a time traveler or a reincarnated hero, given the insane pace of his growth. Shadow listened quietly, letting the memories of his previous life fill in the blanks. Back then, he had met her much later under different, darker circumstances. She hadn't been on the same team as Wang, which made this unexpected meeting all the more shocking. She already possessed a significant amount of tradable lifespan, likely accumulated on behalf of the government factions. And as a dragon swordsman, a class famous for its resilience, she was the perfect vessel for that kind of power. It was a smart, calculated move by the officials, and Shadow respected that. Enyu didn't mince words either. She made it clear that if Shadow had any gear he was willing to part with, she and her people would buy it all. She reminded him, sweetly yet firmly, that she carried the burden of a city's hope on her shoulders. Shadow had no reason to eliminate her, and they both knew it. He agreed easily, stating that he wasn't short-sighted enough to ruin such a mutually beneficial opportunity. A partnership like this could lead to immense gains on both sides. Deep down, he knew that Enyu might seem cheerful and harmless on the surface, but her mind was sharp and her strategies thunderous. Those who underestimated her quickly learned why she was so feared. As soon as one of the girls from Song's group logged out of the game, she read an article and realized that, according to news released by the officials, the lifespans in the Forsaken game were too real. If it hit 0, the person would meet their end in real life as well. Another member started screaming on the phone, telling the others that before they met their end, they should subscribe to the channel so they could get the latest chapter fastest. She was starting to wonder, were they just playing a game, or had this suddenly become a matter of life and death? Because she had already given all her tradable lifespan to Song and had nothing left. Another girl started crying, telling her friends that she only had a few years to live. The fourth girl wondered how she had so little lifespan left, and the crying girl explained that because she had taken out quite a few other players for Song, she had earned a killer status. Dying once felt like losing 2 years of her life, which meant that if she died 2 or 3 more times, her lifespan would be over. Everyone realized that they only had a few years left, and if they didn't do something, it would be really dangerous for them. In the game, the chubby girl realized that she was always the tank, charging at the front lines. Because of this, she also got the killer status. But she knew that, in front of stronger opponents, even the blessed majors ended up dead. Now, the chubby girl had just a little over 1 day left to live, and as soon as her lifespan hit 0, she would meet her end sooner than the others. She didn't want to believe what she read, even though it came from official sources. But suddenly, another notification popped up. As the fatty read everything, she realized that her so-called brother, Song, was buying up lifespan for himself. She thought, maybe that bastard will definitely help me. She wanted to find him as soon as she could. She also wanted to look her best, well, the prettiest she could, so she decided to take off her usual clothes and wear her best outfit to the meeting place. And I kid you not, I don't break character and I'm all for body positivity, but what the ugly hell was this? Anyway, the fatty started running with insane speed, unnatural for someone her size. As the scene shifted, we came to Shadow's house, where his little sister finally woke up and realized that she had returned to reality. Even though it was getting hard to tell, she knew where she was. She immediately checked her phone and saw that the selling of lifespan had already started. She could sell a single day of life for more than 15,000, and with 200 days left, she was technically already a millionaire. But suddenly, she opened the chat from the same group and realized that Shadow had been targeting that bastard Song and had already killed him 3 times through assassination. Zhao started crying because she knew that if Song's lifespan ended in the game, he would also die in real life. Even though the sister wasn't the brightest, she had some brains. She knew that even if someone had 100 years of non-tradable life, after dying 3 or 4 times, they'd only have about 12 or 13 years left in real life. But she still wondered why Shadow wanted to kill Song not once, but 3 times. Judging by the chatter in the group, Shadow had been cornered by dozens but still took out Song like a pro, wiping out the whole squad of females. It was so terrifying that the girl wondered how someone could be this powerful. But suddenly, the chubby girl started sending messages to the group, telling all the other ladies to gather around so that Song could get more lifespan from them. She announced that all the female fans in the city who wanted to listen to Song should go find him and sell their tradable lifespan to him so that he could live longer and not suffer. The chubby girl announced that Song was at Grand River Square right now, and the exchange rate was 10,000 for 1 day of life. She manipulated the others, saying this was their chance to make infinite money and help their idol at the same time. As soon as the sister heard everything, she couldn't believe that Song was so close. There was no way she could just stand by and let this once-in-a-lifetime chance slip away. She knew she had to go and meet that bastard. Even the sister started running, just like the chubby girl, but this time at least she had the stamina and the proportions to do so. Thanks to other perverts, she had accumulated over 200 days of transferable life. Now, she could actually help Song no matter what. As the scene shifted again, we went back inside the game, where we saw Shadow slashing through multiple sea monsters. System notifications popped up, telling him that his 4 core attributes had increased by 2 points, and he had gained 5 free attribute points along with unlocking career advancement. The system congratulated Shadow for being the first player in the city to reach level 10, earning him 7 prestige points and other rewards. Shadow was also the first player in the whole kingdom to reach level 10, earning him 2 more reputation points. The system told him that once there were 7 level 10 players in the city, a teleportation feature to the abandoned continent of the gods would be unlocked. As the first global player to hit level 10, Shadow also gained an extra 14 points and triggered a world announcement. As soon as people read the notification, they realized that Shadow was way too overpowered. He had snagged the first achiever's reward and was also the first in the world to hit level 10. Everyone also knew that Shadow had assassinated the little idol Song multiple times, and no matter what Song did, he couldn't escape. But the players were happy, knowing that Song deserved this beating. Another adventurer couldn't believe Shadow was from the same empire because, in his team, there was a hidden-class blacksmith who was still only level 8 after so much grinding. But for Shadow, it was different. He was already at level 10. The man had 500 million people in his country, but not one could catch up to Shadow. As the scene shifted again, we saw our boy standing by the ocean. The system notified him that he had spent 13 evolution points to upgrade his assassination skill from Platinum to Emerald, boosting damage from 40% to 50%. Now, Shadow was a level 10 assassin with a tradable lifespan of over 7,000 days and a non-tradable lifespan of over 1 billion days. His stats were Strength 39, Constitution 39, Agility 111, Spirit 41, Reputation 47. Shadow knew that the starting town needed 7 level 10 heroes to activate the teleportation array, but besides him, the highest level was only level 7, so they'd have to wait a bit longer. Deciding he had nothing else to do in-game, Shadow logged out to handle things in real life. As he returned to his main body, he activated the system, which asked if he wanted to trade away some of his lifespan to extract abilities into the real world. The system offered 4 stages: profession and level, equipment, skills, bloodline, and finally divinity. The boy chose to extract his profession first. A blue aura surrounded him as the system told him he had consumed 1,000 days of his tradable lifespan and extracted the unique hidden class Shadow. He unlocked passive abilities and all the stats bundled with the trait. Next, he extracted his equipment, trading away another 2,000 days of lifespan, becoming far stronger than any normal person. Then came skill extraction. He knew higher-tier skills cost exponentially more lifespan to extract. Even Shadow hadn't expected that the cost was based on the skill's initial tier, not its evolved level. His assassination skill required 900 days of lifespan to extract, but even at the base level it was platinum tier, still extraordinary. After sacrificing 900 days, Shadow extracted multiple skills, including Shadow Assassination and Venomous Dart. Now he had only 1,292 days of tradable lifespan left and couldn't extract more for now. But even with this much, he had pulled out a platinum-level skill, which was an incredible bargain. Right now, his physical strength was twice that of an average person, and his agility had soared by 32 points. He had already surpassed human limits. With the ability to go invisible and unleash deadly poison attacks from 14 meters away, there was no doubt he could now take down that bastard Song. As he glanced at his phone, he saw the same article, realizing that Song was aggressively buying up lifespans and planning to settle the score once the game updated. But now Shadow had the brat's location, and it wasn't far. He could dash over in just over 10 minutes. But suddenly his phone vibrated. It was a message from his little sister, who couldn't believe Shadow was ignoring her. She made everything about herself, demanding an apology. But this time, Shadow was different. He immediately blocked her and threw the phone away, walking off while thinking that soon everyone playing the game would realize what the true game of the Forsaken world really was. As the scene shifted to the Great Squire, the entire place had turned into a chaotic concert ground, filled with deafening cheers as the crowd roared for Song, the brat who sat smugly on his throne while doing absolutely nothing worthy of their applause. Among the sea of screaming fans was Shadow's own little sister, her face flushed as she cheered with all her might for the boy she saw as the love of her life, lost completely among the countless other girls who seemed ready to give up everything for him. And yet, Song wasn't even performing. He was simply sitting there, lounging as if the entire world existed to worship him, while beside him sat a girl who leaned in close, smirking as she whispered that she already knew Song had been taken down by Shadow 3 times in that cursed game. But she told him not to worry, assuring him that she had already sent someone to Firefly Town to track the boy in reality. And once Shadow showed up to collect his money, they planned to ambush him and end his life right then and there. Song, with that gleam of arrogance in his eyes, wanted to know exactly how the investigation was proceeding, and the girl, with a chuckle, explained that their trap was already in motion. They would catch Shadow, call Song over so he could vent his anger as much as he liked without restraint, and then finish things for good. It only made Song's confidence swell even more, especially when he remembered hearing that the ladies' company had already used similar tactics to manipulate and control countless players, turning them into unpaid slaves. And as he beamed at her, she laughed even harder. She started boasting that all the players who had fallen into her schemes were just a bunch of clueless fools, struggling in life and easy to exploit, while on Song's side, things were far better because he had an army of women ready to throw away their lives for him, women so blind that some would even die if he asked. Song sat there, glowing in self-importance, but just as the scene seemed locked in this sick parade of manipulation, a loud shout tore through the noise. Someone from the audience, a lone man, screamed out for everyone to stop recklessly selling their lifespan, warning them that according to the official statement, once their lifespan hit 0, they would die in real life too, something most of them hadn't even bothered to consider. His voice struck like lightning, and he called out Song directly, accusing him of knowing the truth, of buying up the fans' lifespans while fully aware it meant their deaths, branding him a reckless monster who endangered lives without a shred of shame. The crowd wavered, eyes flickering uncertainly, but Song, broken in his arrogance, refused to let the situation slip from his hands. He dismissed the man in his mind as nothing more than another troublemaker and slowly stood up, masking his manipulation behind a new performance. He addressed the girls sweetly, calling them his esteemed friends, and said he had noticed some debates among them, admitting with a carefully crafted sigh that while he was aware his acquisition of lifespans had caused some public stir, he wanted them all to know he felt deep regret and offered his sincerest apologies if he had caused any inconvenience. That single lie was enough to spark an uproar as the girls, now whipped into an emotional frenzy, shouted back that he had done nothing wrong and didn't need to apologize for anything. because they were giving their lifespan away by their own will. Seeing his trap working perfectly, Song pretended to be overwhelmed with gratitude, thanking his fans for their endless support while urging them with mock sincerity that all love should be positive and uplifting. He urged them to have rational minds while still pursuing their idols endlessly, throwing in empty words about mastering oneself and striving for a brighter future in the unique era of the Forsaken Games. His speech flowed smoothly, each word calculated, as he claimed he had been cooperating with authorities and putting his all into beating the game, not for his own sake, but to give back to his beloved fans. He painted himself as a selfless hero who wanted everyone to live happily, embracing peace together, and even faked tears as he trembled and told them that if he had unintentionally hurt anyone, he was deeply sorry. That was all it took for the crowd to fall even harder. The girls refused to accept his apology, insisting he was too gentle, and claimed they felt like they were ascending to heaven just listening to his trembling voice. Even the so-called ugly girls, their faces twisted in tear-streaked devotion, turned on the man who had dared to expose Song, screaming that he was just a savage seeking attention. And if things weren't already sick enough, the chubby girl burst onto the scene, stomping her way onto the stage in her hideous suit, her mere presence making it painful to watch. But she didn't care, she bellowed at the girls, asking how they dared to question Song, their one and only idol, and called them fools for believing any chaotic rumors spread by outsiders. She sneered at the official statements that claimed the game's lifespan mechanic affected reality, insisting that if that were true, she would already be dead, since the system had warned her she had less than a day left to live. Yet here she stood, proudly sacrificing herself for Song. And to her, even if she died in a day, it didn't matter, because her heart was in the right place, and she would never badmouth Song even in her dreams. Her words hit the crowd like a drug, and they cheered again, completely swept away as they declared they were ready to hand over their lifespans without hesitation. Girls shouted their remaining days, some boasting they had 20 days, others only 17, 5, or even 3. But they didn't care and pledged it all to Song, who gritted his teeth in disgust at the sight of the chubby girl, yet still forced himself to smile, and told her that to be loved by someone as amazing as her was truly flattering. As long as the love went deep, he claimed, he was ready to embrace every single ounce of lifespan they gave him, even as the girl herself melted in tears, ready to embrace her final moments. But before this grotesque love fest could reach its next sickening peak, a sudden blue light shimmered through the skis, and in a flash, it pierced straight through Song's head. Blood and black matter exploded everywhere, and the whole audience froze in shock, unable to process what had just happened. The chubby girl, her face now splattered with gore, let out a high-pitched scream, her mind breaking as she watched her precious Song lying there with his skull blown open. The stadium erupted into chaos as girls screamed and stampeded, bodyguards scrambled to shield the rich lady, and everyone ran without a second thought. The woman, pale with terror, knew exactly what was happening. She had seen it before. When Song's corpse hit the ground, a glowing hill of lifespans appeared around him, shimmering for a brief moment before vanishing into thin air, snatched away by someone unseen. And as her sharp eyes flicked through the panic, realization struck her like a hammer. Only Shadow could have used such an assassination skill. Only he could move so fast and strike with such precision. But before she could even voice her fear, before she could tell her guards who the killer was, another flash of blue light tore through her skull, splitting her open just like Song. Down below, unseen by any, Shadow stood cloaked in blue aura, his form invisible as he silently activated his assassination skill again and again, erasing every enemy that crossed his sight without mercy. As the scene shifted to the night, we see that the sister was not able to believe that the idol Song had met his tragic end at the Grand River Square, and the chubby, ugly girl who was the brat's perverted fan had donated her entire Forsaken Game lifespan, collapsing lifelessly before Song's body. The police investigation revealed that Song died due to supernatural powers, which should not be possible according to her. She was still not able to believe it. Just yesterday, she had gone to see brother Song's concert, and now he was already having a funeral. The report said that the assassin who killed Song used throwing knives and was invisible, so the girl realized that this must be the power of the God-forsaken game. Meanwhile, another one of her friends asked if she also thought that maybe it was Shadow who killed Song, as he was getting in his way. And the girl had also heard that Shadow took out Song 3 times in the game already, so it was not impossible. Still, both of them wondered how the powers given to players in-game were possibly manifesting in the real world. Zio wondered if Shadow really killed Song, as he had already taken out several characters in the game, and in real life, the only one who could take down someone as popular as Song was Shadow because of his assassin ability. And the throwing knives and invisibility were the very skills of an assassin, which were their fundamentals. The girl concluded that the killer was Shadow and no one else. We see that as the taxi was taking her home, She decided that since Shadow had found a way to bring game abilities into the real world, she would get close to him and make him fall for her so that she could use our boy, because after all, he was a man himself. The girl was sure that no matter what method she had to use, she would still do it. As the taxi stopped, both Zio and her friend got out, and a shocking revelation was made, that instead of using Shadow, the girl was planning to kill him instead because he had killed her brother Song. The girl was making a really distorted face, and her friend wondered if she was doing okay because she looked really terrifying. On the other hand, as the scene shifted, we see that Feng was inside a restaurant, using chopsticks to eat delicious and soupy noodles. As he was eating, he was thinking that in the forsaken game of gods, players were almost invincible compared to reality. But it was still a bit of a mess that would cause mayhem if it was given to the wrong hands. Still, as the boy was really hungry, he had to munch down some carbs soon. But the phone vibrations were distracting him from the delicious food. It was another female friend of Feng, who told him that his boss had been throwing a fit, saying that since he was blocked by Feng's phone and WeChat, he was going to get fired, and his salary for the month would be at stake if he didn't get back to work. Feng remembered that the girl was named Yang, and she had a really nice body and personality, but she was a bit fragile and often got bullied, even in the boy's previous life. She was also a member of the God-slaying guild. Feng decided to text her back, telling her not to worry about the boss and to just skip work so they could dive into the godforsaken game and level up. Hearing that, the girl wondered if Feng had ever stepped into the godforsaken game. She had heard that it was a real nightmare inside, as people were losing their lives at an alarming rate. The boy decided to help the lady, telling her that whatever her profession was at first, she should just stack her points on agility. The girl agreed, asking Feng how much lifespan he had, because she knew that inside the godforsaken game, lifespan was really getting pricey and they could buy valuable goods with it. The girl wanted to know how much he had earned and what he was doing, but Feng decided to lie, telling her that he was almost out of it all. The boy told her that he had bought a house and cars so he could live his life lavishly, and the girl was shocked, saying no wonder he had blocked his previous boss. But as Feng remembered, he realized that the fat boss was just a psychopath. The real trouble was his boss's boss, as she was the daughter of the chairman of the Quinn Group. Feng's previous company was part of the Quinn Group, and the young lady spent her days doing nothing but targeting men. She was also involved in doing multiple dirty things with 6 middle-aged men as they checked into a hotel, and she had also gone out with 3 African-American guys for a joyride when it was time. Feng wanted to stay as far away from her as he could, because she had local power in her hands by being the daughter of the chairman. Quinn was the kind of person who idolized foreign trends, and not long after the game's mass abandonment, she left the country and headed to North America, founding one of the top 3 guilds in the region, Alice's Wonderland, specifically opposing her own country. Even in the boy's past life, she had brought endless trouble to both his country and the God-slaying guild. The boy knew that he needed to figure out a way to take care of her before she left for abroad. Otherwise, once she set foot in North America, dealing with her would become a whole different ball game. The boy knew that if Quinn were to die, the Alice in Wonderland Guild would never even exist, because it was rumored that the multifaceted founders of the guild were all entangled with Quinn, fulfilling her twisted desires and fetishes as long as she wanted. So as soon as Quinn herself died, the founders would also naturally lose their connection, and just like that, the guild would fade away. But as soon as Yang put down the phone, his sister Zio called Feng, surprised that he was out of the game safe and sound. She was shocked that he had not died. Since her brother was still alive, she just wanted to let him know that she had bought a house with her own money, so he should not come bothering her anymore. But instead of the fearful reaction the girl expected, Feng calmly told her that he wouldn't do so and wouldn't even call her again. This surprised the girl as she started blabbering in astonishment, telling her brother that from now on, he should not bother with her and not try to find out where she lived. But as the girl kept rambling, our boy told her that if she had nothing fruitful to say, he was hanging up. At last, the girl angrily told him that she was cutting all ties with him. But as calm as ever, Feng simply ended the call without saying anything and put the phone in his pocket. He decided to head back into the game and level up some more, as it wouldn't be long before someone reached level 10, and once that happened, the ability to extract powers into reality would be known to everyone. Feng was sure that when that time came, the world would know no peace again. As the scene shifted, we entered the godforsaken game, where one of Zio's friends could not believe that she had really cut ties with her brother. She was shocked by Zio's dumb behavior and told her to just apologize to him because he seemed genuinely furious this time. But Zio, as dumb as expected, was not ready to apologize even when it was her mistake. Instead, she told her friend that she had sold her lifespan to the Quinn Corporation for a whopping $2 million. Now, the girl had a plan. She had already bought a house and wanted her friend to live with her. She decided to meet with Shadow soon. They would use him to level up. But suddenly, a middle-aged man called out to Zio, giving her the assassin skill book she wanted. Even though he appeared middle-aged in game, in reality, he was just a boy who wanted Zyro not to forget her promise and do what they had discussed. Zyro gave a frustrated smile, telling the boy that he would get to indulge in his little perverted acts once she achieved her goals. But deep inside, she knew that once she met Shadow, she wouldn't have to care about anyone else. Zyro immediately called the guild leader Wang, telling him she had an assassin skill book, a control skill, and asked him to check if Shadow wanted it, ready to give it to him no matter what. Deep inside, the girl was laughing a devilish laugh, thinking that the foolish man actually had some worth after all, having managed to snag such an awesome skill book. This book would be the red thread tying Zyro to Shadow. She would close in on him, quietly stay by his side, heal his wounds, and slay his enemies so they could level up together. She thought she would make Shadow become dependent on her help, and that he would gradually learn to trust her and treat her like his other half. But when Zyro became strong enough and Shadow no longer held any value to her, she would kill him from behind to avenge Song. As the scene shifted, we came to a desert area inside the game where Shadow teleported and turned invisible, searching for bosses to slay. But suddenly he heard some noises. When he turned around, he realized that the boss he encountered was no ordinary one. A multi-handed monster resembling an arachnid stood before him. Shadow decided to first strategize and survive while the monster dealt heavy damage to another tank from a guild. But even the tank wasn't capable of withstanding the monster's attacks. His shield broke, and he was being utterly defeated. As Shadow came closer, he realized the boss was the Golden Limb Spider, a level 8 golden boss. Shadow remembered that this monster had level 2 stealth detection skill. In other words, against this monster, his invisibility would be completely useless. The golden 8-legged spider started roaring as it waved multiple of its hands, each holding swords. Even though Shadow's invisibility was no longer effective, he was still moving as fast as lightning, attacking instantaneously and landing multiple hits on the spider. Each strike dealt critical damage and shaved off thousands of hit points, causing the spider to scream in pain and agony. Shadow knew the effect of doubling damage when attacking from outside the target's line of sight was working. And even though the opponent could see through invisibility, making it ineffective, Shadow still dealt significant damage, even if it had dropped a bit. However, the legendary blessing, the effect of liberation, amplified the weakness of the golden-limbed spider. Its heads and hearts were now almost 200% larger, with bigger critical points and a large surface area to attack. Among the 9 swift strikes of the Shadow Slash, Shadow knew that several would hit the target's weak points, inflicting triple weakness damage. So the blessing directly compensated for the damage lost due to the negated invisibility. The boy immediately remembered the little lamb and thanked her, knowing the skill was truly worthy of being called legendary. She was the one who helped him track down the Temple of Faith, which is how he obtained this special skill. As the scene shifted, we saw that the masked lady was watching the fight from afar, wondering what was going on and how the damage from Shadow's skills was so outrageous. She couldn't believe a single attack had dropped the golden-limbed arachnid's health bar by 2/3. But Shadow wasn't ready to give up. He kept fighting, throwing multiple venomous darts at the spider. Even though they weren't very effective, they still caused some damage. In fact, a critical hit to the spider's head inflicted heavy damage. But to Shadow, it still wasn't enough. He realized he had missed the precision target by just a little. His move was slightly out of sync, and he knew he needed to level up and achieve higher rankings to get a stronger stealth rank, so he wouldn't have to rely on strategy so heavily in critical situations. Now the boy had no choice but to face the 8-legged arachnid head-on, since his invisibility was no longer useful. The girl in the mask began screaming at Shadow, asking if he was crazy for trying to fight such a massive boss monster alone. But the boy refused to back down, unleashing another series of strikes at the spider, making it scream in pain once more. Meanwhile, both Zyro and the masked lady were in awe of Shadow's skills and speed. His reflexes were lightning fast, and he clearly understood the boss's attack patterns like the back of his hand. Even Zyro knew that assassins were fast enough to keep up with any boss in the game, and Shadow was even stronger. What shocked them most was how Shadow could dodge every one of the boss's attacks just in time. Both girls suspected Shadow had fought this boss many times before, and they were right. Shadow had previously fought the golden-limbed spider while traveling with a clueless girl who couldn't even protect herself, let alone heal him. Over time, Shadow refined his skills, realizing that warriors don't just rely on brute strength. Footwork and dodging are mandatory for survival. That's why Shadow had become unbeatable. Even as an ordinary warrior, he rose to the top of the global elite, and now, with his recent power-ups, things were even more magnificent. While thinking about all this, Shadow kept attacking the spider boss until finally it collapsed. The boss let out a final roar before falling. Compared to special bosses like the Golden Ghost Ship, which unleashed unavoidable attacks, the golden-limbed arachnid was relatively easy to deal with. But suddenly, the masked girl noticed the boss trying to escape. She wondered what was going to happen next. But Shadow wasn't about to let it get away. He materialized one of his poison darts, ran toward the monster, and sliced off its head in a single stride. A notification popped up. Shadow had slain the golden-limbed arachnid, gaining experience points, 7 evolution points, and 497 days of tradable life. Now it was time to use Greedy Hand, an overpowered skill. Shadow gained 21 extra evolution points and another 497 days of lifespan. He was stunned. The boss had dropped 28 evolution points and nearly 1,000 days of tradable life in one go. He began upgrading his skills, enhancing his shield of protection. The system notified him that the shield's evasion rate was back to normal. Whenever the assassin class skill was activated, the shield would convert his evasion into a damage-absorbing shield lasting 8 seconds with a 60-second cooldown. The skill required at least level 8. For every 20% evasion skill, Shadow gained 1 layer of immunity. The shield would shatter when the duration ended. Shadow was surprised, but not really. The epic shield of protection granted such powerful effects that he could now create almost 3 layers of damage-absorbing shields at once. He knew this would let him tackle many boss fights without even getting scratched. So he opened his status window and evolved the Shield of Black Light to Epic level. He spent 6 evolution points, transforming the shield from Platinum to Epic. It now lasted 14 seconds, with the conversion rate reduced from 20% to 10%. Shadow now had 7 layers of damage absorption instead of just 3, making him even more overpowered. With these upgrades, he could now enter high-level areas ahead of time. He still had 22 evolution points left, so he upgraded his poisonous dart skill. The system notified him that the dart's range increased from 40 meters to 70 meters. He spent 16 evolution points to upgrade it from silver to emerald. The dart now dealt 240 base damage with an 80% poison infliction rate. After triple evolution, the dart's damage output had at least doubled. With a 5-second base cooldown, the sustained damage rivaled that of Shadow's slash. The surprises weren't over. Shadow noticed that 2 pieces of assassin gear had dropped. He equipped them immediately. The first was the Ring of Agility, which gave him plus 20 agility, plus 20% movement speed, attack speed, and cooldown speed. The second was a pair of heavy red leather gloves of gold tier, increasing agility by 15, constitution by 12, physical defense by 18, and granting infinite elemental resistance. His health jumped by 588 points. Shadow realized his cooldown speed had skyrocketed to 55%. A skill like Shadow Slash, which used to take 12 seconds, now only took 7.7 seconds. He had also boosted his constitution by 51 points, physical defense by 106, and health by a massive 1,517 points. Shadow knew he was becoming a broken character. His current stats could tank 3 hits from a golden boss without a scratch. He truly was getting powerful. Soon the girls and the tank arrived, shocked that Shadow had taken down a boss even large guilds couldn't handle solo. The masked girl was so impressed she offered to buy any special skills or gear from him, no matter the cost. Shadow turned to her, pulling out a golden book that shimmered with light. He told her it was a level 7 group skill called Asterisk Frost Bounce Asterisk, which launched ice orbs that bounced up to 10 times. He offered to sell it for only 800 days of tradable life. The girls objected, saying 800 days was outrageous. They'd seen a level 5 golden skill book sold for only 400 days. But Shadow insisted that Frost Bounce was level 7 and dealt 40% more damage than level 5, so it was a steal. The masked lady agreed and bought it. Shadow received a notification that he had sold the skill and gained 800 days of tradable life. He turned invisible and teleported away, realizing there were barely any bosses left that could pose a threat. He decided to return to town and spread the word, offering rewards for the locations of silver and gold tier boss monsters. Shadow knew this would give him a never-ending stream of bosses to slay and skyrocket his growth. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. It was a message from Wang. He said that their former teammate, Zio, wanted him to meet Shadow and hand over a skill book. Shadow refused immediately, calling the skill trash. He suspected that since most people now believed he was responsible for Song's death, Zio giving him a skill would look suspicious. Shadow told Wang firmly that it was trash and she should keep it to herself. He wondered whether Zio was trying to climb up with his help or out for revenge. Maybe both. The girl couldn't believe Shadow had rejected her offer. The scene shifted again. Shadow called Wang, asking him to come to town so he could guide him to the Western Temple. He hinted at a wild and thrilling adventure there. But Wang was serious. He wanted to ask Shadow directly, was he the one who killed Song with his assassin skills? Shadow knew there was no point in hiding anymore. He admitted it. Wang, being his friend, knew that Shadow had been offline during Song's assassination, and that no one else could have pulled off such a hit. The motive and timing aligned perfectly, and since Wang had asked, Shadow realized the authorities had probably figured everything out. In just 2 more hours, other players would reach level 10, and the truth about ability extraction would be impossible to hide. Shadow knew this was the moment to gauge his country's official response. It would serve as a literal test. As the scene shifted, Shadow entered a large chamber where the military officials had gathered alongside their teams. NU directly asked Shadow if he admitted to assassinating Song. Without hesitation, Shadow said yes. The woman then explained that they had conducted an investigation and found Shadow to be the prime suspect. Everyone in the room stared at him, yet they all knew the truth. Song and Jiang had harbored malicious intentions toward the boy, and Jiang Industries had been imprisoning players, abusing them and forcing them into labor. So with both of them dead by Shadow's hand, the act could be justified as self-defense. However, Shadow was well aware that, because the military had yet to confirm the boy's true identity as Feng, they had decided to continue their alliance with him, for now. In his previous life, Shadow had maintained a clean record while working with the authorities. But this time, things were different. He had already taken out both Song Fei and Jiang himself, and he was certain this act would cause a major shift in the balance. Still, what he truly wanted was for everyone to witness his rebirth and see how he would shake the entire godforsaken realm with his discoveries. Opening his inventory, Shadow realized he could now sell the platinum-grade items he no longer needed. Backed by official sources, anyone could now purchase gear and skill books from any profession. The official lifespan allocated to these items was more than sufficient, even for someone like Song. One by one, Shadow dropped various loot items. The crowd was stunned. They were staring at actual platinum-level gear and skill books. He told them that he had slain a high-level boss 10 times to acquire these platinum items, and even took down a golden boss that hadn't been officially announced yet. Skepticism spread at his words. No golden boss takedown had been broadcast. But Shadow explained that he'd stumbled upon a treasure chest thanks to his good luck, and had even obtained an emerald-grade skill book. The young mage from Wang's team confirmed it, stating that she had witnessed Shadow open the emerald chest and saw the amazing items that had dropped. Her name turned out to be Little Snow, though Shadow affectionately referred to her as Little Lamb. Hearing that nickname annoyed the girl. Shadow asked her if she preferred being called Little Blakey instead, but she snapped, demanding he just pick one name and stick with it. Regardless of the banter, everyone now knew they couldn't compare Shadow to any other player. While they struggled to bring down even a single silver boss, Shadow casually opened platinum and emerald chests like they were nothing. Now came the moment to sell. Shadow started with the platinum-grade sharpshooter skill book, offering it for a flat 2,500 days of lifespan. Then came the platinum-grade berserker weapon for 1,500 days, and a mage skill book for 3,000. A golden-grade skill book and robust yellow armor were priced at 4,000 days total. That was his final offer. With 25 items remaining, he offered them all at a discount, 16,000 tradable days for the lot. NU agreed instantly. Even Wen told her not to haggle and just pay the full amount. The deal was sealed. Shadow called the captain the true heroine for making such a great deal, but deep down, he knew that once tradable lifespan surpassed 10,000 days, the unit switched to years. At the current exchange rate, 60 years translating to roughly 22,000 days. That was equivalent to about 400 million in cash. Even for city officials, it was a massive sum, but the benefits far outweighed the cost. With this many gears and skill books, the government's official team could gain a powerful lead in the game. The stronger the government, the fewer future disruptions. It could even give them an edge in global conflicts. Then NU brought up a new issue. Big River Industries had imprisoned several players. They were preparing a rescue mission and wanted to know if Shadow would participate. He figured this might be their attempt to recruit him, maybe even whitewash his record for killing Song. But he had too much on his plate. He declined the mission, though he was willing to share some vital information. Shadow revealed that he had indeed brought his in-game powers into the real world to defeat Song and Jiang. As long as the godforsaken game existed, players could grind up to level 10 and then sacrifice their lifespan to extract their abilities into reality. It was exactly what he had done, and he warned them that time was of the essence. They needed to grasp what that meant. The captain understood immediately. If Jiang Industries people reached level 10 and unlocked real-world abilities, the rescue mission would face serious complications. Having said his piece, Shadow teleported away from the hall. After he left, the captain told Wang that their squad of 6 high-level players should split up. When united, they destroyed small monsters too quickly, and the damage output was inefficient for XP gain. Splitting up would let each member maximize their personal leveling. Wang agreed, telling the team to hit level 10 at all costs, log out, and report this intel up the government chain. The scene now shifted to the city's main shopping district, where the crowd was stunned. Shadow had set up his shop again. But this time, he wasn't selling anything. Instead, he was making a bold declaration. He offered 30 days of lifespan for verified Silver Boss coordinates and 100 days for Golden Boss locations. Suddenly, a man approached him, asking if he was still peddling gear. He relayed surprising news. The CEO's daughter from Jiang Industries had declared that if Shadow helped her level up, she'd offer him 300 million plus a stake in Jiang Industries. The man insisted Shadow would never get such a chance again and should treasure it. But the shocking part was, he hadn't yet heard that Shadow had already killed both Song and the CEO's daughter in real life. As realization dawned, the man's face twisted in disbelief. How could the lady be dead? Yet he knew she had brought it upon herself. When she tried to catch Shadow in real life and force him into her schemes, he had eliminated her on the spot. At first, she had offered 10 million to Shadow, asking him to level her up. He'd refused. The man had jumped at the chance instead, seeing the money. But when he tried to collect afterward, 2 men had brutally knocked him out. When he woke up, he found himself imprisoned in a basement he couldn't even identify. Whipped and tormented daily, he was forced to grind in-game to earn lifespan for the industry and lure others in. Now, he couldn't believe that the same foolish Shadow he once mocked had brought down that evil woman. In truth, the fool had been him all along. The man tried to claim he had been forced into it, but Shadow saw through the lie. Rather than risk further exposure, the man tried to flee. Just then, 2 others arrived and handed Shadow verified coordinates for a Silver Boss. He paid them 30 days each. Meanwhile, a different scene played out elsewhere. People were gossiping about the Ace of Spades guild, particularly its leader, a woman who embodied both wealth and beauty. She was the highest-ranking player in the Shin group, and many feared her. She had already taken out multiple players and might now be eyeing their lifespans. She walked flanked by 2 muscular men, casually commenting that the game wasn't that impressive. She had spent a bit of cash to collect powerful gear and skills. Her plan was simple: overpower others and steal their lifespan. Deli D complained that she was supposed to be in North America, but her flight was grounded due to the reveal of this cursed game. She wanted nothing more than to indulge herself with some big D, American fun, stirring up storms of pleasure, but now she was trapped in this noisy metropolis. She viewed her own countrymen with disdain, calling them rats, weak as cockroaches. Turning to the white man beside her, Tony, she praised his countrymen's special abilities. Tony grinned, saying she had a good eye and that they were superior in more than one department. The woman clearly understood what he meant, already feeling his hand brush her leg. But then she received news: useless Song was dead. She had once played with him and found him disappointing. But if Shadow had killed him, then Shadow was a force worth knowing. Even though he came from a pesky country, she admitted he might be the best in the world. She resolved to find him, not just to meet him, but because she wanted him to take her down. Not in battle, but in bed. She logged off briefly, assigning someone to track down Shadow's real identity. She planned to offer him 3,000 days of tradable lifespan. He might not care for money, but surely he cared about extending his life. Yet her thoughts briefly wandered to Feng. She could never forget the look on his face when he rejected her. She wanted revenge, and now she hoped Shadow would deliver it. As the scene shifts, we come to a rainy forest, where we see a man who had just killed a zombified monster. And just when he was on the brink of death, we see Shadow's little sister, Zhao, who healed him. The man wanted her not to push him to the brink like this, because he was just a hair's breadth away from meeting his great-grandma after being dead. But instead of listening to the feedback, the girl became even more arrogant, telling the man that he was just acting all fierce now that he was still alive, and should be grateful. Even when the man tried to make her understand that he was only reminding her, Zhao was not ready to listen to anything, telling the man that her system had just alerted her that her hunger level had hit 90%, and she was logging off to grab a bite. And so she was taking her friend along too, even though the group was in the middle of a mission and the man still needed the healer's help. Zhao didn't listen and logged out. The man was now really frustrated because he was the boss of these ladies. But just after one glimpse of Shadow and how powerful he was, the sister had started giving him the cold shoulder instead. The man swore that if he ever found the sister alone, he was going to do such things to her that would make her knocked out in bed for a whole day. As the scene shifts again, we see that in the real world it was morning time, and Zio woke up inside her new apartment, feeling really hungry after not exiting the game for so long. The girl started checking all the food delivery apps and services, but they were all closed, and there were no riders who were taking orders or coming to her house to take her to a restaurant, because they had also gone into the Forsaken game instead and were trying to level up. The girl immediately remembered how, back home, Feng was always the one who whipped up something delicious without her even saying anything. She didn't even need to lift a finger, nor did she need to think at all. But now she was all alone, Not ready to surrender and apologize, the girl slapped herself 2 times, wondering how hard it could be to make a meal compared to the freedom she was getting. She thought that cooking was just a trivial matter and she could do it in no time if she tried. And even without Feng, she would definitely be living a much better life. But man, how wrong she really was. As the scene shifts again, we come near a beach where there was a sand den. And inside the den was a giant-looking scorpion who was coming towards our boy. But before the creature could even reach him, Shadow used his assassination skill to break the scorpion's head into 2 halves. Clean justice. Then a system notification popped up as Shadow realized that, after slaying 4 silver bosses for over an hour, the overall leveling up efficiency was quite impressive. He had slain 4 silver bosses, and each time he took one down, he got a dazzling 16 evolution points. On average, each silver-level boss could yield an astonishing 3,500 days. And all the gear that Shadow was wearing made it even easier because they were gold tier or better. The current cooldown speed had skyrocketed from 55% to a dazzling 75%, and the Shadow Slash, which previously needed 12 seconds, had now transformed into an almost instant cooldown. The power output had also skyrocketed to an incredible level. As there were no platinum-level bosses on the outskirts of the safe town, the golden-level ones were already the only option. And to soar higher than where Shadow actually was, there was only one path of career advancement. He knew that the platinum-tier bosses he would face in the future would each have at least level 2 stealth detection. So, he needed to level up his career and class as soon as possible, getting his stealth to level 3. But he was still over 20,000 experience points short. He knew that only by reaching level 3 or higher in the spell could he minimize the chances of unexpected surprises when facing a platinum-level boss. After all, in Shadow's past life, defeating a platinum-level boss required a perfectly synchronized team of 20 people working together like a well-oiled machine. But now, things were different. Shadow decided to head back to town and make some connections so that he could resell the items he got from grinding, as he wanted to stay ahead of everyone no matter what. Soloing the platinum-level boss for the first kill was actually his main goal for now. And as Shadow again sold his gear, he earned a tradable lifespan of 105 years. Behind him was a man who was happy that Shadow had sold his gear to him. With that, our boy was close to 40,000 days of tradable life, and had extracted quite a few great deals. But suddenly, a man from Justice called out to Shadow, telling him that he had a hit list and Justice wanted Shadow to do some sneaky work. He had to go into the real world and take someone out, but the reward would be more than worth it. At first, Shadow ignored the man, but he was not ready to give up. Coming up ahead of him once again, the man told him that he needed to take care of someone called Feng, who was just an ordinary person. Since Shadow had already killed Song, the man thought that killing Feng would also be a piece of cake for him, and Justice considered it free money lying around. But Shadow was shocked, wondering why someone would want to kill Feng. At first, he asked the man if Feng had crossed him, and now he wanted to take him down. But the man was only there on behalf of someone else, telling Shadow that after completing the work, he was going to give the boy 3,000 days of tradable life. Hearing that, Shadow was stunned, wondering why there was a bounty of 3,000 days on Feng's head and who had the resources to offer it. As far as he could remember, he had not offended anyone in the real world yet. And from all the players he knew, he realized that the real person behind it must be someone else entirely. In his previous life, he had his share of conflicts with others, but that was during the late stages of the God-forsaken game. Getting targeted this early must be due to some old grudge from before the Forsaken game descended. It had to be someone who held a serious grudge against our boy to offer such a high price. And now the boy realized who was behind this. The only woman who had the motive and the means to hire someone to kill Feng was none other than the lady from the Shin group. However, with the financial might of the group, if she truly wanted Feng dead, then she could have taken him out long before the God-forsaken game even arrived. So Shadow knew the deal must have some hidden motive. Now the boy realized that maybe the lady's primary goal was to make an acquaintance with Shadow. And as for getting rid of Feng, that was just a side task, because previously Feng had turned her down due to her characterless nature. Shadow almost laughed, realizing that even when he had not gone looking for her, she had already found him. The boy decided to take the job, but gave a condition to the man. He needed half the payment up front, and when the task was done, it should be his call. The man was flustered by this sudden demand, telling Shadow that he needed to check with his higher-ups first. They agreed, and both the man and Shadow completed the trade, with Shadow getting an astounding 1,500 days of tradable life. Meanwhile, Shadow wanted the lady to just wait, because he would be coming for her soon. The man gave the address and details of Feng to the boy himself, telling him that finding the boy would surely be a breeze. Taking that, Shadow started walking away. But suddenly, a sweet voice called out to him, calling him Big Brother and asking him to wait for a moment. The voice belonged to a beautiful lady who had the coordinates of a golden boss, wondering if Shadow was still interested in buying it. Shadow still abided by the previous offer, offering 100 days for the boss's location. The lady agreed, wanting Shadow to follow her because it was a bit far to the north of the town, but she was ready to guide our boy there. The boy asked if she knew the name of the boss, and she informed him that the boss was named the Plague Weaver. Shadow immediately realized that if the lady knew the name of the boss, that meant she had dealt with it. On the other hand, the lady wanted to know if Shadow could handle a golden boss on his own, or if he needed a healer to tag along, because the boss had area and poison damage. Shadow already knew the Plague Weaver well, and it truly was a golden tier boss, as it had a toxic aura that caused players to continuously lose health every second as long as they stayed inside its deadly range. So to take down the boss, Shadow needed to strike with lightning speed. But for him, right now, it was just a matter of unleashing a few skills. The woman explained that the walls she had mentioned were deeper inside the cave. Her team had already cleared out the smaller monsters, but the boss had proven too difficult for them to handle. That was when she found Shadow. Without wasting time, she turned to lead him into the cave. After walking for some distance, she pointed toward a narrow cliffside and told him the boss was just below. Shadow looked down and saw a large, tree-like creature with dried, brittle branches. Though it resembled a dead husk, it was clearly alive, its body pulsing with a slow rhythm, and a faint greenish mist spread outward from it, carrying a poisonous aura. Seeing the creature, Shadow simply nodded and confirmed the agreement. A notification confirmed that he had transferred 100 days of lifespan to the woman. Even as they stood there, Shadow was quietly calculating. The toxins released by the boss would cover a wide area. However, if he activated his Shadow Demon technique and relied on its 75% evasion effect, it would give him enough room to maneuver. But the woman's expression changed. Sweat formed on her brow, and she turned to him, her voice low and strained. She admitted that it had all been a trap. As soon as Shadow engaged the boss, someone was meant to swoop in and finish him off. From what she remembered, the enemy team had level 2 anti-stealth capabilities. Shadow didn't seem fazed and told her it didn't matter, but the woman was visibly uncomfortable. She confessed that the others had forced her to pretend to admire him and get close to uncover his true identity. That was her only role. He listened silently, a faint grin behind the mask. The plan was shallow and poorly thought out, but he didn't interrupt her. She continued, lowering her voice further and placing a finger over her lips to keep anyone from noticing. She revealed that the people behind this were threatening her in real life. She wanted them gone. She wanted to be free. Curious, Shadow asked who they were. She answered without hesitation, the team known as Leisurely Clouds. At the sound of that name, Shadow's thoughts flashed back. That was the same group that had once tried to steal the Golden Ghost ship boss from him, and afterward their leader had sent him a skill book in apology. So they were still around, and clearly hadn't learned much. The woman went on, saying that if Shadow had the strength to take down someone like Song, then these people wouldn't be a problem for him either. Their leader's name was Dongfang, and she was placing all her trust in Shadow now. She pleaded with him not to betray her, because if Dongfang wasn't stopped, she would be the one to pay the price. Shadow tried to recall if he remembered anyone named Dongfang, but nothing came to mind. A plan like this, clumsy and amateurish, made him think that the guy must not have lasted long in his past life. Still, he told the woman he was heading in to deal with the boss right away, and he intended to take care of whoever showed up after. He asked the woman to continue playing her part, to act just as the others expected. That way, they'd come close, and he could handle them all in one go. But the woman remained uneasy. She warned him again. Previously, Dongfang had brought 3 full teams of 18 people to try taking down the same boss. In less than 30 seconds, they were completely wiped out. The poison damage was too intense, and they hadn't even managed to chip off 5% of the boss's health. There was no way to defend against the gas. It spread everywhere. The only real option was to find a way to end the fight quickly or escape entirely. But by now, Shadow was already deep in his assassination stance, blending into the shadows and circling for an opening. The tree-like boss began to stir, forming a glowing red sphere at its core. The energy buildup was ominous. Clearly, a high lethality skill was on its way, but Shadow didn't back off. Activating his throat-slitting assassination technique, he launched forward with blinding speed, slashing through the boss's brittle limbs with precise, repeated strikes. His movements were fast enough to leave afterimages, and the damage from the installed techniques racked up quickly. The creature let out a distorted screech as its health plummeted below half in seconds. From above, the woman could barely believe what she was seeing. One swift charge, and Shadow had already taken down 2/3 of the boss's HP. The damage dealt exceeded 80,000 in total. She wondered whether he was even human. Moments later, Shadow struck again. With just one more combination of attacks, the boss crumbled like a dead tree finally cut for lumber. The branches splintered apart, and before the heavier pieces even hit the ground, the fight was already over. Shadow instantly dematerialized and reappeared on the cliff. He knew his striking skill had a cooldown of around 25 seconds, but with a 75% cooldown reduction in effect, it would be ready again in just over 14 seconds. That was more than enough time. He chose to hold back on attacking the main body of the boss for now, preferring instead to let the enemies walk right into their own grave while he waited for his abilities to refresh. Meanwhile, a large group of players was pouring into the cave, their eyes glowing crimson, giving them a sinister presence. The leader ordered them to prepare. They were going in to kill the boss and anyone else they came across, mercilessly wiping out anyone who dared stand in their path. As he neared the lady, she turned around, fully aware that the trap had already been triggered. It was now up to Shadow to act. According to their plan, she had to block the others and make it seem like she was under threat. Whether she could actually hold them off or not remained to be seen. Shadow hadn't expected much from her at most, a few seconds of delay. But then, to his surprise, the woman summoned a golden shield right in front of her, instantly halting the charging group. The moment he saw it, Shadow understood. That was no ordinary item. It was a golden elite shield, a defense tool of absurd durability in the early game. He guessed she must have received it as a divine reward from some ancient god, likely during an encounter involving a golden treasure chest in the wilderness. But it didn't matter anymore. Now it was his turn. He launched himself forward and activated Shadow Slash, sweeping through the crowd with precision and lethal speed. The skill wasn't just flashy, it was brutal. Anyone who had come close enough to try their luck was sliced down in an instant. Their bodies collapsed before they could even cry out. But Shadow wasn't finished. He unleashed the crimson flower of life absorption, and soon, eerie red blossoms sprouted from the corpses, drawing out every remaining shred of life essence from the fallen. The lady stood frozen, both in awe and in terror. What she was seeing went far beyond her expectations. A single skill had massacred the entire group, and now their bodies were infested with grotesque crimson flowers feeding off them. She quietly thanked the gods that she hadn't followed Dongfang's instructions to the letter. If she had, she'd be lying among the dead. Now seeing an opportunity, she proposed an alliance. She offered to share the real-world location of the Dongfang clan, suggesting that they could be hunted down directly. Shadow found the proposal tempting and agreed, realizing this was a useful lead. The woman, clearly relieved, tried to seal the deal with more than words. She cupped her chest with both hands, speaking in a sultry tone, promising special services and claiming that her throat was especially tight. Shadow didn't even glance her way. His attention had already shifted. He turned back toward the boss and moved toward it with quiet determination. With a single, decisive strike, he ended it. The towering tree-like creature that had once radiated poisonous energy was torn apart. It crumbled like old, dry wood chopped for firewood, unable to even resist. The system quietly tallied the results. Shadow had defeated the Plague Wielder, a level 10 gold-tier boss. The rewards were generous: experience points, evolution points, and a massive bonus of 555 days, worth of tradable lifespan. He immediately noticed how much more valuable this was compared to draining regular players. Running around, gathering mobs, and wiping out groups might be satisfying, but nothing beat the clean efficiency of a boss kill. Before absorbing the loot, he glanced over his shoulder to see if the woman had left. She was still there, but quickly gave a small smile, claiming she was already on her way out and telling him not to worry. Satisfied that she was gone, Shadow activated Greedy Hand and began collecting everything left behind. Among the spoils, he noticed a skill book, one that caught his interest immediately. It taught a move called Darkest Hour, a platinum-grade assassination skill. The cooldown was meant to be 60 seconds, but with his current bonuses, it was reduced to 34. The technique unleashed a dark radiance from his blade, blinding every enemy within 20 meters. The higher a target's mental resistance, the shorter the effect would last, but that didn't bother him. A second or two was all he needed. This was perfect. He would no longer need to rely on positioning alone. As long as he blinded his targets, he could double his damage output. Even if they were high-level bosses with hidden attributes, it wouldn't matter. His efficiency wouldn't drop, and more importantly, they wouldn't see death coming until it was too late. The boy obtained a new weapon. It had an attack power of 216, increased his agility by 42, and added a 0.3 multiplier to attacks aimed at weak points. The weapon also had a unique effect. Any attack made while in stealth would be infused with poison that exploded after 3 seconds, dealing 50% of the original attack's damage. Shadow was satisfied with the gain. For him, it was another productive day with good rewards. The evolution points he had accumulated were also progressing well. He estimated that once he reached 98 points, he would be able to evolve his epic-grade Greedy Hand into a legendary one, which would improve his loot collection rate further. He also noticed that he needed just over 10,000 experience points to level up his profession, so he went back to farming mobs. The moment he appeared in the field, the monsters started to flee, but it didn't make much difference. Shadow's stealth skills made it easy to close the distance and eliminate them before they had a chance to get away. From the outside, it looked like the monsters were just falling one after another without any visible cause, but in reality, they had no chance to detect or respond to his attacks. After a long session of grinding, he received confirmation that it was time to upgrade his profession. As the system activated, a yellow light surrounded him. His profession level increased to 1, and he received a boost in his stats. His spirit stat rose from 5 to 15, and his profession-related attributes improved as well. His weapon weight and strength increased from 3 to 9, and his agility rose sharply from 8 to 24. He received new skills, including a passive that doubled the duration of his stealth. Another passive increased the level of his stealth skill to level 2, raising its effectiveness further. He retained a profession-specific passive that enabled a special effect. If he attacked an enemy without being seen, the strike would be classified as a phantom strike. The damage, which was previously doubled, was now increased to triple the normal amount. He also realized that reaching the first level of his hidden profession had multiplied his basic attributes by 3. Additionally, he was now able to activate stealth again while already in stealth, meaning he could theoretically remain invisible indefinitely as long as he managed his cooldowns properly. The bonus damage from attacking enemies who couldn't see him had increased as well, from double to triple. Shadow recognized how strong he had become at just the first tier of advancement. His hidden class clearly had a high growth ceiling. As he reviewed his progress, a system-wide announcement appeared, stating that 7 players from the city region had already reached level 10. As a result, a teleportation portal to the abandoned land of the Divine would open in 10 minutes, and eligible players were advised to prepare for the journey. He found it surprising that even at 8:30 p.m., several players were still active and had already reached the threshold. His name was at the top of the rankings, but he noticed that the second spot was taken by a player named Rose, followed by Zio, Dolly Wang, and Yu. All of them were names he was familiar with. In his previous life, foreign players had dominated the rankings during this stage of the game, but this time, things had changed. Because he had sold so many skill books and gear early on, many domestic players had progressed faster, and now they were occupying top positions on the leaderboard. He understood that altering too much could shift the balance of the game and affect how events played out. He had already influenced things more than he intended. Meanwhile, in the real world, a group of officers apprehended a man and handcuffed him. One of them reported to a superior that the key members of the industrial crime syndicate had been arrested. However, 3 key figures were still inside the game and had not logged out. Since their bodies were unresponsive in the real world, the authorities were unable to detain them physically. The officer asked for further instructions, but the superior told him to report the situation to an Yu and let her find a way to force the suspects to log in or return from the game. The police had already developed effective ways to catch people playing the game. No matter how strong they were in-game, they still had to return to their real bodies eventually. Hunger, fatigue, and basic needs made it necessary. Once the suspects logged out to eat or rest, they would be apprehended immediately. Even criminals couldn't avoid that. This time, the process had gone unusually smoothly. The police were aware that it was largely due to Shadow. He had provided them with information about Great River Industries and tipped them off about the possibility of extracting in-game abilities into reality. The senior officer understood that if they had delayed the arrest any longer, the syndicate leader, Jiang, would have likely reached level 10. At that point, the extraction of game powers into the real world would have been completed, and any attempt at capture would have led to violent confrontation. Thanks to Shadow's timely information and actions, that scenario had been avoided. Their country, unlike several others, had been spared from the chaos that had already claimed thousands of lives elsewhere. The police had even sent their own personnel into the game. These operatives were pursuing the Earth God, following a line of epic-level quests that would help them steadily climb toward level 10. Much of their early progress had been made possible by the gear and skill books that Shadow had provided. The senior officer made a mental note that Shadow was no longer just a skilled player. He was a valuable national asset. They would need to find a way to bring him under their long-term strategic umbrella. Back in the game, the female player who had been watching Shadow was still focused on him, complimenting him and saying he was like a hero who eliminated danger for the people. Her tone was flirtatious, admiring. Shadow, still hidden in stealth, responded offhandedly, asking what had her acting so enthusiastic. Before she could answer, a series of notifications were quietly registered in Shadow's interface, and the girl casually remarked that no matter what Shadow did, the system or media always painted him in a good light. That confirmed to him that the authorities were deliberately managing his public image, likely to make future cooperation smoother and less controversial. He opened a private channel to contact the police, who asked him whether he had discovered Dongfang's real location. However, they already suspected that Dongfang had not logged out of the game at all. Without an exact physical location, they couldn't act on it. Shadow didn't pay much attention to the rest of the conversation. For him, the focus was now on reaching the forsaken land of the divine. He noticed several players already queuing at the teleportation circle located in the town. However, the teleportation circle on the mainland side remained unused. He made his way toward it. Upon reaching the teleportation stone, a brief system message confirmed that he was being transferred to the next continent, stating that the current town was merely a beginner's village and that the real journey would begin in the forsaken land. As Shadow passed through the portal, nothing could be seen. No figure, no sound, just the brief shimmer of activation. A few nearby players who had stealth detection skills were confused. Some had level 2 detection and were baffled by their inability to see anything. One of the players tried to guess what had happened, but a girl nearby commented flatly that it simply meant Shadow's stealth level had exceeded the detection threshold and was now beyond level 2. On the other side, Shadow arrived at the forsaken realm of the gods. As he had expected, the layout was identical to what he remembered from his previous life. The ruins he stood in mirrored the structure of his real-world city. It was the same for every player. When they arrived at the forsaken land, they found themselves in the ruins of their own cities. No one had ever figured out why the game worked that way, but the design was consistent. He didn't have time to think about it further. From a distance, he noticed 2 glowing crimson eyes staring at him. A moment later, a grotesque creature emerged from the shadows and lunged forward. It had several eyes and rough stones embedded across its back. Shadow quickly activated his invisibility and evasion skills, slipping away from the creature's attack. Now it was his turn. With a clean movement, he triggered an instant shadow slash, cutting through the monster with a critical strike. It was identified as an Earthshaker, a level 11 common monster. The creature collapsed, and Shadow received the expected experience boost. From there, he continued his progress through the ruins, moving swiftly and quietly. Each group of monsters he encountered was dispatched with precision, stealth, strike, vanish, repeat. He understood that in this third realm there were no safe towns or checkpoints. Monsters hid in every corner, ready to ambush any careless player. However, he also knew of a sanctuary hidden deep within the ruins. If he could reach it, he could use it as a foothold and begin to establish dominance in the region. Among the rivers and broken buildings, the most secure refuge lay in the northwest, an old stronghold that once belonged to the sanctuary of the Gods Guild from his previous life. Everyone froze when they saw the name of the level appear, the land forsaken by the gods. Feng immediately recognized the ruins around him. What stood before them looked disturbingly similar to the remains of a modern city. That was when the woman beside him realized the horrifying truth. This level wasn't modeled after any city. It was their city, reduced to rubble, as if the system had mirrored it into a desolate battlefield. And yet, amidst the destruction, the towering landmark of their city still stood tall. From the distance, they could spot someone, likely Shadow, teleporting into the tower. The woman wanted to chase after him, but another girl advised against it, warning her that Shadow could turn invisible. Searching for him now would be pointless. Before they could argue more, a new threat approached. Multiple monsters surged from the shadows, rushing toward Feng's team. Feng quickly warned everyone to brace themselves. The maid immediately started casting a flurry of buffing spells on him as the first monster lunged. Rahil, observing their strength, shouted that these weren't like the usual beasts. Even the regular monsters here were stronger than the silver-tier ones found outside the towns. One of the archers responded fast, firing a bound shot that tied the incoming creature with ethereal strings. With the beast restrained, he took the opportunity to pin it down and unleash his full power to end the fight quickly. Meanwhile, the fire-wielding maid invoked her signature spell, Prophecy of the Blazing Fireball, hurling it at the creature. The result was devastating. It burned through both the monster's hide and morale. After a tense moment, the team let out a breath. The threat was defeated. Feng turned to the winged scout and told her to take to the skis and survey the area. They needed reconnaissance more than anything now. He had already sensed the truth. The monsters were endless, and they were being surrounded. The battle noise had drawn even more creatures toward them. That was when Feng realized there were no designated safe zones in this level. The entire place had become a survival game, with nowhere to rest. One of the mages turned to the scout and asked her to look specifically for Shadow. She reasoned that since the gates had only just opened, Shadow couldn't have gone too far. If they could locate him, they might be able to regroup and survive longer. The scout replied that she couldn't see a single soul in range of her flight path. But then her owl, circling in the distance, let out a signal. She narrowed her eyes and relayed what she saw toward the northwest. There were piles of loot scattered across the area. Monster corpses were everywhere, freshly slain. From the pattern, it clearly looked like the work of an assassin. Someone had cleared the monsters with surgical precision but hadn't collected the drops. Everyone reached the same conclusion. Only one person would be this efficient and ignore loot like that: Shadow. More monsters began popping up, so the team quickly gathered and moved with Enyu leading them. She reasoned that since the area had already been cleaned by Shadow, it was likely safe to pass through. If they followed the trail of shimmering loot and the leftover drops, they would eventually catch up to him. Their leader urged everyone to stay in formation and remain alert. Even though the path seemed safe, this wasn't the time to relax. They were still in enemy territory, and anything could go wrong. As the team pressed on, the scene shifted. Shadow himself was deep within the zone, cutting through monsters at terrifying speed. Even without activating the gift of liberation, the damage output of his Shadow Slash ranged between 20,000 and 30,000. Dealing with low-tier monsters was effortless. His kills were clean, fast, and efficient, like triggering some kind of instant kill mode. This level was practically a paradise for assassins like him. The density of enemies, combined with their experience and lifespan drop rates, made it the perfect grinding spot. He had finally reached a location marked on his map, the hideout deep beneath the desolate ruin. It was a massive underground palace, one that took ages to discover in his past life. With over 1,000 resting rooms and a dozen grand halls, the place stood out as the largest hideout in the entire ruined city. In his previous life, it had served as the stronghold for his guild, the Godslayer Guild, until it was overtaken by another faction. Now the hideout was like an underground city. Traps were everywhere. Monsters lurked in every corridor. A powerful guardian boss protected the core. Back then, Shadow had needed 3 full squads, 18 elite players, all level 15 and fully equipped, to barely capture the place. But this time, he was aiming to take it down alone. Just then, a system notification appeared, confirming that he had entered the regional hideout. To claim the territory, he would first need to defeat the Guardian. Before that, however, he had to deal with the swarm of corrupted creatures that filled the halls. He spotted one of them, a level 12 Golden Tier crater, a spirit-type monster that harnessed elemental energy. It lunged at him, followed by its kin. Shadow reacted instantly, weaving through their attacks. His body blurred as he slashed through them, the Shadow Slash carving clean paths through groups of monsters in seconds. Experience flooded in with every kill. Despite the number of enemies, Shadow continued grinding without pause. He knew he had to clear every room, every corridor to trigger the appearance of the Guardian. The hideout wasn't small. There were thousands of chambers and dozens of halls. But he wasn't worried. He unleashed a blinding skill, casting darkness over the room and plunging the monsters into disarray. In their blinded state, his attacks gained even more strength. Even his basic strikes were fatal now. Within moments, 15 more monsters were gone, disintegrated by the power of his blows. But this was only the beginning. The Land of Pure Souls, as this underground palace was also known, was enormous. It was a monumental task to clear, but Shadow remained determined. With every room he cleared, the power stored in his greedy hand scale continued to grow. He knew that once the hideout was fully purged, he'd finally be able to evolve the skill once again. And when that happened, the Guardian, the true test of this level, would finally appear. And it would not be happy. Meanwhile, players from all over had begun to enter the level known as the Land Forsaken by the Gods, and like Feng's group, they too were stunned. The scenery around them looked strangely familiar, and the more they looked, the more disturbing the truth became clear. This wasn't just a corrupted battleground. It was the ruins of their very own city. The realization struck them hard. Each group from different regions had been transported into a ruined version of their real-world cities. The resemblance wasn't superficial. It matched every street and landmark down to exact geography. But there was no time to stand around in shock. Monsters were everywhere, and they were relentless. The only way to survive was to run or fight, and most opted for the former. The harsh reality quickly set in. There were no safe zones here. Even the rivers and seas that once flowed through the cities were now scattered with drifting loot and tradable life spans, tempting but dangerous. Elsewhere in the ruins, Meng and some members of his squad had found a relatively quiet corner. With no monsters nearby, they chose to remain hidden, holding off from making any moves. Despite their earlier confidence, they had underestimated the scale of the danger. Even when they believed they could take on Shadow and others, now that real threats were looming, they found themselves trembling like leaves, crouched beneath the shadows of broken towers and crumbling statues. Meng felt a tinge of embarrassment when Anu remarked that their current posture was far from heroic. But given the situation, she thought the description was fair. One of the mages among them brought up the obvious issue. They would need to establish a hideout of their own. With monsters constantly patrolling the ruins and no areas marked as safe, running blindly wasn't a long-term option. They needed somewhere defensible, or they'd be wiped out before they made any real progress. A girl in the group raised a pressing concern. If they died here, where exactly would they respawn? No one had the answer, and that silence spoke volumes. She suggested they postpone any attempts at serious combat for now and instead grind levels until all 6 of them reached level 10. Only then would they stand a chance at handling the real dangers of this level. The captain considered her advice and agreed. They would play it smart, no unnecessary fights, no heroics. For now, their focus was survival and leveling. But then something caught the attention of the treasure hunter girl. Her eyes gleamed as she spotted something valuable in the distance. At the same time, the owl from their reconnaissance team was still sweeping the skis, following the trail of loot and signs of activity. But something was off. The trail abruptly vanished. The loot stopped mid-path, as if its collector had vanished into thin air. She was almost drooling at the sight of the gold and gear left behind, but Meng quickly warned her to hold back. He explained that Shadow might have intentionally left that loot, and if they touched it without checking, they could be crossing a line. The items were still valuable, and he'd rather talk to Shadow before assuming anything. On the other side of the ruins, Shadow was still moving. He had been grinding non-stop, slicing through every monster in his path. The halls of the underground palace had been cleared one by one. In total, he had already conquered over 40 grand halls and thousands of smaller rooms. His kill count was impressive. More than 400 lesser monsters, 4 bronze-level bosses, and 2 silver-level bosses had already fallen to his blades. And in the process, he had gathered over 80,000 evening slave monsters as part of the drops. His experience bar was surging, and his evolution points had reached 205. He only needed 5 more points to trigger the next evolution of his greedy hand skill. With the current pace, he was confident that wouldn't take long. Then his communicator buzzed. It was Meng finally reaching out. Meng messaged him, mentioning the scattered loot left behind by Shadow. He asked if Shadow would be willing to trade some of the gear in exchange for lifespan, a resource that was becoming the most valuable currency in the game. Shadow raised an eyebrow, realizing Meng and his team had also made it into the land forsaken by the gods. He didn't reply immediately. There was something more urgent he had to handle first. Still, he noted the coordinates Meng sent and kept them in mind. He'd follow up after his current task was complete. Because something big was coming. Shadow had slain so many creatures that he knew the Guardian was about to spawn. The entire underground began to hum with unnatural energy. A blue, crackling aura began forming at the center of the palace. A system notification popped up in front of him, confirming his suspicion. You have triggered the emergence of the platinum-rank Guardian of the pure soul realm. Soul Keeper, Faisal level 15. Shadow narrowed his eyes. This was no ordinary fight. The monsters patrolling the ruins were already high tier, but this boss, this was something else. Even back in his previous life, Faisal had been one of the most powerful region bosses in the game, a top-tier guardian in every sense. He remembered all too well how Faisal's 750,000 HP was split across 3 deadly phases. The Guardian specialized in lightning-based attacks, and his single-target burst damage had been enough to obliterate even the tankiest warriors in a full golden set. Now Shadow would face him alone. And this time, he wasn't just fighting for gear or experience. He was fighting to claim mastery over the pure soul realm, and take control of the most powerful hideout in the land forsaken by the gods. But now Shadow was different. He wasn't some desperate frontliner anymore. He was a mercenary, a solo killer who had clawed his way to power. And unlike the past, he didn't even need to worry about resisting that single-target lightning skill. He could just activate his Shadow Slash and weave through attacks like a ghost. Without hesitation, the boy activated one of his assassination skills, closing the gap in a blink. A vicious throat slash carved across the elemental monster's form, slicing deep and instantly dropping its health by a considerable margin. The elemental beast shrieked in rage, summoning a lightning-forged spear and hurling it with force toward him, intent on turning Shadow to ash. But Shadow already knew what he was dealing with. If even a single bolt of lightning struck him in his current state, he'd be roasted on the spot. Bosses ranked platinum and above had a hit correction mechanism. That meant they were unnaturally accurate, far more so than regular monsters. Luckily, Shadow's evasion stats were monstrous. With a 75% dodge rate stacked by his Shadow evasion ability, most monsters couldn't even land a hit on him. And among the few that could, even same-rank enemies only had a 25% hit rate. But Soul Reapers like this one were an exception. They had an accuracy rate close to 50%, meaning at least 1 out of every 2 attacks was going to connect no matter how fast he was. Still, Shadow didn't flinch. He trusted his speed. With his agility now at a staggering 182 points, Shadow's sprinting speed broke through all normal thresholds. He was running at 40 meters per second when fully unleashed. If he kept his eyes sharp and tracked the incoming bolts carefully, even the most accurate lightning strike could be dodged. Back in his past life, he had fought this very boss alongside a full guild and barely survived with the help of a master tactician and luck that wasn't even his. But this time there was no luck involved. No support, no distractions, just him. And Shadow was determined to take down the monster solo using every assassination technique at his disposal. No delays, no hesitation, no chances given. Each skill he used cut deeper into the monster's health pool. Blessed Liberation, Throat Cut, Shadow Slash, and Poison Blade were stacking deadly effects together. The sheer pressure of his assault brought the Guardian down by a staggering 250,000 health points already, forcing the creature to shift into Phase 2. The monster roared as its body turned into a swirling sphere of thunder and lightning, entering an invincible state. Shadow knew exactly what this meant. Phase 2 had begun, and the only way to proceed was by eliminating the 3 lightning orbs floating above the battlefield. If they weren't taken out quickly, the boss would go berserk. He remembered it all too well. During his first run in his past life, the entire party had been wiped out in seconds when the boss entered this frenzy mode. And back then, it was his own sister who had completely frozen in panic, throwing a tantrum mid-fight. She insisted she didn't want to play anymore because she thought she was going to die. But ironically, when she sat out the next attempt, the team managed to beat the boss easily. It was only after the victory that they realized the biggest bottleneck to their success had been his sister's constant complaining and lack of contribution. This time, there was no such baggage. Shadow already knew the weakness, and he was going to exploit it to the fullest. Without hesitation, he locked onto the energy orbs and hurled 3 poison darts in rapid succession. The darts struck true, each one disrupting the flow of the thunder energy. With every orb destroyed, the boss's health took a mirrored hit. Shadow knew he only had to take down all 3 to trigger the final transformation. And right on cue, as the last orb cracked and shattered, the Guardian's form flickered with unstable lightning. Its eyes began to glow ominously, and the entire field around Shadow shifted. The air sizzled as the terrain was electrified from beneath and above. Phase 3 had begun. Shadow braced himself. He knew this phase well. It was a storm of constant lightning strikes and devastating electric pulses that rained down without rest. In his previous life, the guild's players had only survived it by wearing full sets of lightning-resistant gear. And even then, they'd needed 4 priest-class supports casting barriers and heals non-stop just to keep from getting fried. But now, Shadow didn't need any of that. He was far too powerful. There was no need to overthink it or stretch the fight with complex mechanics. He calmly activated the Dark Shield, enveloping himself in an orb of protective energy. As lightning crashed above and crackled beneath, the protective field shimmered but held strong. Not stopping there, Shadow launched himself into the air, triggering his mobility skills to their maximum. It was time to launch an aerial assault. Shadow was flying in the sky when he realized that the Lightning Guardian was intentionally creating a lightning storm on the ground. So, he decided to start with an aerial assault. He began using his holy gift, the Shadow Slash, while applying the Darkness Shield. At the precise moment, Shadow attacked the Lightning Guardian with extreme precision, breaking away its helm and defeating the boss in one shot. A notification informed him that he had slain the Soul Reaper of Platinum level and had finally reached level 11. His core attributes had increased by 4 points, and he had also earned 10 free attribute points. Along with that, he had gained 1,520 days of tradable lifespan, which was really awesome. Another system notification popped up, telling Shadow that he had achieved the world's first kill of a Platinum-level boss. His name would now be announced across the world. He also received an extra 10 attribute points for his achievement, along with becoming the master of the Sanctum of Purity. The boy knew that the Sanctum not only offered refuge in the game, but also served as a treasure trove and more. Most importantly, it could also be extracted into the real world. Because the moment the game of the Forsaken God descended, real-world weapons had already begun to rot, especially the most devastating of them all, the nuclear bomb, which became unusable on the first day. Aircraft and tanks might barely scrape by for a month or two, but ultimately, they were doomed to become nothing more than heaps of scrap metal. So the key battles of the future in reality would rely entirely on the extraction points given inside the game, along with the abilities that individuals acquired. Once the hidden place was extracted into reality, it would unleash a magical barrier, transforming into an impregnable sanctuary of absolute safety. In his previous life, Shadow was the one who had slain gods, and his guild had used this place as a stronghold, which constantly evolved. Even though there were countless joyful memories, he had also witnessed the relentless flow of blood from people entangled in their own schemes and rivalries. This time, Shadow was determined not to take the same path again. He would grow on his own until he reached the peak, before thinking about anything else. As the scene shifted, we came to a dark forest where a giant bear-like monster was hunting someone with a massive two-handed axe. A team, including the dumb sister and someone else, was tackling the boss. The man told her to get away, but she kept screaming and didn't move out of the monster's path. Without a second thought, she was split in half and teleported back to the safe town. A notification informed her that she had met her demise and had lost 14 years of her non-tradable lifespan, along with 2 days of tradable lifespan. The dumb girl couldn't believe that she kept dying again and again. On the other hand, the man was furious at the healer for not even being able to dodge an attack from a high-level boss wielding such a massive axe. But Zhao was on another level. She believed she had made no mistake and that it was the tank's fault. According to her, if he couldn't keep the boss in check, then she wouldn't bother dodging the attack. The man tried to knock some sense into her, telling her the monster had performed an area of effect skill, and there was no way the tank could defend against it. But when the girl refused to listen, the player left the team and abandoned them mid-fight. Her frightened friend tried to explain that, with the tank gone, they needed to find help or they would all be killed. But before the dumb girl could even react, her friend was also slain by the monster and sent back to the safe zone. While crying, the friend told Shadow's sister that they should fight lower-level monsters first so they could level up, because their time and lifespan were running out. Things were starting to get scary. Before they could even get up from the safe zone, a global notification popped up, announcing that player Shadow had achieved the world's first kill of a platinum-level boss, earning 10 points of reputation along with multiple other rewards. All the adventurers couldn't believe this achievement. It was insane. While they were barely surviving on the mainland, Shadow was already soloing into the next city without any help. They all wondered what Shadow's true identity really was. Meanwhile, the dumb sister hadn't even entered the silver level, while Shadow was already slaying platinum-level bosses. She still thought others were weak, and that none of it was her fault. But she knew that even taking down a silver boss was a huge struggle, and she wanted to know how Shadow was able to score the first kill on a platinum-level boss. The scene shifted back to the sanctuary, where Shadow was analyzing his stats, realizing that after defeating the Guardian, he had leveled up to 11. After reaching level 10, each upgrade gave a dazzling 4 attribute points, along with 10 free attribute points. He was distributing all his points to agility because, as long as his agility was high enough, combined with unlimited invisibility, he could achieve flawless victories against many bosses. He couldn't believe that the Platinum boss had handed him 20 evolution points, allowing him to evolve the Greedy Hand once more. Shadow decided to spend 210 evolution points on the Greedy Hand, upgrading it into a legendary tier assassin skill with a 500% chance of gaining a high-level item. The skill also now had a passive effect, granting him an inventory with 100 space slots. Loot items had increased from 3 to 5, and the extra storage space was a massive bonus. Shadow's Greedy Hand was truly overpowered, and he had even gained an additional 100 evolution points from it. Now Shadow had 2 pieces of Samsung gear and a skill book for assassins, but his level wasn't high enough to use them. So, for now, he decided to stash them away in the hideout storage. Shadow was also able to summon the devotee Shadow Believer. He ordered the undead follower to gather all the spoils from the palace and pile them up in one place. He realized that he still had 115 evolution points left, enough to elevate any non-epic skill to the legendary level. He upgraded the stealth duration from 36 seconds to a dazzling 60 seconds, and the sneak attack power from 300 to a whopping 500. The cooldown was also reduced from 22 seconds to just 8.5 seconds. He then upgraded the Shadow Wave technique, boosting its power to 75%, along with the backstab boost, which increased backstab damage by 50%. He also improved the blindness skill. The cooldown was reduced from 60 to 34 seconds, and the skill became an epic-level ability with a range of 50 meters. The higher the target's mental attribute, the shorter the effect duration, but it didn't matter much. Finally, he upgraded the skill Flower Bloom Curse, which could now simultaneously strip 500 remaining non-tradable lifespans and absorb scattered orbs of non-tradable lifespan. Shadow couldn't believe it. He could now absorb non-tradable lifespan, which had previously been impossible. In many high-end areas, the rage zones of special bosses accelerated the passage of time 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. These zones prioritized consuming non-tradable lifespan. From now on, Shadow would never lack tradable lifespan. The skill he had now was practically divine. Just then, the lady from the dungeon contacted him again, congratulating him for scoring the first kill on a platinum-level boss, and saying she had fantastic news. It was about Dongfang, who had finally logged off. She had heard that their family was gathering at a fancy restaurant and had acquired a large amount of lifespan. They were gearing up to bring it into the game to boost their combat power. The lady told Shadow that he absolutely had to take Dongfang down, or else they were toast. But Shadow told her not to worry at all. He immediately cut the call while collecting all the loot gathered by the undead devotee. After stashing all the items, he still had half the space left in his 100-slot Greedy Hand backpack. He decided to go and find Meng, so he could sell everything to them. The scene shifted to evening. Anya was surprised to see Shadow coming their way. She started running toward him with some flirty gestures, but Shadow immediately stopped her, telling everyone that the old rule still stood. He was the one to set the price, and if they didn't like it, they were free to walk away. He had around 30 items that were ordinary and bronze level, basically trash, so he gave a flat price of 950 days to the lady. It sounded fair. With Shadow's handprint still on her cheek, she told him the items they had picked up earlier were already estimated to be worth over 1,000 days, so she was ready to give him a clean 2,000 days. Shadow was happy with the deal and informed her that the other batch included silver, gold, and platinum tier items, and their total value had skyrocketed to a staggering 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. The lady couldn't believe he already had platinum-level gear when she was stuck with just one piece of gold gear. She was shocked that he was willing to give away the platinum gear so casually, but it worked out for her too. Thanks to Shadow, the police department's development was now skyrocketing, and she thanked him profusely. But Shadow remained calm, telling her he was just lending a hand. Black Plum noticed Shadow had so many inventory slots and joked that he must be some kind of robot with unlimited pocket space. Shadow ignored the question and told the ladies that their backpacks must be bursting. He advised them to check beneath the statue in the heart of the city ruins for something special, and then head to the teleportation array in the humble little town. However, he warned them that going back the first time would cost them 500 days of their lifespan, though returning would be free, so they needed to weigh their options wisely. For the lady, this was great news. She told her team that Shadow must be someone who had reincarnated. Otherwise, he wouldn't know such a secret piece of information. But Meng wasn't convinced and told her to stop acting like that, admitting he was getting scared now. Anya, however, had a naughty idea. She wanted to seduce Shadow and extract some vital information from him. As the scene shifts, we see that Shadow was walking away from the team, opening his system window and deciding to use his lifespan to extract his powers into the real world. He accessed the level synchronization panel and chose to use his profession enhancement so that his real-life level and in-game level could be perfectly synchronized. He spent over 27,000 days of his lifespan to complete the synchronization. Now it was time for his skill extraction. He had previously extracted the Shadow assassination technique, but it was only at level 1. This time, he wasn't just leveling up the Shadow skill, but also extracting more abilities. He spent approximately 2,000 days to max out Shadow assassination, along with investing 900 days to extract Backstab Boost and 1,000 days to unlock the Greedy Hand in real life. Last but not least was the Slash attack, which was unlocked after 3,200 days, along with Phantom Shadows and Curse of Blossoms, which together cost Shadow over 20,000 days of tradable lifespan. His extraction synchronization was complete, and now he had over 7,500 days of tradable life remaining. Next up was gear extraction. After spending 3,600 days, he extracted the golden tier boots of invisibility, along with the Devotee pendant, which cost another 3,394 days. The Devotee pendant was important because it reduced cooldown times and could summon silver tier undead believers, who were practically invincible in reality for now. With a single wave, Shadow had wiped out his entire fortune, leaving him with just 486 days of tradable lifespan left. But now, his real-life skills had nearly caught up to his in-game progress. He still needed to earn a bit more lifespan so that the next time he logged off, he could fully sync up. After deciding this, Shadow logged out and returned to the original body of the boy. He knew that his sister knew his address, so it was best to skedaddle from here for safety, especially with that rich lady also trying to kill Feng. He knew that extracting the Land of Purity into real life would cost him more than 1,300 days of tradable lifespan. So until then, he needed to find a temporary place to call home where no one could find him. Shadow decided to activate his skill along with the Greedy Hand, using the inventory space provided to store all the belongings in his house. After packing was done, Feng realized how handy the space from the Greedy Hand really was. Everything he owned had gone straight into his pocket. After everything was packed, Feng jumped out the window and decided to head toward the Dongfang family. He had decided to end their lives in reality for good. In the future, that neighborhood was going to stretch over 15 kilometers. Covering that distance was not hard for Shadow. At the speed he was going, it would only take him 10 minutes to reach the place where the family was gathering. The scene shifted to the restaurant where the Dongfang family had assembled. A meeting was underway among various individuals discussing the realization that abilities and lifespan gained in the game could impact the real world. It was seen as a colossal opportunity for the Eastern faction, as their company had done remarkably well this time, establishing a foothold in the game. Meanwhile, Dongfang was telling his grandfather that this was all part of what he should be doing, and even the old man was pleased with his grandson's growth. This time, they had acquired a massive amount of tradable lifespan to buy gear and skill books. Their goal was to level up all the core family members to level 10 at lightning speed, allowing them to seize the upper hand and expand the family's influence in the real world once again. With the right development, the Eastern family was destined to become a dominant force and ultimately establish a realm filled with wealth. But on the inside, Dongfeng wasn't so innocent. He secretly hated his grandfather, thinking the old man was already half buried in the ground yet still clinging to the chieftain's throne that he wanted for himself. Once he caught Shadow, he planned to squeeze all his secrets out of him, then use him to earn extra lifespan, perhaps even by assassinating his own grandfather. Dongfeng believed that when he reached the top of the leaderboard, all the others would perish. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by his grandfather, who asked how the plan to deal with Shadow was coming along. Dongfeng replied that he had found a reliable woman to fish out Shadow's identity, and news would be coming very soon. The old man wanted to capture Shadow alive and harness his true power for the Eastern family so they could reap tremendous rewards. Meanwhile, on the outside, Shadow had already beaten all the guards. No weapons were working on him. The boy had never expected noble families to actually carry guns, but even though he couldn't guarantee a perfect dodge every time, he still managed to handle them, despite not bringing any armor into the real world. He knew that even a single bullet to a vital point could be game over, but he was determined to finish the job. To be cautious, he summoned one silver-level undead devotee. He ordered the creature to go inside and leave no survivors. As a silver-tier boss, the undead had formidable damage resistance. Even under heavy gunfire, it could endure for quite a while. The undead followed its master's orders and headed inside. The moment the people inside saw it, they were shocked. Screams erupted as they tried to make sense of what the creature was. But they soon realized it wasn't a person, it was a monster from the godforsaken game. They opened fire on the undead, but it had no effect. The creature leapt onto the guards, slashing and tearing through them as they screamed in pain and agony. The undead pierced the chests of multiple security guards while the chaos grew. After finishing off the bodyguards, it immediately lunged at the old man of the Dongfang family, biting into his neck and causing him to bleed heavily. The old man screamed for his grandson to save him, but it was no use. Dongfang was already fleeing, desperate to escape. He thought that if he could just dive into the game, he would be safe. As long as he leveled up to 10 and extracted his powers into reality, no one would be able to threaten him. But as he looked ahead, he saw someone radiating an intense aura, becoming invisible in front of his eyes. In that moment, Dongfang realized that the figure before him was none other than Shadow himself, come to assassinate him. Before Dongfang could react, Shadow struck. His head flew into the air and Shadow vanished once again. Shadow then used the flower curse to absorb all the tradable and non-tradable lifespan he could. After the harvest was complete, a system notification popped up, informing him that he had exchanged 27,000 days of tradable lifespan, along with 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. Shadow smiled. It was a bountiful harvest indeed. After the blooming curse fully took effect, Shadow could see that this time, the impact of the curse's strike was tremendous. It absorbed an enormous amount of energy, erasing every last trace of blood and corpses from the scene. But more than that, it drained every drop of lifespan from the souls who had been assassinated. And yet Feng was smiling. He understood just how calm the world seemed right now, blissfully unaware of the chaos that would erupt in the future, once all those in-game powers started manifesting in reality. But suddenly, Shadow's heightened senses picked up something alarming. Someone had called the police. There had been gunshots and desperate screams coming from the private room. The police arrived quickly, aware that this particular restaurant was the Eastern Dongfeng family's usual gathering spot for banquets. They stormed inside, expecting the worst. But found nothing. The entire room was spotless. Not a drop of blood, not a single corpse, just some fallen chairs and a quiet, eerie stillness. The police chief frowned. Everything about the booth was a mess, exactly what you'd expect after a shootout. But why were there no bodies, no signs of anyone at all? No shells, no blood, not even a fingerprint. He asked the officers whether anyone had entered or exited the hotel. But the guards at the entrance swore that they hadn't seen a single soul. No one had gone in or out. To the police, it was a baffling mystery. The entire Dongfeng family had vanished into thin air. And they had, because at that very moment, Shadow slipped out of the restaurant, completely invisible. He was unharmed, and his mind had already shifted to his next target, the Quinn Group, one of the forces actively hunting him. Unfortunately, the Quinn Group's headquarters had already been relocated long ago, well before the arrival of Forsaken by the God in North America. Only one member of interest remained nearby, the president's beloved daughter, Shishi, who was now trapped within the magical urban district. Shadow needed to extract her before she could leave the country. If she made it abroad, the situation would spiral out of control, stretching from this city into the heart of the magical metropolis. The distance was nearly 300 kilometers. Even for Shadow, it would take 2 or 3 hours to reach it on foot, a complete waste of time. So he decided it was better to find another route, and maybe snag himself a reliable steed. Meanwhile, Feng sat quietly back in his room, preparing to dive into the game once more. The system notification popped up, welcoming him again into Forsaken by the God, the second time he had been chosen by the divine. He returned to the sanctuary. From there, he could sense silver and gold tier bosses still lingering in the ruins nearby. It was worth trying to farm them, after all, extra experience never hurt. Just then, Enyu contacted him. She had good news. Their team had just discovered the entrance to a tomb, but it was guarded by a golden-level vengeful spirit, and they couldn't defeat it on their own. Shadow raised an eyebrow. How did the little lamb always manage to stumble across these kinds of opportunities? Enyu explained that while returning to the starting town, they decided to take a detour to avoid the smaller monsters. As they wandered off route, they noticed something unusual, a strange shadow. They investigated, and after a bit of searching, realized what had happened. The little lamb had fallen into a hidden pit and discovered the entrance to a secret zone. Since it was a special dungeon area, team chat was disabled. They couldn't communicate once inside. Still, with a full team, they decided to risk it. They ventured into the pit and were immediately greeted by a level 12 golden boss, swinging a massive weapon at them. But thanks to their fast reflexes and nimble weapons, they narrowly avoided serious injury and managed to escape just in time. Enyu told Shadow that they were now back at Shell Town, and if he wanted to come to the tomb, she could send the coordinates. Shadow was genuinely impressed. The little lamb was truly a golden finder. Still, he knew how dangerous the ruins could be. One wrong step, and even someone like him could meet their end. But tombs, like the temples of faith and the cursed ruins, were full of random opportunities. Anything could spawn inside, from treasure to nightmares. He agreed and asked Enyu to send the coordinates. Enyu, ever sly, added with a teasing tone that if there was anything inside the tomb he didn't plan to use, she would happily claim it. Shadow didn't mind. It wasn't a big deal. But he silently acknowledged that Enyu was sharper than she let on. She knew how to spin situations in her favor. Soon, Shadow arrived at the coordinates Enyu had sent. As he looked around, he saw a huge well-like structure and couldn't believe it. This was the entrance. How had the little lamb just walked into it and fallen down? The well was massive, clearly visible to anyone with eyes, and yet she had somehow stumbled straight into it without anyone noticing. Shadow could only shake his head, realizing once again that the girl was a true piece of work. Finally, Shadow leapt into the entrance. As he descended, a system notification appeared, informing him that he had entered the Tomb of Resentment and that all long-range communications would now be severed. As Shadow began walking through the tomb's dark, suffocating corridors, he suddenly noticed crimson-red eyes glaring at him from the darkness. A low, guttural growl echoed, not loud, but chilling enough to make anyone pause. And then the vengeful spirit revealed itself. It was a gold-tier boss, humanoid in shape but wielding 2 massive butcher swords that looked capable of slicing clean through bone. Shadow instantly recognized this was the enemy he had to defeat, though he had never encountered this particular boss in his previous life. Still, judging by its appearance, he could tell that the boss had extremely high attack power and a wide area of effect. It was going to be a wild dance if he hoped to survive. Only now did Shadow truly understand why Enyu and her team had fled in panic. The gear and skill books he'd sold them were all attack-oriented. They had virtually no defensive value, and against an aggressive, high-damage boss like this one, that setup was practically useless. Shadow estimated his health to be around 5,000, but he knew just one clean strike from this boss could take off nearly half of it. A second or third hit would finish him for good. He had no choice but to run. As the spirit launched its first strike, Shadow activated Shadow Flash, instantly vanishing into thin air and reappearing behind the enemy. This not only granted him assassination points, but gave him the first strike advantage. He aimed straight for the monster's arms, slicing at both with precise intent, hopping to disarm the creature and limit its offensive reach. The blow landed, but Shadow could feel the boss's immense defense. It absorbed nearly 80% of the damage. Still, the attack wasn't in vain. With one clean follow-up from his graceful liberation skill, Shadow landed a throat-splitting critical strike that should have been enough to end most enemies. But just then, something unexpected happened. The severed hands began to twist and writhe unnaturally, reattaching themselves to the boss's body, but not for healing. Instead, they detonated in a violent explosion aimed straight at Shadow's face. He barely had time to react. By pure instinct, Shadow activated ghostly evasion, dodging the blast with unreal speed. As he landed on the other side, he exhaled in relief, knowing that if he hadn't triggered the skill in time, he'd be nothing more than charred remains. It had been careless of him to lower his guard. He recalled a similar moment from his past life, when a team member rushed toward a new boss's corpse to loot it, only to be caught in a self-detonation trap and wiped out. Some entire teams had been obliterated like that, even against lower-tier platinum bosses. And yet, here was a golden-tier spirit pulling off the same trick. He hadn't expected this. Then, the final system notification popped up. You have slain the vengeful spirit. Reward, 1,010 days of tradable lifespan plus 20 evolution points and the skill book, Nightfall Crescent Blade. Shadow immediately used Greedy Hand, claiming an additional 6,300 days of tradable lifespan and looting the platinum-level Resentment leather armor. Finally, he had scored a skill book and gear he could genuinely use. He equipped the new skill Shadow Blade, which dealt shadow elemental damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius. He hadn't expected a proper area of effect elemental attack to be available for the assassin class, but here it was. When it came time to assign his attribute points, Shadow placed them into Spirit, knowing that for his current build, Spirit was far more valuable than raw strength. Then came the gear evolution. He used his evolution points to raise the Nightfall Crescent Blade from Platinum to Epic tier. With the upgrade, its attack range expanded from 5 meters to 12 meters. Now, it dealt explosive shadow damage over a wide area, peaking at over 1,300 points per hit. Even Shadow was surprised by the leap in output. Still, he knew that because it was an area attack, the individual damage was diluted. It couldn't compare to the single-target brutality of Shadow Slash. But for clearing out waves of enemies or being surrounded by hordes of minions, this new skill was perfect. He swapped out his old level 5 Golden Ghost fire armor and equipped the Resentment leather armor, which drastically improved his physical resistance and block rate. It boosted several core attributes, reinforcing his survivability, and was a significant upgrade across the board. Now that the fight was over, Shadow tallied the remaining loot, nearly 20 valuable pieces in total. Selling them would likely earn him over 10,000 days of tradable lifespan. With that thought in mind, he turned his eyes to the sealed gate ahead. It was time to enter the actual crypt. And this time he crossed his fingers, hoping to find not just gold-tier loot, but maybe even a decent riding creature. The ultimate prize. As the scene shifted, the setting moved to a dense forest where a hideous goblin stood grinning perversely. He was staring at Shadow's sister and her friend, who were clearly overwhelmed. They couldn't even land a single scratch on the creature. Instead, they were being killed again and again in a seemingly endless loop. Nearby, another teammate had finally had enough. Frustrated and fuming, he grabbed the collar of the girl and shouted in anger. According to him, she was nothing more than a brainless waste of space, relying only on her face and figure, yet unable to even use those properly. He blamed her entirely for the repeated team wipes. With only 2 years of lifespan left, the boy snapped. He shoved her away, yelling that if she ever showed her face at the academy again, he would make her life a living hell. Then he logged out. Zhao's friend, seeing the situation unfold, walked over to console her. She gently suggested that Zhao join her and her parents' community group, a support guild dedicated to helping the elderly and players who weren't skilled at the game. It was a peaceful group, built for survival and mutual aid, but the advice was lost on Zhao. Instead of listening, her mind was filled with revenge. She kept replaying the moment in her head, wondering how a guy who was barely a 4 out of 10 had the nerve to threaten her. In her view, she was the one making a compromise by even teaming up with someone like him. It was his fault they died, not hers. He was the tank, and he failed to do his job. Dismissing her friend's suggestion, Zhao told her to go run off and play house with her little family group. Boiling with rage, she logged out of the game. Back in reality, she woke up in her lavish bedroom, though lavish was just an illusion now. The house was under debt, and the luxury felt hollow. Restless, she picked up her phone and started messaging every guy she had in her contacts, asking if they were up for leveling with her and helping her survive. But every message she received was the same. The boys were only interested if she offered something in return, something physical. They were playboys, waiting to take advantage of her if she let them. It infuriated her. Still, Zhao wasn't ready to give herself up so easily. She tried a different angle with one of them. She texted him, claiming she had feelings for him all along, but her brother Feng had kept her on a tight leash. That's why she never accepted the boy's past confessions. But now, she said, she had cut ties with Feng and was finally ready. The reply was sharp and merciless. The boy had moved on. He laughed at her, calling her a joke. If she could betray her gentle brother so easily, who knew what she'd do in a relationship? Frustrated, Zhao continued texting others. Some ignored her. Others hinted they help, but only if she had some fun first. She was surrounded by the same kind of people she used to manipulate, but now she saw no one truly cared. And still, she stayed in denial, calling them all worthless men and convincing herself that not one of them could be trusted. But then the harsh truth struck her. Her non-tradable lifespan was down to 6 months. Originally, she had 2 years, but a year and a half had already passed, and she had done nothing useful with that time. Desperate now, Zhao finally thought of Feng. Despite everything, she believed her older brother wouldn't abandon her. Surely he'd have a solution. She decided she would visit him and use a few soft words, not a real apology, of course. In her mind, she hadn't done anything wrong, but the situation called for a little temporary submission. Once he helped her level up and stabilize her lifespan, she planned to cut ties again and switch over to stronger allies like Shadow. She thought herself clever, a true strategist. She arrived at Feng's apartment, ready to play her part. But no one answered the door. Confused, she knocked again, then louder, and eventually lost patience. Her real personality emerged as she kicked the door open and marched inside, shouting that Feng was getting too full of himself. But then her eyes widened in disbelief. The apartment was completely empty. Feng was gone. Even his bed and table had vanished. As a final act of desperation, Zhao pulled out her phone and dialed his number. It was still saved. But the call didn't go through. The number was unreachable. It was switched off. She stood there, stunned, unsure where Feng had disappeared to. And as the scene shifted again, we returned to the grave of resentment, where Shadow was in the midst of carving through waves of monsters. He had already slain over 200 lesser enemies, and even dispatched several bronze and silver bosses along the way. The system informed him he was just shy of reaching level 12. Beside him, his faithful undead companion stood silently. "Open the coffin," Shadow ordered, pointing toward the large sealed sarcophagus at the end of the dungeon. The undead obeyed, but as soon as the lid was cracked open, a grotesque shriek echoed from within. A black fog burst out, engulfing the undead instantly. The creature inside possessed it and shredded it to pieces within seconds. Shadow's eyes narrowed. He recognized this monster. It was a golden-tier boss known as Dark Miasma, a horrifying entity with no solid form, completely immune to physical attacks. In his previous life, someone had accidentally released this boss, and it unleashed chaos. The black fog it produced covered entire regions, leading to massive casualties. Those touched by the miasma were either killed or possessed. The only way to survive was to be saved by a teammate or to possess a rare class with invincibility skills. Otherwise, death was inevitable. But this time, Shadow was prepared. He activated Knight's Embrace, summoning a full-body armor that surrounded him in an indestructible shell. He knew the trick. Inside the swirling fog was a core, a parasite-like root that formed the boss's main body. Targeting it was the key. After a sharp, focused battle, Shadow struck true. The core shattered. The system announced that the golden-tier boss had been slain, but Shadow couldn't believe it. The power level of the boss clearly surpassed platinum. Why was it only listed as gold? To make matters worse, the loot was also listed as golden tier. It didn't seem worth the risk. Still, Shadow was grateful he had learned the Shadow Knight Blade, which allowed for magical damage. Without it, the fight would have been unwinnable. He activated Greedy Hand, pulling in the dropped loot, and although he felt a bit disappointed, the system chimed again. "You have received a rare item." He looked at it and frowned. It was just a simple bell. But on closer inspection, he realized what it actually was, a mount summoning bell used to call a writing creature. And finally, Shadow smiled. Shadow couldn't believe what had just happened. The mount for him had actually appeared, and it was thanks to the golden bell in his hand. It was the summoning bell of the Phantom Night Walker Wolf, which summoned a spectral night wolf of high level upon use. This ethereal beast could aid Shadow in battle and also serve as his trusty steed. However, it required the user to be at least level 11. Shadow was amazed that he had obtained the Phantom Night Walker Wolf, one of the fastest mounts he could get early on. It had a strong presence and came equipped with multiple agility-enhancing body parts. The mount would gain experience alongside its master and level up accordingly. However, if he traded the mount's bell, its level would reset to its original state. As Shadow rang the bell, a ferocious being appeared behind him. At first, it looked like the creature was going to eat him, but nothing happened. Instead, its movement speed was boosted by 245%. During nighttime, after mounting it, Shadow would permanently stay at 1 HP. However, attacking would break this stealth state and grant an extra 120 points of piercing damage. Once revealed, he would have to wait 60 seconds to re-enter stealth, but stealth could be activated again through the mount, letting the chase begin once more. It had a cooldown of 12 seconds, and physical defense as well as elemental resistance were boosted for a total of 1800 seconds. Now Shadow could strike a single target repeatedly, adding a whopping 267 points of physical attack power with each blow. The Phantom Wolf also granted allied units an extra 35 points of attack power. Shadow couldn't believe that he now had both a steed and a battle companion all at once, and it even came with invisibility, which was a huge bonus. In fact, it was a complete win. As Shadow traveled through the area, he bounced on the back of his new ride while it activated stealth and ran at insane speeds. Shadow was invisible while deciding to level up to level 15 and gather enough lifespan to summon his mount into the real world. Next time he logged off, he planned to head directly to the magical city and eliminate the queen, putting an end to any future problems. As the steed hopped across the buildings, Shadow commanded it to head to the Jianghai Arena. The area was vast, with 2 underground levels, a labyrinth of intricate pathways, and an overwhelming number of monsters. It was the perfect place to level up quickly, so he ordered the lone walker wolf to take him straight there. As Shadow entered the arena, hopping and jumping all around, multiple soldiers sensed something and turned toward his direction, even though they couldn't see him. Shadow already knew this arena was a paradise for powerful monsters, and that much was expected. Soon, both the Phantom Wolf and its master leapt into action, attacking the monsters without delay. Shadow began using Shadow Slash instantly, starting his grind to level up. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the desert, where Enyu and her team were working tirelessly to defeat monsters alongside the Black Lamb and a fat guy. The boy was introduced as Nolly, the son of a city director. As he watched the ladies fighting, he clapped and commented that their damage was impressive. He knew Enyu had the hidden class of Dragon Swordsman, which really packed a punch, and he began admiring her, thinking he could get away with it since he was from a powerful background. Suddenly, Meng came over, and Enyu turned around, saying the boss they were fighting was only level 8, and that they could take it down without much trouble. However, it had still taken them over 10 minutes, and she couldn't understand how Shadow had managed to defeat a platinum boss all by himself. Hearing Enyu praise, someone else wounded the fat man's pride. He immediately spoke up, claiming that Shadow was just a sleazy assassin who only sneaked around to attack bosses from behind, someone destined to never see the spotlight. The fat man believed that since Enyu didn't have much financial backing, with his status as a second-generation official, he could easily capture and keep her. But then Enyu spoke up, telling him that as a marksman, he should know it's easier to wear down a boss first before going all in, rather than charging recklessly. Her words hit the fat man's pride again, and he said he was a person of integrity and not like Shadow, who stooped to such low tactics. He even claimed he had heard that the shadowy menace was a notorious and bloodthirsty person in real life. Still, he said he knew someone in the police who played the game and had level 3 stealth detection. With that person's help, he suggested they devise a plan and set up a trap to uncover Shadow's real identity. Once exposed, they could take control of him, since such a person could only be safely used for official purposes. Otherwise, issues like Song and the Dongfang family would keep cropping up. The fat man asked Enyu whether they were really expected to keep cleaning up these kinds of messes every single time. But honestly, wasn't that the job of the police, even outside the game, instead of relying on an assassin? Both Feng and Enyu looked at him and burst out laughing. They told the fat man that it wasn't Shadow causing the mess. Rather, it was the police who had asked Shadow to clean up their mess. He was the only one who could ensure the official alliance remained stable through his own strength. So the fatty could just kiss it and get over it so they could team up with Shadow. Like, who did he think Shadow was? He had the global first kill of both the Golden Boss and the Platinum Boss, and that too solo. With someone at that level, if they couldn't bring him in for collaboration, there was no way they could ever cross him, especially since they didn't know anything about the game, while Shadow seemed to know quite literally everything. They started laughing, asking the fatty if his brain had been devoured by a crawler or some zombie, because he clearly couldn't think straight. And even though the boy was a second gen, he couldn't stop the insults from flowing due to the dumb things he had just said. Despite his background, Enyu didn't hold back either, roasting him further by asking if being a second-generation rich kid meant he didn't need a brain. Hearing all this, the fatty was nearly in tears and decided he would take revenge on Shadow, even though Shadow wasn't even involved in this conversation. He thought that as long as anti-stealth levels could keep up with Shadow, he wouldn't need to worry about controlling him. Suddenly, the fatty started dancing, telling the officers that without any connections, they actually dared to scold him, and now it would come back to bite them. He told Enyu to wait and watch while he handled everything, believing he could bring Shadow to his knees and make him beg for forgiveness, though he didn't even know what for. But he was instantly ignored by Feng and Enyu, who wondered what loot they had missed because of the fatty's interruption. Enyu told Feng that they missed a piece of golden gear for the priest, a silver item, and a skill book. Still, she kept talking about Shadow because he always dropped loot like a king. They all knew that Shadow must have snagged a handful of golden treasures, or maybe even some platinum ones by now. The lady wondered how many bosses their boy had actually taken down. Maybe treasure hunting was his real talent, because it seemed like all the good stuff had been looted from treasure chests. But Feng was thinking about something else, while the fatty kept dancing, telling Captain Enyu that while it might sound like overthinking, he was still really worried. As they started paying attention, Feng asked Enyu if she had heard about the hotel case involving the mysterious mass disappearance of the Dongfang family during their gathering. Even though Feng didn't want to believe it, he wondered if Shadow was behind it. And if it were true, should the officers really keep helping him clean up? After all, they barely understood Shadow's personality and were afraid that he might turn out to be a truly dangerous criminal in real life. Enyu also knew about the case. It was getting a lot of attention from higher-ups, and everyone was speculating whether it was connected to Shadow. But as of now, there wasn't a shred of evidence to prove his involvement. Still, even if the case really was Shadow's doing, the lady chose to stick with him and keep their collaboration going. She said that even if the higher-ups refused to clean up after him, she would personally wipe his behind. This was Sleazy Lions. Feng couldn't understand why the girl was so obsessed with Shadow. Hearing this, the ladies laughed and said there wasn't a single woman in the game who wouldn't want to give Shadow at least a little attention. Just then, another officer came running toward the group, telling Enyu they had discovered an area ahead that looked like an arena, but all the creatures inside were already dead, and the ground was littered with corpses. They wondered what kind of powerful team could wipe out all the monsters inside. The lady didn't even respond properly. She just waved her hands and told them to check it out. As the scene shifted, they entered the arena, and as soon as they did, they saw a large amount of loot scattered everywhere. It was insane. There must have been hundreds of monsters, judging by the loot. The officers were amazed, wondering what kind of team could be this strong. But Enyu told them straight up that it had to be Shadow. If they looked around, they might even run into him. Still, the fat man asked what gave her the confidence to say that. Another dumb question. Enyu told him with an annoyed face that Shadow was at the top of the leaderboard, and the official police team ranked just behind. If the police couldn't pull this off, then it had to be Shadow. But now the fatty's ego was involved. He said that even he had invisibility and could do the same thing, though it would just take more time. Enyu ignored him entirely and messaged Shadow directly, asking if he was still around. After clearing out so many monsters, he must have had a ton of extra gear and skill books. She told him they wanted to buy the leftovers for a good price. Suddenly, Shadow became visible again, and he was standing right behind the fatty, who had been insulting him non-stop. Shadow's phantom wolf was glaring at the man, as if ready to devour him whole. The fatty immediately collapsed on the ground, unable to hold himself together. Out of sheer fear, he wet himself, producing a large puddle of golden liquid and utterly embarrassing himself. On the other hand, Enyu was surprised, wondering how Shadow had managed to get a mount, and more importantly, where she could get one too. But the boy didn't reveal anything. He simply thanked the lady for the coordinates she had given him for the grave. He especially thanked Little Black for such valuable information. This time, Shadow got straight to the point, asking Nolly if they were going to make a deal for all the items lying around like they always did, and if not, they could leave. Enyu stopped him, telling him that they already knew how he made deals and that it was always fair. She was ready. As Enyu laughed and chatted with Shadow, the fatty burned with jealousy from the inside. Even after humiliating himself, he was still plotting revenge, unable to accept the fact that they had made him look like a fool in front of everyone. We see that Shadow was going away after making the deal, still invisible and riding his trusty wolf. Now, he had a tradable lifespan of 245 years and 255 evolution points. He had cleared out the ruins of the arena and scored a decent gold-level skill book with a skill named Silent Whale. With it, Shadow could enter stealth mode right where he stood, and as long as he didn't attack or move, he would remain hidden indefinitely. But the moment he launched an attack, it would deal an extra 300 points of piercing damage. It had a cooldown of 120 seconds and required level 13. The skill not only enhanced his stealth, but what was even more incredible was that if it were used in real life, combined with the invincible state from the game, it could let him vanish completely from reality without doing anything. And since evolving this skill to Epic didn't cost many points, Shadow decided to go for it. He spent 11 evolution points to increase the skill level from Gold to Epic, raising the damage from 300 to 800. Since he still had points left, Shadow decided to evolve some other skills while riding. He consumed 34 more evolution points to upgrade Venomous Poison to Epic Level 2. Its range extended from 17 meters to 20 meters, and it now additionally inflicted the toxic asterisk status. The skill dealt ongoing damage with no weakness bonus, lasting for 5 seconds and could not stack. Upon hitting, it added 400 points of attack damage with 100% damage per second. Shadow also used 200 evolution points to upgrade the Gift of Liberation to Epic Level 2. Its base attack bonus increased from 200% to 300%, and it granted a double damage multiplier on weak points. Activating the skill allowed his next attack to deliver a devastating throat slash effect, inflicting 200% of the attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Its cooldown was also reduced from 22 seconds to just 9.7 seconds. Now, Shadow understood just how powerful mythical skills really were. Except for certain special monsters, every enemy he encountered felt like a breeze. So, he knew it was time to start targeting bigger enemies to ensure he still got good loot. He also decided to check out the necklace he got from the Trickster. It was the Trickster Pendant, an assassin-class accessory. It gave a physical attack bonus of 45 points, along with plus 20 to Strength and plus 20 to Constitution. It required level 13 and had a unique effect on the user's health level. Shadow knew that, with his combined skills and gear, he had now achieved level 4 stealth. At this stage, no one could even hide from him. With the Shadow Wheel technique, his evasion skyrocketed to 83%. His entire assassin gear boosted his physique and spirit by 5 points each, and his dodge rate increased by a whopping 32%. Shadow then started heading toward the desolated city once again when he noticed something in the sky resembling a sandstorm. He wondered what it was. But then, it was revealed that an ugly-looking creature was standing on the roof of a damaged building, holding 2 massive axes, one in each hand. Shadow immediately realized that this creature was the Saint of Steel. He wondered who was bold enough to bring this boss out. Even in his past life, the Saint emerged amidst the city ruins, facing a staggering army of over 1,000 adversaries, and racking up a total of more than 400,000 deaths, without even getting scratched. In fact, the Saint of Steel was the guardian of a sanctuary called Church Haven, which was the second largest sanctuary in the ruined city. Originally, Shadow had planned to take down Queen before tackling this boss, but since it had already spawned, he thought he might as well claim it for himself now. Shadow turned invisible again and started moving toward the boss on his trusty steed. As he closed in, he saw many players already fighting it, but all of them were getting slaughtered again and again. They weren't able to inflict any damage at all. Their faces twisted in pain as they died repeatedly, teleporting back to the safe zone and losing precious life points. To Shadow, trying to challenge the Saint of Steel right now was ambitious, but also completely pointless. But suddenly he saw something that shocked him. There was a man running around on a mount too, and it was a white lion. Shadow immediately recognized the man. It was Chen, who possessed the hidden profession of Templar Knight. He was Shadow's old friend, a rival who had battled him for 9 long years without ever having a decisive winner. This person was cunning and wicked. Every time he was about to be defeated, he would always find some sneaky trick to escape unscathed. The Knight's Temple claimed victory, and in the previous life, the Steel Saint was taken down by Chen's guild. Thus, players had spread tales of the Western Slaying God and the Eastern Holy Temple. They each held dominion over the abandoned west of the city. Chen was hanging out in the eastern area, treating it like his own little paradise. When the Knight's Sanctuary Guild first started recruiting members, they made Chen sign an ironclad contract guaranteeing his safety. But the life tax rate skyrocketed to a staggering 50%. Most of the members became slaves to a few top-tier fighters in the guild. This was when Shadow understood the true reality of Chen. He was nothing but a life sucker. But Shadow really wanted this to happen because, this time, Chen wouldn't be able to escape at all. As the scene shifted, we saw everyone fighting the Saint of Steel while it continued damaging them without any remorse or guilt. But suddenly, right in the middle of them, came our boy Shadow. He used his assassination skill to eliminate all the players around him, taking them all down instantly. Chen, realizing his team had been decimated, immediately figured out it was Shadow. He said he knew all of Shadow's tricks and asked why Shadow had killed his people when they held no grudge against him. But Shadow calmly joked in front of Chen that he didn't like eating non-veg. Even before Chen could use any of his sneaky tricks, Shadow appeared behind him and used his assassination skill to drop him lifelessly. After everything was finished, Shadow used the Curse Blossom Flower to sap the life energy from all of them. Everyone was teleported back to the safe point, while Chen was left wondering why Shadow had targeted them out of nowhere. Suddenly, all his members started screaming because their tradable lifespans had hit 0. They immediately realized that this must have been Shadow's skill, so they decided to rally their forces and return to the location to fight Shadow with everything they had. But Chen started screaming at them, asking if they were out of their minds. According to him, they should head somewhere else, evolve, and reclaim the lost years of life. It was then we saw that even Shadow's dumb sister was part of the group. She was also being targeted, wondering why she ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time. Her lifespan was already running low. As the curse flower absorbed everyone, it showed their names to Shadow, and he realized his sister was among them. The boy realized that she had barely managed to hold on to any life, and it seemed she had reached the end of her rope. Shadow couldn't believe that she had joined the slave guild, giving away her life for nothing but a bunch of useless people. Just then, Shadow was attacked from one side by the Saint of Steel, but thanks to his insane dodging skills, he avoided the blade like it was nothing. The creature was actually shocked at how Shadow managed to dodge so easily. It swung both of its axes, trying to hit him, but Shadow already knew about its weakness. He knew that the Saint would only swing the lock blade in repetitive arcs, so he decided to target specific weak points with precision and range. He started using the Shadow Whale attack, which inflicted throat slash and unleashed a devastating burst of damage. After using the slash, the Saint of Steel was completely finished, with green liquid spurting all over the place. But then the creature revived itself, this time even more menacing. Its bottom half revealed multiple eyes that looked creepy, and now the Steel Saint had many hands. Shadow knew that the reason it became the Guardian lay in its terrifying second phase. After reaching half HP, the demon sealed within its body would awaken, and all damage it took would be reflected back at the attacker in equal measure. There were legends that said, within the demon's belly lay a portal, and those devoured by it would be transported to an unknown realm, which was the depths of a volcano. Yet in the last life, no one ever succeeded in passing through. Shadow suspected that some fool must have mixed up the settings from another game with this one. The enemy team was looking at Shadow, complimenting his skill that had just pushed the boss to its second phase, and it was none other than the Saint of Steel itself. They were not able to believe that Shadow was able to do something like this because the Saint of Steel was a Platinum tier burst. But they had no reason to doubt what they saw, as they had been watching the boss the whole time. And the moment Shadow showed up, all the guild members were completely wiped out as he started fighting with the Saint of Steel. Then, Shadow unleashed a skill all of a sudden, and the boss's health dropped to half as it began transitioning into the second phase. As the scene shifted, we saw the multiple hands of the Saint of Steel trying to catch Shadow, but he was turning invisible to protect himself while thinking that the Saint of Steel had a crucial weakness in its second phase. Whenever it struck, the reflect damage effect briefly faltered. In other words, as long as Shadow could strike during its attack, he could avoid the backlash and deal significant damage to the Saint of Steel. But Shadow didn't have any usable skill at the moment. All he had were Shadow Slash, Shadow Dominion Blade, and Venom Dart. All these skills inflicted enduring damage, and if Shadow used them, he could still suffer from the counter damage. With Shadow's current development, he knew that he would instantly perish due to his own skills. Suddenly, Shadow noticed a group of players upstairs who had been watching him for quite some time. Deciding to use them to his advantage, we then saw that the group of players was approached by someone coming towards them, asking them to step aside because he wanted to analyze the situation. It was then revealed that he was the group's senior, and everyone else was happy to see him. They immediately reported that they had been watching the whole situation for a while and that the Steel Saint had a handful of skills, all of which the players had noted down. But just when the boss's health hit half, it suddenly went still and its body started to change, hinting at new skills. The senior realized that Shadow was going solo against the boss, and once the boss entered the second phase, he vanished into thin air. But the girl thought that maybe Shadow was still fighting. The senior called out to the girl, asking her to unleash her crimson gaze to see if Shadow was still lingering anywhere. We come to know that the girl was a sensory type who could see invisible players. As she started activating her skill, a cute rabbit formed out of thin air and began running around. But since the rabbit was low level, it wasn't able to spot anything, and the girl assumed that Shadow was nowhere near the boss. But the senior was more cautious. He was still hearing clashes, so he knew Shadow hadn't left. If the rabbit wasn't able to detect him, it meant Shadow had an even higher stealth level than the girl's skill, resulting in level 4 invisibility. The senior jumped out of the building, deciding to join the battle, and told the girl to keep her eyes peeled. If Shadow returned at any time, she should shout out right away. We saw that the senior was excited, knowing that the Saint of Steel was a worthy opponent and would give him a lot of experience. But the other players realized the senior was asking for trouble, thinking he could take on a platinum-level boss one-on-one. Suddenly, one of the players recognized the senior. He remembered seeing him back in the starter town, where he had taken down a gold-level boss with a 100% success rate and without a scratch. It turned out the man was nicknamed Safety First in the game, and his profession was Soul Warrior. Whenever he attacked, he had a 100% flash dodge effect, which made him almost invincible. Since the name Safety First was a little odd, let's call him Senior Safety. We came to know that he was a big shot who was once a top-tier Souls game streamer in the world, with off-the-charts reflexes and a solid reputation. As we saw, the senior started attacking the Saint of Steel while it swung its axes at him. but the senior wasn't ready to give up. He used his insane reflexes to dodge every attack the Saint of Steel threw at him. Even though the monster had multiple hands, it still couldn't catch the senior due to his speed. The man dodged every attack at just the right moment, executing perfect dodges and parries. Then the senior started rolling around to evade the monster's multi-directional attacks, while the other players started praising his skills, realizing that everything he was doing in the game was based on his real-life training too. The man had great trigger discipline and remained completely calm. It became clear that the senior was truly impressive, always dodging perfectly. Another set of players watched the senior calmly and began to notice something strange. Every time the man rolled, the boss's health dropped significantly. One man noticed that as the senior rolled, countless slashes flickered around the Saint of Steel's body, dealing solid damage. He wondered if soul warriors were really this powerful, since perfect evasion was part of their basic gameplay, making them the strongest in strategic games like this. As long as the man could successfully dodge while rolling, his next attack would bypass 50% of the enemy's defenses, which could create chaos. Then suddenly, after one last dodge, Senior Safety stopped rolling and drew his sword, a blue aura glowing around him. The players were shocked to see such an amazing special effect. The girl realized the move he was using would deal over 1,000 damage. The senior began laughing contentedly while slashing the Saint of Steel repeatedly with his powered-up state. It was his ultimate move, Razor's Edge, which unleashed the fury of patient blades to defeat an enemy. The girls started clapping, realizing that before they knew it, the boss's health was down to just 1/4. It was a big deal, since the senior might actually be able to defeat a platinum-level boss after a series of attacks. He finally stopped, putting his sword back into its sheath, thinking the battle was over. But just as he got cocky, the monster struck him, and all the players were stunned. They wondered what had happened and why the senior had died when he had clearly dodged all the monster's attacks. Even after all his skills had landed, the boss's health didn't drop below that 3/4 mark. It was then revealed that Shadow had remained invisible, watching the entire battle. Now he understood how to defeat the Saint of Steel. He decided to follow the same approach as Senior Safety, chipping away the boss's health through precision. He now knew the key was not to block the monster's attacks, but to dodge them, causing the boss to stagger. The attacks were so strong that even the monster could harm itself, though it avoided doing so. Shadow understood that he couldn't attack while rolling, so using stagger efficiently was difficult. But if he struck before dodging, he would be hit, leaving him in a tough spot. As Shadow observed once again, he saw the Saint of Steel retreating toward the sanctuary due to its low health. If it wasn't stopped, it would fully recover, wasting all the progress made so far. Shadow glanced at the half-baked players, who were now too terrified to even lift a finger against the boss. They likely wouldn't dare to interfere anymore. Shadow wondered whether he could land a solid blow if the boss didn't strike first. He decided to face the boss solo once more, knowing that this was the perfect opportunity to take down the Saint of Steel. Shadow knew he could not let the boss return to the shelter. He immediately revealed himself again, and all the other players could now see him, realizing that it was Shadow who had been dealing insane damage to the Platinum-tier boss. They understood that the slashes from before were actually Shadow's attacks, the same ones that even took down the senior. One of the players had thought that Senior Safety was the real powerhouse, but it turned out he was just a clown, and Shadow was the one doing the real heavy lifting. Meanwhile, the girl with detection abilities could hardly believe that Shadow's stealth level had exceeded even her level 3 invisibility detection, realizing that his stealth had gone far beyond level 4. But one of the players became greedy, noticing that the loot left behind by all the players Shadow had killed, including the senior, was still on the battlefield. He thought they could find a way to retrieve it, unaware that it all belonged to Shadow. At that moment, Shadow activated the Shield of Dark Light, which could withstand up to 3 strikes regardless of how powerful they were. Shadow knew this was the right time to use the skill because the Saint of Steel was about to launch one of its most powerful attacks. As the monster attacked, its strike was deflected and it got stunned. Shadow immediately seized the opportunity, using Shadow's slash and delivering multiple deep cuts onto the monster's steel body. The 7 layers of protection Shadow were all gone after a single strike from the monster. He realized that among the 9 slashes of Shadow's slash, the last 3 were struck just after the boss's attack ended, hitting it during its counter state. If not for the Shield of Dark Light absorbing 3 of the monster's attacks, Shadow would have been finished and unable to deal that much damage. Now the Saint of Steel was getting frustrated, realizing it wouldn't be easy to escape. It started using strange powers as a purple miasma flowed through its body and erupted like never-ending flames. Shadow once again used his Shield of Dark Light, realizing that the frequency of the fire breath damage from the Saint of Steel was insane. Even with over 80% evasion, Shadow's 7 shields were shattered in an instant. He knew that if he had dodged even half a second slower, he would have been obliterated. One greedy player stepped onto the battlefield, thinking he could collect all the loot lying there for free. but he was instantly headshotted by none other than Shadow's venom dart, who wasn't about to let anyone near his treasure. After dealing with the intruder, Shadow decided to collect all the loot from the fallen players. First, he acquired the tradable lifespan of the senior, 612 days, along with a non-tradable lifespan of 67 years. Meanwhile, the blooming curse flowers were also absorbing the lifespan of the greedy idiot, who had 355 tradable days and 20 non-tradable years. Since Shadow believed senior safety might be useful in the future, he chose not to use the blooming flower on him so he could survive. Shadow was sure the senior had a long life, especially since he had never actually died in-game thanks to his powers. But the fight was not over yet. The Saint of Steel wasn't ready to give up and sent one of its hands toward Shadow, preparing to attack again. It was then that Shadow realized he could only rely on his Dark Shadow Shield along with his Shadow Slash to slowly chip away at the Platinum Tier boss. Even if the efficiency was low, it was safe enough for him, so he went with it. Meanwhile, the other players watched the intense battle between Shadow and the Saint of Steel. The girl noted that Shadow showed no mercy, whether it was to monsters or humans. She wondered what his secret was, how he maintained his stamina, and how he managed to secure first kills on high-level bosses. She finally understood it was due to his unmatched strategy and power. As the scene shifted, we saw the boss monster finally going down as Shadow landed the finishing blow with his stealth slash, slicing it into multiple chunks of steel. A notification popped up, informing him that he had slain the Platinum-ranked Saint of Steel, earning 48,000 experience points and 120 evolution points. He also unlocked the key to the sacred sanctuary hideout. Everyone present and watching the fight was shocked. They couldn't believe that Shadow had soloed a Platinum-tier boss, and finally realized the true power of the #1 player on the world leaderboard. After the monster's defeat, Shadow activated Greedy Hand to gather every piece of loot dropped. Once done, he distributed his attribute points, increasing his damage, resistance, and constitution by 77 points. He also obtained a frostbite leather armor with a level 13 requirement. It was an assassin-class gear with a physical defense of 95, and elemental resistance of 120. Shadow realized that a single jade-grade equipment piece offered more defense than an entire armor set from others. It was crucial for him to collect these. He also received a major buff in his skills. A notification told him that with the gift of the Black Flame, every layer of dark fire would sap 7% of the target's defense and elemental resistance. Additionally, whenever Shadow would strike or be struck, a layer of black flame would inflict on the target, stacking up to 5 layers and increase damage by 35%. He understood that this new skill and gear were far superior to the previously dropped Soul Reaper piece. Now, he upgraded his Assassin's Instinct to Emerald tier, allowing him to glimpse the outline of stealth units and giving him a +2 boost to his anti-stealth level. This meant he could detect hidden enemies much earlier. He also couldn't believe he had acquired a reverse stealth skill that could be upgraded straight to Legendary. Spending 33 evolution points, he upgraded the skill to Legendary and increased his weakness attack modifier by 50%. With a level 5 anti-invisibility, 50% weakness attack modifier, and the stacking passive from Divine Liberation, his total damage could now reach 350%. Shadow was so confident that he believed he could now hit an enemy's weak point with his eyes closed. With 97 evolution points left, he decided to evolve Ghostly Shadow into a legendary skill. It was a passive that boosted evasion rate from 75% to 85%. Finally, the scene shifted again as Officer Anya and other police department members approached, waving at Shadow. The lady asked him what awesome stuff he had for her. Shadow wondered if the girl was really human or a dog, since she came sniffing around the moment he got loot. Anya was excited and mentioned that although she hadn't checked the leaderboard, she couldn't believe Shadow jumped to level 13 overnight. It was incredible and dangerous. Meng congratulated Shadow and said that despite grinding all night, they were only halfway to level 11, while Shadow had already reached 13, which was insane. Anya playfully slammed Meng on the head and laughed, telling Shadow to take it as a joke. Shadow didn't care and casually told her that he had some new stuff and had priced it. The lady completed the transaction, paying the appropriate amount to buy the whole package. But then Shadow told her that there was another fantastic item for sale and asked if she knew anything about the hideout or the sanctuary. Anya had done her research. She knew that although there were no safe zones in the ruins of the game forsaken by the gods, player clans could seize hideouts as strongholds. These hideouts could store supplies and deploy magical defense barriers during critical moments. Shadow realized she was referring to small hideouts dropped by golden bosses. The lady explained that even though no hideouts had been uncovered in the ruined city yet, a medium-sized one had been taken down in the Magic City, so the authorities were aware of them. Just then, Shadow pulled a golden key from his inventory and placed it in front of the greedy girl, asking if she knew what it was. He explained that it was the key to the sanctuary hideout dropped by the platinum-tier boss. The hideout spanned 800 acres, and they could go back and discuss what kind of price they wanted to offer. Until then, Shadow would decide whether or not to sell it. Both officers were stunned after hearing the size of the hideout. Anya knew that the larger the hideout, the better it was in terms of defense and infrastructure. With 800 acres, every official in the city could have their own room. Anya immediately apologized for her boldness and asked Shadow how much he wanted to sell the key for. Shadow told her to return and discuss it internally, so they could propose a fair price and he could negotiate without bias. But deep down, Shadow knew that in his past life, the sanctuary hideout fetched him 2,000 years of lifespan. If he sold it to the authorities, along with the lifespans he had already collected, it would be enough to bring his gears, skills, and levels into reality. Anya agreed and said she would report it to her superiors, but before leaving, she asked Shadow for one more favor. Shadow was curious and asked what it was. Anya explained that she had received word from Shadow Moon Town. It had encountered a gathering of Golden Tier bosses, 7 in one place. Many lives had already been lost, and the police department was willing to trade 10 years of lifespan if Shadow could handle them. Shadow, being smart, knew that even with 7 Golden Tier bosses, the officials working together should have enough strength to clear them out, though it would take time. But since Anya had come to invite him personally, it meant something had gone wrong. Anya was pleased that Shadow understood without needing full explanation and felt his intuition was impressive. Then the main issue was revealed. Even though the police had found a way to kill the bosses, the moment they were slain, they came back to life, and so did the others. Not only did they revive, but their stats were also massively boosted. The team sent to subdue them had been wiped out. After hearing this, something clicked inside Shadow. He realized that a boss thriving in packs and capable of resurrection must have been born from the cursed slab of the ancient god's tablet. Knowing this, Shadow understood he couldn't let such an opportunity go to waste. He turned and walked away from the lady, telling her to message him the boss location directly so he could head there immediately. Anya was thrilled to hear that Shadow had accepted the mission. Shadow started jumping from building to building as he leaped with the help of his new ride, moving through the desolated ruins of the place. But suddenly, he noticed something. He saw some people ganging up on his sister. Wondering what was going on, he looked closer and saw that his sister was getting badly beaten by some female thugs who were planning and scheming to seduce the president. They were angry because the sister started talking about joining their guild. We come to know that the dumb sister was trying to seduce the president of a really popular guild, and she was caught by some girls who were also eyeing the same president. So now they were bullying her and beating her to death, warning her to keep her distance from the president or else they would tear her ego apart. Even after the warning was given, they continued beating the girl while Shadow watched from a distance, not even caring about the dumb girl. Shadow immediately realized that maybe his sister had joined the Knight's sanctuary and had gotten caught up in a palace intrigue and war after her scheming. There had been plenty of these tedious power struggles in Shadow's past life too, but he had always handled them for the girl. This time, it was different. He knew how scheming his dumb sister was, so whatever he had experienced in his previous life, now the girl would have to savor it to the fullest so she could know how it feels. Meanwhile, we see that the girl was crying, begging everyone to stop because it hurt so much she thought she was going to die. But they weren't listening to Yao at all and were getting ready to smash her to a pulp. They even declared her characterless because she was trying to go after boys she shouldn't target. Still, Shadow did not care and left her, going inside a statue because he knew that inside the massive statue in the ruins of the city lay a hidden chamber that could take him back to the original little town, so he could be safe again. Most people were completely unaware of this place because it was hidden. However, going through the portal wasn't free. The first time it cost around 500 days, the second time 1,000 days, and the third time it doubled with a 2,000-day penalty. Shadow knew that every time he teleported back, the lifespan required would be doubled. As time flowed, the initial small town would gradually evolve into more advanced areas, and hidden gems and bosses would appear, dropping significant rewards. This time, it was the ancient god's stone tablet, an absolute treasure they couldn't afford to miss. As Shadow got through the teleportation stone, the system asked him if he wished to be transported back to the forsaken land of divine Dark Moon Town. Shadow was intrigued, wondering why he was hearing about Dark Moon Town, which should only be unlocked much later in the game. Even in his past life, he had never heard of it. So Shadow decided to teleport and check it out. As the teleportation completed, Shadow found himself in a completely new town with lots of elderly people chatting like nothing was happening. Shadow couldn't believe how lively it was, but wondered why most people in the town were elderly. Meanwhile, 2 adventurers returned to the safe town with an old lady. They were relieved to be back in the safe zone. As agreed, they had leveled the old lady up to level 3, and during the upgrade, she had gained 72 days of life. All she needed to do was hand over those trades to the adventurers who helped her. But the old woman started abusing the adventurers, refusing to give them money or life, because she thought they were doing charity while being part of an organization that upgraded people. The adventurers still tried to handle it calmly, smiling and telling the grandma that they weren't asking for money. Since they had teamed up to defeat the monsters, life points had dropped, and a portion was meant to sustain the group. She would also get a portion of it once it was collected. She just needed to hand over the tradable lifespan to them. But the old woman was so dense she started screaming, telling the boys she didn't understand what they were talking about. She couldn't believe the young adventurers were asking an old lady for money, calling them shameless and insulting them. The adventurers still tried to reason with her, explaining that by helping her level up, they were just asking for a portion of her tradable lifespan. If she hadn't wanted to level up, she should have said so. If they hadn't helped, there was no way she would have survived or gotten any experience. But now, the old lady was playing the victim card, screaming not to be touched, when no one was touching her, and claiming the charity group was being inappropriate. Just then, Shadow grabbed the old lady and threw her away. No one saw what was happening, and before she could react, Shadow was ready to slay her. In an instant, she was completely drained of life. After the old lady was finished, the adventurers realized she had been scamming them and thanked Shadow, even though they didn't know who he was. Shadow told them to go ahead and take the lifespan for themselves. It was just a little something they could handle. As Shadow left, the adventurers checked the life and realized the lady already had 72 days of tradable lifespan, even though she shouldn't have had that much. They confirmed she was a complete scammer. While walking away, Shadow remembered the Dream Sand River Guild, who operated from Dark Moon Town. The guild was dedicated to charitable activities, selflessly guiding the elderly to survive in the Forsaken Lands. With official recognition and strong support, they had become the largest guild in the whole city. Shadow knew that in the chaotic apocalypse, they would need more people like them who genuinely wanted to help. Meanwhile, the scene shifts. Yao's friend was fighting with her mother, who was giving her a buff. The lady was using multiple lightning strikes to defeat a monster, and the girl's father was also helping, eventually defeating the monster. The girl knew both her parents were amazing, and the mother knew that as long as the family gave full effort and followed their teachings, they could surpass any monster. The girl's father asked if her friend Yao was also joining the Knight's Sanctuary Guild, since the membership fees were sky-high. The girl told her father that even though she wanted Yao to join their charity guild, she wasn't ready. Even after being told it was a community guild where people who weren't gaming pros could help each other, she still wasn't willing. But Yao had already reached level 10, thanks to help from the Knight's Sanctuary Guild. The mother knew that joining that guild wasn't easy. They always required a 3-year contract and drained the players dry. She believed that if the sister didn't have real skills, it was best for her to stay quiet and just become a small fighter, defeating little monsters and retreating when necessary. Her friend already knew that Yao was so dumb she thought she was extraordinary just because she had a hidden profession, and believed she was better than everyone. Just then, multiple arrows interrupted the girl's thoughts. She screamed, unable to comprehend what was happening. A group of thugs revealed themselves, happy they had taken out a man with just a few arrows. Others didn't even praise the shooter, saying the man was just a worker from the community guild and was trash anyway, dead weight that wouldn't give much experience. The leader stepped forward, threatening the 2 women and asking them to calmly give up their lifespans if they wanted to live. The girl resisted, reminding him that murder in the wild was explicitly banned by the authorities, and asked if he wasn't afraid of consequences. But the leader didn't care. He told them to stop talking and give up their lifespans within 3 seconds. The mother, being the smarter one, got ready to give up the lifespan, but the girl foolishly stopped her, thinking she could hold the thugs off while her mother called for backup. Just then, the leader attacked both of them, intending to keep them for fun since they looked young. But before he could do anything, spells repelled them. The attack hadn't come from the girl, it came from Shadow. He took the leader's head in an instant, while his ride grabbed the others by the neck. Everything was over in just a few seconds. The leader and his group finally arrived at the safe town and were instantly teleported inside. But confusion and dread quickly settled over them as they realized they had lost a significant amount of their lifespan. The leader in particular was left with nothing, no lifespan to trade or recover, and he couldn't understand how it had all vanished. He speculated that perhaps their failure to follow the game's hidden rules had triggered a penalty. But even so, he couldn't believe that such a brutal consequence could be enforced simply because he was the killer. The thought gnawed at him. If this trend continued, he would die in real life. Desperation took over as he recognized that the only way to regain any ground was to slay monsters, collect lifespan, and try to survive. Just as that thought took root, he was ambushed once again. A sword forged from pure light tore through the air toward the group, catching them completely off guard. They hadn't anticipated a second attack, nor did they understand who set the rules they were being punished by. The leader had assumed that bending the system wouldn't have consequences, but now he stood stunned, barely comprehending the threat. When the boy demanded to know who they were, the attackers revealed themselves as official hunters. They insisted that the leader provide real-world identification so that legal action could be taken outside the game's confines. One officer warned that resistance from him or his crew would result in immediate termination, and worse, repeated killings before they could even log out. Elsewhere, Shadow was draining all the experience points and lifespan from the boy using his cursed technique. The girl beside him thanked him sincerely, saying that if not for his help, both she and her mother would have been doomed. Shadow, still cloaked in his usual mystery, was caught off guard by her gratitude. Her name, as it turned out, was Cheyenne. Not even Zhao or the boy had expected that these two would ever become friends, and yet now, as they prepared to part ways, something about the connection still felt remarkable. But before Cheyenne could say anything else, Shadow vanished without a trace, leaving her puzzled and alone. Clutching the lifespan that her father had lost, she resolved to return it to him, while her mother quietly questioned where Shadow had disappeared to and what could have driven him to leave so suddenly without seeking a reward or recognition. Neither of them could comprehend that they had just met Shadow, the #1 ranked player in the game, second only to the gods. Unlike anyone else, he stood apart from the rest in both skill and demeanor. The scene shifted to a desolate jungle where several adventurers waited in silence. Captain Anya had assured them that Shadow would meet them there, but half an hour had already passed and doubts were beginning to rise. They whispered amongst themselves, questioning whether Shadow could truly defeat the bosses within. The rumor was that these bosses could respawn endlessly, and even Shadow might be no match for a hive-mind creature resurrecting infinitely. Still, what they didn't know was that Shadow was already there, invisible, listening to every word. Without making a sound, he moved toward the boss, his thoughts focused on the ancient god's stone tablet that lay hidden nearby. He knew that once activated, the tablet would bestow a powerful bonus affix on his gear, along with a dangerous negative effect. In Shadow's possession, this tablet wouldn't just tweak his stats. It could transform his class completely. He recalled witnessing the world's 7th-ranked master summon ethereal forms of ancient gods using 7 tablets during battle, obliterating legendary bosses with ease. But this tablet was different. It was the foundation of the hive mind boss's power. Unlike others, this tablet came with a unique and unpredictable mechanic. Some bosses it spawned were invisible, their stealth capabilities so high that players died without ever seeing their killer. Others were led by illusion-casting wizards who slew players before the boss even entered the field. And now, the current boss had the ability to resurrect endlessly. Shadow understood that each time the boss died, it returned stronger, stacking a frenzy attribute. The official strategy was to kill them one at a time, so Shadow wondered what would happen if he defied the rule and destroyed them all at once. Deciding it was worth the risk, he summoned his undead army and set them loose. The undead swarmed the bosses with relentless force, taking damage but dealing plenty in return. Shadow assessed the monster's strength, twice as powerful as a typical golden tier boss even at level 10, and with no reflection damage. Channeling his Dark Knight aura, he cloaked himself and began executing each boss while they were distracted by the undead. When the last of the monsters fell, the real chaos began. Their corpses began merging together, fusing in unnatural ways. Shadow watched closely, realizing that his gamble had paid off. This was the true phase 2, and now he saw it clearly. The massive boss monster's body was inscribed with multiple ancient symbols. They were divine glyphs, ones Shadow instantly recognized from his past life. The creature was Athos, the ancient god of calamity. Each glyph held a word, and together they formed an ancient sentence that revealed the sequence in which the boss's body needed to be attacked. Grinning to himself, Shadow remembered how he had once studied the divine ruins to no avail in his previous life. Now, finally, that useless knowledge was about to prove vital. He moved with precision, striking each symbol in the correct order until the monster began to sink beneath the ground. Yet even then, the nightmare wasn't over. A monstrous form emerged from the river, refusing to submit. Dozens of stone tablets and sealed coffins rose from the depths around it. Shadow understood immediately. The inscriptions matched those from the monster's body. It meant that the demon could only be permanently slain if defeated near its corresponding coffin. With the ancient god's stone tablet now in hand and clarity at last, Shadow moved in for the final blow. The time for hesitation was over. He would end this fight and the demon for good. Crows flew over the battlefield where Shadow was engaged in combat with the ancient god known as Slate. The nearby players turned their attention toward the disturbance, uncertain whether the shaking they felt was from an earthquake or if the boss was going into a frenzy. Their curiosity got the better of them, and they decided to investigate. The team's mage asked where Shadow could be, doubtful he'd show up at all. Her teammate agreed, thinking there was no chance Shadow could beat the boss on his own. Just then, the swordsman in the group noticed something unusual and called the others over. The entire area was empty, no sign of either Shadow or the boss. The scene left them speechless. As they explored the area, they noticed the ground had started to crack. The players began to speculate, had some natural event eliminated the boss, or was something else going on? Captain Anu sent them a message instructing them to retreat. Shadow had already handled the boss. The players were stunned and confused. They couldn't believe it. Shadow had taken down the powerful enemy by himself. The once-occupied coffins were now empty, and the chains that held the bosses were broken. Just minutes ago, they'd been skeptical of Shadow's chances, yet now all 7 bosses were gone without them even seeing him arrive. They started to understand why their leader had so much faith in Shadow. Meanwhile, under the moon's glow, Shadow walked alone, holding an ancient slate in one hand. He felt that this dungeon run had gone better than expected. A quiet smile crossed his face. He had reached level 14. Defeating the 7 bosses and using Greedy Hand had earned him 294 evolution points. But what mattered most was the ancient slate he now possessed. Because of its complex design, the game's administrators wouldn't be able to decode it for at least a month, which would cause serious losses on their end. Shadow spent 210 of his evolution points, keeping 115 in reserve. One of his skills, Shadow Flash Slash, was upgraded from Epic to Legendary. The upgrades were impressive. The teleport distance increased to 40 meters, stealth lasted 15 seconds, and the cooldown was reduced to 8.8 seconds. Now the skill delivered 9 slashes in a wider 6-meter radius, each dealing an additional 700 attack damage. Most notable, though, was a new passive. Every hit granted a shield equal to 100% of his max HP, stacking up to 9 times and lasting for a full minute. Feeling more confident than ever, Shadow realized that if all 9 slashes hit, his effective HP would be 10 times higher than normal. That drastically reduced his risk of dying in battle. He activated stealth and moved silently through the area. At his current pace, he estimated he'd reach level 15 in 5 hours, after which he'd head for Magic City. Later that night, Shadow reached a set of ruins, where a group of women were still beating up the sister. They hadn't let up and looked ready to keep going. Shadow raised an eyebrow, surprised they were still at it. The white-haired woman stretched her arms and complained that her back and waist were sore. Another woman was angry because her hand had become swollen from punching too much, saying it felt like her hands were burning. After a final insult, they spat on the sister and decided to call it a day. According to them, the beating was a lesson she wouldn't forget. Bruised and battered, the sister slowly sat up and began to cry. She blamed everything on King Fang. She said she'd told him to end things, but hadn't meant it literally. Apparently, he didn't understand the way women sometimes say the opposite of what they mean. Using her staff, she stood up. Luckily, she had a contract with the Knight's Sanctuary. This meant that for the next 3 years, her survival was secured, even though she had traded away 50% of her lifespan. Still, this deal would help her grow stronger than Chu Yan and the others. She cast Holy Healing, a skill that fully restored health. She promised herself that one day she'd repay everyone who looked down on her, Shadow and those women included. But to her surprise, the healing spell was absorbed by someone else. Shadow, still invisible, had accidentally received the healing. The sister, confused and kneeling on the ground, thought the spell had failed. She had no idea where the magic had gone. At the same time, in the ruins of Magic City, another group of players was fighting a stone-type boss. The creature launched a heavy attack, but the tank blocked it with his shield. Not far away, 3 figures observed the battle from cover. One of them was Qiang Shiishi. She scoffed at Daxia's players, mocking how 18 of them were needed just to take down a single boss. Her teammate asked her to be more appreciative since those players were technically helping them. She laughed and called him polite, but added that Daxia's people dealt such low damage, it was taking forever to finish off a simple gold-tier enemy. The players continued fighting, and the boss's health dropped to nearly half. The team's mage encouraged everyone to push for the kill. Just then, a spear pierced his chest, killing him on the spot. His body dissolved into a lifespan orb. The attacker was one of Shiishi's subordinates. With a grin, he thanked the mage for his effort and called the dead party a fine offering. Panic spread among the players. They had realized they were being attacked by the Spade Gang. This gang was made up of ruthless women from both Daxia and foreign nations. Many couldn't understand how these traitors could help outsiders slaughter their own people. Their leader urged them to stay calm and fight together. But Kaya Wungzai wasn't impressed. She promised that none of the Daxia pigs would survive. Her subordinate used Thunderous Tremor, a skill that shook the ground and trapped the players. She rushed in with her daggers and slaughtered them with ease, mocking them as she went. She muttered that Daxia's fighters were nothing but garbage. Her eyes glowed with cruel intent. She knew the authorities had already flagged them. But in her mind, Daxia was already rotting and full of trash. Her companion mentioned that as elite players backed by investors, regular players had no chance against them. As the dead players' bodies turned into lifespan orbs, she noted that although their real identities remained hidden for now, it would be safer to leave Daxia. North America would be their next destination. She stared at the ground and said they should create a guild focused on hunting Daxia players. One of the men liked the idea. Another asked what they would name it. She held up her dagger and declared that the guild would be called Alice. Then she collapsed onto the grass, daydreaming about being surrounded by her dark-skinned teammates. With a satisfied grin, she decided the day's work was done. It was time to log out and throw a party to celebrate the birth of Guild Alice. Captain Eniu smiled and waved toward Shadow, mentioning they arrived and suggesting they discuss the price of the hideout. When Shadow asked about the price, she replied with 1,500, but he immediately commented that the amount was too low. She admitted she knew it wasn't enough, so she pushed back and managed to convince her superior to raise the offer to 2,000. Shadow agreed to the deal, choosing to hand it over at the statue located at the center of the ruins. He understood that Eniu was sharp. Despite that, she still tried to offer a lower price first. Later, Shadow arrived at the statue where Eniu was already waiting, surrounded by several knights. With a faint blush, she explained that she was carrying a significant amount of lifespan, so the High Command had assigned her an escort for safety. Shadow's expression turned serious. He knew this wasn't much yet. Those people were still unaware of his real strength, and the knights only knew a fraction of his true capabilities. Shadow handed her the key, and the system notified him that the transaction was complete. He had given up ownership of the church sanctuary hideout key, and in return received 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. After finalizing the exchange, Shadow turned to leave. Eniu bid him farewell while the knights nearby looked puzzled. They didn't understand why she would pay so much for a single hideout. She clarified that they didn't grasp its value. The location could accommodate hundreds or even thousands of people, and only someone like Shadow would willingly let it go. Thanks to the 2,000 years he earned, Shadow could now fully gear up before heading to Magic City. He quickly spent the lifespan he gained. First, he used 71.2 years to reach level 15. Then he acquired several skills. A mythic tier 1 named Blessed Liberation for 161.7 years, a legendary tier skill called Assassin's Instinct for 71.12 years, and 3 epic tier skills, Shadow Ring Blade for 36.35 years, Silent Concealment for 23.71 years, and Darkest Hour for 34.65 years. Lastly, he bought an item named Mount Bell for 113.89 years. Aside from equipment, all of his levels and skills were now fully aligned, meaning his strength in the real world nearly matched what he had in-game. The system then alerted him that his hunger level had reached 90%. Having gone without food for too long, he decided to disconnect and eat something. After logging out, Shadow woke up in a cage at the hotel. Some men nearby noticed he was awake and drew their weapons, demanding he hand over his lifespan or suffer the same fate as others in the motel. One of them laughed, saying that the apocalypse had been great for him because it meant he could kill anyone he wanted. Shadow stared at them intently, and one of the men yelled at him again to hurry up. Another asked his boss if he could tear Shadow apart. The one holding the bat thought Shadow was too scared to move, and suggested they just kill him already. Before they could act, a strange force began to fill the air. Shadow activated Shadow Ring Blade, and soon the entire hotel began collapsing. He grabbed a pack of instant noodles, realizing that his increased power came with a greater energy cost. Regular food was no longer enough to sustain him. While eating, Shadow reminded himself that after settling things with Qiang Shishi and her guild Alice, his next target would be the Divine Gifted Book. Riding on his wolf, he set out. He knew she was clever and far harder to track than Song Fi, but he planned to use the Killing Fang mission he had accepted earlier as bait to draw her in. Hungry but focused, he made his way toward Magic City, hopping to find something to eat on the way. Meanwhile, in Magic City, King Zai was throwing a party. She praised her men, hugging 2 of them and mentioning how amazing it felt to wake up and enter the game again after such an intense experience. They complimented her as well, calling her skills unbeatable. Amid the laughter, they jokingly referred to her as a crazy hot chick. Then, one of her subordinates walked in and informed her that Shadow had sent a message. Qinfang was dead. He wanted to meet in Magic City in real life, to hand over Qinfang's head and collect the final payment. She considered the request too risky. Instead, she asked him to send a photo. However, her subordinate explained that Shadow didn't use a phone due to concerns about being tracked by the authorities. Hearing this, she smiled. She was pleased to learn that Shadow, too, was cautious around the government. Since the authorities were stepping up their pressure, she decided to use this moment to lure him in. If they could bring Shadow into Guild Alice, the Daxia officials would lose one of their most powerful threats. To test him, she came up with a plan. She sent Shadow coordinates to meet in-game first, choosing the Spectre Academy ruins. calling out for Skywalker. She used affectionate words, saying she missed him and needed help handling a certain someone. At that time, Shadow was meditating. He had activated silent concealment, which allowed him to stay completely hidden as long as he remained still. He realized she wanted to meet him in the game. The coordinates were close, so he logged in, ready to see what she had planned. A few hours later, Shadow arrived at Spectre Academy while still invisible. Just then, government agents appeared and confronted King Shishi. They identified her as Spade A, the leader of the infamous Spade Gang, and ordered her to surrender or face military action. She smiled and addressed Tian Xingjian, telling him to inform his Daxia comrades that their group was no longer Spade Gang, they were now Guild Alice. Showing off her charm, she stated that their new goal was to hunt down members of Shio's forces. Her boldness left Tyne and his men blushing and furious. They accused her of being shameless and vowed that the authorities would bring her to justice. In response, she teased them, implying that if they gave a good performance, she might act even more boldly. Shadow quietly observed from above. Tyne Xingjian clenched his fists, visibly frustrated. Shadow remembered that he was Chu Hannon, codenamed Tyne Xingjian, a key informant who once helped the Alice Guild but ultimately fell in the 7th year of the game. It intrigued him that Qiang Shishi and Chu Hannon were scheming together so early. He knew they were testing him. If he helped Qiang Shishi, he'd be seen as opposing the authorities. If he stayed neutral, she might refuse to meet in the real world. Taking a leap, Shadow dropped from the sky and unleashed Shadow Ring Blade, covering the area in a red aura that slowly drained the health of Tyne Xingjian and his men. The system confirmed their deaths. Qiang Shishi and her allies looked confused, unsure what had happened. As the bodies turned into lifespan orbs, Shadow finally revealed himself and introduced his name. Shadow introduced himself to Shishi, and the lady immediately started acting flirty, grabbing her chest and complimenting how handsome and powerful he looked. Yet deep inside, she felt a bit disappointed that Shadow was from her own country, not a foreigner with certain larger attributes. Still, she thought she couldn't be sure until she checked for herself. 2 men who were with her were also excited to meet Shadow, impressed by the fact that he had dealt over 40,000 damage, a huge number for someone known as the global #1 player. But just as they greeted him, Shadow attacked without hesitation and split their heads open instantly. Since he couldn't understand their foreign language, their chatter annoyed him. He assumed they were cursing at him and decided to silence them permanently, just to be safe. Even though they were actually complimenting him, Shadow didn't care and simply muttered a small sorry to Shishi, telling her that to avoid future misunderstandings, she should only speak the native language from now on. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to act again. Without wasting more time, he asked to begin the trade. But before that, he told Shishi to dress properly. Strangely, this excited her even more, as she found it fascinating that someone was immune to her charm. She wondered where Feng's mind was, and started thinking that Shadow was just a weirdo who didn't want to look at her body, but she couldn't help loving it. Shadow then explained that although he had the target's head in reality, he couldn't bring it into the game as an item. However, if she wanted, he could show it to her in person. Impressed, Shishi believed in Shadow's power and trusted that he wouldn't deceive her. For his work, she paid him 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. After receiving the payment, Shadow turned to leave, but the girl called out to him again. As he turned around, she was now exposing even more cleavage, telling him that since he had the skills and she had the cash, they should team up for the long term. She revealed that she had a new assassination target and invited Shadow to her place that night, teasing that she'd fulfill any desire he had. But instead of reacting to the flirtation, Shadow bluntly asked who the target was and what the reward would be. Seeing that he was interested, Shishi decided to hold off the details and insisted that they meet at her place later. She assured him that the reward would be several times more than this one, and told him to meet her at the magical city harbor that night. As she logged off, Shadow was surprised by how bold she was to call him to a private harbor. He figured she probably bought it to keep things secluded. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the officers who had been pinned down by Shadow at the safe zone portal. One officer couldn't believe Shadow had dared to slay him, but he comforted himself, thinking that since he had helped Shishi team up with Shadow, he would now get to enjoy the rewards she had promised him. However, in front of Lin, the white-haired female officer, he pretended to be a patriot, calling out others who associated with Shadow as fools. He insisted that Lin take everyone to claim their tradable lifespan quickly, so they could act later. But Lin wasn't that easily fooled. She had a gut feeling that something wasn't right. She couldn't believe Shadow would conspire with the Speed's gang. If it were true, she thought, even if it cost her life, she had to find a way to eliminate him. She also understood clearly how vast the power gap between her and Shadow was. She didn't even see him when he assassinated the officer. As night fell, Shadow arrived at the harbor and boarded Shishi's private yacht. He was heavily hooded to avoid being identified. Introducing himself again as Shadow, he told the crew he was there to meet the Ace of Spades, Shishi herself. Everyone was shocked to see the legendary Shadow in person. The captain was ordered to set sail, and the ship left the dock. As it began moving, someone called out to Shadow from behind. Turning around, he saw Shishi dressed in a tight, revealing outfit that showed off all her curves. She was taken aback by how mysterious the real Shadow was, but quickly got to teasing. Shadow, however, didn't waste time and asked her directly who the target was. Shishi playfully complained that he had no sense of fun. She reminded him how rare it was for a beautiful woman like her to be in front of a man who wasn't even slightly affected. She brushed aside the serious talk and raised a toast to the enchanting night of spring, wanting to enjoy the moment first. To her surprise, Shadow immediately grabbed the wine, downed it in one gulp, and stayed silent. Shishi thought this meant her plan was working. She gently pushed him onto a soft couch and asked how he was feeling. It was then she revealed that the wine contained a special concoction known to boost male stamina by 100 times, used by her foreign friends to please her. According to her, anyone who drank it would fall under her control, and Shadow, being a man, would be no exception. Now flushed red with excitement, Shishi imagined all the things she could do with Shadow. She told him not to be nervous and to just enjoy, as she planned to reach the peak of the waves with him. She decided not to remove his hood just yet to keep things mysterious. She started speculating about how Shadow might look, clearly drunk and rambling nonsense about how there could be such magnificent men in their home country. Then she started slowly revealing herself, but as this part is censored, we'll leave it at that. She pulled down Shadow's pants and was shocked by the size, feeling the intense heat radiating from his body. Just then, a loud voice called for Shadow to show himself. Before she could react, she was instantly assassinated. Everything hot had suddenly turned into flames. A hand reached in and snatched the necklace from her neck, a protective crystal pendant she had kept hidden. It was a rare universal item that generated a shield every 300 seconds to absorb damage. The man who grabbed it was none other than Feng. The whole situation had been a trap, and Shishi had fallen right into it. Shocked, Shishi asked Feng how he was still alive, hadn't Shadow killed him. She believed Shadow was too powerful to fail. Feng calmly explained that the only reason he survived was because he was Shadow all along. Stunned, Shishi could only wonder. If Feng was the real Shadow, then who was the hooded man she'd just been with? We then see that the hooded figure was one of Shadow's undead followers, who was thoroughly enjoying all the attention and treatment Shishi had been giving him. Knowing that she would not survive because Shadow was there, she immediately slammed her head onto the ground multiple times while now calling Feng Daddy. And now this episode is officially out of bounds for children, but anyways. She didn't want to die, so she was ready to do anything for the boy, telling him to feel free to mistreat her in any way he liked, and to complete all the fantasies he had. All she wanted was for Shadow to spare her, and in return, she was ready to give her tradable lifespan and would forever be the boy's loyal servant. But Feng was actually getting annoyed, asking the lady about the 5 foreigners that she was with. The girl was crying while acting like a stupid person who always thought about naughty things, while she told Shadow that he would be told everything by her, after he promised that she wouldn't die by his hands. But before the girl could even finish her sentence, her head was twisted 180 degrees, and it was all over for her. After defeating the lady, Feng grabbed the phone and got a notification that he had gained 659 years of tradable lifespan. Even though Feng wanted to catch all the foreigners with Shishi herself, since they weren't there, he decided to call the officials using Shishi's phone so that no one would suspect him. As the scene shifted, a lot of police boats arrived near the yacht because they had received a report that a mass assassination had occurred on it, and one of the victims was also the heir of the Quinn group. According to the person who had reported it, the skills used by the killer closely resembled those of Shadow in the game, making it pretty much certain that they could identify the suspect. The search team was immediately dispatched to the crime scene. One of the police officers was actually cursing Shadow, while deep inside he just wanted the melons that the lady had, but now it was not possible. Such a brazen assassin, according to him, was blatantly challenging their laws. The officer told everyone that once aboard the ship, he would unleash his search skill so that he could find Shadow's actual location, and when it was found, the forces should open fire with full force immediately to ensure that the target would be eliminated. As the scene shifted inside the yacht, they saw the lifeless Shishi lying on the ground. One of the reporters revealed that the initial autopsy indicated the cause of death was a fractured cervical spine. They also found unidentified DNA samples in her oral cavities, accompanied by signs of burns. The officer thought that maybe before killing the lady, Shadow had done some naughty things with her. The officer then revealed his name as Nan, also known as Jian, who had an ability that allowed him, after touching the corpse of the lifeless, to gain the killer's location for 5 minutes, making it easy to find Shadow. But right after revealing the location, the officer knew that Shadow was just behind him. And even before he could take out his gun and shoot, Jian was assassinated as well, all his dreams of grabbing the oranges shattering in front of him. Meanwhile, Officer Lin was shocked. She put up a barrier given to her by the police and declared that Shadow had killed the investigator, wondering if he wanted to go against the officials. Now they were enemies. But suddenly a strange voice was heard by everyone, telling them that there was no need to be nervous, that the person had killed Jian because he had been feeding official intel to Shishi for his own game of grabbing oranges all this time, and he was a traitor. As for the evidence, it should be sitting on his phone, so they should check it out after unlocking it. One of the officers grabbed the brat's phone and told Captain Lin that he had found records of communication between Jian and Shishi on it. It was then that Lin understood that Shishi was actually the ace of spades in the game. She immediately grabbed the phone from the officer, and he blushed, knowing that it was going to be bad. But as the lady looked at the phone, she saw both of them really getting hot and kissing each other like crazy, wondering what on earth these photos were, and who even records this stuff. But as the lady was enjoying the view, she also knew that whatever Shadow had said was indeed true. Lin realized that the last time when Shadow had killed all of them was just to gain the lady's trust. And as he had gained her trust and found her in reality, he settled the score and then called the police himself, luring and killing Jian in the process. In an instant, the declaration of the alliance was approved by the Guardian, and Shadow was once again proving to everyone that he was a really terrifying man. Now Lin realized that it was a good thing the boy was not against the authorities, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Immediately, Lin remembered that she had fired a few shots at the boy and wondered if Shadow was holding a grudge against her for it. But it was irrelevant in the bigger picture, because the real trouble would be if Shadow went against the authorities. So the lady started saying words in a louder voice, telling Shadow that she appreciated his assistance and apologized for firing at him earlier. But to show her sincerity even more, Lin took out her gun and shot herself in the leg. As she started crying from the pain, everybody ran toward her, but she stopped them, telling Shadow that she had also taken a bullet which was meant for him, so he should continue to collaborate with the authorities and not change his mind. Meanwhile, the officers wondered if this was really necessary. But according to Lin, they had no idea what Shadow was like, so in any case, it was better safe than sorry. Meanwhile, Feng was invisible, unable to comprehend how Lin was so desperate to avoid being Shadow's enemy that she even fired a shot at herself. But truly, as Lin was going to be the official leader of the magic metropolis one day, she had all the qualities and shone brilliantly with her courage. As the scene shifted, we returned to the game, where we saw that Shadow's dumb sister was assisting another man in defeating various monsters. When the man called out to her and told her to cast healing on him, she once again missed and healed the monster instead. The man was really shocked at how messed up a dumb girl could actually be. And now that the monster was getting healed, even he was getting confused about whose side the human was on. Now a weird, man-eating plant-like monster ate both the man and Zhao, and both of them got teleported to the safe zone portal once again. But as the girl was crying, she was still so dumb that she wanted to blame others, thinking that it must be Shadow who had assassinated her, wondering why the boy was constantly targeting her. She thought maybe it was because she wanted to get revenge for Song, and Shadow came to know about it. But this time, the adventurer had enough. He slammed the girl's head onto the ground, calling her an idiot, along with some other not-so-friendly things, telling her that she wasn't some kind of most beautiful girl in the world that Shadow would have time to focus on. It was then that the adventurer explained to the dumb girl that they were wiped out by a platinum-level boss, the headless assassin, and wondered if the girl didn't even check the system alert, or if she was just so oblivious and wanted to blame others. The adventurer told her that the ability of the monster was triggered by her misfired healing skill. Being a high-level individual, he threatened the lady, telling her that if the president dared to assign her to his team once again, then he would definitely end it all. Zhao was crying because just a little punch had hurt the crybaby. But then two huge legs landed in front of the duo, and as the adventurer turned around, he was shaken to the core. The boss had actually followed them to the safe place and was now just ahead, so they could not escape in any way. The adventurer didn't waste any time running for his life, leaving the girl alone as she stood there petrified. As the scene shifts, we come to a giant house where we see that a plate has fallen onto the ground. A girl came running inside after throwing the plate, saying to someone on the phone that he was a waste of space because he had wasted a golden opportunity to take down Shadow. Even when he was in the official rank, he was not able to do anything, despite laying low in the official scene for so many years. Yet, whenever it truly mattered, he was just utterly useless. We come to know that this girl was from the Eastern clan, and she wanted to get her revenge on Shadow because he had slaughtered her entire Eastern clan. According to her, the blood of her Eastern family cannot be shed in vain, no matter what method the man chose. She told him that Shadow must pay for the blood that he had spilled. The lady then intimidated the man on the phone, telling him that, as his father-in-law had also met his end by Shadow's hand, he should also do something and not just rest around. A strange-looking human appeared behind the lady and told her that he had a plan that could vanquish Shadow. The boy looked really dangerous and psychotic, and behind him was the body of the naughty lady. As the lady turned around, we come to know that the boy was named Tian, and the lady wondered if he had any tricks up his sleeve because the game forsaken by the god only allowed adults over 18 to enter the realm of the game, and he still could not get in even if he wanted to. We come to know that this Tian boy was a psychotic brat who was also the son of the lady. He told his mom that even though he couldn't dive into the game just yet, he could still flex his brain power. He asked his mom if Shadow was fond of killing, thinking that he would send a few folks to take him out. Then, he could set Shadow up at his dad's fireworks factory, getting everything ready in advance. And when Shadow came to take out the folks, they would ignite the whole factory so that the thousands of fireworks would become Shadow's funeral offerings, allowing the whole world to witness his demise. And even if they failed, Shadow would never be able to reach them because of their status. After hearing her son, the lady smiled, happy that the teachings of their family had worked well on Tian. She turned toward the man and called him Mr. Chu. It is then that we come to know Mr. Chu was actually the husband of the lady and the father of the child. But still, he was scolded by the lady, who told him that his son was more useful than him. Mr. Chu told the lady that whatever they were planning needed to be kept under wraps, because the official stance toward Shadow was still focused on winning him over. So his big brother and second brother would not be able to help the family in this. The lady realized that she would have to take care of the matter herself, and decided to do it anyway. But suddenly, as the scene shifts once again, the lady turned towards Tian, asking him what the matter was and why the lowly peasant still refused to hand over her lifespan. It is then that we come to know the boy was completely psychotic, apologizing to his mom that he couldn't hold back for a moment and had actually ended her life. The scene shifts back to the game forsaken by the god, where we come to the ruins of the demonic metropolis. We see that the Dark Sister was getting slashed once again, and everyone else saw it, witnessing the demise of the group who suddenly dropped dead. We see that someone went invisible and took them out in a heartbeat, finishing them off without any mercy. The others who were still alive decided to make a run for it, thinking that Shadow had gone mad and was slaughtering innocents everywhere. But we see that Shadow was not even in the game. He was using his powers in real life. Looking at the beautiful scenery, we come to know that Shadow wanted to move his hideout right near the beach, deciding to extract it into reality, costing him 1,315 years of his life to bring forth the pure soul realm. As the hideout was an underground structure, the notification suggested Shadow mark it on a map. With a final warning, the notification told him that after extracting the hiding place, all materials overlapping with it would be annihilated. It asked whether the boy would confirm it or not. After confirmation was done, a giant building appeared right underground in the sea. After appearing, it broke down all the land that was in between. Shadow saw a pothole-like thing just above the water where he was standing. As the scene shifts, we see that a huge building had now appeared on the surface beneath the sea, but it would still not be visible to anyone else because it was soon going to be hidden by water. The notification told the boy that the extraction was complete. He knew that it was time for him to go and fetch the divine tomb. But suddenly a call appeared as soon as the boy entered the game. Feng was asking him if he was on a rampage slaughtering players because someone had reported it. Shadow was shocked, but Feng was a bit of a genius himself and had already noticed that Shadow was not online at all. So it was not him, and the situation did not involve him. After that, he dug a little deeper, and it turned out that the man who was impersonating Shadow was actually a platinum-level boss. The name of it was the Headless Assassin, who was attacking players relentlessly. Because her stealth level was sky-high, no one could see her. So Feng wondered if Shadow was going to make a move and do something. As the scene shifts to that place once again, we see that multiple adventurers were slaughtered because of the Headless Assassin. Even one of Feng's teammates was shocked because she wondered what kind of over-the-top platinum numbers it was. Even after having level 3 anti-invisibility skill, she was not able to detect it. She was just not able to see it, or otherwise, she could have held everything off. But it was completely different. She thought that even if Shadow were to come, the boss would be completely helpless. Suddenly, another girl told the man to keep it down because she didn't want to attract the boss's attention. In short, she ordered everyone to head upwards first so that their view would be better from there. But just when the boy started getting up and walking, he ran straight onto a banana peel and slipped, doing a 360 while the girl and the other team member were slaughtered instantly by the boss. The man was not able to comprehend how it had happened, but still, it had already been done, and the Headless Assassin was right in front of him. Now he was the one who would have to do something. But the Headless Assassin was not that easy to defeat. She gave a proper fight and even tried to kick the man. As he started dodging and rolling, he knew that he rolled too soon. He was just like a new player in Elden Ring who only rolls away and is not able to do anything. The man was constantly rolling, getting dizzy with every passing second. and the headless assassin just waited for this stupidity to end. He rolled, and then finally dropped on the ground because his eyes were all blurry, and he was not able to see the headless assassin properly. Thinking that it had vanished, but the platinum-level boss was still there, immediately coming closer to the boy and slamming him down, killing him in one fell swoop while she started celebrating because the stupidity was finally over. But a blue flame appeared in the sky, and the platinum-level boss wondered who it was. Before anyone could do anything, we all know it was none other than Shadow himself, who got onto the back of the platinum boss monster and stabbed her in the back so that she could not move anymore, jokingly asking the boss if her name was Radish because she was completely white and cut from the top, just like a radish top. We go into a flashback just moments before Shadow appeared. Among the ruins, the dumb sister was getting completely obliterated by the other team members, who were all convinced it was her fault the healing spell was unleashed on the headless assassin. Now, because the boss had locked onto her, it was trailing her all the way to the resurrection point, slaughtering everyone in its path. Even when the sister tried to put on a cute face and claimed she didn't mean to do it, the men were too annoyed to care. They told the president that this kind of trashy woman wasn't even worth being in their radius, let alone on their team. By the time she acted, they'd all be long dead. Still, the president told them to keep it down in fear of attracting the boss. Though he was angry too, asking Zhao if she was really cut out for battle or not. He didn't think so. From now on, he ordered she should just focus on cracking down on hiding spots. If she managed to find a golden hideout, he'd reward her with 3 extra years of life. And if she found a platinum-level one, then 10 years. But deep down, the president was disappointed. When he first saw her hidden class, he thought he'd struck gold, but she turned out completely useless. Even after giving her everything, she was still dying to the weakest monsters, wasting resources every day. So, he gave her just 2 extra days of tradable life. The sister thanked him again, despite having only 2 days and 13 hours left. Meanwhile, the other girls were frustrated, wondering how she kept getting privileges and the president's attention. They assumed she was scheming and decided to start acting like that too, so they could win the president over themselves. Suddenly, while the group was still hiding, Shadow finished off the headless assassin boss in a flash, descending to the floor and shocking everyone. The president was so furious he beat one of his own subordinates in frustration. This should never have happened. But before anyone could respond, the entire ground began to tremble. Something heavy was coming closer, and the atmosphere started changing. It was all focused around the dumb sister. The president, seeing the danger, kicked her off to protect the rest of the group. She flew into the air, carried by something invisible. Thanks to Shadow's high-level anti-invisibility skill, he was able to see the swarm of headless assassin bosses surrounding her, all preparing to end her. Now, everyone else could see them too. No one had believed there were actually 5 headless assassin bosses, but 4 were still alive, and only one had been killed by Shadow earlier. It now made sense why it had always felt like the boss was everywhere. The sister saw Shadow and thought she was saved. Crying and begging, she finally called him brother, hoping to appeal to his better side. Somehow, that awakened the small sliver of humanity left in Shadow. Powering up, he activated his Shadow Assassin technique and began slashing through the bosses at incredible speed. Using Shadow Slash, he earned 48,000 XP, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. But it turned out that the girl was also slain in the chaos along with the bosses. Shadow didn't care, he only lamented that the loot was too little. He decided to activate Hand of Greed to boost the drops, knowing that aside from the 1,520 days built into the bosses, they were also holding onto orbs filled with lifespans they had siphoned from other players but hadn't digested yet. Just then, Captain Anya and Feng ran up to Shadow, cheerfully offering to buy any loot he didn't need. He was a bit annoyed by how omnipresent the country's police force was, but it was convenient this time because he knew a treasure-rich location that would be perfect to raid. If the price was right, he was willing to guide them there. The captain was happy, but the system denied her entry. Shadow only allowed Meng to join him. The place was off-limits to women. Anya, now trying a different approach, acted seductive and teased him, asking if he only liked men. She wouldn't be offended either way, she said. She had an open mind. Shadow simply slammed a 4-flick onto her forehead, scolding her for being a bad girl, and walked away with the male members. As they followed, he told them the place they were headed to stood just outside the northern city gate, the towering temple of divine authority. Whoever conquered its challenges would be rewarded with unimaginable treasure. But there was one catch. The NPCs inside hated women, and their presence would increase the dungeon's difficulty tenfold. Now genuinely angry, Anya said she would level up and return. These sexist NPCs would pay. She rallied the other girls to head to the mountains to scout out the path and vent their frustrations on minor monsters. As they left, they waved goodbye to Shadow, who began forming his party. The others were nervous, as this was their first time teaming up with such a high-ranking figure. but Meng reassured them that it was a chance to learn from the true master of disguise. Still, following Shadow was not easy. Even though he seemed to move leisurely, his speed was astonishing, far beyond what anyone else could match. They quickly fell about 2 kilometers behind. Meanwhile, Shadow checked the loot. Of the 20 items he got, only 2 were useful for assassins. The first was the Forest Bone Blade, an emerald-colored assassin-class weapon with 39 strength and 48 agility. It required level 15 to equip, had 388 attack power, and 125 armor penetration. Its unique effect granted a 30% evasion rate and doubled movement speed for 5 seconds after triggering the double speed effect. Shadow compared it to his poison blade and realized this weapon had 80% more attack power, plus armor penetration and stat boosts, making it solid gear. The second item was the Shadow Blade, a platinum-level dagger forged from pure dark elemental essence. It added 600 points of dark element attack on hit and dispelled a random buff. Though its single-target dark element damage wasn't massive, the dispel effect made it impressive. Shadow spent 56 evolution points to upgrade it to legendary status, leaving him with 219 points remaining. Once upgraded, it gained an additional bonus. If the weapon hit a weak spot, it refunded 3 seconds of cooldown. With a base cooldown of just 3.78 seconds, that meant Shadow's skill cooldown would be reduced to just 0.7 seconds, an incredible boost. As he turned to continue, Shadow noticed only number 1 was still following him. Meng and the others were still far behind, struggling to keep up. Captain Anya pushed them forward, reminding everyone that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and they couldn't afford to fall behind. Shadow reached a mysterious-looking tower and finally told everyone that this was the stop they were trying to find. He explained that once they stepped inside, an NPC would present them with a challenge. The NPC was so well-trained that the stronger the player performed, the more it would pull the rug out from under them and make them fight even stronger opponents. So Shadow wanted the whole team to seize the opportunity using the lower-level players, and decided to unleash only 1% of his power, planning for them to take down the golden boss and become rich once again. But as he turned around, he saw that Meg and the other team members looked almost lifeless. Just as it was getting awkward, Meng woke up from the ground, his hands still shivering, while he assured Shadow not to worry because they would make sure the mission was completed. Shadow turned around once again and started going inside the building, telling everyone that once they conquered the challenges, they could snag some great stuff from the NPC and would not be disappointed. However, they needed to remember to keep their team channel chat going and not let the NPC eavesdrop, as it could strategize according to their plan. After saying all this, Shadow opened the giant, humongous door, which creaked loudly as it swung open. Inside was a wizard-like NPC floating above the ground, who welcomed everyone into the building, calling them the residents of the game forsaken by the gods. He said the arrival of this game had left humans trembling with unease, which he found amusing and started laughing. The wizard then introduced everyone to the Tower of Divine Authority, telling them that if they could conquer the challenges inside, they would be able to trade with the Wanderer and should let him know whenever they were ready. Some people couldn't believe there were NPCs in the game, but others were curious about the kind of boss they needed to take down and what it would look like. Shadow wasn't in the mood for too many questions, telling them to follow his commands so things would be straightforward. But the adventurers kept pressing, asking how long the battle would last, what different phases the boss had, what skills made it so powerful, whether the scoring was mechanism-based or value-based, if there were any instant kill moves, how much agility it had, its weak spots, signature skills, and the duration of the battle. Meng told Shadow not to worry about him, saying he'd been cautious ever since his past team was annihilated by monsters. But Shadow was getting annoyed and immediately approached the Wanderer, saying he was ready and that the trial should begin. The man ran behind Shadow, trying to stop him, but it was too late. The Wanderer smiled and announced that the enjoyment would begin now. As the trial started, a purple portal appeared on the ground using a purple shard, and from the portal emerged an ugly-looking monster, split in half, called the Obsidian Shard Skull Puppet, a level 20 gold-tier boss. Everyone was shocked upon seeing the system notification, as the highest-level monster they had encountered until now was only level 11. The Obsidian Skull charged at the adventurers, but Shadow told them not to worry and to focus on defeating it. Meng got ready with his high-level shield, but one adventurer was immediately devoured by the monster as it rushed forward. The monster attacked Meng's shield recklessly, throwing him several meters and even impacting Shadow, making him unstable. The adventurers were unsure of what to do, but Meng told them not to worry about him and ordered the archer to use his starry shot skill, along with giving orders to the swordsman. As the adventurers followed the captain's orders, they managed to damage the monster, though it wasn't enough. The monster entered its second phase, glowing with a purple aura that gave it even more power. Shadow, watching carefully, knew the boss had gone berserk and told the adventurers to stay out of the way so he could finish it off. The boy immediately took something out of his inventory and rushed toward the monster at insane speed. As he jumped and threw his night dagger, it dealt 4,500 damage to the obsidian skull. Shadow didn't stop there. He began using his night technique repeatedly, heavily damaging the monster. The adventurers realized that Shadow was equipped with gear far beyond anything they'd seen before. He moved with grace, assassinating the monster without being pinned down even once. The NPC had initially thought Shadow was a complete noob, but now it was clear that was far from the truth, and the Wanderer had no time to strategize. One of the adventurers, confused, asked how Shadow knew that the stronger the player, the pricier the goods would be, since no one should know about the hidden boss. Shadow dodged the question, replying that the game forsaken by the gods was shrouded in secrets, with many truths buried deep within the ruins. He began to confuse the adventurers further, telling them to ask themselves whether they had been exploring diligently or expanding their knowledge of the game. Just as they were making awkward faces, the monster began using a death beam skill, forming a yellow orb of energy in its mouth. Shadow warned everyone to be alert and avoid the spin of the energy ball, explaining that 3 seconds after it hits the ground, the damage would become lethal and the area of effect massive. The adventurers scattered, and Meng ran toward Shadow to protect him. Realizing there was no time to dodge the attack, Shadow told Meng to unleash his invincibility scale to shield them. Meng did so, successfully protecting both Shadow and the curious adventurer. It was a great move. Shadow told the captain to wait for the flames to die down and then unleash their most powerful skills. After 3 seconds, the flames subsided, and all the adventurers used their best attacks. The damage was brutal, more than 25,000. The monster was finally defeated, and a notification popped up announcing that they had defeated the obsidian shard skull puppet. The words "Congratulations" appeared on the board, and the team felt proud of themselves. Shadow, however, knew that once the boss's health dropped below 70%, it would enter a berserk state. If they could dispel the berserk effect, its power would only be on par with a silver-tier boss. As they looked at the defeated monster, the Wanderer smiled and congratulated them for being the first to pass his test. Now, all they needed to do was trade their lifespan in exchange for a divine gift from the legendary Wanderer. A system notification popped up, telling everyone that the Vander NPC was actually named Wizard Wake, and that he had 6 fingers. But suddenly, the NPC started acting weirdly, and his eyes began glittering with laser-sharp focus as he attacked one of the players all of a sudden, obliterating them with 99,999 damage. Captain Meng was shocked, wondering why the NPC Vander suddenly attacked. But Shadow knew that even when players were powerful, the wandering NPC was actually way more powerful than them. Shadow also knew about a secret rule: NPCs and players could not attack each other unless the player broke a sacred rule first. And this NPC's sacred rule was to hide his hands. As long as no one mentioned it, he was in the clear. Hearing that, Meng even wondered if they could beat him, but Shadow straight up denied it because they were powerless right now. In truth, these NPCs were powerful beings from other dimensions who had attained divinity, and in front of them, humans were nothing. The Wanderer began telling the players to choose the divine tomes they needed and trade their lifespans for the treasures so that they could leave. These divine beings were shackled by the ancient rules of existence, arriving on the planet to help the game but sickened by the god, harvesting the lifespan of the players. Meng was shocked to learn that these NPCs could also consume life force to create resources in the real world. Meng immediately realized that the wandering merchant could create anything, and they would have an endless supply of food, water, and drinks. With the divine tomes they had, thanks to Shadow, no matter what disaster struck them, their supplies would always be safeguarded. They started celebrating even before Shadow knew the reason for it, because they expected this much from him, thinking their big brother would never let them down. But Shadow didn't care and started browsing through the NPC's window, buying a book named Divine Bestowal *, which was one of the 9 divine tomes that would cover all of Shadow's needs. He knew that the Tower of Divine Power had an achievement granting prestigious rewards, but Shadow would have to conquer it. The first book required 9,000 days of tradable lifespan in exchange. He looked at the Wanderer NPC and told him that he wanted to take the highest difficulty, and with no one's help. The NPC started laughing, telling Shadow that based on his recent performance, he couldn't even conquer the first level, and now he dared to dream of tackling the highest difficulty. But Shadow simply said he was curious about how the highest difficulty looked. The NPC explained that the difficulty was divided into 5 levels, with the highest being the 5th level. The boss was still the golden tier obsidian shattered skull puppet, but its attack, health, defense, and cooldown speed had been skyrocketed by 500%. Both Meng and his friends were stunned by the percentage, realizing that they had barely dodged the skill of the basic monster. They were drenched in sweat, wondering how Shadow would dodge the higher tier one, which now had 5 times the health and defense. They wondered how long it would take to bring it down with no mistakes allowed at all. The NPC told Shadow that if he died in this challenge, all the tradable lifespan he would lose would go straight to the Wanderer, and it was not returnable. Finally, he asked Shadow if he really wanted to do it. The boy immediately agreed. Hearing that, the NPC started laughing as he formed a blue aura portal with his hands, thanking Shadow for the thought of gifting some lifespan to the NPC for his own use. He thought that in this early game of the Forsaken Gods, players from the planet had really become so arrogant that they were paving their own path to self-destruction. Just after saying that, the blue portal changed its color to gold, and the obsidian skull crusher monster puppet appeared, now 500% more powerful and golden in color. Shadow immediately analyzed his foe from top to bottom, realizing that Vic had enhanced the summoned monster by 500% and had also made multiple biological enhancements, skyrocketing its attributes by more than 2,000%. Shadow knew it was the perfect time to test out his new weapon. He became invisible, took out the undead dagger, and threw it toward the golden obsidian monster, using the venomous strike attack. After the strike landed successfully, the gift of the black flame was triggered, and the obsidian shadow puppet began screaming in pain as it was slowly hammered by our boy. Shadow immediately started using his bone blade special effect, which boosted his agility for 5 more seconds along with his invincibility, which was increased. Shadow started absorbing the golden aura, and after his agility was at its peak, he began making small attacks. Suddenly, he teleported behind the golden obsidian skull using the special effect given to him by the undead bone blade and pierced through the head of the monster. The speed boost of 100% was already over as the 5 seconds finished, but that was enough for Shadow to make the monster bleed. Both Meng and his subordinate wondered how Shadow was really invisible all the time, wondering if his cooldown was low or if there wasn't one to begin with. The subordinate thought that maybe Shadow hadn't even activated his invisibility, and instead, he was so fast that he vanished into thin air. Shadow appeared in front of the fallen monster, realizing that the work was over when the notification told him to strike at the throat to grant liberation to the monster. Shadow started using his shadow sneak attack, and as multiple blades pierced the monster, it was completely obliterated in just a few seconds, with the HP bar dropping to 64%. But the monster was still not defeated, somehow getting up again. Shadow already realized the resilience of the monster, and knew he would have to use his shadow sneak slash multiple times to give the monster maximum damage, because only one strike was not enough, even when a third of the monster's health was dropped by one hit. Even doing this sequence of attacks 2 more times was hectic because of the monster's resilience. On the other hand, the NPC was getting cold feet, wondering how it was possible, because the Forsaken game of the gods had just opened its gate on Shadow's planet, and there was no way someone could be this powerful this early in the game. It was so troublesome that it was bothering the wandering NPC, Wizard. But Shadow was not going to stop, immediately activating his throat slit attack and inflicting 200% of his attack damage per second. This attack was enough to constantly damage the monster, and finally finish it off after 2 more slashes. The system congratulated Shadow for conquering the 5th level challenge of the Tower of Divine Authority and gaining 5 prestige points as the achievement was complete. The system showcased Shadow's victory in the first 4 years of difficulty, along with the highest one to everyone. Shadow had also earned a dazzling 10 points of reputation, while the system congratulated him for completing the Tower of Divine Authority solo and clearing this challenge for the first time. In total, Shadow had earned 75 points of prestige, and a huge notification popped up in front of everyone that player Shadow had conquered the Tower of Divine Authority. But to everyone's surprise, no one knew what the Tower of Authority actually was, because no one had figured it out yet. Some thought their city was a wasteland, so there wasn't a single tower structure. Others were fearful that Shadow was walking ahead of them over and over again. Meanwhile, the NPC was agonizing over his decisions, telling Shadow that he was scamming him and that the planet folks were so cunning. If the wandering wizard had known this fact about his powers, he would have charged them a fortune of tradable lifespan for any divine book. The NPC was so angry that he started using his teleportation skill along with his laser skill, furious at being scammed, and told the humans he never wanted to see them again. Captain Meng wondered what the NPC was up to, and his subordinate thought maybe he was about to bring out the big guns. But just then, Shadow appeared, and as the attack was about to hit them, the boy was calm and composed because he knew it was nothing but a teleportation array. As they exited the Tower of Divine Authority, everyone was relieved to realize that they were in the outside world, not dead, and instead had just been ported out. Shadow reminded them of the rule that NPCs cannot attack players if the rule was not broken. The boy explained that since they had wrapped up everything, they should call it a day, because now Shadow was logging off to grab a bite. The captain thanked Shadow again and again for enlightening them, promising that if there was ever a chance like this again, they must tag along to reap the benefits. Shadow agreed and started walking away. As the scene shifts to the real world, we see that inside the castle, which was protected underwater, the huge building stood tall. The 9 divine books were extracted, consuming 90 days of tradable lifespan by Shadow. He also spent 1.06 years of life buying luxurious furniture, daily essentials, and delectable ingredients, and also an all-powerful artificial intelligence maid, which happily greeted her master. It was her pleasure to meet our boy for the first time, as she asked Feng if he was looking for someone to help him in handling affairs at home. She explained that the boy should feel free to reach out with any requests, and he should just say the word. The maid was there to help him, even in that. Yes, even in what you all are thinking. Shadow explained to the maid that she should tidy up the house and whip up a feast for him, and the maid started working immediately, diving into full house cleaning mode right away. In the outside world, we come back to the city where we see a body lying on the ground, lifeless, with a white cloth covering it. We come to know that it was a female corpse discovered this week, the third one in the continuous parade of bodies. Just like the previous 2, the body's limbs had been taken out, and the eyes were also missing. The investigators realized that the killer must be the same person. One of the officers asked if the investigator had found any clues, and the other officer explained that even the investigator was finding it difficult to get clues regarding this psychopath. The killer was coming out at the perfect time, something not taken into consideration while the investigator searched for evidence, and he was always able to escape. The senior officer told another subordinate that they should go and ask Captain Anya how much longer it would take for the investigator to advance in his career, because they could not delay the matter any further and must catch the psychopath killer. Suddenly, the other officer tried telling the senior something and explained that maybe it was the work of Shadow, because he compared the timeline of Shadow's activity, and it perfectly aligned with the girl's time of demise. But the senior straight up told him that maybe it was just a coincidence, because matching timelines was not enough to prove anything. However, the investigator liked this angle and thought they could solve the case through it, because right now whispers were all around that Shadow was actually a killer in disguise and might have some dark influence on others, and that some evil powers were covering up for him. It was then that the senior revealed that last time, Shadow made him look foolish in front of Captain Anya when he was hitting on her. But the senior wanted the brat to not let personal feelings come between them and their jobs, because they already had 24-hour support from the police. They needed to crack the case wide open and bring justice. Now, however, the brat was angry because he was not allowed to work on the angle of Shadow being the killer. As the scene shifts to the game once again, we come inside the ruins of the demon city in the godforsaken game, and we see that Shadow was invisible while looking at a castle that was still standing and had not been destroyed. Shadow knew this place was called the Evil Spirit Academy, and this academy was a platinum-grade hideaway. Even though it was not concealed, its barrier's strength was said to be the mightiest in all of the country. Shadow started forming the Shadow Gear, losing 2.74 years of tradable lifespan in the process, because he needed to secure the hideout outside under the banner of his own guild. That's why he had to resort to this method and lose his lifespan, even when he was in the wasteland city. The boy knew that shelters could teleport between each other, and from now on, traveling back and forth between the magic metropolis and the river city would be a breeze because of the 2 hideouts in Shadow's possession. After forming the guild, the boy started going inside while still being invisible to any threat looming inside the castle. As he walked through, he felt that something was strange, because he had reached the deepest level of the 3 underground floors inside the Spirit Academy, yet he had not encountered even a single monster. Shadow realized there was no other possible explanation than that someone powerful had already come inside and defeated all the monsters before him. Suddenly, he heard someone screaming in happiness to another human that he was not as weak as he seemed. After Shadow listened to the commotion, he realized that some people were bullying another person, a female, who was telling the group of 3 thugs not to come any closer. Out of the 3 thugs, one of the fatties revealed that they were sent by the Dongfang family lady and told her not to worry because they were not going to kill the girl just yet, as the Dongfang lady needed someone for her enjoyment. But before that, these boys were going to enjoy the girl themselves. They wanted her to hurry up and tell them her real-world location, or they threatened to hunt her down until her lifespan ran out. Even making herself lose would not help her, because the Brats guild, named Shura's Hall, was waiting at the resurrection point. The third person from the police group told the lady they should make a deal, because the girl was powerful in her own right, having defeated the Eastern deity twice in the game. The boy realized she must have gained quite a bit of lifespan, at least 30 years. The boy then started rambling that the girl had to give them 30 years of the lifespan she had gained, and along with that, she would have to play with the 3 of them for a little while to make them feel good. After that, they promised they would let her go without any problems. The girl, innocent, started crying and asked in horror what they meant by playing with them. The three of them started smiling as they took out their 2 inches, which were hanging down. Seeing that, the girl was scared, but the men thought they were really masculine, smiling after looking at her. Knowing there was no escape, the girl wanted them to promise that after having all their fun, they would let her go. The brown-haired brat called the girl, promising her again and telling her to start with him. As the girl started nearing the boy, a surprise attack was made at his small thing, as the lady tried chopping it off. But the third person, with bandages over his eyes, immediately attacked the lady, calling her a troublemaker for thinking like that. The brat once again came back near the girl, telling her this was her final chance to correct everything. But suddenly the girl smiled and told the player she would see him later. Then, the players were slashed in 2 halves so suddenly that they didn't even realize it. Even the man in bandages was being choked by long strips of paper, which were completely full of magic and worked like chains. Shadow was watching everything, realizing that this skill was named the Chained Blade, wondering if the girl's profession was what he thought it was. The girl finally stood up, using her skill and cursing the 3 brats who were trying to do naughty things with her. Knowing these people were sent by the Dongfang lady, she was determined to kill her no matter what. We come to know that Shadow knew about this lady who was named Shane, and Shane was also hiding a profession just like our boy Shadow. It was an assassin-type unique hidden profession. Shadow knew that in his last life, Shane was the 10th strongest powerhouse in the whole world, but she was eventually defeated by the present demon, who dealt the final blow after her real identity was exposed. He targeted her in the real world while she was already being hunted from all sides. The girl fought valiantly, but even after all the effort she put in, she was still not able to survive. Everyone in the Guild of Shadow was devastated when they heard the news, and even Shadow himself couldn't believe that he would run into her inside the sanctuary. However, Shadow didn't know who Dong Fang Yui was, and he kept wondering why Shane was repeating this name again and again. As Shadow approached her, Shane assumed he was an enemy too. She asked if he had any accomplices and immediately rushed toward him. Talisman chains protruded from her hands, ready to attack our boy even before he could defend himself. And even when Shadow wanted to speak to her, she cut him off, telling him to talk less and concentrate, or he would die. Shane hurled her talisman chain blade towards Shadow, attempting to bind him with its sturdy chains. But before it could reach him, Shadow turned into smoke, evading the attack fluidly and reappearing instantly in front of Shane. Finally, he agreed to play with her if she wasn't ready to talk. This shocked the girl, but it was already too late. She would have to fight. She jumped back and lashed her talisman chains toward the boy once again. Being an assassin-type professional as well, Shane turned into smoke herself, activating invisibility and vanishing without a trace. At first, Shadow was alert, but then he laughed at her audacity, pulling an assassination trick in front of him. He couldn't believe she thought invisibility would work. So he answered in kind, also vanishing without leaving the slightest trace in the visible world. Time passed in silence. Neither of them appeared on the battlefield. Shane was the first to re-emerge, confused about where Shadow had gone. Her Hellblade had built-in level 4 stealth detection, yet she still couldn't sense him. She couldn't believe it. Then she remembered hearing about someone named Shadow, ranked at the top of the entire game leaderboard, with powers eerily similar to the one she was fighting now. Suddenly, Shadow appeared right in front of her, causing Shane to scream in shock. He mockingly told her that she should figure out how to deal with him, or things would get very bad for her. But the girl wasn't ready to give up. She kept leaping around, attacking with her talisman chains, though she still couldn't believe her level 4 invisibility and stealth detection skills were useless against him. Frustrated, she decided to unleash her trump card, chasing Soul's spirit of the ghost path. With this move, the talisman gained a consciousness of its own, moving like a living being. It was her strongest attack, though it consumed a lot of energy. But to Shadow, it was still nothing. He calmly observed the chain writhing like a snake, hissing and moving on its own. He quickly realized that the chains, now with their own will, were able to locate him, even when invisible. The technique was so powerful it could sense enemies Shane's eyes couldn't see, and anyone marked by it could not escape. For the first time, Shadow saw her profession bypass stealth entirely. Even he hadn't expected this. But he had a plan. As he ran in circles around her, he baited her into attacking. Just as she thought she had him, Shadow slipped away with incredible agility, leaving Shane caught in her own skill. Embarrassingly, the chains wrapped around her due to her own attack, tightening against her clothing. Shadow walked up to her calmly and asked if it was the right time to talk, since her ears seemed open. He explained that he was Shadow and had nothing to do with any Dong Fang Yui. If he wanted to kill her, she would have been long dead. He didn't need help with that. Shane was embarrassed, screaming at him to let her down. Shadow, however, asked who Dong Fang Yui was. From her words, he deduced she must mean someone from the Dong Fang family in Jianghai City. The girl was shocked, but eventually admitted it. explaining that since Dong Fang Yui had married into the Chu family, her ties to the Dong Fang family weren't as close anymore. Shadow then revealed something shocking. When he destroyed the Dong Fang family, Dong Fang Yui hadn't been present. She slipped through because of her marriage. This stunned Shane. The realization that Shadow had destroyed the Dong Fang family, leaving only Yui alive, sent chills through her. But then she smirked through her chains, declaring that since Shadow and Dong Fang Yui were enemies, she would consider him her ally, because the enemy of an enemy is a friend. They could cooperate. Shadow dropped her to the ground, telling her they could discuss cooperation later, but first he wanted to know why she wanted to kill Dong Fang Yui. Shane finally revealed the truth. It was revenge. Before the God-forsaken realm descended and the game began, Dong Fang Yui had been driving under the influence and caused an accident that killed Shane's mother. Multiple court cases were filed, but Yui walked free because the Chu family used their influence to frame someone else. Her father refused to accept it and even found evidence to convict Dong Fang Yui. But the very next day, he was found dead in the river. Authorities dismissed it as a mental breakdown, claiming he had taken his own life out of despair. When Shane demanded answers, the Chu family's security nearly beat her to death. Broken and hopeless, she thought about ending her own life until the God-forsaken game descended. Her first mission inside the game was clear: kill Dong Fang Yui. But in the game, death was never permanent unless someone drained all your life by repeatedly killing you. So even after Shane succeeded once, Yui resurrected and hired people to relentlessly hunt Shane down. That was why she was in this state now, being saved by Shadow. Shane cried while explaining all this, begging Shadow to help her kill Dong Fang Yui, as revenge was her only motivation to live. But to everyone's surprise, Shadow refused, without even a second of hesitation. After the refusal, Shane was shocked but still not ready to give up. She told Shadow not to worry, because she would not make the boy help her for free. She decided to give him everything she had, including her body, which could become the Shadow's servant. She was even ready to offer her entire lifespan that she had earned, along with all her equipment and skills. Shane was prepared to sacrifice everything as long as Shadow helped her kill Dongfang Yui without any second thoughts. Even if Shadow made her his slave, Shane was willing to accept it willingly. But the boy was not as bad as everyone thought. He told Shane that he would not help in any killing, nor would he take revenge in her place, because this revenge had to be concluded by her own two hands. Even when Shane felt bad, Shadow told her that he would help her, but how far his help could go depended on her. The lady was shocked, still crying and wondering how Shadow was going to help her. Then the boy revealed that he wanted Shane to join his guild and become his ally so he could support her in achieving her revenge. A system notification popped up and the lady read everything. Shadow wanted her to join his guild, also named Shadow. She realized that the guild had only one member, our boy, Shadow himself. She wondered if all she had to do was just join the guild, and if that alone would be enough. But now Shane joined the guild because Shadow requested it, and her in-game name, Ghost, appeared on the guild list. Our boy also accepted the lady's friend request and was happy that she agreed to do whatever he asked. He told her that now she only needed to do one more thing, career advancement to the next level. As for what career advancement was and how to achieve it, she would have to explore that herself. Whenever she succeeded, Shadow would help her. But if she failed, Shane had to be ready to forget about any kind of revenge she wanted, because currently she was too powerless. The scene shifted to another place, where we saw Shadow inside the secret sanctuary, realizing that the blade of the underworld had limitless potential. Since Shane was already given a little guidance, Shadow knew that she was stubborn, and with her big heart, she would definitely take one step at a time. He believed that whenever she matured, she might even be able to help Shadow, who was considered the strongest character right now. The scene shifted once again to the deepest part of the Evil Spirit Academy, where Shadow entered a section that looked like a giant library filled with books. While invisible, the boy encountered the transmutated witch named Stana, a level 15 golden grade witch with multiple heads and the body of a female wearing a long, frilled dress. We learned that this witch was the guardian of the Evil Spirit Academy. Without wasting any time, Shadow launched an assassination attack, damaging one of Stana's 4 heads. He knew that in the first phase, only one of the boss's 4 heads would activate, and then they would become immune to physical damage. From then on, Shadow could only use elemental skills with slightly lower damage, but still enough to deal a lot of harm. With the assassination, the boy activated the Shadow Blade technique and drew the Forest Bone Blade to increase his movement speed. Its cooldown time was so low that it almost recharged instantly after every Shadow Blade hit. The boy jumped around, using his invisibility and assassin skills, along with multiple Shadow Blade techniques to deal massive damage to the witches' heads. He kept targeting the weak points, turning himself into a moving Gatling gun with such high damage that no one could resist. Shadow had no pride to spare. He kept relentlessly attacking the weak points, because he had to defeat the monster no matter what. The sounds of hacking and slashing echoed through the entire hall until one of the 4 heads was destroyed, exploding into pieces. Now Phase 2 began, and Shadow knew that all 3 remaining heads would activate simultaneously. They were furious that their purple head had been blown apart. But Shadow had fought this boss many times before, so he knew these hotheads would only unleash indiscriminate attacks on the surroundings. Shadow had to defend himself from beams of fire and elemental attacks. Thanks to his high agility, he managed to dodge them, and once again began using the Shadow Blade skill to deal heavy damage to the 3 heads, targeting the red head first. But as the blue head interfered, the water elemental head was destroyed as well. The Shadow Bone Blade exploded in the process, and the damage was so lethal that the other heads couldn't withstand it, suffering heavy damage until they exploded on their own. As Shadow knew about the disco lights of the Headless Witches, a system notification suddenly popped up, announcing that Shadow had killed the mutated witch named Stana and gained 50,000 experience points. Shadow had already been certain of the notification even before it appeared, judging from the deafening boom that echoed throughout the library-like area of the Evil Academy. Finally, Shadow obtained the key to the Evil Spirit Academy hideout, which was a platinum-level hideout. Since his level was high enough, the system informed him that he could now advance his profession. Shadow agreed and started the advancement immediately. The boy's Shadow class advanced from the 1st tier to the 2nd tier, and his class attribute bonus for strength increased from 9 to 27, along with significant increases to constitution, agility, and spirit. Now the boy stood at level 15 with a tradable lifespan of 566.2 years, strength of 147, constitution of 102, agility of 316, spirit of 131, and health points of 2608. His physical attack power reached 535, his cooldown speed was 85, and his damage resistance stood at 77. He also had a non-tradable lifespan of 4510 years and 233 days, along with defense points of 330. This included 24.8% physical damage reduction, element resistance of 458, and 31.4% lightning damage reduction, along with multiple other elemental bonuses he had gained from defeating the witch Stana. Now Shadow was ready to upgrade his skills. As his body glowed with a gleaming aura, another system notification appeared, telling him that his new job passive would ensure he no longer exited stealth mode. Even if an attack broke stealth, his invisibility would remain effective when he attacked. This was a massive boost to Shadow's power. He realized that his attributes had not only doubled but tripled, and now no attacks could cancel his stealth effect unless he disabled it himself. Shadow had truly reached a qualitative transformation, and knew that no one could defeat him if he did not allow it. Looking at the key in his hand, he realized the value of the treasure he now possessed. The scene shifts back to a few minutes earlier at the outskirts of the Evil Spirit Academy. Shane was once again running away, shouting at someone about how he dared to come back. As the view panned over, it revealed the same group of 3 men who previously wanted to play with the girl. This time, they decided to call for reinforcements from the Shura Hall Guild so that everyone could join in tormenting the girl. As the blonde man wondered how long the girl could last, the giant roared that he would not go easy on her this time. The man then used an earth smash skill so powerful that the ground trembled violently. But the girl refused to admit defeat, immediately activating her sacred talisman skill and preparing for a final attack. Just then, a flashbang appeared before her, blinding her instantly while also damaging her with its explosive force. Having resorted to cheating, the bullies made no remark as they swiftly trapped her, mocking that they needed to properly educate her. Yet the girl was determined not to die at their hands. She pulled something from her inventory, attempting to drink it, but the blonde man snatched it from her, breaking her hand in the process. Reading the description, he saw it was poison. He realized that if she used it, she would lose half her lifespan but would resurrect at the designated point. This revealed to the group that the girl was not afraid of dying if it meant preserving her honor, which only made the disgusting bullies desire her more. As the man stepped closer to her, a system notification suddenly appeared before the girl. She read that the platinum-level Sanctuary Evil Spirit Academy was now affiliated with the Guild Shadow. With the barrier activated, all non-guild members were considered intruders, triggering the Sanctuary's cleansing protocol. Before the bullies could react, they were electrocuted from all sides, killed instantly, and their dropped lifespan scattered across the ground. The system informed the girl that the cleaning was complete. She was left utterly shocked, unable to believe that the Evil Spirit Academy was actually a sanctuary, and now it belonged to Shadow's guild. Realizing that in just a few minutes Shadow had slain the Guardian and obtained the key, she stood frozen, still in disbelief, while Shadow wasted no time moving forward. After activating the sanctuary, Shadow obtained multiple items, including the witch's transmutation ring from the 3-headed witch. This ring was universal for all classes, and added +22 to all attributes, along with a cooldown speed increase of 30%. The equipment requirement was level 14, and it had a unique effect of increasing skill range by 25% and area damage by 100 points. Shadow also acquired the Toxic Trap, a platinum-level equipment that provided level 5 invisibility. Enemies that stepped on it would take 500 immediate damage plus continuous poison damage, applying additional poison elemental damage and inflicting a slowdown for 5 seconds. It dealt 1,000 poison damage per second, and Shadow could place up to 3 traps with a placement cooldown of 4.65 seconds. Each trap lasted a maximum of 3,600 seconds. He knew he had obtained 2 items specifically for the Assassin class, and even the ring was excellent since it enhanced both Shadow Slash and the Knight Ring Blade, as they were both area skills and would be greatly boosted now. Shadow had 363 evolution points left, which was just enough to enhance Backstab to Legendary. He consumed 340 evolution points and upgraded Backstab from Epic to Legendary, increasing its passive damage effect from 75% to 100%, and gaining the legendary special effect of invisibility. Now, all his damage would count as Backstab damage if Shadow was invisible during the attack. Shadow realized that he had achieved a stable Backstab damage increase, along with the permanent invisibility of the advanced class, which significantly improved both his damage output and survivability. But suddenly, Little Lamb called out to Shadow, telling him that she had come across another ruin and wondered if he wanted to take a look. The boy asked where it was, and the girl explained that it was in the ruins of the city, near the entrance of a temple, with some murals on the stone that looked very similar to those in the ruins of Beginner Town. Shadow wondered why she hadn't explored the place on her own, since with her strength, she should have been able to take on a platinum-level boss by now. Little Lamb, however, was frustrated and explained that even though she wanted to fight, after clearing the monsters at the end, everything reversed. Even when she and the others tried to kill the new monsters, they couldn't touch them, and then the whole place locked down, stating that she needed to have a faithful connection to enter. She wondered if Shadow might be someone like that. The boy understood everything and told her to wait for him, since he had also found some equipment and wanted everyone to prepare some tradable lifespan because he had a lot of things to exchange. Now that Shadow had 2 teleportation shelters, it was much easier for him to travel from the ruins of Magic City to the ruins of Jianghai City. Before Shadow fully teleported, the lady told him to sell his items to the officials in Magic City, because they had no life energy left after defeating the bosses. As the scene shifts, we move to the outskirts of the ruins of Jianghai City, where Little Lamb sat on her mount, which was eating grass while she enjoyed the scenery. Suddenly, Shadow appeared out of nowhere, startling her and asking where the relic was. Both the lady and the lamb were shocked, telling Shadow not to scare them like that because it wasn't easy. Shadow calmly promised to be careful next time. Little Lamb explained that the entrance to the ruins was below the cliff. When Shadow asked how she had found it, she said it was a long story. We then learned that Little Lamb had spawned a mount in the outskirts, and while trying to feed it, a silver boss suddenly appeared, startling the mount. Startled as well, she panicked and fell off the cliff. Fortunately, she was caught by a tree branch near the bottom, and that's how she discovered the cave. The scene shifts back to the present, where Little Lamb warns Shadow not to slip and fall because last time she had died and respawned, forcing her to call Captain and Mang to explore the cave with her. Shadow jumped straight off the cliff, complimenting Little Lamb for finding something like this. The lady then explained that Mang had also jumped just like that, but instead of making a heroic entry, he ended up slipping and falling to his death. Inside, the cave was a maze. Even after clearing all the monsters and exploring every path, it still wouldn't open. While walking inside, Shadow told Little Lamb not to risk dying in the future, reminding her that they should never let their non-tradable lifespan reach 0 because it was extremely dangerous. Even Little Lamb knew there was a skill that could drain others' lifespan, and if someone's lifespan was too low, it could be completely drained. They already had precautions in place to supplement their non-tradable lifespan, and Shadow wondered if the officers had a stable supply channel for lifespan. The girl explained that they had lured some magical creatures, which absorbed non-tradable lifespan, into a hidden location in the ruins of the city. After killing them, they collected all the non-tradable lifespan that dropped and would go there to replenish whenever needed. Shadow knew this method was incredible, wondering if it was none other than Anya who had come up with the idea. Little Lamb was impressed by his accurate guess, but Shadow remembered that even in his previous life it had always been Anya's idea. In the end, everyone started using this method. As they ventured deeper, the girl showed Shadow a teleportation orb located exactly at the spot that led to the next stage. However, when Little Lamb touched the orb, it told her that since she was not the destined one, the mechanism would not activate. The girl explained that perhaps this temple was also connected to the previous one in the earlier town, and since Shadow had defeated it, maybe he was linked to it. Shadow agreed and placed his hand on the teleportation orb. As it began to gleam and activate, Little Lamb was shocked, covering her eyes due to the immense energy. Within just a few seconds, both Shadow and the teleportation orb disappeared. Little Lamb's guess that Shadow was the chosen one turned out to be true. The scene shifted to another area of the cave, where a notification appeared, informing Shadow that he had arrived at the Icetide Cavern. It also stated that his long-range communications would be blocked. Shadow realized that the Icetide Cavern was no joke. He also received a mission to protect the Iced Crystal, a shiny ice shard. Shadow recalled that the crystal would unleash a tide of ice whenever it was attacked. Looking around, Shadow noticed multiple caves from which monsters would emerge, doing everything they could to attack the crystal. If he let them succeed, he would have no choice but to die, and although his death wasn't important to him, the failure of the mission was. If the mission failed, the place might never return, and the rewards could never be obtained again. Shadow decided to evolve his toxic trap immediately, formulating a plan and consuming 6 evolution points for it. The trap's deceleration increased by 50%. It now had a stealth level of 8, and an additional 1,200 damage points. The deceleration and poison damage would last for 8 seconds, and Shadow could now place 9 traps in total. He quickly started placing traps, setting 3 of them at 3 passages. Activating the witch's ring increased his skill range by 25%, making the traps even more powerful. Now the enchanted traps completely covered the passages, ensuring that any monster stepping on them would trigger them. As Shadow looked around, he saw multiple monsters emerging, and their numbers were no joke. Shadow immediately turned invisible while the monsters wandered around, trying to figure out what was going on. As soon as they stepped out searching for him, the traps activated, brutally damaging them. The attacks didn't stop, and the monsters wondered what was happening to them, but they were eliminated before they could do anything. The new status effect Shadow had gained for his backstab skill allowed him to instantly one-shot enemies. The monsters, known as the Guardians of Athena, were wiped out. However, Shadow's brief relief didn't last. Suddenly, a massive arrow shot toward him. He managed to protect himself using the Knight/protective shield. As the dust and smoke cleared, Shadow was shocked to see a puppet-like monster approaching to hunt him, accompanied by several other monsters with crimson eyes, all waiting for their chance to devour their prey. As the scene shifts once again, we return to the outer ruins of the Magic City, where the blonde bully was standing in front of a professional female mage. He said something that made the lady furious, prompting her to ask if he meant that his guild was giving up on hunting the ghost girl simply because she had now joined the Shadow Guild. The blonde didn't even hesitate and told her again that they couldn't handle this, so she should find someone else. The lady tried to intimidate him, asking if he thought the Shadow Guild posed a greater threat to him than she did. She lashed out at the blonde man, warning him not to forget that she had all the information on him and could easily have her guards kill him in real life, which would be a far greater threat. However, as soon as the man heard this, he suddenly started preaching equality and without a second thought, punched the lady, causing her purple mask to fall off as she spat blood onto the ground. The man didn't stop there. He immediately readied his knife and told the woman that even if he couldn't defeat the shadows yet, he could still kill her. He had tolerated her arrogance for too long, and wasn't willing to be called a lowlife by someone who couldn't even do her own work, and instead wanted others to handle it. We learned that this lady's in-game name was Phoenix. After being killed, she respawned at the safe zone and returned to reality, furious that the person she had hired to hunt the ghost girl had actually turned against her. In reality, she was part of the Chu family, who believed that the Shura Hall was made up of lowly people who couldn't possibly go against her. No matter what, she called someone and ordered them to send people to arrest all the members of Shura Hall. Upon hearing that, the man on the other end of the phone wondered if this was the same guild she had hired to capture the ghost girl. But now that she had mixed up with the Shadow Guild, and since her group feared retaliation from Shadow, she wanted to vent all her frustrations so that the guild wouldn't even dare to continue. The man on the phone told her that after dealing with Shadow, he would take care of the so-called lowlifes, as he had already arranged for people from the Black Dragon faction in the Magic City to trouble Shadow. Since the plan had already started, soon they would be able to take revenge for her family. Hearing this calmed Phoenix, though it also made her more alert as she realized that both Shadow and the traitors who betrayed her were going to get a taste of their own medicine. She began screaming that she would avenge the Dong family and defeat them all. As the scene shifts, we see that the archer puppet was defeated instantly by Shadow. He knew there was no way someone so insignificant could beat him, as his shadow blade was so powerful that even its return speed after striking a weak point was nearly instant. Suddenly, a notification popped up, informing Shadow that his guardian task was completed and he should claim his reward. He was surprised that it was already over, but as he turned around, he saw the entire place collapsing along with the ice crystal, though it didn't create any sort of tide. As soon as the crystal evaporated, a golden chest appeared in front of him. The last time he opened such a chest, he had obtained the gift of liberation, so he wondered what this legendary chest would contain now. When he opened it, Shadow was stunned to find that there was no item inside, but instead, a woman emerged from the chest, gazing at him seductively. He realized that he had received an NPC instead of any kind of treasure. She spoke in the language of the ancient gods, which Shadow couldn't understand, though a few words and structures allowed him to vaguely make sense of her speech. Even when the language was completely foreign, Shadow was able to grasp her meaning because of the Eye of Judgment. The lady was trying to explain to Shadow that the ancient gods had already perished. Since the boy had just arrived and his heart was in the right place, he should become the inheritor of judgment and authority. After saying that, the lady began transforming into an even more beautiful woman, her curls now visible, yet she remained appropriately dressed so that what should be covered stayed covered. We come to know that this lady's name was actually Ashy. As she turned towards Shadow, she summoned a summoning bell that would allow her to be summoned at any place Shadow desired. She was the Judgment Envoy, created with the power of rules, and the boy could use it once at level 25, 35, and 50 to summon the lady. Each summon would grant him a special challenge for a special relic. The system notification informed the boy that if he successfully completed 3 challenges, Ashy would move into his hideout and provide the skill upgrade feature. Shadow immediately realized that the last temple was level 5, and this time it was level 15. In his mind, Shadow was thanking Little Lamb for always being so lucky and stumbling upon such precious things. Suddenly, Ashy told Shadow that he should select a skill because he had a free chance to upgrade one skill to match his current level. We come to know that the skill upgrade had 2 criteria for evaluating the strength obtained by the player in this game. The first was quality. The quality of each skill was fixed and could not be improved normally, but Shadow could still forcefully improve skill quality with infinite evolution. Even the most ordinary skills could be turned into a mythic level one, if Shadow wanted. The second way of measuring a skill's power was the demand level, which was the required level for players to use the skill. It also determined the skill's strength, as a level 5 stealth was easily overpowered by a level 50 stealth. However, high-quality skills were naturally different, and high-level, high-quality skills were even more difficult. Shadow decided to upgrade the highest grade of the liberation skill. But in the future, all of this would no longer be a problem, because he only needed to consume his lifespan to increase his skill level as much as he wanted. Ashy heard Shadow's wish and kissed him on the cheek, upgrading the Divine Liberation skill to Mythical. Its weak point attack modifier became 410%, and the attack multiplier got doubled. It also actively gained the throat cut effect, dealing 310% of attack damage per second for 3 seconds. Its cooldown was reduced to 6.97 seconds, which was just half of what it used to be. After the upgrade was done, Ashy bowed before Shadow and told him she looked forward to seeing him again. After she disappeared, a blue-colored portal appeared in front of the boy. He realized this was the portal for him to leave. But as he was leaving, he turned around and looked at the chest one final time, discovering there was something else inside along with Ashy. The system congratulated him for obtaining the equivalent exchange agreement, an epic class agreement. Due to it, he received an assassin-type armor with physical defense and resistance of 198, along with a damage reduction of 19.8%. He also obtained another skill book of his own profession, and greed remained unchanged with a cooldown of 1 hour. This would allow him to randomly obtain one piece of equipment or skill book. Shadow looked at these things with a smile behind his mask, knowing he had gained some good stuff. As there were still quite a few Jade-level equipment and skill books at home, all of which could be transformed for use by assassins, he knew this harvest was truly magnificent. He decided he would really thank Little Lamb as soon as he got back. As Shadow came back from the dungeon after collecting all the rewards, he was surprised to see Little Black still waiting for him outside with her cute steed. Shadow wondered if the girl hadn't gone to level up during all this time, but she explained that, while Shadow was inside the dungeon, she decided to stay at the gate and wait for him to make sure no one could ambush him while he was busy. Shadow was moved by her thoughtfulness, thanking her and handing her a skill book, explaining that since it had dropped inside the dungeon, it would be better if she took it. Little Black's eyes glittered with excitement as she accepted it, thanking Shadow again and again. She knew that with this new skill book, her chances of survival had greatly increased. Happily, she mounted her steed and waved goodbye to Shadow as she left, overjoyed with her new skills. Shadow, on the other hand, decided it was time to log out of the game, since he was feeling really hungry and wanted to fill his stomach. The scene then shifted to another part of the game, in the ruins of Jianghai City, where a small building was being protected by a barrier. This was the Knight Templar Guild sanctuary of silver level. Inside, one man was laughing and boasting to the others, declaring that the Knights of the Holy Mountain finally got what they deserved, and that this day should be remembered. Even though their new home was not large, he said it was still a wonderful beginning. But as the camera panned around, it became clear that these people were celebrating for nothing. Their so-called home was nothing more than a huge common toilet with no doors, yet they were still happy. For them, what mattered most was that they now had a place where they didn't need to worry about being randomly killed by a sudden boss. The leader told everyone that with this sanctuary, they finally had a cozy place to rest when they felt fatigued. And they owed it all to one person, little Zio. Everyone turned to look at Shadow's sister, who herself could hardly believe that the others were praising her. The leader reminded them that she was the one who first discovered the place, so they should give her a warm round of applause as she stepped forward. Everyone cheered as the clueless sister smiled and stood on top of her toilet seat as though it were a stage. She didn't even know how to give a proper speech, but she still began by thanking her teacher for his tireless guidance, then her friends who had reached out to help her in difficult times. She went on to even thank those who had hated her, because according to her, their mockery and insults had motivated her to become stronger. As she continued, she suddenly began to cry, recalling her mother and father. Whether it was true emotion or just an act to gain sympathy, no one could be sure, but she told everyone that her parents had once told her she would one day be able to claim a powerful place. Now that they were no longer alive to see this, she wanted to make them proud. Her tears made the audience believe they were witnessing a touching speech. The leader approached and encouraged her to share the difficulties and obstacles she had overcome in order to find this sanctuary. The girl explained that she had a dream in which a powerful warrior led her to conquer this hideout. Even though the dream was vague, it felt very real to her, so she came here with the mindset of giving it a try. She didn't expect to actually find anything, but in the end, it had worked. Of course, no one else was taking her words too seriously, thinking she was probably just exaggerating or making it up. Many believed the girl was simply being funny. The leader became serious and said that this was an excellent dream, rewarding her with 1 year of tradable lifespan. Smiling, he put his arm around her shoulder and told everyone to learn from you and her dedication to the guild. He said that as long as they worked together with one heart, the guild could survive these chaotic times and grow stronger. He then dismissed everyone, telling those who needed to level up to go and those who needed to explore to get moving. Before leaving, he asked Yu to continue searching for hideouts, saying he was counting on her. Her eyes lit up with joy, and she nodded with a smile. A few hours later, with her staff in hand, Yu was inside the Jianghai city ruins. She looked worried as she followed the feeling from her dream, but she couldn't find the place she was searching for. Meanwhile, some guild members were secretly following her. They noticed she had gone straight to this area after the meeting and wondered if she was really looking for the platinum-grade hideout. When she entered a building, they quietly followed behind. Inside, Yu walked through a tunnel. The place was similar to her dream, but also different, and she felt like someone was following her. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that she was a life priest with a hidden class and nothing could harm her easily. But when she opened her eyes, she saw a monster with eyes growing from its mouth standing in front of her. Shocked, she could only scream. The monster didn't attack her. Instead, it pushed her aside and rushed toward the guild members hiding behind her. Startled, they shouted in disgust and told each other to kill it, but before they could act, the monster wrapped its tentacles around one of them and shoved the tentacles from its mouth into hers. In an instant, the woman weakened as her lifespan was drained away. The others realized the danger and screamed as they ran in fear, knowing the monster could kill them by draining their lives. The monster chased after them, not willing to let them escape. Yu woke up from the shock and with fear on her face saw the monster draining the women's lifespan. Without making a sound, she quickly ran away. She found a spiral staircase and rushed down, tripping and hitting the ground hard. Tears filled her eyes from the pain, but when she looked up, she saw a large door. Her eyes widened in shock as she recognized it. This was the entrance from her dream. She had finally found the platinum-grade hideout. She quickly notified the guild leader, who was surprised but told her not to move. He said he was bringing people over and asked her to join his party so they could find her location. She agreed and told him she would wait. But then she heard noises behind her. Turning around, her eyes went wide again. The same monster was there, staring at her with a sinister smile. Even though she was scared, she clenched her teeth and forced herself to stay calm, telling herself she could handle it. As the sinister creature glared at her, the sister steadied herself and gripped her magic staff, convincing herself that she could win. She was no longer the same weak girl she had once been. A powerful aura radiated from her body, and with a confident smile she reminded herself that she carried the noble hidden class of life priest. Lifting her staff high, the dumb girl activated her strongest skill, venomous vines. Dark vines burst forth from her staff, wrapping tightly around the monster and draining over 500 hit points. Delighted at the success, she cheered as she realized the poison would keep eating away at it while she set up her next spell. She aimed her staff once again and released corrupting poison mist, a foul cloud that spread quickly and continuously sapped the monster's health. Unlike normal poison, this was a vicious toxin that spread far more aggressively. Within moments, the mist had expanded to fill the entire chamber. Panic struck her as fear crept into her eyes. This was an enclosed space, and the suffocating poison covered everything. She frantically tried fanning it away with her hands, but soon her chest burned, and she could no longer hold her breath. At that moment, she remembered her life priest abilities and quickly used her antidote spell. The greenish haze slowly began to fade, but doing so also lifted the effect from the monster. Its gaze turned on her, a grin curling across its face. Tears welled in her eyes as she gasped, accidentally inhaling a bit of the lingering mist. The poison hit instantly, and her body collapsed into nothing but lifespan. A system notification appeared. The dumb sister had killed herself. She respawned in the guild's hideout, where the guild leader immediately contacted her, asking why she had returned. She explained that a monster inside had ended her life. The leader told her that he and his men had already defeated it. Curious, he asked if she meant the soul-sucking hag, the silver-grade monster they had just taken down. He was confused since the hag was slow and weak in attack, though it drained the entire lifespan of anyone it caught. He wondered how she had possibly survived such an encounter. Smiling, she told him that she had chosen to end her own life rather than be drained by the hag. Shocked but impressed, the leader praised her for finding the only path to survival and even called her a genius. She accepted his praise with gratitude and informed him that she was heading back. Excitement built as she realized those 3 people who had been tailing her were now gone for good. This was what happened to anyone who crossed her. A while later, the dumb girl reached the hideout's entrance and explained to the guild leader that the platinum-grade hideout lay just beyond the door. The leader patted her on the back, told her she had done well, and promised her a reward once they secured it. He then turned to his men and ordered Big Head to take a squad and make sure no other players interfered. Big Head nodded confidently, promising to kill anyone who dared intrude, even if it were Shadow himself. Pointing to the door, the leader gave the command to charge. All they needed to do was defeat the guardian within, and the hideout would belong to them. Several of the men stepped forward and prepared to push open the door, raising their weapons and shouting war cries. They urged each other on to charge, defeat the guardian, and claim victory for the Knights Templar. While pressing those at the front to hurry, one of them turned to the leader and said that the stone door wouldn't budge. The leader narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. He recalled that in this game, every hideout had a guardian. In that moment, everything became clear. With confidence, he pointed at the massive stone door and declared that the door itself was the guardian. One of the men swung his axe at it, striking with full force. A damage marker appeared, 320 hit points. That was proof enough. The stone door really was the guardian. The guild members shouted praise at the leader's insight. Smiling, the guild master announced that this platinum hideout was practically a gift and ordered everyone to bring it down. In unison, they accepted. His men rushed forward, hammering at the door until a thick curtain of dust rose into the air. At that moment, several system notifications appeared before Shadow. His hideout, the land of purified souls, was under attack. The stone door's durability had dropped to 99.3% and was steadily taking damage, though the magic defense barrier remained untouched at 100%. The system also warned him that standard teleportation into the hideout had been blocked, offering war teleport as his only option for the day. Shadow's expression hardened. Someone had discovered the entrance to the land of purified souls and was trying to breach it. Mounting his wolf, he rode toward the hideout. Judging by the attack strength, he estimated it would take the intruders nearly a year to break through the door. For now, he would simply go take a look. A while later, Shadow reached the outskirts of the land of purified souls, where something caught his eye. Not far away, 2 men were chasing a woman, shouting for her to stop and threatening to cut her down if she kept running. A third man, armed with a spiked mace, stepped in front of her and demanded to know where she thought she was going. Without hesitation, he struck her hard, sending her body flying back. Grinning, a purple-haired man raised his hand and unleashed a skill, Sacred Chains. 4 glowing blades of energy descended from above, piercing the woman's hands and knees, forcing a cry of agony from her lips. One of the men reminded her that he had already warned this area was under the Knights Templar's control, then mocked her for trying to force her way in. Through pained breaths, she insisted she was only passing through, not trying to intrude. But it was obvious they were only making excuses to rob her. Shadow's eyes widened as he recognized the woman. It was Yang, his colleague from the company, the one who had been kind enough to tip him off before. Realizing this, he quickly pieced things together. The ones assaulting his hideout were indeed from the Knights Templar Guild. The purple-haired man smirked and declared that if they said she was forcing her way in, then that was the truth. Laughing, he reminded the others of the usual rule: he would have the first turn. Another man laughed and claimed he would be next. Before they could act further, a blur of movement struck like lightning. In an instant, the 3 men's heads were severed. Shadow stood there, blade dripping, his gaze fixed on Yang. His eyes glowed faintly as he stared at her. Yang froze, shocked. Was that Shadow? No, something felt different. Yet when she looked into his eyes, there was something strangely familiar, as if she had seen that look somewhere before. After defeating everyone from the Templar Guild who had been present, Shadow saved Yang and used his blood flower plume technique to absorb every ounce of lifespan they carried. As Shadow turned around, Yang caught a clear glimpse of his face, and with just one look he realized it was none other than Feng himself hiding under the guise of Shadow. Before the lady nearby could examine him more closely, Shadow vanished instantly, his body engulfed in swirling blue flames that consumed him in an instant. The woman froze in shock, unable to believe how quickly he had disappeared. She questioned if the man she had just seen was truly Shadow, because his eyes resembled Feng's so strongly. Still, she convinced herself it had to be a coincidence. After all, she remembered seeing Feng's so-called foolish sister join the Night Sanctuary branch of the Templar Guild. If Feng really were Shadow, there was no way he would ever allow his own sister to become a slave. The scene shifted outside to the Sanctuary of Pure Souls. Within its walls, the surviving members of the guild stood nervously behind their leader, who had just welcomed Shadow into their sanctuary. The leader of the Templar Guild was enraged at his subordinates, kicking and berating them for their foolishness. He shouted that daring to rob travelers on the main road was beyond reckless, declaring that such stupidity deserved not one but 1,000 deaths, and no one should be spared. In truth, he was relieved that Shadow had been the one to punish them. The leader remembered clearly that Shadow had once saved them from the Headless One, and since then, every member of the guild had admired him deeply. They had become devoted fans of Shadow, and the leader had encouraged his guild to uphold his ideals: righteousness, strength, and opposition to treachery or corruption. After this flood of flattery and praise, the leader finally asked why Shadow had come to visit their guild's hideout. Shadow's demeanor shifted at once, his tone serious as he revealed that they were currently attacking a hideout they should not have touched. The leader was startled at how much Shadow seemed to know, and wondered nervously if perhaps Shadow, too, was interested in the treasure rumored to lie within. But as soon as Shadow spoke again, his fury became unmistakable. Sparks of yellow lightning flickered in his eyes as he told the leader outright that the hideout they were attacking was his. The guild leader went pale, realizing the grave mistake they had made. Even those Shadow had already defeated earlier stared in shock, frozen by what they had just learned. The leader tried desperately to twist the conversation, pointing out that there were rumors saying Shadow's hideout was in the Magic City, and a person could only own one hideout in the game forsaken by the gods. But the purple-haired brat among them muttered nervously that if a guild was formed, then the guild itself could claim a hideout in addition to an individual's. Shadow confirmed this coldly, making it clear that he had a personal hideout in Magic City as well as a guild hideout in this region. Hearing this, everyone's expressions twisted in disbelief. They could not accept that they had mistakenly invaded Shadow's own stronghold. Even Feng's sister wept bitterly, unable to comprehend how she had failed to realize the hideout was his. She had never once seen him appear there in her dreams, so to her, this revelation felt impossible. The guild leader, now drenched in sweat, dropped to his knees and begged desperately for mercy. He insisted they had no idea the hideout belonged to Shadow and pleaded to be spared. His words tumbled out in desperation, asking what they could possibly do to make amends. Shadow remained calm but merciless. He opened his status window and informed them that they had severely worn down the durability of the hideout's door, and repairing it would cost a fortune. Then, with cold finality, he gave the leader his terms. If they wanted to settle this matter, the guild would have to hand over 500 years of tradable lifespan. The moment the leader heard this, his face went blank. He collapsed to the ground unconscious, unable to process the weight of his mistake. His lackeys panicked, rushing to his side and trying to wake him, pleading with Shadow to show restraint since their leader had already passed out. But Shadow showed no signs of relenting. He turned his gaze toward the purple-haired brat and asked angrily if he had any idea how much it would cost to repair the door. When the boy stammered, unable to answer, Shadow's voice cut him off coldly as he told him to shut his mouth. Meanwhile, the leader lay half-conscious on the ground, his mind racing as he contemplated his life choices. He could not understand why misfortune seemed to follow him everywhere, why every step he took landed him in deeper trouble. In frustration, he suddenly lashed out, grabbing his so-called dumb sister by the neck and blaming her for everything. His voice trembled with anger as he shouted that it was her silly dream that had dragged them into this disaster, demanding to know if she truly intended to destroy the very guild she belonged to. But then, to everyone's shock, the girl's expression hardened with sudden seriousness. For the first time, she admitted it was indeed her fault. She declared that she had been the one to drag everyone down, and so it was only right for her to take the blame. With a solemn voice, she told Shadow that if punishment had to fall on anyone, it should fall on her alone. Zhao was willing to bear the price, ready to do whatever Shadow demanded. She declared that she would serve him for her entire life, like a beast of burden, whether cow, horse, or even pig. She swore she would hand over every lifespan she earned until the debt was paid in full. She even claimed she would endure punishment or abuse from Shadow if he wished it. Her words grew increasingly desperate, until at last she said outright that she was his to claim, and begged him to let everyone else go since they were not to blame. Her apparent self-sacrifice left the team leader and the others visibly moved, touched by what they thought was her sincerity. But Shadow's expression remained unchanged, his cold gaze fixed on the leader. He called him by name, Chen. When the man hesitantly responded, Shadow asked him directly if he truly believed this girl was worth 500 years of lifespan. The question cut like a blade. The intimidation alone was enough to shock Chen fully back to his senses. In that instant he realized the truth. The girl was indeed useless. She was incapable of doing anything right. Without hesitation, he struck her across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. His voice thundered as he told her to get lost, calling her a menace. Chen berated her harshly, scolding her for leading them into Shadow's hideout in the first place, and now having the audacity to act as though she were nobly sacrificing herself. He saw through her ploy, realizing she only sought to curry favor with Shadow. To him, trying to become Shadow's servant was indeed an enviable opportunity, but Zhao was not worth that privilege. The girl lay on the ground in defeat, realizing her attempt to get closer to Shadow had failed once again. Meanwhile, the leader turned back to Shadow, begging desperately. He pleaded that their guild was small, that they could not possibly come up with 500 years of lifespan, and he begged Shadow to show leniency, to find a middle ground. At last, Shadow spoke again. His voice was steady, not harsh, but carried an edge of authority. He told them that he was not as ruthless as rumors made him out to be, and he would not make things more difficult than necessary. Instead of the full 500 years, he demanded 100 years of tradable lifespan immediately. As for the remaining 400, he laid out his condition. The leader was to gather every member of his guild with the killer status. Each of those killers' lives would count as 1 year, meaning 400 of them in total. By killing them, Shadow explained, he would also erase his own killer status. Though the demand twisted tongues in its explanation, Shadow knew it was a rare chance to rid himself of his burden. The leader, shaken but relieved that the demand was not impossible, quickly agreed. His guild had more than 2,000 members, and sacrificing 400 killers would not cripple them. As for the 100 years of lifespan, he could provide it immediately. Without delay, Chen transferred the years of life to Shadow and ordered his people to begin gathering every member with killer status, instructing them to move at once so that Shadow would not be kept waiting. With the immediate matter resolved, Shadow finally turned his attention back to his hideout. He opened his system menu and checked the repair cost. To his surprise, fixing the damage to the hideout's door would cost only 7 days of lifespan. The system prompted him to confirm whether he wished to proceed. Satisfied with the minimal cost, Shadow accepted without hesitation. 7 days of his life vanished, and in return, the hideout was fully restored. A faint smile touched his lips as he realized the outcome, deeply satisfied with how little it had taken to fix what others thought was an enormous loss. Shadow killed every adventurer who crossed his path, determined to erase his killer status. A system notification soon confirmed that he had slain 400 slayers, and with it came an immense drop of experience and lifespan that scattered across the ground. The sight was shocking even for the guild's captain. Shadow's killer level also decreased from 4 to 3, meaning he would face fewer interruptions while carrying out future tasks. The captain chose not to say anything, as he knew it was entirely his fault that things had escalated this way. While reviewing the records, the guild's data revealed to Shadow that those he had defeated were all secretly breaking guild rules. This made the captain feel some relief, thinking it was fitting that Shadow had been the one to discipline them under the guise of chaos. Yet Shadow was not finished. He left the captain stunned by declaring that the sanctuary would now be guarded by his guild, and that no one was to breach it. The captain was caught off guard, but Shadow's eyes sharpened as he warned that it was only right for rule breakers within the guild to learn discipline. He insisted that the sanctuary be guarded in shifts, and if it was ever attacked again, the captain himself would be held accountable. Shadow promised that, in such a case, he would come personally to deal with him. Though the captain realized deep down that Shadow was attempting to trap both him and his guild within the sanctuary, he had no choice but to comply, since the boss's orders had to be fulfilled. Just as this matter was settled, another notification appeared. Shadow's hideout was under attack by the Evil Spirits Academy. Someone named Yuna was leading the assault, and the magical barrier's durability had already dropped to 99.8% as it continued to take damage. Another message followed, asking if Shadow wished to use the available word transmission, a skill that could be used once every 24 hours. He wondered what it was and why it seemed to have no end, but he quickly decided to leave the sanctuary and return to the academy. The ability turned out to be a teleportation skill. Unlike the sanctuary, which was hidden, the Evil Spirits Academy was well known across the country as belonging to Shadow. Even with that knowledge, someone had dared to provoke him. Once Shadow teleported away, the leader of the sanctuary finally let out a breath and told everyone to return home. But a fat man reminded him that they were supposed to guard the place for Shadow. Remembering that, the leader turned to the so-called dumb sister, placing the responsibility solely on her. Since she had always dreamed of visiting the sanctuary, he blamed her for the situation. He warned her that if anything happened, she would be responsible for handling it until backup arrived. Abandoning her post would mean losing her lifespan. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the Evil Spirits Academy, attackers marked with a dragon symbol on their foreheads continued their assault. The barrier's durability had already fallen to 51%. Adventurers nearby questioned whether the attackers were insane for provoking Shadow, unaware of his reputation. These intruders were players from other countries, members of a guild called Black Dragon Hall, and they had no idea how terrifying Shadow could be. Shadow arrived near the academy and wondered why Black Dragon Hall was in his abandoned city. He couldn't recall any interaction with them, so their provocation was puzzling. A burly man, apparently their leader, urged his group to pour all their strength into a single attack. He demanded that everyone unleash their full power to break the gate. Black miasma gathered like a spirit bomb, and the leader unleashed his black flame technique, Dragon Break, in an attempt to shatter the barrier. The assault, however, was still insufficient. The durability only dropped to 13%, leaving the gate intact. Refusing to give up, they kept pushing, convinced that the barrier was close to breaking. One of them shouted that a reward of 100 years of lifespan awaited them, calling it an easy prize to claim. After hearing that, Shadow quickly understood that the members of the Dragon Hall Guild were only hired hands with no personal grudges. The only one left who truly resented him was the Dongfang lady. Suddenly, roars echoed from a distant building, followed by loud stomping noises. When the adventurers turned, they saw a strange-looking dragon. It looked somewhat goofy, yet still gave off an intimidating presence. As it danced and stomped around, the ground shook so violently that the adventurers lost their balance. They then noticed something falling from above. At first, they thought it was a giant skull, but it soon became clear that it was a meteorite. The size was shocking, and they wondered how such a massive rock had appeared right over their heads. It crashed down with a thunderous impact, shaking the ground and scattering them across the battlefield. When the dust settled, the Dragon Hall leader slowly got back to his feet, confused about why he had survived. The meteorite had only dealt around 3,000 damage, far less than he expected. His health pool was large, so he thought he could manage. But before he could finish speaking, his head was suddenly severed and sent flying, the result of a swift assassination. A female voice then rang out from the smoke, announcing that the guild leader was dead. The adventurers were stunned, unsure who had struck the final blow. As the smoke cleared, a beautiful woman wearing a mage hat appeared. She wondered aloud who could perform such a precise assassination and quickly guessed that it had to be Shadow. She ran forward, searching for him, but saw nothing. In truth, Shadow was standing right in front of them, invisible. The adventurers realized with dread that his abilities were far beyond common sense. He might even be able to remain permanently unseen. Shadow recognized the woman. She was from the Sky Vault Guild and possessed a hidden class known as Soul Painter. Her real name was Zhang, but her in-game name was 10 miles of distant green mountains. He remembered her because she had used unique skills before. Both the dragon and the meteorite had been her creations. Soul painters, unlike traditional wizards, didn't chant spells, but instead drew their magic. The better the drawing, the stronger the result. They could even learn summoning techniques. This class was extremely powerful in defensive battles, positional warfare, and group fights, though it had a clear weakness. In solo combat, ambushes were dangerous because the drawing process took time. Returning to the present, Zhang shouted into the air, asking if Shadow was still nearby, saying she had something to discuss with him. Her entire team then heard Shadow's voice, though he remained invisible. Realizing he was truly there, Zhang explained her request. She wanted to enter his hideout to search for something important for her career advancement and was willing to offer compensation. Shadow quickly understood why, in his previous life, the Evil Spirits Academy had ended up in the hands of the Sky Vault Guild. It must have been Zhang who discovered its location while pursuing her advancement, but this time, he had intercepted her. The guild's president, Old Yang, had once been a serious player but later retired, becoming a game streamer with his granddaughter. Even at 73, he was famous online, spoiling Zhang since she had lost her father at a young age. Together, they played often, and with the arrival of God Forsaken, Yang's avatar returned to the spotlight, leading the creation of Sky Vault Guild. Under their leadership, the guild captured the Evil Spirits Academy and eventually rose to become one of the top 10 guilds in the Great Zaya Empire. Shadow knew them well for this reason, and he also secretly admired Zhang. In fact, he had often watched her live streams in his past life, which made him blush now at the thought. Without further delay, he opened the hidden entrance of the academy, inviting her inside so they could talk face to face. The sudden appearance of the door left Zhang and her companion stunned, unsure whether they should step in. The scene shifted back to the Evil Spirits Academy. Inside, Shadow sat on the throne, trying to maintain his usual serious expression in front of his favorite streamer. Facing Zhang, he asked why she wanted to meet him directly. Zhang explained that her profession was soul painter, and in order to advance her level and improve her proficiency, she needed special materials. These materials were found only inside the Evil Spirits Academy. Since Shadow had once sold the hideout to officials in the past 2,000 days, she was making a similar offer now. Because her profession depended heavily on such resources, she wanted to buy the academy from him. However, she was unsure if Shadow was even considering selling it. Shadow, outwardly calm but inwardly thoughtful, knew that for a guild like Sky Vault to gather thousands of years of lifespan so quickly was no small feat. This kind of achievement was expected from old man Zhang, who was known for such daring moves. Still, Shadow politely refused, telling her he wasn't planning on selling the Evil Spirits Academy. However, he did agree to grant her guest access to the ground floor, allowing her to come and go freely. Hearing this, Zhang shifted her approach. She then asked if Shadow would consider renting out the first floor to her guild for 3 years, offering 500 years of lifespan as payment. Shadow was puzzled. He had already promised to let her use the first floor freely for her career advancement, yet she was still insistent on paying such a high price. That was when Shadow realized Sky Vault's true intention. They weren't just after resources. Their goal was to establish a connection with him, a figure who had become a major presence in the game. As he analyzed the situation, Zhang continued. To prove her sincerity, she offered to take care of the guild that had attacked Shadow's hideout earlier, promising to clean it up completely without leaving any trace. Shadow thought for a moment, then asked her directly whether she shouldn't first consult her grandfather before making such a bold move. After all, openly moving against another guild could quickly escalate into open war. Instead of backing down, Zhang looked surprised that Shadow even knew her grandfather. She assured him that old man Zhang listened to her most of the time, and besides, a small guild like that could be wiped out easily without attracting too much attention. Shadow was impressed. For someone so young, Zhang already had big ambitions and was willing to go to great lengths to achieve them. Eventually, he agreed to her terms. Overjoyed, Zhang bounced around the hall in excitement. Once the rental contract was signed, a system notification informed Shadow that he had gained 500 years of lifespan. Shadow explained to Zhang that the ground floor of the Evil Spirits Academy was free for their guild to use, even if it got damaged, so long as it didn't harm the entire building. Hearing this, Zhang turned around with a grin, declaring her victory, and cheerfully waved at him as she said her guild would not disturb him further. Deep down, Shadow was blushing from head to toe. Meeting his favorite streamer in person felt unreal, and she was even more lively than she appeared in her streams. But he forced himself to calm down. He had important matters to focus on. The cooldown for equivalent exchange had finished, and he wanted to use it again. Equivalent exchange worked by sacrificing one item and receiving another of equal value at random. Without hesitation, Shadow placed his intelligence training book into the system. In return, he received an emerald-level weapon, the Crimson Blade. It was a stunning dagger with a sleek design, its main color a sharp blue accented with crimson details. The blade was infused with condensed blood energy and dealt 4,800 base damage in close combat, enhanced further with blood elemental effects. The lower the enemy's remaining health, the stronger the attack became, up to 200% extra power when the opponent's health dropped below 30%. What's more, each strike with the Crimson Blade restored health equal to 200% of the damage dealt, and any excess healing was converted into a shield. Shadow was stunned by how overpowered the weapon was. The biggest surprise came when he noticed the weapon's special move, a limit break. Once charged, it could unleash a devastating finishing attack with overwhelming single-target power. As an emerald-level weapon, its potential damage, 800 points plus scaling, was more than double that of his legendary epic set. Shadow began spending several evolution points to upgrade the Crimson Blade, pushing it from emerald to legendary. The upgrade gave the weapon an additional 9,000 blood element attack power, and on every hit it restored 600% of the damage dealt as his own health. With further damage boosts, the weapon could easily reach a minimum of 10,000 points of damage. After the upgrade, Shadow still had 555 evolution points left. He chose to evolve his mythic stealth skill, which required 500 points. The evolution reduced its cooldown to just 1 second and increased stealth level by 1 in darkness. It also passively granted 3 stealth levels and added 300 damage to break spell. At its legendary peak, the skill could provide up to 7 stealth levels. Every level of stealth added a shield of 200 points when stealth was broken. Now, his mythic stealth ability had become extremely powerful. Whenever Shadow activated this mythic skill, his lifespan consumption rate dropped by 90%. That meant he could move invisibly without worrying about constant attacks, as most incoming threats would be significantly reduced. Having reached level 17, he decided to equip the Imran gear he had exchanged earlier. He activated the Eye Veil of Emerald Glass, which increased headshot accuracy by 133% for 30 seconds. He also wore fragile white gloves, which boosted his physical defense to 75 and elemental resistance to 60. Their drawback was that they reduced his maximum health by 12%, but they increased base attack by 30%. Next were translucent socks, which raised his invisibility to level 2 and boosted movement speed by 27%. They also removed his collision volume for 3 seconds after use, with a 27-second cooldown. Finally, he equipped, which added plus 179 water element attack and increased resistance depending on mood. Now Shadow was almost fully geared in emerald equipment, with the exception of his leg guards. When revealed, the flashy colors of his gear made him look more like a modern dancer than a serious assassin, a funny and awkward sight for someone like him. Since he disliked how the low-level gear looked, he switched back to his Shadow class appearance, hiding all his equipment. With his dignified look restored, he set off to conquer the next hidden location he had in mind. The scene then shifted to reality. In the suburbs of Magic City, a large jeep rolled up to an even larger mansion. A burly man stepped out, and a soldier asked how many people he had brought back this time. The man replied that there were 4, and the soldier wondered why there were so few. The burly man explained that fewer and fewer people were now willing to sell their lifespan, making it harder to find sellers. From the jeep came 4 individuals: the burly scarred man, a goofy-looking man with black glasses, a serious-faced man, and a small, mysterious girl. As they looked at the mansion, they commented on how wealthy it appeared. The burly man grumbled about not being allowed inside to sit, while the others assumed the lady of the house simply looked down on them for being poor. The serious man grew impatient and suggested leaving to find another buyer instead. Meanwhile, the soldier quietly thought to himself that they would regret their decision soon enough. Moments later, the Dongfang lady appeared, accompanied by a psychotic boy. Without discussing money, she ordered the 4 to convert their lifespans into light orbs and throw them on the ground. The burly man was shocked, thinking she must be joking. Payment hadn't even been mentioned yet, so why should they hand over their lifespans? But she repeated herself coldly. If they didn't want to die, they should drop their lifespans immediately and leave. At that moment, soldiers poured out from the mansion, guns raised at the group. The goofy-looking man grew serious, clashing with the soldiers head-on. To everyone's surprise, he easily overpowered them, cutting them down without hesitation. It was then revealed that he was a hidden class user, a bug manipulator. His abilities allowed him to treat insects as pets, level them up, and equip them with enhanced skills and gear. Instead of giving up their lifespans, the group now aimed to rob the Dongfang lady instead. At that same time, the mysterious girl began acting strangely, hinting at some kind of psychotic power of her own. We see that the fight had started, and the group of misfits were attacking the Dongfang lady. The burly man suddenly took out a platinum-grade shield while fighting the soldiers of the lady. They damned the shield because it was really hard to break through it. After the bullets of the soldiers were over, the burly man ran towards them and splattered them all with the help of the giant shield, rendering them useless. Meanwhile, the blonde spectacle guy was showing multiple stunts while shooting lasers from his index finger. Like a makeshift gun, but this laser was actually no joke, as he fried multiple heads of the soldiers without a second thought. We come to know that this man could shoot lasers with his hands as his hidden profession, and actually, he was a gunman with different ammunitions in his different fingers. As the scene shifts, we see that the soldiers were actually calling for reinforcements, knowing that they could not handle the people in front of them. But before that, we see that the black-hooded girl who was with the team of misfits assassinated the soldier without any second thought. And now, she was in front of the Dongfang lady getting ready to assassinate her instead. And it looked like she was invisible because the lady was not able to spot her. But just when the girl came closer to the Dongfang lady and her child, someone giant came in between them and kicked the girl straight on her face. The girl was shocked, wondering how she was being kicked when she was completely invisible. But as she got thrown away, her invisibility got undone. And we see a giant bodyguard who came near the lady, and he told the lady with his bandage-covered mouth that she should be careful because these people had stealthy professions, and they were quite dangerous. The lady immediately ordered her bodyguard to capture them alive, telling him that she wanted them to be her slaves forever and earn lifespans for her son. But the bodyguard knew that the group of misfits was strong, with only a 50% success rate. They were still fighting, and as the bodyguard was coming closer, the burly man also looked at him, knowing that the lady had good professionals under her command too. The bodyguard came closer and closer while looking at the burly man, and telling him that he had a one-hit kill equipment that could withstand firearms. which meant that the strong-looking man was actually specifically targeting the rich and their high-quality products so that he could sell them. The bodyguard knew that they specifically targeted weaker people, and succeeded many times, which was great as expected, and he hoped that the team had collected enough levels, equipment, and skills, because only in that way could the battle be truly exciting. The group of misfits wondered about what was going on, and why the bodyguard was so overconfident because they were completely winning, and still the bodyguard was not fearing them at all. Suddenly he called the whole group a bunch of arrogant little brats. As soon as the bodyguard said that, the one person who could turn into bugs came insanely closer to him while screaming at him that, as the battle had already begun, he should quietly die before anything else happened. But even when the insect attacked the bodyguard at full speed, the man fully deflected the whole attack and even counterattacked, bouncing his head onto the ground and flipping a complete 180 without much effort. The group was shocked, wondering how it was possible because the flying insect form of the boy could reach a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, which was almost unseeable by a human eye. But here we are with the bodyguard who was able to grab the insect midair with his legs without much problem, and the man was struggling to get out of the bodyguard's grasp. The burly man and the glasses guy were shocked as they saw that the bodyguard's thighs were so powerful that the insect was crushed without even the chance of contemplating his life choices. We now know that the bodyguard could sense any movement in the water or grass because he had long set up barriers all around the Dongfang lady's mansion. He was also a hidden profession of the poison fart gas master, and his mist of poison and fart was making him sense everything. He started spreading a poisonous plague all around him, which is kind of making me nauseated, knowing that it is his fart and all, but still we come to know that the purple aura that he carried was actually poison, and now the bodyguard was ready to fight. As he was completely pumped up, the bodyguard immediately jumped high in the sky with the pressure of his fart gas, and it was so powerful that it was as if the man was flying. The burly man with the shield wondered how someone could be so fast. He reacted instantly due to his survival instinct, using his shield for the Great Wall of Defense, taunting the bodyguard that he should give it a try and break the shield if he could. But that should not have been done by the man with the shield, because now the bodyguard felt as if he had been taunted, and then he split his legs wide apart, sending an insanely precise fart straight onto the shield. And the pressure was so much that the shield was immediately ruptured and bent without any effort. As for the man hidden behind the shield, the kick was enough for him to be taken care of. After the stunt, the burly man was actually over, but somehow the specs man was still left, telling his friend with the gun hand that the bodyguard was coming over them and he should quickly draw his pistol. The gunman warned the bodyguard that he should not even think about getting close. But we see that as the man was shooting lasers from his fingers, the bodyguard was so flexible that he was avoiding each and every shot with precise poisonous farts, jumping into thin air. Looking at that, the man just smiled, telling the bodyguard that he was stupid and he just did the stupidest thing ever, facing a gunman and jumping into the air, which was really suicidal. In the midst of the battle, the man thought that the bodyguard had nowhere to run and told him to die quietly. But just as the man was ready to shoot onto the bodyguard, his legs contracted and pressure started building up as he immediately farted another time. This was just clean and simple gas, but the pressure was strong enough to obliterate the ears and the glasses of the gunman while rupturing his vocal cords. After doing this, the bodyguard informed the now lifeless gunman that this attack of his was actually just like a sonic boom, and even when its activation point was a bit low, this much was still enough for real humans to get unconscious instantly. As the scene shifts, we see that the bodyguard had spotted that the black-haired goggles man was actually running away. So he immediately grabbed his head and turned him around. The man was mumbling and begging the bodyguard to spare him, but the bodyguard told him not to worry because he was not ordered to kill them. According to him, in his team, 2 were dead and 2 were alive, which was just enough to fulfill the promise of 50% to the Dongfang lady. Now the bodyguard wanted to know from the black goggles man about his invisible partner and his powers, telling him that she was also knocked out. But the goggles man informed the bodyguard that they didn't have anyone who could turn invisible, and his 2 brothers were already killed by the giant bodyguard. But just then, the goggles man realized that they had the 4th person, who was a short guy who came out of their car with them. But the man informed that they didn't know who the short guy was, and they just happened to be selling their lifespans together. As the scene shifts, we come inside the game forsaken by the gods, and we come near the ruins of the magic city and see the outermost magic leaning tower. On top of it, some kind of a magic circle was forming and glowing in purple. We see that Shadow was invisible in front of the gate of the magic leaning tower, and he saw that the guard monster at the entrance was gone, and it seemed to him that someone got inside the magic tower first. As he came inside, we came to know that the interior of the magic tower was a large library, and it was filled with traps resembling a giant 3-dimensional maze. In the depths of the library, a terrifying monster was sealed, and it was said to be a princess transformed by the evil white dragon. As Shadow looked around, he knew that every place had been ransacked by the people who came before him, and they had explored quite deeply. But suddenly Shadow saw a book which was gleaming, and realized that he would have to activate the mechanism to teleport to the top floor, and the mechanism would be activated by a hidden book which was clearly found by Shadow. And as soon as our boy took it out, he knew that he was going to activate the teleportation magic. Suddenly some kind of silhouette started forming around Shadow, and in just the blink of an eye, some kind of a portal appeared and he was on top of the building within mere seconds. As soon as Shadow looked around, he saw another team of adventurers who were fighting with the princess monster that Shadow talked about. And it was a really large group. The boy was shocked that some people were already fighting the Guardian, and it was a really giant team. Even when their equipment was not that good, they managed to get inside the library, and the casualty rate of the adventurers was also so high. So Shadow wondered about who could afford these many losses and still come inside the giant leaning tower of magic and the trapping library. But just then, the boy heard a feminine voice, as it told the people in the back to catch up and keep fighting. She told them not to be afraid and to respawn so that they could run over the map and come to the leaning tower of magic once again. Shadow recognized that this woman was actually Huang, and if the lady in front of him was Huang, then these people would be from the Heavy Industries. The Heavy Industries was a heavy industrial group in the Magic City, and after the arrival of the game forsaken by the god Asterisk, the whole industry performed really well in the game. Huang quickly reacted, converting the group's funds into lifespan, leaving the employees to establish the Heavy Industry Union and Guild. We come to know that the lady could use some kind of teleportation magic too, and suddenly a blue portal appeared out of nowhere, and the soldiers who respawned came back to her. Huang was actually having a hidden profession of the illusionist, and her signature skill was portal. She could set an entrance at a point, and then move to point B to set an exit, and a portal would be created. Everyone could use this portal as long as it was not cancelled or attacked, signifying that the portal would remain active if no one dared to reset it. All the lady had to do was just set the entrance and exit near the resurrection point, and the boss and the fallen people could immediately resurrect and join the battle, and could also reclaim their lifespan. With this skill, their guild's tactics were really strange and varied, and in Shadow's previous life, it quickly developed and grew, becoming one of the top 20 guilds in the whole country. But as the scene shifts, we see that Shadow was looking at the monster boss that the Heavy Industries Guild was fighting. It was the Guardian Monster, the Princess of Despair, who was a level 18 Platinum boss. In front of the Despair Princess, the tactics and strategies of the Heavy Industries Guild were all meaningless, and Shadow knew it. Nonetheless, Shadow knew from his previous life that the Despair Princess had an insane speed of absorbing and digesting lifespans, and she was 100 times more powerful than the other monsters in doing so. In other words, the players who were killed by her, their lifespans would be immediately absorbed by her as her own power, increasing her health and not giving the resurrected players the chance to absorb the lifespan. The tentacled Despair Princess caught big teams and continued to slam them onto the ground, and with the current team's hatred reaching its peak, they would keep on coming, and the monster would keep on devouring their lifespan. With that, she would soon be promoted to Emerald-level boss, regaining all her health. At that time, the people here would be completely annihilated, and the protracted battle would be consuming a high enough lifespan to destroy the whole Heavy Industries Guild. Shadow knew that he had to do something, and he immediately jumped from the cliff, coming near Chairman Huang and demanding from her to give him 1,000 years of tradable lifespan, and in turn, he would help them take down the boss. But still, Shadow had one condition, that all the dropped items and loot that belonged to the assassin class would be taken by Shadow with no objection. At first, Huang was overwhelmed by the presence of Shadow, realizing that this was the real one indeed, and the boy was shocked, realizing that even the big corporations knew about him in this game forsaken by the god Asterisk. Shadow advised the lady that they could not win against the boss if they were not willing to accept his terms, and if it was not going to happen, then they should retreat quickly because things were going to get bad. But suddenly one adventurer came running towards Huang and Shadow as he started screaming at our boy, asking him on what basis Shadow was telling them that they could not win this fight. The man was clearly stepping out of bounds, telling Shadow that he should not open his mouth like a yapper and just demand 1,000 years of lifespan without giving a proper reason about why he was doing so. And if he had no other things to do, then he should just hurry up and get lost. Even when the chairman lady tried stopping the adventurer, he was not, and we come to know that this man was the chairman's son. But Shadow did not care about these kinds of things, as he immediately grabbed the man and threw him inside the portal while destroying it midway. We see that the chairman's son was actually split into two halves, one half dropping into the resurrection point, and the other half sliced and kept in the arena. Huang screamed, but she knew that this was coming for him, but the lady was shocked about what was going on. She explained that if Shadow wanted to teach her son a lesson for offending him, then he did not require to destroy the lady's portal too. But Shadow just had a grin on his face, which was hidden by his mask, and he told the chairman that she would understand soon enough. He made the lady remember once again that for only 1,000 years of tradable lifespan, he could help them solve the boss's problem. And with that, Shadow turned invisible in the blink of an eye in front of the CEO and the Heavy Industries Guild. As we see, our boy jumped down from the Leaning Tower of Magic, thinking that the guild people still did not know that the boss was about to be promoted. And if they did not destroy the portal, then the clueless fools would probably waste away right in front of them. And as the Heavy Industries Guild was not in Shadow's favor, the boy knew that the destruction of the portal was trivial, because he could not just lose 1,000 years of life like that due to some people's recklessness. So it mattered a lot to Shadow. The boy snapped his fingers and immediately summoned his wolf, running away and dropping down onto the ground without much effort. Suddenly on top of the tower, Shadow heard something, and as he looked above, something was gleaming. And he knew that he was not wrong in his estimation, and the remaining people could supplement the boss's final promotion lifespan, signifying that the light was the sign of the boss's promotion. The boy knew that whenever the boss reached the emerald level, he would be coming back to kill and get better rewards. But suddenly Ling called out to Shadow, telling him that she had found out Dongfang Lady and that she had been hiding in a mansion on the outskirts of the city's mountain. But there was a very strong professional protecting her, and that she had almost died at his hands. We come to know that the young and short lady who came for trading lifespan was Ling in disguise. Shadow told her to calm down and meet him face to face so that they could discuss this further, and the girl agreed, prompting to meet at the bone graveyard. Shadow was shocked that in this vast magical city Ling was actually able to find someone so important, and he realized that the girl definitely had some talent. As the scene shifts, not a lot of time had passed, and we had come to the bone graveyard once again. Shadow asked Ling about the characteristics of the profession, and the girl explained that the guy was merely a fighter with strong speed and power, mainly attacking with his back and spewing dangerous farts. Ling was also shocked because the bodyguard could see through her invisibility, and was releasing some kind of smoke which was surrounding his whole body and around a 10-meter area. Shadow realized that the man was using farts which were poisonous, and it was the only hidden class named the Source of Plague which could do so. And the boy even knew that 10 meters should just be one step, because the plague ring around him could sense objects, perfectly countering the lady's invisibility. He could enhance his physical body through the plague with an extraordinary ability to recover, and it was rumored that this Source of Plague hidden profession was really high tier, and the person almost achieved immortality with its buff. Ling wondered in shock if the man had no weakness, and if she was never going to get her revenge in this lifetime. But Shadow explained that while the plague strengthened the bodyguard's body and amplified his desires, it also eroded the user's mind. So the weakness of the Source of Plague was actually its weak mental strength. And the girl's blade of the underworld profession would evolve into a new form at the second tier, which would grant her the power of the underworld demon. We see a silhouette of a green-colored demon who was menacingly looking at the girl while she realized her hidden potential, knowing that maybe her revenge could be taken. Shadow told the lady to quickly promote her career to the second level, because then she would be able to defeat the fat man, as it was his weak spot. The lady wondered how Shadow knew about her profession so well that he even understood what it would become after upgrading. But as she thought this, Shadow jumped onto a stone pillar and told her that the game created by the gods was so profound and vast that she should think very carefully every time during level grinding. He said that she must consider whether she was truly exploring seriously or just doing things on a surface level. Shadow also advised her to be devoted to cultivation and to stay grounded no matter what, because only by accumulating knowledge and skills could one achieve greatness. The lady was shocked, but she found strong motivation from what Shadow said. She nodded her head and told him she understood everything, while thinking that she would have to make a down-to-earth effort, and that this was the sole reason why such a big shot was so powerful, and why she was receiving direct advice from him. Shadow then explained that the spot where they were standing was probably her best chance to upgrade, because the monsters at that place not only respawned quickly but also allowed her to upgrade her exclusive weapon, the Hades Chain Blade, after she killed them. But he also mentioned a drawback. The monsters there were all elites with health, defense, and attack power 3 times greater than ordinary creatures. However, as long as the technique was proper, every strike Shadow made could precisely hit their weaknesses, quickly killing them, which was not a difficult task for him at all. The lady looked on, realizing that Shadow was not only powerful but also precise. Without blinking, she observed everything carefully, but Shadow moved so fast that he immediately appeared behind her, grabbed her shoulder, and told her to give it her all without mercy, because only by giving everything would she be able to complete the path of revenge. His eyes carried a different glint this time, and even the lady noticed it. As he teleported away, she wondered if it was just her illusion, but she also realized that whenever revenge was mentioned, Shadow seemed to radiate a strong killing intent without even trying. At the same time, in the ruins of the city, Little Black was leaning against her mount, who was eating grass as usual while she looked at a map. She complained about being hungry, knowing the area she had been exploring was already fully searched and that she would need to go somewhere new to find food. Suddenly, a strange-looking fruit appeared in front of her. It was red, juicy, and resembled a black plum. Curious, she decided to eat it. Taking a bite and splitting it in half, she found it delicious. Immediately, a notification popped up telling her that her experience had increased by 50 points. Her eyes lit up as she held the fruit, wondering what kind of divine fruit could actually add experience value after eating. Looking around, she spotted a trail of the same black plum fruits. Realizing there were more, she started eating them one after another, instantly gaining 50 experience each time. The fruit was so tasty that she couldn't help but wonder what it really was. Meanwhile, Captain Anya contacted her, asking where she was and telling her to come to the corrupted coast immediately. Little Black wondered what was wrong, and Anya explained that Mantle had been captured by the boss because he still had over 500 years of lifespan. If they didn't hurry to rescue him, his lifespan would be stolen. Hearing this, Little Black quickly checked her map and realized she was right near the corrupted coast. Anya told her to wait, promising that they would reach her soon. Even so, Little Black kept eating the fruits while thinking that Mantle was really a fool, and that if it weren't for his connections at home, nobody would want to work with him. She still found the black plum extremely tasty and continued eating them as she followed the trail. Eventually, she reached the main area of the corrupted coast, where she saw a huge monster sitting in a strange posture. Its body was covered with multiple mouths. While eating another fruit, Little Black wondered if this was the main boss of the corrupted coast. As she looked around more closely, she suddenly froze in shock. She spotted Mantle lying unconscious with a few soldiers nearby. Realizing this was the boss Anya had mentioned, she studied the scene carefully. The massive creature held another monster in one hand, while with the other it stirred something inside a huge earthen pot. It turned out to be a level 20 soul eater, devouring a smaller monster without mercy and tossing its remains into the pot. Even Little Black was shocked, wondering how a monster could eat other monsters. After consuming its prey, the beast continued mixing the remains with some unknown substance, churning their entire bodies. She soon realized it was making handmade monster balls. At that moment, Captain Anya and Captain Meng arrived beside Little Black, asking why she was hiding like that, and whether she had seen Mantle and the boss. Still chewing the fruit, she explained that the boss was disgusting, feeding on other monsters. They were shocked to discover it was actually an emerald-grade monster. Little Black couldn't understand why it hadn't attacked any players and was only eating monsters, so they decided it was best to observe quietly rather than act rashly. As they watched, the fat monster slowly stood up, but then sat down again in a strange posture. Its whole body began shaking, and after a moment, something small came out from below it. To their disgust, it turned out the creature was defecating, and from it came a perfectly round object with a purple aura. Captain Anya noted how amazing it looked, and how similar it was to the black plums Little Black had been eating. Turning around, both captains saw her still chewing the fruit, realizing at once that she had been eating the monster's droppings. The truth hit her immediately, and Little Black began screaming in horror at what she had eaten, her face twisting as she thought about the filth inside her stomach, no matter how much experience she had gained. Anya and Meng tried to calm her down, warning that her noise would awaken the monster, but it was already too late. The fat beast grinned, alerted by her voice, its attention drawn instantly to the sound of prey. This monster was revealed to be the gluttonous ancient god. Little Black, still panicking over what she had swallowed, kept screaming, while the captains struggled to figure out how they were going to deal with this new and dangerous problem. The ancient monster of gluttony was screaming as a violent wave of impact spread outward. The pressure grew stronger the closer it came to the two captains, corrupting their minds and making their eyes change color while they tried to understand what was happening. An uncontrollable hunger suddenly awakened inside Captain Meng and Captain Anya, while Little Black watched in confusion, wondering what had gone wrong with them. Both immediately rushed toward the pot that belonged to the gluttony monster, sniffing the food madly before devouring it like noodles, completely ignoring what might happen to them. Even though they knew it came from the monster's waste, they no longer cared, as if their minds were controlled. Their hunger drove them insane, and they continued to eat without restraint. Mantle was no different, acting like a fool as he stuffed himself with both hands, ignoring everything else. The three of them ate endlessly at the monstrous food created by the gluttony beast, while Little Black hid nearby, questioning why she alone remained unaffected. She realized the rest of her teammates had lost themselves to the hunger, swelling up without thought or awareness. The gluttony monster soon reached out to grab Mantle, opening one of its mouths and swallowing him whole. Little Black discovered the terrifying truth. The monster first forced its prey into a state of endless eating until they grew fat with flesh and muscle, and only then did it consume them, savoring their plump bodies. Horrified, she knew she had to call for help, though the strongest warriors, Captain Meng and Captain Anya, were already hypnotized. Then she remembered someone who might end this nightmare and save her companions. She called desperately for Shadow, begging him to rescue them. Shadow, meanwhile, was farming experience from hunting monsters. When he heard Little Black's voice, Anthony explained that they had encountered an emerald-level boss known as the Soul Devourer, a servant of the ancient gluttony god, and that both captains were about to be eaten. Hearing the name left Shadow shocked, for it was a monster bloodline he had been searching for all along. He realized that Little Black had once again proven to be his lucky star, uncovering things he sought without him lifting a hand. He asked her for the coordinates and reassured her not to worry, promising that he was on his way. Within the dungeon, Shadow reflected that besides the magic leaning tower, he already possessed the keys to 3 other platinum-level hideouts in Magic City, and with Lady Despair close to completing her level, the timing was perfect to deal with a bloodline monster. Soon he reached the location. Little Black could hardly believe how fast he arrived, while Shadow scanned the area for the boss. The lady confirmed it was just ahead, preparing to release waste again, and explained that both captains had already been eaten. They needed to act quickly before it was too late. From the monster's foul discharge, Manel reappeared. Even the beast found him worthless, judging him a fat fool with no real power, and so discarded him without digesting him. At that moment, the truth was revealed. The Soul Devourer was not the gluttony god itself, but rather its servant, preying indiscriminately on all beings with lifespans. It used hypnosis to drive victims into a frenzy of eating until they burst, then consumed them to absorb their life force. The only way to resist its whispers was to eat its waste, which, despite being disgusting, tasted irresistibly good. Shadow analyzed the situation, realizing that Little Black had survived because she had indeed eaten it, sparing her from hypnosis. Embarrassed, she refused to talk about it, pleading for him to simply save the others. Without hesitation, Shadow grabbed the ball of waste that had been Manel and hurled it directly at the monster's stomach, forcing it to vomit in agony. From its mouth, Captain Meng and Captain Anya were expelled. Seizing the chance, Shadow's eyes gleamed as he unleashed the gift of liberation, powering himself up. He slashed and struck repeatedly, each blow dealing massive damage in the range of 50 to 60,000. Expanding his reach with Shadow Slash, he pushed the assault further. When his ultimate gauge filled, he decided to try his new Crimson Ultimate attack. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed the Crimson Dagger, striking with over 1 million damage. A system notification announced that Shadow had achieved the world's first kill of the Emerald-level Gluttony boss, earning 30 reputation points. Little Black was stunned like a rabbit caught in headlights, unable to comprehend how someone could deal such immense damage in a single strike. The system broadcast spread across the world, and adventurers everywhere realized that with a figure like Shadow in their country, the future belonged to him. Some muttered that there was truly no one like him, that he stood alone on a level entirely his own. The system then congratulated Shadow with 50,000 experience points and 60 evolution points. His total rose by 300, giving him 696 remaining points, along with 5 pieces of equipment and 6 new skills. Suddenly another notification appeared, startling him further. He had obtained the Soul Devourer bloodline and was asked if he wished to activate it. The bloodline system was a rare feature of the godforsaken game, only available from certain unique monsters, and could greatly enhance one's combat power when aligned with a profession. Shadow chose to activate it immediately. His stats transformed. Each point of strength converted into 3 points of special attack. Each point of physique became 50 health, 5 physical defense, and increased agility by 32% across movement, attack, and casting speed. His mental attribute converted into 3 elemental attack power and 5 elemental resistance. Along with this, he gained the Soul Devour skill, allowing him to devour other skills, while his appetite increased by 200%, passively boosting all resistances by 15 points and granting further bonuses by quality. Another new skill absorbed enemy projectiles with a Crimson Jaw, restoring health based on damage, with a cooldown of 27 seconds. Shadow realized he had gained a broken system. With Devour, he could stack attribute corrections endlessly. One attribute could equal several of another, allowing exponential growth. The boss had also dropped a Poison Blade skill, which coated weapons with venom, though it seemed unimpressive. Shadow consumed it, and his power conversion shifted each point of strength into 3.3 attack. Finding it too weak, he spent 242 evolution points to evolve it to Legendary Poison Blade, boosting conversion to 5 attack per strength. Satisfied, Shadow understood that by continually devouring and evolving, his attributes would eventually surpass others by hundreds of thousands of points. He now held the path to doubling his power repeatedly, making himself truly unstoppable. As Shadow saved them, Leader Meng immediately thanked the boy for rescuing them. Even Anya knew that if it wasn't for Shadow, they would have ended up just like Fatty, or even worse, they would have been eaten. But suddenly, Little Black jumped towards the female captain, telling her that even if she gained a little weight, she was still very cute and didn't need artificial makeup. Captain Anya wondered how the conversation had suddenly turned to beauty when it was supposed to be about saving lives. Captain Anya told Shadow that currently no one had any lifespan left, so this time, giving him a reward for his work would be difficult. But Shadow dismissed it, telling her that they should just help him find some assassin skill books. Then the boy teleported back, saying that his work was now over. Captain Anya declared that the mission should be considered complete and that they should head back. She also insisted that the day's events must not be spoken of, especially grabbing Little Black, knowing she had a wide mouth and could blurt everything out. We see that Fatty was actually left behind, and once again they had forgotten him. As the scene shifted, we returned to the Leaning Tower of Magic, a flashback to the time when Shadow had just jumped off the tower. We saw that the Platinum Boss was almost at her last health points, and the President told her student to hang in there. The boss had 1/3 of its health left, so the student should activate the Divine Tree. As soon as the student did so, she immediately materialized a life tree in front of the boss and continuously restored the health of her teammates within range. Since the portal had been destroyed by Shadow, the President told everyone not to die and instead focus on full power output, because they were about to win. Hearing that, some adventurers got cocky, thinking they could still defeat the boss since it was almost finished. They immediately started running toward her, and we saw that the boss monster was wagging its tentacles. Something was about to happen. Meanwhile, the President was thanking her student, because thanks to her, the boss monster had been defeated even after the portal was destroyed. The lady knew that only by mastering the technique could they successfully take the hideout. The student was happy after all those praises, knowing she had done a good job. But suddenly one of the adventurers was grabbed and instantly finished off by the tentacle monster. The creature began shivering, and a blue aura started emanating from her. Suddenly, as she opened her eyes, her scar marks deepened and her eyes turned orchid yellow. She was gaining another surge of power, which surprised even the President and the student. As the Platinum Boss monster powered up, a huge explosion took place. One so deadly that it wiped out everyone fighting the monster, obliterating them like they had never existed. After that, lifespan energy scattered everywhere, and we saw that the boss had suddenly changed its appearance into an egg-like structure with roots coming out of it, absorbing all the lifespans it could. This was an artifact known as the Egg of Despair, a level 30 entity with 1,000 HP. The egg was somehow restoring the monster while it looked human-like. On the other hand, we saw that the President and all the others were immediately teleported to the server-level hideout named the Facial Recognition Tree Courtyard, the base of the Heavy Industry Guild. The President's son wondered how all of them could die in one blow, and whether they had managed to defeat the boss or not. The President explained sadly that they hadn't, because even though they had beaten her down to the last drop of blood, her health suddenly fully restored, and she transformed into an egg. Before that, she unleashed a powerful area skill that wiped out their whole team without a trace. From what the President knew, full health restoration only occurred when a boss leveled up. Then suddenly, something clicked in her mind. She realized that Shadow had known from the start that the boss would level up. That's why he had judged that the President's life-and-death strategy would fail immediately. The advancement of a platinum-level boss meant it would become an emerald-level boss, and there was no way the Heavy Industry Guild could defeat that. The lady wondered if the only way to defeat the boss now was to call out to Shadow. As the scene shifted again, we returned to the Leaning Tower of Magic, where Shadow was invisible, observing the egg. He realized that it was an emerald-level boss, the Despair Egg. By the time it reached the emerald stage, the boss shouldn't have transformed much, but still it was happening. The egg didn't seem aggressive at all, so Shadow wondered whether it could really hatch into a stronger boss, or if the platinum-level boss had just weakened. To test it, Shadow immediately summoned his dark blade and threw it toward the egg. As it struck, the egg took approximately 28,000 points of damage. Shadow realized from the amount of damage done that the egg's health was comparable to an epic-level boss. The Egg of Despair was bizarre because it could continue to hatch even after taking heavy damage. But Shadow wasn't ready to give up, knowing that even though the egg's health was enormous, it was simple to handle. Since it had no stealth level, it couldn't detect him at all. He just needed to keep using his skills to accumulate enough ultimate skill points, and then go all out. Awakening the red blade, he dealt over 100,000 points of damage. The egg slowly started to crack as Shadow unleashed the Crimson Hell attack again and again. Finally, after multiple strikes, Shadow managed to completely crack the egg, fully depleting its HP. Relieved, he sighed and told himself that no matter how much health anyone had, killing was just a matter of time. As the scene shifted, Shadow suddenly noticed something, a girl lying defenseless on the ground, looking completely human. Shadow learned from the notification that she was the Princess of Despair, only a level 1 individual. He couldn't believe that the platinum-grade monster was actually a little girl, the true Princess of Despair. Shadow wondered if the legend he'd heard about the princess cursed by the white dragon was true. He noticed she had only 10 health points, which meant he could still defeat her to count as killing the boss. But as soon as Shadow took out his dagger and pointed it at the defenseless princess, the sky started crackling. A purple portal appeared out of nowhere, and suddenly, a white-colored dragon descended onto the ground with a mighty roar. We come to know that this was the cursed white dragon, Artes, a level 100 mythical monster. A massive skeletal dragon, the cursed white dragon, Arts, emerged from a portal in the sky and launched a devastating attack toward Shadow. Shocked, Shadow wondered why a mythical-grade boss had suddenly appeared. As the dragon's roar echoed through the air, he realized it was a hidden boss, and that the legend of the princess cursed by a white dragon was true. On the ground below, the desperate princess, now restored to her human form, began to awaken. Shadow watched as she rose weakly and floated toward the enormous skeletal dragon's head. Instead of attacking, she gently embraced its snout. As she wept, her body began to burn away, revealing a bright red heart glowing in her chest. In the next moment, her form disintegrated into light that engulfed the dragon entirely. The cursed white dragon's skeleton started to crumble, leaving Shadow confused as only a glowing red heart remained suspended in the air. As the heart drifted toward him, the system notified him that he had prevented the resurrection of an ancient god named Kexis and obtained the heart of the curse. The item offered 2 options. Use it to become a servant of Kexis by consuming lifespan, or destroy it to gain a mythical-grade item. Shadow hesitated, weighing his choices. The heart's description hinted that it might grant new powers, but also warned of a parasitic curse that could consume him from within. Deciding the risk was too great, he chose to destroy it. As he crushed the pulsing heart, a blinding flash of light erupted, swallowing him completely. When the light faded, Shadow found himself still atop the magical leaning tower, but something had changed. Looking down, he saw armored hands and curved horns. He realized he was inside the body of a knight and wondered if this was some kind of trial or a recorded memory. Just then, a young princess with long greenish hair ran up to him, affectionately calling him Arts. On a nearby wall sat a white-haired man with horns. The princess asked if he was going out again. With an apologetic smile, Arts explained that a monster had been summoned to attack the harbor, and as the kingdom's guardian, he had to go help. The young princess grew angry, accusing him of lying and reminding him that he had promised to teach her how to ride the wind that day. She argued that the harbor was 7 days away, so there was no way he could return the same day. Upset, she shouted that he was just like her father, another liar. Pointing at him, she declared that all men were terrible liars and scoundrels. Flustered, Arts tried to calm her down and asked where she had learned such harsh words. Then he presented a silver, scale-shaped object, calling it the Scale of Promise. He explained that anyone who broke a vow under its witness would lose their wings and never fly again. The princess blushed and refused it, exclaiming that she didn't want him to lose his wings. Arts reassured her with a gentle smile, promising that he wouldn't break his word and telling her not to underestimate his skill at riding the wind. Unfurling a pair of magnificent white wings, he spread them wide. The princess stared in awe, saying his transformation was always cool to watch. Before taking off, Arts promised to return for dinner and told her his 3 shadow guards would stay to keep her company. With that, he launched into the sky and disappeared beyond the clouds. As the princess waved after him, she clenched her fists with determination, saying that since he was working hard, she shouldn't fall behind either. She ordered the shadow guards to follow her, announcing that she would prepare ingredients for a grand dinner to welcome him back. At that moment, Shadow realized he was witnessing a memory sealed within the heart of the curse, a glimpse of the past shared between the princess and the white dragon. The scene shifted to show the princess spending the day with the shadow guards, happily picking mushrooms in the forest, meeting a strange rabbit and fishing by the lakeside, all within the kingdom with the magical leaning tower visible in the distance. Later, exhausted but proud, the princess laid out a grand feast she had prepared. She listed her strange creations, steamed rock, volcanic ash pizza, and said they were all Art's favorite dishes. She waited eagerly, expecting him to return soon. But as night fell, she dozed off at the table. An elderly attendant gently woke her, explaining that it was very late and time to rest. He pointed out that the food had gone cold. Startled, the princess asked where Arts was and why he hadn't returned yet. With a grave look, the attendant replied that reports from the front line indicated the battle was fierce, and General Arts would likely be delayed. The princess refused to believe the report, insisting that Ates, the kingdom's mighty guardian, could easily crush any enemy that dared to challenge him. but her attendant calmly explained the gravity of the situation, revealing that the enemy nation had sacrificed tens of thousands of lives to summon a monstrous being from the depths of the sea. He described a colossal creature, as large as a city, covered in writhing tentacles and countless eyes, so terrifying that even a glance could drive a person insane. Hearing this, the princess's confidence began to waver. For the first time, she feared that even someone as powerful as Ates might be in grave danger. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization, and the small scale she kept as a token shattered in her hand. Panic surged through her as she understood what it meant. Ates had broken his promise to return before midnight. If he did not come back in time, he would lose his wings. In desperation, she grabbed her attendant, Scholar Lu Wen, and pleaded with him to take her to her father, the Dragon Knight, believing he might know a way to remove the curse tied to the scales. Ignoring Lu Wen's protests, she pulled him along, explaining that if Ates lost his wings mid-battle, he would be doomed. Bursting through the grand hall doors, she froze in disbelief at the sight of Ates standing there, completely unharmed. Calmly, he asked why she seemed so distressed. Overcome with relief, the princess ran to him and embraced him tightly, tears streaming down her face as she cried out that she was glad he was safe. Gently returning her embrace, Ates reassured her that he had promised to come back, and he would always keep that promise. Still clinging to him, the princess admitted she had been frightened after hearing how terrible the situation at the front lines was. Scholar Lu Wen then stepped forward and respectfully asked General Ates about the battle. With a confident smile, Ates replied that it had been difficult and took some effort, but the threat was eliminated, and the army could handle the rest. Lu Wen praised him as the kingdom's true guardian. Feeling his hunger return, Ates glanced toward the feast laid out on the table and exclaimed that he was starving. He asked if the princess had prepared the food herself, and she proudly confirmed it, though she lamented that it was probably cold by now. Laughing, Ates began eating eagerly, saying that it didn't matter, it was still delicious. The princess fondly scolded him to eat slower before he choked, while Lu Wen watched them with a faint, knowing smile. Later, atop the magical leaning tower, Ates announced that it was time for the princess to learn how to ride the wind as he had promised. But the princess let out a loud yawn. When Ates asked if she was tired, she admitted that preparing his feast all day had exhausted her, suggesting they could practice tomorrow instead. Still wanting to fly, she sat down, hugged his leg, and begged him to transform into his true form so she could go for a short ride. Ates hesitated, reminding her that the king had forbidden him from taking her on such a dangerous activity. The princess frowned, tugging on his armor and complaining that he had returned too late after all her hard work. Calling him a heartless scoundrel, she glared at him until he sighed in defeat. He finally agreed, warning her not to tell the king or he would be in trouble. Her frustration immediately vanished, replaced by a bright smile. Ates closed his eyes, blue light swirling around him as his body began to transform. In a brilliant flash, he became a magnificent white dragon. The princess stared in awe at his shining scales and majestic wings. She gently touched his snout and softly told him to be careful. Green magic lifted her into the air, and she settled on Ates's head as he warned her to hold on tight. With a powerful beat of his wings, he soared into the night sky, the wind rushing past as they climbed higher and higher. From the tower below, Scholar Lu Wen and a shadow guard watched them disappear among the stars. The princess lay on Ates's back, gazing down at the glittering landscape beneath them. She whispered that the world looked beautiful from above, and Ates asked if she truly thought so. Smiling, she replied that it was incredibly beautiful. As they flew past a tall bell tower, she asked softly if he would protect this place forever. After a brief pause, he solemnly promised that he would. Soon after, she fell asleep on his back, whispering a quiet thank you before drifting off. The memory then shifted to Ates, gently placing the sleeping princess into bed, tucking her in with her teddy bear. After making sure she was comfortable, he looked at her one last time before quietly leaving and closing the door. Later, Ates met with the king, who noted his injuries, and asked whether the monster he had fought was truly that formidable. Though clearly weary, Ates smiled and reassured him that his wounds were not fatal. He explained that he had already burned the creature to ashes with his dragon fire and only needed time to recover. But the king's expression remained serious. He confided that he suspected the enemy empire was performing a dark ritual, and that a great wave of calamity was about to sweep across the continent. He warned that even Ates, as a dragon, would not be spared from what was coming. Standing resolute beneath the dark sky, Ates pledged his loyalty and vowed to follow the king's command. The scene then shifted again to a later time. The magical leaning tower stood under a star-filled sky, its tranquility shattered by the sight of broken armor scattered across the floor and splashes of blood. Ates was on his knees, his armor shattered and his body covered in wounds. Coughing heavily, he clutched his chest, where a strange, pulsating red crystal had embedded itself, dark veins spreading outward from its center. 5 years later, the story shifted to a grim and violent future. The kingdom had fallen into a brutal war, constantly besieged by an overwhelming enemy. Across the burning city, soldiers and civilians screamed in terror as an invading nation unleashed an army of inhuman creatures. People fled through smoke-filled streets, crying for help as the monstrous invaders slaughtered everyone in their path. Skinless, red beasts tore through buildings, their shrieks echoing through the night. From a high balcony, the king watched his kingdom drown in chaos. Gazing down at the endless tide of monsters, he muttered that the Morga Empire had gone completely mad. Their dark banner rose above the battlefield, a symbol of their intent to drag the entire world into ruin along with them. Amid the mayhem, the princess ran through the corridors, shouting Eitz's name in panic. She cried that the enemy had breached the city walls. When she finally found him, he was sitting calmly atop a high wall, flanked by his 2 shadow guards, watching the destruction below with cold composure. She rushed to him and pleaded for him to act, explaining that the enemy's army was filled with monsters far beyond what their soldiers could handle. Desperation filled her voice as she demanded to know why he had done nothing to help. Eitz turned to her with calm eyes and said he had been about to find her. He instructed her to remain inside the magic leaning tower, assuring her that it was protected and she would be safe there. The princess nodded reluctantly but urged him to hurry and defeat the enemy. However, Eitz quietly refused. He said he would stay by her side to protect her instead. Confused and angry, the princess demanded to know what he meant. She reminded him of his sworn duty, that he was the guardian of the entire kingdom, not just her. Gesturing toward the burning city, she cried that their people were dying and the capital was on the verge of collapse. She shouted that his duty as a dragon was to transform and burn the enemy to ashes, just as he had always done before. She insisted that his shadow guards were enough to protect her. But Eitz lowered his head and said nothing. After a long silence, he began to speak, revealing the truth behind the enemy's terrifying power. 5 years earlier, he explained, they had learned that the Morga Empire had begun a dark ritual known as Forsaken by the Gods*. The ritual was simple but dreadful. By sacrificing their own lifespan, one could summon inhuman creatures. The more life given, the stronger and more terrifying the creature that appeared. It was an ancient, forbidden practice, something no sane person would attempt. But for the dying Morga Empire, it had become their only hope. He unrolled a map and pointed toward their homeland, an inland archipelago rich in a rare magical plant called the Blood Flower. This plant emitted a strong magical energy that once granted the Morgan people lifespans of nearly 700 years. Thousands of years ago, their power had spread across the continent, and to preserve peace, the empire began sending envoys, like Eitz himself, to other nations. These envoys, bound by sacred contracts, lent their power to weaker kingdoms to maintain balance and prevent endless wars. But Eitz said the other nations soon grew fearful. The king of Morga once believed they could bring peace through strength, but they underestimated human greed. The other nations realized that the long-lived Morgans posed a threat greater than any army. Secretly, they reached an agreement. The Morga Empire had to be destroyed completely. What followed was an age of tragedy. Curses, diseases, and betrayal tore through the empire. Even their own envoys were turned against them. The other nations ravaged their lands, stealing everything of value until the blood flowers themselves withered and died. When the last petal fell, the empire lost all worth. Their enemies invaded without mercy, slaughtering every last Morgan they could find. All of it, Eitz said bitterly, had begun because of greed, because the world could not tolerate a nation blessed with something they could not possess. And so, in their final moments, the dying people of Morga turned to the forbidden ritual. In a chamber filled with bones, purple energy erupted as the ritual began, not as salvation, but as a curse. Every Morgan was branded. Their lifespan began to burn away as monsters grew within their bodies, tearing free and taking their place. Those creatures knew only one command, to destroy humanity. Eitz ended his explanation and slowly turned toward the princess. His face was twisted with pain as he revealed the truth of the curse. When he lifted his head, the princess gasped. Grotesque red growths covered his once handsome features. With a bitter smile, he told her that he could no longer transform into a dragon. If he changed now, he would only become one of those monsters. The princess stood frozen, trembling as she whispered his name. She asked how this could have happened. Eitz looked down, his voice low and sorrowful. He revealed the final truth. The people of Morga were not ordinary humans. They were the dragon race, the same beings humans had once called guardians of the kingdom. The princess stared at him in disbelief, her mind struggling to accept what she was hearing. Standing against the red glow of the burning city, Eitz said that the tide of darkness had already swept across the continent. Humanity's end was inevitable, and so, he declared, his only wish now was to protect her, and her alone. Outside, the invasion raged on. Red monsters tore through streets, devouring anyone they found. From the balcony, Scholar Lu Wen reported to the king that the creatures' numbers were still increasing. He begged his ruler to order a retreat now that the capital had fallen. But the king refused. There was nowhere left to run. He explained that the magic leaning tower served as a major magical hub. If it were destroyed, their mages' power would collapse, and they would have no way to resist the monsters. Drawing his sword, the king leaped into battle. His glowing blade cleaved a red monster in two. Catching his breath amid the smoke, he remembered the past, the day he first met Ates. They had looked the same age then, though Ates was already 100 years old, barely an adult by his race's measure. As he fought, he recalled the years they had shared, fighting side by side, drinking together, bound by trust. But now, as purple energy struck the ground beside him, he thought of how things had changed. Time had aged him, but Ates remained unchanging. Their bond had fractured, their understanding lost. The king sighed as he realized that Ates could never truly understand humanity, and humans could never truly understand Ates. Standing amidst fire and ruin, his thoughts drifted to his daughter's birth. He remembered Ates gently holding the newborn princess, both of them smiling in joy. It had been a rare, pure moment of hope. Then the shadow of a massive monster fell over him. A creature with glowing purple eyes formed a sphere of blue energy between its claws. The king looked up, calm and resigned. As the blast struck, his body vanished in the blinding light, his last thought one of regret, that he had been wrong about everything. A tremendous explosion tore through the castle, marking the king's end. From the magic leaning tower, the princess saw the blast in the distance and screamed. Ates, beside her, simply said that the capital had fallen and the monsters would come for them next. Moments later, dark-winged beasts swarmed toward the tower. A shadow guard shouted a warning as they slammed into the shimmering blue barrier surrounding it. Ates assured the princess that the tower's barrier was powerful and would not easily break. Then, through the smoke, an injured scholar Lu Wen appeared on the wall. The princess cried out his name in shock. Leaning heavily on his staff, the old man said he had come on the king's orders to escort her away. She rushed to him, horrified by his injuries, but he insisted there was no time. Ates agreed to the plan and said he would use his wind magic to send them to a safe place. When he asked if their contacts were ready, Lu Wen nodded, but hesitated. With a heavy heart, he delivered the news. The king had fallen. The princess froze, her eyes wide in disbelief. Lu Wen explained that her father's final command was for her to flee to a neighboring nation for safety. Trembling, she asked if Ates would go with them. Ates smiled faintly and shook his head. He said there was nowhere for him to go. The monsters below were his own people, the Morga. To humans, he was the enemy. No matter where he fled, he would be hunted. Kneeling at the edge of the wall, he looked out at the horde below and accepted his fate. He declared that a knight's resting place became a dragon's tomb, and this was where he belonged. He vowed to remain and protect it until the last of his lifespan faded away. The princess's sorrow turned to fierce resolve. Using her wind magic, she broke free from Lu Wen's grasp and leapt toward Ates. Landing before him, she declared that if he chose to stay, then she would too. She would become his dragon knight and protect their home by his side. She proudly claimed her wind-riding skills were perfected and asked how they could form their contract. Ates stared at her in shock, moved by her unshakable loyalty. Taking her hand in his, he smiled sadly and presented the silver scale of promise, saying it would serve as their contract, just like before. The princess beamed with joy and began to seal the pact, vowing that they would be together forever. But before she could finish, Ates quietly completed the words himself. Their promise was to never see each other again. Her smile vanished as she stared at him in disbelief. Before she could react, Ates unleashed a powerful gust of wind, sending her and Scholar Lu Wen hurtling away through the air. As she screamed his name, Ates called after her that her place was not in a dragon's tomb. Then the scene turned horrifying. Scholar Lu Wen's eyes suddenly glowed red, and without warning he plunged his hand into the princess's chest, tearing out her still-beating heart. As she collapsed in shock, he whispered coldly that she did have a place among humans. Ates watched in horror as the scholar's face twisted with monstrous red growths. Moments later, a grotesque tentacled creature burst from his body, devouring the princess's heart in one swift motion. The monster laughed cruelly, mocking Ates as it feasted. It taunted him, saying the heart had been delicious and asking if this was fitting revenge, for the time Ates had burned it with his dragon flames long ago. The creature was laughing intensely while asking the white dragon arts if killing the one he loved was enough to avenge his burning grudge. We see that the butler had turned into the same octopus that Arts had defeated, and while grabbing the princess's heart, he smashed it into pieces without any mercy. The shadow guards of Arts immediately attacked the octopus and slashed the now-turned butler into small, bite-sized pieces, which are nowadays used as a fried octopus dish. But the creature was only laughing, knowing that his revenge was completed. The shadow guard was somehow able to grab the princess away, but it was too late, as he looked and saw that the princess was crying. While the octopus monster just told the white dragon that he was arrogant. because the meager lifespans that were sacrificed by the now-turned monsters and the dragon race had only summoned the tip of the iceberg of the octopus's body. And the creature's current form was merely 1 in 10,000 of his real white mountain body. And as the monster's seed had already been scattered, they will parasitize everything and everyone, feeding on lifespan. And when the time would be right, they will break out of their shells, just like how they did for the butler, helping him take revenge. The vengeful monsters that the dragon kind was going to become would sweep the world of lifespans, and even Arts was now trapped in the curse, liable to become one of the monsters at any moment. And even Arts' love, his beloved princess, would eventually meet utterly tragic end. And the white dragon would be powerless against this, even after becoming the monster that killed the princess with his own hands. We see that Arts was transforming slowly into a wild monster, while the octopus monster kept telling him that he hated his own powerlessness and hated we humans, who were the ones who caused all this. The monster told Arts that he could sense hatred, regret, sadness, anger, despair, everything filling the dragon's heart, and they were intense but wonderful emotions. But still, the ancient monster was sure that he could change everything. He said he could hear violent tremors within the heart of the dragon, explaining that he was the Chuhulu, an ancient one of this world and an omnipotent god. He knew that he could not only help Arts repel the monsters and protect the kingdom, but also revive the princess so the dragon would never be alone. And all it took for the dragon to do was to make a deal with the ancient monster. Chuhulu wanted the dragon's heart, and that was all he desired. And Arts was listening to everything, wondering though what he should do. The monster gave Arts options. He could let the princess die in the tall tower full of monsters, or the princess could become the white dragon's dragon knight, and the two of them could forever guard the kingdom, becoming true guardians. The octopus told Arts to hurry because the lifespan of his temporary body was almost exhausted, and there was not much time left for the white dragon to hesitate. Just as the octopus was fatting away, the shadow guard was shocked as he turned around and saw that the white dragon had taken out his pumping heart without any hesitation. And the octopus wanted only this, telling the man that he made the right choice. The creature started to bestow his supreme blessings on his heart, telling the white dragon that now his heart would beat without end, and the one he loved deeply would receive this heart and gain his power to awaken once more. And even when the white dragon had lost his heart, it did not mean he would die or become a monster. Instead, he would transform into a guardian dragon forever by her side. This blessing was so intense that the whole leaning tower of magic glittered with a purple aura, and it made Arts suddenly transform into the legendary white dragon. And we come to know that, under the blessings of the ancient octopus, the dragon transformed once again and laid waste to all the monsters that were trying to invade his kingdom. And now the white dragon was sufficient enough to purge the entire kingdom of the monsters that had preyed on lifespans. The lifespans would all belong to none other than the ancient dragon. After the ritual was complete, we see that the octopus merged itself suddenly from the princess's body. And as this is what the monster wanted, he started absorbing all the lifespan that the white dragon was taking away from the monsters. As Chuhulu's current power was actually too weak, he still couldn't directly control the parasitized powerful dragons. So he took control of the princess instead, thinking that, as long as he deployed the white dragon, collecting enough lifespan was only a matter of time. But as the octopus tried to take the lifespans, he realized that something was strange. He wondered why the white dragon kept on flying and delaying his return when the kingdom had been purged. Then he saw the 2 blades of promise that were with the princess. He realized that the scale of promises made by the princess, to never meet her, and to forever guard the kingdom's tower, were actually denying all the authority that the octopus had over the dragon. And it was the dragon's oath to himself before he made the trade with the ancient octopus. It was then that Chuhulu realized he had been triggered, that Arts had anticipated his plan in advance. So he locked himself in the magic tower. He could not believe that the white dragon would rather turn into an immortal zombie than be used by the ancient octopus. But he still decided to take the lifespans that he was getting, thinking that he would devour the lifespans of any who intrude the magic tower. And one day he would be fully resurrected and rule the world once more. With this, the octopus went into a deep sleep. Many eons passed. Since then, as time flew by until we come back to the present. We see our boy Shadow once again in the present day, standing in the leaning tower of magic. He held a mythical grade heart in his hand and realized that the scenes he had just witnessed were the background story of the game's setting. The feeling was overwhelming. It was as if he had glimpsed the origin of the game's monsters, something pulled straight from history. He immediately used the material grade item and absorbed it. The system congratulated Shadow for obtaining a mythical grade skill named Murderer's Shadow. The skill summoned 3 shadow clones that lasted 7 seconds and each dealt 100% damage. The skill had a 30-second cooldown. Their blades were imbued with the same energy as the summoner's main body. These pitch-black shadows had been created by the pure white dragon to protect what was precious to him, and merely maintaining them required immense mental energy. For 15 years, the white dragon had never dismissed them, proof of his true intensity and power. Shadow realized these were the same shadow puppets he had seen during his time jump, the puppets created by the white dragon. It was a great mythical skill, and if used correctly, it could be dangerous. The system then congratulated Shadow for obtaining the key to the Leaning Tower of Magic hideout, awarded him 50,000 experience points, and leveled him up to level 19. He also received 360 evolution points and multiple pieces of equipment. Just then, another notification surprised Shadow. He had obtained the Skull City Ruins gate key along with the Skull City Ruins map. This was new, something he had not heard of even in his past life. He examined the map and found that the ruins lay on an island in the inner sea, territory that had once belonged to the Merga Empire. Shadow immediately suspected a connection to the White Dragon's homeland. There must be more secrets and rarer treasures buried there. He dismissed the 3 shadow puppets, and seeing the map was level 20, knew he was close to unveiling more of the game's mysteries. But before pursuing that, he decided to sell the Leaning Tower of Magic key. We returned to Heavy Industries, hideout in the many-faced courtyard, where the atmosphere had shifted. Adventurers were telling the female president and guild leader that they could not possibly defeat an emerald-grade boss. They wondered if they could contact Shadow and strike a deal with him. Even the guild master admitted that was their only hope. She resolved to contact people in the city who had ties to Shadow and to pass Heavy Industries, request along. Suddenly Shadow appeared while invisible and told the president not to trouble herself. He had come to the hideout to trade. Everyone was shocked. No one had noticed him enter. The president's son called Shadow a bastard, suspicious of his motives, but Shadow became visible and told the president, ignoring her son, that if he had any ill intent they would already be dead. The many-faced courtyard had a barrier that would not open for anyone with malicious intent. Otherwise, anyone could have walked in like Shadow did. The president wasted no time and asked Shadow what he meant by a deal. Seizing the moment, Shadow produced the hideout key from his inventory and asked if she wanted it. The president's son and the adventurers were stunned. If Shadow had the hideout key, he must have slain an emerald-level boss effortlessly. The president demanded it at any cost and asked Shadow to name his price. Shadow repeated his previous demand, 1,000 years of tradable lifespan. The president agreed. The son, arrogant as ever, spat that Shadow was despicable and had planned everything. He accused Shadow of destroying the portal to block reinforcements, causing their annihilation, and now pretending to be benevolent while extorting them for 1,000 years. He declared he had never seen such a villain. The president immediately scolded her son and told him to shut up and leave, but he persisted, claiming the key originally belonged to them and they would not pay such a high price for it. Shadow decided to toy with him and asked what he wanted. Overconfident, the son demanded that Shadow hand over the hideout key and also pay them a few hundred years of lifespan as compensation. Then they would relent. Shadow laughed and told the president that she had a good son, deciding to do it his way. His expression then turned serious as he told the lady that he now needed 1,800 years, not a single day less. At first, the son smiled, not realizing what he had just done. The president, however, was fuming, wondering why she hadn't made her husband wear protection that day. Even the son began to sense something was wrong and asked Shadow what he meant. Shadow calmly laughed and told everyone that he had entered the hideout with full intention to do business with the Heavy Industries Guild. But the one representing the guild had just cursed at him, when Shadow hadn't even laid a hand on them. Now, there would be no discounts on the price anymore. The new price was 1,800 years for the hideout key. Hearing this, the president immediately smacked her son away. She called for her niece, ordering her to take the brat and leave, and not to return until told otherwise. The niece agreed, but the son remained arrogant, still insisting he was right and wondering why he was being hit. The president immediately apologized to Shadow, admitting that she hadn't disciplined her child well and asking him to excuse his behavior. But when she tried to negotiate the original price, Shadow denied her, repeating firmly that the price was now 1,800 years, and that he wouldn't say it again. The president nearly cried, but still agreed, knowing Shadow had sold other hideouts in the city for even 2,000 years of lifespan. However, since the Heavy Industries Guild had suffered heavy losses this time, they couldn't come up with all the lifespan at once. The lady requested to pay in installments. Shadow agreed, telling her to pay 1,000 years up front, and he would return in 10 days to collect the remaining 800. The president agreed, sealing the deal. A system notification appeared, confirming that Shadow had traded the Leaning Tower of Magic hideout key and gained 1,000 years of tradable lifespan. Shadow knew the Heavy Industries Guild had potential, and selling them a good hideout was a wise move. If they developed well, they could become a vital force for the kingdom. After he vanished, the president immediately announced that from then on, the guild would use the platinum-grade hideout, the magic leaning tower, as their base of operations. She also declared a 50% tradable lifespan tax until the debt was fully paid. Even though the tax rate was high, it was for the guild's future growth, and everyone agreed it was worth it. She told them to work hard, and the adventurers responded with determination. Meanwhile, we see the foolish son, along with the girl and other adventurers, walking through a nearby forest. The girl scolded the brat, telling him not to blame her. What he did today had been truly detrimental to the guild. But the boy was hellbent on making Shadow pay one way or another. Suddenly, an adventurer warned them to be careful. They had encountered a silver boss, the human-faced spider empress. The group entered combat, and the girl ran forward with her team while reminding everyone that the spider used poison and to use antidote spells. The boy, however, stayed behind, heading off in another direction. He thought the others were idiots, fighting for their lives when they didn't have to. He resented his cousin, wondering why his mother preferred her and had set this up. To him, the entire guild was full of fools who only knew how to develop slowly. They didn't understand that in Forsaken by the gods, one had to seize every opportunity and use any means necessary to get ahead. He thought perhaps Shadow did the same, taking bold steps to surpass ordinary people. Slowly, the brat took out a jar emitting a purple aura, a treasure he had obtained from a jade-grade treasure chest. He mocked the adventurers for thinking he had no trump cards while opposing Shadow. The jar contained many powerful skills, and the brat decided to extract one at random. A weird-looking eye appeared, and the system notified him that he had obtained the Abyssal Puppet Curse, an epic abyssal spell capable of turning a corpse into a puppet while retaining all its original abilities. Excited, the boy decided to use this powerful skill to find a chance to kill Shadow or even enslave him, making himself invincible in Forsaken by the gods. But this artifact was no ordinary item. It belonged to the Abyss and carried an infinite, corrupting power that could consume anyone it touched. As the scene shifts to the night, we come to the Demon City ruins inside the boneyard, where we see that the little girl with the chain talisman was breaking the heads of the undead, as she gained a lot of experience from it. She got a notification that her weapon had been advanced from silver to gold, and that finally, she was now ready for class advancement. The system wanted to know if she wanted to advance. The lady immediately got ready as she finally had enough experience to advance. She called out to the system loudly as a summoning circle appeared all around her, and she was informed while advancing that her chain blade exclusive weapon could now freely change form, and her malevolent ghost had upgraded to Tier 2 along with passive invincibility of Level 2. She had also unlocked the Eye of the Underworld, which was a psychic attack that could trap people in illusions, and the higher the target's spiritual power, the longer it would last. Along with that, she also had a hand gauntlet which was named the Touch of the Underworld, which could track enemies based on the scent of objects, and it had a 50% chance to deal double damage to professions of lower rank than itself, along with inflicting them with the burns of dark flames. The lady immediately realized that now she had higher damage and faster speed in comparison to the guy with the fart master skill, and even his psychic attacks were nowhere near her level now. She immediately realized that for her mom and dad, she would have to deal with the crappy man to avenge them. She immediately called to our boy's Shadow, telling him that she had reached the second stage, and she was ready to repay our boy in any way for the guidance that he had given her. The Shadow was really happy that the Spirit Master had successfully advanced, knowing that the girl was really resilient because she even sent a message and logged off immediately, which informed Shadow that she was as resilient as ever even in the future. The boy remembered that in her previous life, she took revenge, but because of her soft heart, she spared a pet dog, and later the same animal was being tracked by the animal tracker, and the tracker discovered the true identity of the lady who was named Yuan. Only then she was ambushed by mercenaries. This war lasted a long time, and the officials lost a lot of elites, and finally Yuan died due to exhaustion. It was then that the weakening of the official forces happened, and the magic capital region turned into turmoil for several months. Shadow knew that even when Yuan had boundless potential, she was too young, and her mind was still unstable, so she could not handle things cleanly enough and had already gone down the wrong path due to it. Shadow knew that to be on the safe side, he should log off and check on Yuan to make sure she didn't repeat the same mistake she made before. As the scene shifts, we come to reality in the outskirts of the magical city, inside the manor of Lady Dongfang, where we see that two thugs were walking together, wondering about how much longer they would have to guard the place before they could go home because it was really getting boring, and they wanted to go down the mountain and have some fun with the ladies. But the other guy immediately told the first one that even Lady Dongfang still had some charm left in her, and she was really beautiful if a person looked at her in that way. Both immediately thought that once they were high enough leveled, they would immediately kill the fart master, and then grab Lady Dongfang to have some fun for themselves. But suddenly, the other boy noticed something and was shocked. As they turned around, they saw that from the smoke, Lady Dongfang was present there, kneeling down in an all-revealing dress. They immediately ran towards the lady, asking her what she was doing alone at such a place, and why she was dressed so openly in front of the guards. But to their surprise, Lady Dongfeng immediately opened herself up, showing her huge lemons to the guards and telling them that she could not stand her weak and useless husband anymore, and that she needed someone else to satisfy her, and maybe 2 people would be even better. The lady immediately asked the 2 if they were ready, and as much of perverts as the 2 guards were, they immediately started unzipping. Then the whole voice of the lady changed, as she called the guards complete idiots for coming together and not paying any attention. Before the men could even process anything, their heads were completely torn off by Yuan's chain talisman, and we see that it was all part of an illusion which was created by the newfound powers of the lady. But as the scene shifts and the guards were completely eradicated, we see that the fart master sensed from the fart air that he had surrounded himself in that a little rat might have snuck in. We see that as Yuan got inside, she was completely invisible, or at least she thought she was, before the fart master grabbed her by the neck and slammed her onto the ground with insane speed with his farting missile slam. The man immediately grabbed the lady's neck, telling her that the whole space was filled with odorless fart, which made him invincible because he could sense anyone who got inside the barrier. At first, he thought that it was someone else, but he was happy that it was the same little girl who ran away that day, which was really a lottery to him. But as the fart master tried to choke the lady, he realized that perhaps the small body had really gotten stronger than before, and that perhaps if he let the lady grow a while longer, she could become an opponent worthy of satisfying him. Even when it was getting exciting and the master wanted to kill Yuan right there, he still decided to hold back, knowing that he must wait for the lady to change classes once again. But we know that the fart master is a complete maniac, grabbing the neck whenever he wanted and leaving it while still contemplating if he should let Yuan live or not. And just then, as the man got angry, he immediately snapped her whole neck in one go without realizing it, slamming the lifeless body down and wondering about what blunder he did, because now he could not enjoy what he wanted to. But as the man was still screaming in mental agony, he was inflicted with severe physical pain, and as he turned his head around, he realized that it was none other than Yuan herself who was standing behind him. The man wondered about what was going on, and Yuan just told the man that he was under her genjutsu all along, and that now all he had to do was die. The fart master was not able to believe that it was an illusion, wondering about when it happened. But he knew one thing, that hyping the video up would really help the channel, so please do consider it if you liked this video. Yuan informed the fart master that the moment he looked into her eyes, he was already dead because he was in the lady's genjutsu. The man realized that he was not the one who caught the little lady, but instead, he was the one who was trapped. Knowing that he had lost, the psychotic fart master was just laughing, complimenting the lady for being a worthy opponent. But suddenly, we see that Lady Dongfang was out again, opening her windows and wondering about what the commotion going on outside was. She thought that it was done by the guards, screaming at them and insulting them for not letting her sleep in peace, threatening them that she was going to fire all of them. But as she noticed finally that the fart master was gone and was lying lifeless, she screamed, realizing that they had an intruder and someone should help her immediately. Each and every guard inside the mansion started circling around the lady, and every parameter of the manor was filled with guards who were ready to search for the intruders. But suddenly, we see that the lady's son Tian woke up due to it and wondered about what had happened. The lady explained to her son that enemies had come knocking once again, and that he should not run around as she would contact her husband right away. But the boy innocently told his mom not to be afraid because he was 18 and he was a professional, getting ready to protect his mom if the need arose. Hearing that, the lady sat down and hugged her son, telling him that she had been touched, and that if only his good-for-nothing dad was half as good as him, they would have been safe. But then we see something quite naughty going on between the duo, which should not be explained for being in the guidelines. The lady immediately left, and their door shattered, broken, as multiple guards lay lifeless. The lady wondered about how it had happened and how it was possible, at first thinking that it must have been the shadow, wondering if the boy knew about their plan. But as Yuan was invisible, she immediately appeared behind the lady and asked her about what plan it was. As the girl was still invisible, the lady turned around, asking her about who she was, thinking that as they had no grudge against her, there was no reason for her to attack them at all. Hearing that, the girl calmly undid her invisibility, asking Dongfang if she did not recognize the lady anymore. Then wrath took over Yuan's mind as her eyes turned crimson, and she told the lady to open her eyes and look closely, as then she would come to know who the girl really was. Even at first glance, Dongfang immediately realized that she was the daughter of the man she killed, wondering about how the girl was still alive. But before she got the answer, the chain talisman pierced through her chest, splattering blood all around, while the girl told her to die because she was a complete demon reincarnate. The lady started screaming, and Yuan screamed even louder, telling the lady that she should repent for killing her parents, and that now Yuan was going to make the lady suffer in front of her own son. Even when Dongfang told Yuan not to do it in front of him, the girl was not stopping. Finally, Dongfang admitted defeat and had only one request, that the girl should not hurt her son. But this angered the girl even more as she pierced through the chest of the lady once again, asking her what right she had to negotiate with Yuan, and if she ever knew what she was doing. But Nam Gong continued that this was their grudge and her son was innocent. Hearing that frustrated Yuan so much that she started crying and screamed at the lady to shut up, asking her if when she killed the girl's parents, did she ever think that another day like this would come where she would be the prey. But the girl did not even wait for the answer from the lady, immediately summoning multiple spikes and making the body lifeless without any mercy. Meanwhile, we see that the lady's son and their pet dog were looking at everything, wondering about what was going on. And Yuan turned towards them with anger and killing intent, but we see that she started going away while the lady's body was left there lifeless. But just then, we see that the dog started barking, and slowly but surely, the boy behind Yuan was laughing, talking to himself slowly that he had enough of his mom's endless control for a long time, and that he would really like to thank Yuan for whatever she did. But then, he told his pet dog that for today, they were going to have a young girl's meet, and as soon as this sentence was finished, we see that Yuan was being encircled by multiple individuals who were looking like undead. And as the scene shifts, we see that they were being controlled by none other than the Sun Tian himself, who was even controlling his own mother, telling her to catch the girl alive because he wanted to have some fun with her. It was then that Yuan realized that the boy had the profession of undead lick, and their psychic powers allowed them to control combat-ready undead, as they were completely enhanced along with possessing all the abilities that they had in their living life. The impact of the undead attack was so much that the girl flew over the mansion, breaking all the glasses and causing such a ruckus as she fell down to the ground and coughed out a lot of blood. But all the undead were still ready to attack her and finish her without any delay. But before that could happen, each and every undead was down on the ground once again, as if the control over them was finished. And as the girl turned around, she saw a hand coming out from all the dust and smoke as the voice told her that mercy for her enemies would be cruel for herself. We see that it was none other than Feng himself, who was in his original form in reality, as he came to save Yuan, and he had massacred both the boy and his pet. The ghost lady lay on the shattered floor, staring up through the broken window at the figure who had intervened on her behalf. Still trembling and unsure of her savior's identity, she managed to ask who he was. From within the darkness, Feng answered that showing mercy to one's enemies was a foolish mistake. His words were followed by a gruesome display. He activated his blooming curse on Tian's severed corpse, and vibrant red spider lilies burst from the decapitated neck like a macabre bouquet. Only then did she realize that this mysterious man had allowed her to finish her revenge with her own hands. A deep blush rose to her cheeks as she thanked him, addressing him timidly as her master. Surrounded by a field of blood-red flowers birthed from her hatred, she finally let her grief overwhelm her. She knelt and cried out, saying she had finally avenged her parents. As the blossoms fed on lingering energy, a system notification displayed that 788 years of tradable lifespan had been absorbed. Feng approached her quietly and asked what she planned to do now that her vengeance was complete. Lost and empty, she admitted she didn't know. The thought of dying and reuniting with her parents crossed her mind. Feng rebuked the idea sharply, saying that revenge always left behind nothing but a hollow void, and anyone seeking it should be prepared for the aftermath. If she intended to drown herself in despair, then there was nothing more he could say. But before she collapsed into hopelessness, he wanted her to understand one thing. He revealed a vision of the game world, its vastness, its secrets, and the countless hidden possibilities scattered throughout it. Somewhere in that endless labyrinth, he said, even the resurrection of the dead might not be impossible. If she refused to look beyond revenge, his words would mean nothing. But if she wished to keep moving forward, then she should follow him. With that, he turned away, leaving the choice to her. After a moment of trembling hesitation, determination sparked in her eyes. She rose, wiped her tears, and hurried after him through the luminous, moonlit field of flowers. The scene shifted to Magic City in the real world. Inside Feng's hidden base, the ghost lady suddenly found herself standing in a vast, water-like space that shimmered with ethereal light. Confused, she asked where they were. Feng explained this was his personal hideout. He led her across the fluid terrain to the entrance of a luxurious mansion, so extravagant it left her speechless. Once inside, a refined maid greeted Feng respectfully upon his return. The ghost lady nearly jumped. She hadn't expected him to have a maid. Feng casually clarified that she was a creation of the Divine Authority Book, an artifact capable of producing all sorts of constructs and tools. He promised her that he would bring her to the Tower of Divine Authority so she could obtain her own book. Grateful and overwhelmed, she thanked him again. Elsewhere in Magic City, chaos erupted at the Dongfang family manor. Sometime after Feng and the ghost lady had departed, a frantic man burst in shouting for his men to search faster, insisting that not a single hair of his wife be harmed. This was Chu Yan, husband of Dongfang Yu and an officer in the military staff. His panic stemmed from a desperate call he'd received moments earlier. His mind raced. Who would dare attack their home at such an hour? His first suspicion was Shadow. For a moment he feared their secret fireworks scheme had been exposed, but he pushed the thought aside as he rushed in. Inside the manor, investigators surveyed the scene. A gaping crater tore through the bedroom floor. One officer delivered the grim report. Though clear signs of intense combat were visible, not a single person remained. Chu Yan demanded to know what had happened to his wife, his son, the guards, the servants, everyone. The officer confirmed the nightmare. No bodies, no survivors, only emptiness. The realization devastated him. He staggered backward, choking on disbelief as the truth sank in. His grief twisted into fury as he screamed that Shadow had slaughtered his family. He ordered an immediate warrant for the man's capture. Lady Officer Lin, who had been observing quietly, stepped forward and asked what made him so certain. He snapped that Shadow had already wiped out his wife's family, the Dongfangs. Lin remained unmoved, pointing out there had been no evidence connecting Shadow to that case either. She questioned if Chu Yan perhaps knew more than he claimed. Maybe his family had provoked Shadow and now faced retribution. Her words struck the one nerve he didn't want touched, and he reacted with rage, accusing her of overstepping by interrogating a military officer. Lin calmly replied that intimidation held no weight with her. She revealed that interrogations of captured Black Dragon Hall members had exposed the truth. They had admitted that Chu Yan had hired them to attack Shadow's hideout. They also confessed to a scheme involving a fireworks factory rigged to explode, intended to kill Shadow. Originally, authorities planned to apprehend everyone at the factory. But with Dongfang Yu now vanished, she was officially classified as a fugitive. Lin then charged Chu Yan with abusing his position and conspiring in a terrorist act, ordering the officers to detain him. He thrashed wildly as two men seized him, demanding to know how they dared to arrest him and accusing Lin of cooperating with a garbage guild. She replied coldly that status did not place anyone above justice. She advised him to cooperate, promising that if he were innocent, he could settle whatever grievances he had afterward. Then she added one last chilling note. He would be brought to Magic City Prison, where lifespan drained 100 times faster than normal. He should prepare himself. As he was dragged into the armored vehicle, he screamed that they had no right and threatened to report them. Unbeknownst to him, two figures perched in the trees nearby watched his arrest. They confirmed he was the target, Chu Yan, the military staff officer. Grinning, they bumped fists as purple energy rippled around them. That night, the armored convoy rumbled along a forest road. In the lead truck, Chu Yan continued shouting at Lin, insisting he was being unlawfully detained. A guard informed him that the arrest order came from higher authorities, leaving him stunned. Suddenly, a brilliant blast of energy streaked toward the truck. It smashed into the vehicle with colossal force, sending it flipping into the woods. Inside the overturned wreck, Lin caught herself against the wall, cursing as she realized the guard beside her had been killed instantly, his body crushed and frozen in terror. Before she could move, the roof was ripped open. A hand reached inside and yanked the unconscious Chu Yan out. Above the wreck stood two attackers, a man with striking purple hair and a seductive woman clad in a tight bodysuit. Holding Chu Yan by the collar, the purple-haired man boasted that the mission had been laughably easy. Reinforcements from the second truck arrived, surrounding them and ordering them to release the prisoner. The pair only mocked the officials. But before the officers could fire, another threat emerged. A huge, muscular man with glowing red eyes descended from the trees like a meteor, swinging a massive flaming hammer. The hammer crashed into the vehicle with apocalyptic force, detonating it in a mushroom of fire and screams. The purple-haired man and another bald brute watched the carnage with amusement. The purple-haired attacker commented that Mr. Theodore had not exaggerated the hammer-bearer's power. The hammer-wielder roared with laughter as lifespan orbs drifted upward from the burning wreckage. He bragged about the enhancement card given by Theodore that multiplied his attributes fivefold, granting him level 50 power despite being only level 10. Disappointed by the meager drops, he grumbled that the officer's lifespan wasn't worth much. The purple-haired man brushed off the complaint, reminding him that their real reward, 1,000 years of lifespan, would come from Mr. Theodore. Inside the broken truck, Lin, injured, bloodied, and barely conscious, watched the massacre in horror. She realized, through her killing intent perception, that these attackers were remnants of the Alice Guild, acting under Theodore's orders to capture Chu Yan. Understanding her entire squad had been wiped out, she knew she had to report everything immediately. Far removed from the chaos of the real world, Shadow had already brought the ghost lady into the Tower of Divine Authority hidden within the ruins of Magic City. He explained to her that the NPC guarding the tower, known casually as Old Mom, was actually Queen Veer of the Waning Moon, a woman driven insane after witnessing the brutal deaths of her children. She believed her children were still alive, and often assigned impossible quests to players. There was, however, a loophole. If a young man and woman entered together, Veer would mistake them for her lost children, dramatically reducing the challenge's difficulty and increasing rewards. Shadow warned the ghost lady that the instant they entered, she had to address the NPC as Mom, which was why players called her Old Mom. Her task was simply to act convincingly while he handled everything else. Nervously, she agreed. As they walked through the glowing doorway, a luminous path led them to Veer, who floated in a star-speckled realm. When she saw them, tears of joy streamed down her face as she welcomed her children home and asked if they had returned for the Divine Authority book. Shadow confirmed it with perfect composure, calling her Mother. The ghost lady, embracing her role, broke into tears of her own, telling Veer how much she had missed her. Overwhelmed by emotion, Veer said she wished she could give them the book outright, but rules demanded they pass a trial. She summoned her avatar, a massive Jade Tier level 20 manifestation, and informed them they needed to defeat it first. A system prompt confirmed they had received Mother's Blessing, increasing all stats by 20%. The ghost lady braced herself for a brutal fight, only for 3 shadowy silhouettes to suddenly materialize around the avatar. These were the clones generated by Shadow's Shadow of Sorrow skill. In a blur of terrifying speed, the clones unleashed a barrage of slashes that inflicted hundreds of thousands of damage, erasing the avatar in a single instant. The system announced their victory before she even fully understood what had happened. Stunned beyond belief, she stared wide-eyed at the spot where the boss had stood, struggling to comprehend how it had been annihilated instantly, and how 3 identical shadows had appeared out of nowhere. Shadow cut down another puppet with a clean night slash, and the ghost lady froze as she realized this was the second clone he had erased instantly. She stared at the fatting fragments, trying to figure out how he could obliterate 2 powerful copies so effortlessly, and what kind of skill carried that level of force. Before she could gather her thoughts, the NPC descended toward them, Weir, the one players lovingly called Mom. She drifted down with a warm smile and addressed them as if they were her long-lost children, calling Shadow Alan and the ghost lady Anna, telling them they had grown so strong, especially little Anna, who had grown into a big girl now. Then, as though she were gifting treasures to her own child, Weir produced 9 divine tomes and placed them in the ghost lady's arms, telling her to take them and use them to shape her future. The gesture hit the ghost lady hard. It reminded her so painfully of her real mother that she threw her arms around the NPC and began crying into her shoulder. Weir misunderstood the outburst entirely, believing Anna was simply emotional, whispering that she had always loved her child. Shadow watched silently, realizing just how far Weir's affection reached. She was willing to give everything she possessed for those she mistook as family. He remembered that many players hunted tirelessly for her, because this same NPC had once sacrificed her entire lifespan to forge the Book of Divine Revelations, and died with none left. While he was thinking, Weir approached him and gently asked what he wanted. Shadow told her that a divine tome in exchange for his communication bracelet would suffice. She examined the bracelet and admitted she did not currently have the divine dormant book, but offered to use her own lifespan to create it for him. She began burning through her remaining days to materialize the new divine book, but halfway through, she suddenly paused. Her depleted lifespan had somehow been restored by 150 days. Shadow accepted the newly formed God-granted communication tome and simply told her to regard the restored lifespan as his thanks before turning away. As they headed toward the exit, Weir called after them to look after one another. She told the ghost lady that if danger found her, Shadow, her big brother, would always protect her, and that she should never leave his side because the world was full of unseen threats. The ghost lady, hearing herself called his little sister, quietly wondered whether her master was even old enough for such a role. Once outside the ethereal chamber, she hurried after Shadow and asked whether, going forward, she should be calling him Master or Big Brother, admitting that brother sounded rather nice. Shadow's reaction was immediate and icy. Irritation rippled across his face as he told her with forced patience that she could call him anything she liked except brother or Big Brother. The ghost lady stiffened, sweating as she sensed a deep unwillingness behind his tone, wondering if it came from some past wound. Before she could ask, Chief Anya contacted Shadow, asking whether he was logged into the game. Shadow responded, and she told him she needed to review his friend list, joking that she sounded like an overpossessive girlfriend, but stressing that it was serious. She explained that there was a serial killer roaming the city, 7 victims so far, and rumors online were now pointing at Shadow. Shadow groaned, wondering why he was always dragged into murder cases, and Anya clarified that the problem was the timing. The victims' deaths lined up exactly with his login and logout timestamps. The killer clearly understood the officials' patrol routines and knew how to discard bodies without leaving clues, so the public had begun accusing Shadow. Since only those on his friend list could track his online timing, Anya suspected someone was framing him. Shadow quickly listed everyone with that access. The police team, the Knights Temple Guild leader, Milky Snow the Savage Player, the Skydome Guild Master in Demon City and her granddaughter, and his newest member, Ghost Spirit. Anya agreed they would begin investigating immediately. Shadow then asked where the bodies had been found. She told him they were scattered across the entire city and asked whether he intended to examine the sites personally. Shadow agreed, and she reacted with excitement, insisting that if he joined the investigation, they'd catch the murderer in no time. She forwarded all relevant files to him. Shadow logged out of the game after giving the ghost lady instructions. She assured him she was ready. In the real-world hideout, he handed her the communication bracelet, capable of linking game and reality, and even entrusted her with his ghost wolf mount so she could travel quickly while tracking the killer. She was stunned that he would part with his mount so casually, but he explained that someone was deliberately aligning the murders with his login timestamps, framing him piece by piece. After reviewing his friend list, he was convinced none of them were responsible. That meant the leak came from inside the official's organization, where someone had access to his records. And this was where her power mattered. With her touch of the underworld's skill, she could follow auras and trace objects better than anyone he knew. He told her that she had been with him long enough to be ready for a mission like this, and asked her to find the real murderer. Determined not to disappoint him, she promised she would uncover the truth and clear his name. When the scene shifts, we arrive at a dimly lit hotel in the demon capital. The purple-haired man who had earlier shouted for Mr. Theodore now escorted Chu Yan inside like a prized item. A cold-eyed woman evaluated the prisoner from the side while the purple-haired man handed him over. Theodore welcomed them, addressing the man as Tony and casually praising him for completing his task. The sound of Theodore's voice made Chu Yan stiffen. Recognition hit him instantly. This was the same man from the embassy gathering. The bald man in the room turned around while lighting a cigar, amused that Chu Yan remembered him so clearly. He said they had once enjoyed a pleasant chat at that party, and that he simply couldn't bear to see Chu Yan treated unfairly, so he had gathered a few friends to retrieve him. Chu Yan's face turned pale. Now he was certain. This Theodore truly was the same person from the embassy, but the people surrounding him were all known fugitives tied to Chen Shishi's case. He couldn't tell whether Theodore planned to take down Shadow, target the authorities, or eliminate both. But Theodore only smiled at his panic, remarking that to him there was hardly any distinction. After all, the government and Shadow were essentially collaborating now. That comment made Chu Yan explode with frustration. He ranted that his wife and child had died horribly, yet the police refused to issue a warrant for Shadow. Instead, he, an official military advisor, was the one they wanted to imprison. And knowing Theodore's nature, Chu Yan understood very well that the man hadn't saved him out of kindness. There had to be a job waiting for him. The bald man cut through his outburst, asking Chu Yan directly what his profession was. The moment the question landed, Chu Yan suddenly began laughing with manic pride. Of course, this was why they wanted him. He was the only hidden-class Feng Shui master in the entire game. His first ability, Yin-Yang Harmony, released an aura that distorted enemy emotions and granted him amplified damage against spirits and monsters. Combined with his geomantic senses, he could locate treasures, identify masters, and read the Feng Shui of any area. Though mainly a support class, he knew these abilities were invaluable in the right hands. To demonstrate, Chu Yan activated Yin-Yang Harmony. Instantly, the purple-haired man and the muscular brute beside him turned on each other, snarling insults and trading blows. Chu Yan smugly explained that the two would keep fighting until one of them collapsed. However, the ability had limits. It couldn't influence opponents 5 levels above him. Still, Theodore applauded lightly, saying he was pleased to have found someone like Chu Yan. But before the chaos escalated, the bald man flicked a burning card between his fingers and ordered everyone to stop. He reminded the room that their enemies were the officials, not each other. The moment the card's crescent-shaped mark glowed, the emotional distortion vanished as if it had never existed. Watching the two battered men, the bodysuit-wearing woman laughed, nodding that Chu Yan's skill had been effective enough to injure the pair seriously. Theodore addressed her as Miss Jaying and instructed her to tend to the two fighters, praising them for their effort. She left with a wicked grin, clearly enjoying her role a little too much. Meanwhile, Chu Yan stared at the scene in disbelief. His technique wasn't supposed to be neutralized by ordinary purification magic. What kind of profession allowed someone to undo it so casually? The answer revealed itself in the bald man's expression, a sinister, knowing smile. He belonged to the only hidden class of fortune teller, a profession built around enchanted cards that granted abilities like enhancement, purification, teleportation, and more. And each card, no matter how outrageous its effect, worked flawlessly the moment he used it. Back in the real world, the ghost lady raced through the city astride Shadow's ghost wolf mount. Her skill traced lingering auras through the streets until she finally caught the direction the serial killers had fled. The moment the trail became clear, she and the wolf shot forward like a streak of gray light. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Feng's old apartment complex. Multiple lights glimmered in the hallway when a knock sounded at the door, and the dumb sister rushed over to open it. She lit up instantly when she recognized her friend Yan Yan standing there. Yan Yan waved with her usual bright smile, and the sister immediately began chattering about her plan to sell her brother's house to earn some quick money. She explained that Yan Yan had already arranged a buyer, though the buyer was actually a suspicious-looking man hovering behind her. Yan Yan corrected her gently, saying the man wasn't a buyer but a fortune teller who had agreed to help locate her missing brother. The man introduced himself as Ren, his manner polished and confident. Still unconcerned about Feng's disappearance, the sister brushed the issue aside, insisting her brother would return whenever he felt like it. Yan Yan reminded her that she herself would be moving out soon to join her guild at the new platinum rank hideout, the Sanctuary, recently approved by the city officials. If the sister didn't find her brother now, she would be living alone in that apartment. The dumb sister exploded in a dramatic wail, demanding to know why her friend was leaving her. Yan Yan explained patiently that her guild had to relocate together, and she couldn't stay behind. Even so, she assured her that Ren's divination was reputable, and that he would definitely track down her brother. She also suggested one last thing: if the dumb sister reached out to Feng politely, he would certainly help her immediately, because he was still her real brother, unlike Shadow, who was merely an outsider she occasionally spotted outside the hideout gate. But the sister stubbornly refused. Besides, she imagined she might be recruited into Shadow's guild soon, which would allow her to both secure protection and enact her revenge. Yan Yan could only sigh before heading out, urging her one last time to reconsider. After her friend left, Ren turned his attention to the sister and asked whether she had anything her brother used frequently, something he could rely on for precise divination. She claimed she didn't need his services at all, but Ren brushed aside her protests and stepped inside. When he learned that both siblings had lived in the same apartment, he said that was sufficient for his technique. She stood frozen in confusion, wondering why he refused to listen, but Ren was already pulling out a divination card. He cheerfully announced he would tell her fortune for free. Whether she liked the result or not didn't matter, she could observe for herself. As the card floated glowing faintly, an omen appeared, the star god's sign. According to the reading, a man in black lay silently in the depths of the sea. The sister stared blankly until Ren calmly explained that the meaning was simple: her brother had burned to death, and his body had been tossed into the ocean. Far away, Feng sneezed repeatedly without knowing why. Back in the apartment, the sister shook her head in denial, refusing to accept such a fate. She insisted her brother wouldn't die before apologizing to her. Ren sighed with practiced empathy before suggesting an idea. Since she had been in contact with Shadow, she must know the location of his hideout. If she agreed, he could use a teleportation card to take them both there. And even if her real brother was gone, Ren told her, she could still treat Shadow as her new brother, implying it would be a fitting conclusion. Too naive to sense the trap and too greedy to think twice, the sister accepted immediately. Ren activated the card, and the world warped around them as the teleportation began. She believed foolishly that even if she ended up working as a servant, it would be worth it. After all, she imagined she was about to enter Shadow's guild. But the moment the teleportation light faded, it became clear that the hideout gate was a lie. Instead of Shadow's territory, the girl found herself in some abandoned, unfamiliar place. Confused, she looked around, mumbling anxiously about where Shadow was and why they ended up here. Ren's expression shifted in an instant. His smile sharpened, twisting into something inhuman before his body warped into a devilish form. Without hesitation, he drove his fist straight into her stomach, coldly declaring that he believed in equality between genders. The blow was so brutal she coughed out blood on the spot. Her body dangled upside down a moment later, tied and helpless as Ren hovered before her with a predatory grin. He demanded to know everything she knew about Shadow, insisting she spill every detail. The girl sobbed uncontrollably, gasping between tears that she truly knew nothing. Ren didn't believe a word. His punches rained down again and again, shocked that someone could remain so clueless after claiming to guard Shadow's hideout gate. A single extra strike made her eyes roll back as she finally passed out. Only then did Ren realize how pitifully naive and powerless she was. She hadn't extracted a single ability from the game. He sighed in irritation and called someone on his device, announcing that the prey had been secured and asking when they would proceed with their next murder. 2 days had passed since the killers last acted, and he boasted that his knife was starving for fresh blood. After dragging the unconscious girl onto a cold cement slab, the man on the line warned Ren that he could play with her, but was not allowed to kill her without explicit instructions. Ren was visibly frustrated, disappointed that he couldn't end her just yet. Still, he unsheathed his gleaming knife, deciding he had plenty of time to enjoy himself before the final order came. Elsewhere in the city, a police officer stared at his phone in disbelief. It had been 2 full days since Shadow had logged out. Extracting game stats into reality demanded enormous amounts of food, so staying online this long without eating was impossible, unless someone was trying to frame him so thoroughly that the police hesitated to report it. He realized that Anya must have already noticed the abnormalities in the case. The officer, the same man Shadow had humiliated in front of his colleagues, grinned with petty satisfaction. In his mind, everything was falling into place. Soon the public would be convinced that Shadow was a twisted serial murderer. Panic would erupt, society would turn against him, and the authorities would be forced to put the boy in chains. The thought delighted him. But far from the scheming officer, the ghost lady reached the source of the scent she'd been tracking. Riding Shadow's ghost wolf, she followed the trail to a rusted metal gate leading downward into darkness. Without hesitation, she leapt in, moving like a silent phantom through the underground passages. Faint echoes of deranged laughter reached her ears, wild, unhinged, and soaked in bloodlust. When she finally stepped into the chamber, the sight before her froze her breath. The dumb girl was suspended from the ceiling in a horrifying fashion, her legs severed completely. Ren stood beneath her, drenched in crimson, lost in his own twisted joy as he continued mutilating her body for amusement. As the scene shifts, we see multiple requests to enter the game being denied because someone was in combat. It was none other than the dumb girl, trying to log in but unable to do so. She stared at the psycho, wondering why this was happening to her when all she wanted was to sell her house. Thinking she was going to die, she tried calling for help, but no one came. She remembered that if her brother Fang had been alive, he would have definitely saved her. But now that Fang was dead, no one was coming to protect the dumb girl. Suddenly, green auroras surrounded her. She realized it was a healing spell and thought someone was coming to save her. But the psycho started laughing, and it turned out he was the one healing her. He introduced himself as the man butcher, and his class was priest. He explained that he could heal any injury unless the target was already dead, which suited his twisted personality perfectly. He told the dumb girl that he wouldn't let her die quickly, because playing with his prey as much as possible was his priority, and only after that would he kill them. That, to him, was a truly exquisite experience. This was why he considered being a priest a gift from God. The man intimidated her further, saying next he would cut her chest open because it was quite huge. Hearing that, the dumb girl fainted, unable to believe what was going to happen. The psycho wasn't finished, thinking she was simply weak and helpless. But before he could continue, the ghost lady appeared behind him and used Night Slash, dealing insane damage with her talisman. We learned the psycho was a masochist too, enjoying the pain. The ghost lady asked him why he killed all the victims and why he tried framing Shadow for it. The man started healing himself, but the ghost lady sensed it immediately. She used her talisman paper to wrap him tightly and slammed him onto the ground. Unable to heal now, the psycho priest was pinned as the ghost lady crouched down and told him to speak. Otherwise, she would make him taste what it felt like to have his legs cut off just like the dumb girl. Now the psycho priest finally understood true fear and immediately agreed to tell her everything. As the scene shifts, we return to the godforsaken realm inside the ruined city. Captain Anya was there with her teammates. She explained that since they stopped reporting Shadow's login and logout times, the killer had not shown up and no new cases had appeared. But Captain Meng knew Shadow had been logging in and out normally all along, which proved someone was trying to frame him. Little Black also believed Shadow couldn't be the killer, knowing big experts would burn bodies to ashes instead of dumping them. Captain Anya agreed that none of them believed Shadow was a serial killer, but public opinion was different. Once rumors spread, chaos could erupt, and that was exactly the killer's goal. Even if Shadow was innocent, authorities would step in to eliminate him to calm the masses. Little Black wondered whether the authorities could even defeat Shadow with how powerful he was. Captain Anya told them that if it came to that, the government would suffer heavy losses, the entire country would be in danger, and sabotage would be unavoidable. Captain Meng knew they had to clear Shadow's name quickly. Now they were sure someone from within the authorities was framing him. Captain Anya, sharp as ever, said that if the city's authorities were involved, and if there was already bad blood with Shadow, she could think of only one person. We cut to the fat brat checking his phone constantly, wondering why there was no news about Shadow going offline. It had been 2 days. The psycho butcher he hired was probably still playing with his prey. The brat wondered if Anya had figured everything out. We learned that this fat brat had a crush on her, but he wasn't good enough and was psychotic too. He believed that to win Captain Anya's heart, he had to eliminate Shadow, and he was willing to fight his own country to do it. Suddenly his phone rang. He thought it was news of Shadow logging out again, but when he checked, it was a message saying the prey escaped, and the killer needed 3 years of lifespan to extract her tracking skill. The message also contained an address, calling the brat there. Annoyed, the brat complained that the killer couldn't even handle one target. If they got caught, everything would be ruined. As the scene shifts, we arrive at the same tunnel area. The brat was standing inside, calling for the butcher and wondering how he let the prey escape. But when he moved deeper, he found both the priest and the dumb girl hanging from the ceiling. He realized he was trapped. Before he could process anything, a talisman pierced through his jacket, binding him completely. The ghost lady appeared, asking if he was the one who wanted to harm her master. Now the brat remembered his connections to the authorities and told her she should let him go or things would go badly for her. But the ghost lady already knew everything. From the psycho's confession, she knew the brat's name, Lang, the son of the city's mayor. He had ordered the slaughter of people and had them disposed of during Shadow's offline hours. He was the mastermind behind everything. The ghost lady called out to the butcher, telling him that since he kept his promise, he would now get the chance to enjoy himself. With that, she ordered the butcher to go kill Lang however he liked. The psycho killer thanked the ghost lady for the opportunity. Lang tried to stop the psycho from killing him, but he had no choice, while the psycho smiled, thinking he would enjoy killing the fatty instead. But as this happened, Lang activated something that made the psycho trip, and a huge explosion went off right in front of the ghost lady. She wondered what had happened, and now the brat was free. He asked the lady if she really thought he would come here without any preparation. He had already learned she was Shadow's apprentice, and even as a little girl she was extremely powerful. Filled with revenge, Lang decided he would start by killing her and then slaughter Shadow and all his lackeys afterward. We see that the brat was using enchantment, which greatly boosted his stats based on his class. As Lang jumped and fired arrows of fire, each arrow caused an explosion, but the ghost lady dodged every one of them. She disappeared into thin air. Only then did Lang realize she was also an assassin. He was tricked again as a talisman wrapped around him and pierced straight through his chest, binding him so he couldn't move. Even as Lang screamed, the ghost lady was merciless. She told him he was pathetically weak and there was no way those card skills were his own. She wanted to know who was helping him. Lang cried that it hurt too much, begging her to stop. He said if she stopped hurting him, he would tell her everything. The ghost lady called her talisman closer, and he immediately confessed. He said there were foreigners working with Shishi, and they found him and wanted him to help take down Shadow. They were the ones who gave him the card. In total, there were 10 people behind it. The girl wondered who the real big shot was, but Lang insisted he knew nothing else. Crying, he promised that his father, the mayor, would reward her with anything she wanted. But mentioning parents triggered the ghost lady. She used her blood-piercing technique and jabbed through every blood vessel he had. She told Lang to shut up because her master taught her never to leave achievements incomplete, as her enemies would show no mercy if they got their hands on her. The lady already knew the place was surrounded by a squad of armed men, and nearby was the dumb little girl with no legs. But the ghost lady decided to leave the survivor to the authorities. Whether she lived or died would depend on her fate. Soon after, authorities arrived in response to an anonymous tip. They found the psycho killer, Lang, and the dumb sister. The inspector analyzed the scene and determined that the psycho and Lang were both dead. The unidentified injured girl was unconscious but alive and not in critical condition. Another subordinate called the inspector, saying someone had left a message on the wall. It read that the serial killer case was committed by 2 individuals working together, and they attempted to frame Shadow. The evidence was in their phones, and the girl was the witness, doing good deeds without leaving a name. After checking the phone records, they confirmed Lang and the psycho killer had tried framing someone else. They discovered there was an insider secretly reporting Shadow's login and logout times to Lang. Now there was an order to catch that insider as well. As the scene shifts, our boy was in the real world enjoying a lot of meat and protein when Captain Anya called. She told him she had good news, a major breakthrough in the serial killer case. Shadow already knew they had found the truth. The captain explained that the killers were Lang and someone named Ren, the psycho. Shadow asked what happened to them, and she said they had the evidence and the victim girl, but both men were dead. The girl had lost both legs and endured heavy torture, but was alive in the hospital. They would have to wait for her testimony before closing the case. Shadow was satisfied that the ghost lady handled it perfectly. Captain Anya apologized for causing trouble and offered some important information as compensation. An anomaly had appeared in the city. 5 flying monsters were circling constantly, hunting players. No matter how many were killed, the number remained 5. It reminded her of the 7 bosses from Dark Moon Town last time. She believed a super treasure must be hidden there and told Shadow to take care of them. Shadow realized this meant another ancient god tablet had appeared. He thanked the captain. Based on her description, the tablet was high up in the air, unreachable without flight. Even Shadow would need a flying mount. Last time at the Leaning Tower of Magic, he caught the Skull Castle key. Maybe he could obtain a flying dragon mount if he searched the tower thoroughly. But to enter, he needed to be level 20. He was currently level 19, just one more level to go. He decided to log into the game and grind quickly. As the scene shifts, we arrive at the outer beach of Skull City, where Shadow was invisible, farming monsters for experience. He saw adventurers fighting a giant lobster monster. A girl wondered what was happening, and a huge man told her not to worry as he activated his professional spirit. We learn he was a strong supporter, unable to attack, but able to defend against any kind of attack with proper tanking skills. He turned into a soul form and told the others to attack from behind to deal damage. Watching them, Shadow remembered his past life when the Theodore Guild and the Zuma Guild teamed up to scam the city officials, leading to heavy casualties among the official forces. They couldn't maintain order, and the city fell into 3 months of real-world chaos, indirectly causing over 100,000 deaths. The battle against the massive skeletal lobster reached a dangerous turning point when the monster released a furious roar. Noticing that the boss's health had dropped to a critical level, Lin immediately shouted a warning, realizing it was about to enter its second phase. In the next moment, the creature expelled countless glowing blue bubbles that burst open midair, releasing swarms of smaller lobster monsters. The battlefield was instantly flooded, and the team was pushed into chaos. The shield user at the front struggled desperately, shouting that there were simply too many enemies to hold back. As the formation began to break apart, Lin screamed at Zuma, the Soul Walker, ordering him to activate his soul conversion skill to save the team. Instead of responding, Zuma turned his head away, his expression cold and detached, completely ignoring the desperate pleas around him. Lin froze in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. The smaller lobsters slipped past the collapsing front line and charged straight toward her. She raised her dual weapons and fired relentlessly, but it quickly became clear that they could no longer hold their ground. With the formation completely broken, she shouted at Zuma one final time, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. There was no reply. The giant lobster boss and its minions lunged together, knocking Lin off her feet. Fear gripped her as she fell backward onto the ground. She looked up in terror as the monster loomed over her, its jaws opening wide as it prepared to devour her whole. At that instant, a streak of brilliant blue energy tore through the air. The skeletal lobster was sliced apart in a single moment, its massive body shattered into pieces. Shadow had arrived. Moving at an unimaginable speed, he cut through the swarm of smaller lobsters as if they were nothing, erasing them instantly. He leapt over the stunned Lin and struck the ground with overwhelming force, releasing a violent vortex of dark energy that wiped out every remaining enemy. A system window appeared, confirming that Shadow had slain the Jade-grade lobster boss. The rewards were enormous: experience, evolution points, and more than 9 years of lifespan. As Shadow stood calmly amid the scattered loot, Zuma stared in total disbelief, finally realizing that the legendary Shadow had appeared before them. The atmosphere shifted violently. Shadow vanished and reappeared directly in front of the bald man. Zuma met his gaze with intense killing intent, but before anyone could react, Shadow's blade flashed. Zuma's head was severed cleanly in a single strike. His body collapsed, and a system notification confirmed his death as his corpse dissolved into particles of light. Lin stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. After a moment, Lin forced herself to speak, thanking Shadow for saving their lives. However, she hesitated before asking why he had killed a member of their team. Shadow glanced back at her, one glowing eye cold and emotionless, and questioned why the Magic City official team had included a foreigner in the first place. Lin explained that Zuma had been hired as external support because his class was essential for defeating the boss. She admitted that she never expected him to abandon them at such a critical moment. Shadow let out a quiet scoff, calling her naive. He stated that Zuma had not been distracted at all. Quoting an old saying, he warned that those who are not of the same kin will never truly share the same intentions, implying that the betrayal had been deliberate from the beginning. Cold sweat formed on Lin's back as she asked if he truly believed Zuma had done it on purpose, unable to understand what he would gain from letting the entire team die. Shadow turned away, his cloak fluttering in the wind, and told her that uncovering motives was the responsibility of the officials, not his. He then proposed an arrangement. If Magic City teams encountered bosses they could not handle, they should contact him. His conditions were simple. He would take only lifespan drops and any assassin-class equipment. Everything else would belong to the officials, exactly like his deal with the Zhanghai authorities. The surviving team members erupted in excitement. Shadow added that the agreement applied only to platinum-grade bosses or higher, and that he required full authority over looting. Recognizing the immense value of such an offer, Lin agreed immediately and began sending messages. An official announcement soon followed, ordering exploration teams to report the locations of high-level bosses now that Shadow had agreed to assist. Across the dangerous zones, players who had been on the brink of death cried with relief. For the first time, they felt hope that they would no longer be forced to die repeatedly, and that powerful equipment might finally be within reach. Back at the cliff, Lin was overwhelmed by incoming messages. She quickly informed Shadow that multiple boss coordinates had already been sent, with several located nearby. Shadow was slightly surprised by the speed, but Lin explained that while Zhanghai teams were well-equipped thanks to him, Magic City's forces were still struggling badly. Activating his flight ability, Shadow told her to keep sending the coordinates as he rose into the sky. Lin and her teammates waved and thanked him as he disappeared, already heading toward his next hunt. The scene shifted to a rocky canyon where a massive, muscular monster, the platinum-grade gray long-haired minotaur, stood hidden behind a boulder. A group of players lay in wait nearby, their nerves stretched thin. A red-haired girl whispered shyly to her teammates that she had heard Shadow was coming and wondered aloud if he was handsome. Others were far less optimistic. One man argued that defeating a platinum-grade boss should be nearly impossible due to its overwhelming stats. His doubts lasted less than a second. A towering column of blue energy descended from the sky, cleaving the Minotaur straight down the middle. The system announced Shadow's kill, dealing over 300,000 damage in a single strike, and awarding him experience evolution points, more than 5 years of lifespan, and a platinum-grade assassin skill, Smoke Bomb. Shadow merely noted that the target had been eliminated and marked his next destination to the east. The hidden players stood dumbfounded. The skeptics screamed in disbelief, realizing the boss had been killed instantly and that Shadow had already left without them even seeing his face. The red-haired girl sighed in disappointment, but relief washed over the group when they saw the lifespan orbs left behind. Shadow had kept his promise, taking only what he claimed and leaving the rest untouched. The scene shifted again. Without warning, massive white spikes burst from the ground, flinging a group of players into the air. A terrifying jade-grade boss emerged. The noble's eldest son, the traitor Lulu, clad in dark lava armor and wielding a colossal flaming sword. A panicked shout rang out as someone realized they had underestimated the perception range of a jade-grade monster. The giant knight swung its burning blade down toward a frozen player who was certain death had arrived. Just before impact, a streak of purple light flashed across the battlefield, severing the boss's arm cleanly. The enormous limb and sword crashed to the ground as Shadow descended from above. Activating Shadow of Sorrow, 4 Shadow clones materialized around the boss. In an instant, they struck together, unleashing overwhelming damage. The system confirmed the kill, rewarding Shadow with experience, evolution points, more than 10 years of lifespan, and a jade-grade skill merge into darkness. The rescued players stared in awe, unable to process that each Shadow clone had dealt over 300,000 damage. Some wondered if they were even playing the same game. One of them, blushing with excitement, declared that the difference between them and Shadow was like that between a mortal and a god, swearing to worship him from that day on. With the bosses cleared, a system notification announced that Shadow had reached level 20. Dark energy gathered around him as he calmly remarked that hunting bosses was the most efficient way to level up. Suddenly, another alert appeared. The natural disaster ancient god Cursed Slate had finished charging. Shadow's eyes glowed yellow with anticipation as he prepared to draw a new affix from the slate. Shadow began allocating his evolution points to the skills he had recently obtained. A system panel appeared, showing that more than 300 points had been consumed to push Merge into Darkness from Platinum rank all the way up to the mythical grade. Standing alone in the windy wasteland, Shadow carefully reviewed the skill and quickly realized that it was a far superior substitute for his original stealth ability. The upgrade boosted his stealth level to 21, making him nearly impossible to detect, even for most diamond-grade bosses. Next, his attention shifted to the Smoke Bomb skill. He poured the rest of his remaining evolution points into it, raising it to legendary grade. However, when he examined the skill card, his expression darkened with displeasure. He dismissed it outright, calling it worthless. Instead of learning the skill, Shadow activated his Spirit Devourer bloodline and directly consumed the card. The effects were immediate. A surge of power flowed through him as the system confirmed a significant increase in both his elemental attack and elemental resistance, gained from devouring a legendary grade skill. Feeling fully prepared, Shadow lifted his gaze toward the distant ocean. Far beyond the dark waves stood a gloomy island crowned by a blackened castle, the Withered Bone Ruins. He quickly realized a problem. While he was confident he could survive inside the ruins, there was no obvious way to cross the sea. There were no boats, no teleportation arrays, and the waters themselves were crawling with monsters. Fighting underwater without proper skills or mounts would be nothing short of suicide. Searching for an alternative route, Shadow opened his map. That was when he noticed something unusual, a strange icon marking a locked door positioned directly along the shoreline. Intrigued, he transformed into a streak of shadow and rushed toward it. He soon arrived at a cave entrance sealed by an enormous, intricately carved stone gate. As he approached, a glowing chain materialized across the door. The system informed him that the gate was locked and asked whether he wished to use the Withered Bone City key. Shadow's eyes narrowed in surprise. The golden key he had obtained earlier, most likely from the Magic Leaning Tower trade, was clearly meant for this place. He retrieved the radiant key from his inventory. With a deep, echoing groan, the massive doors slowly swung open. Shadow stepped forward, briefly wondering how a passage on this side of the coast could possibly connect to ruins located across the sea. Crossing through the glowing threshold, he activated his movement skill. The path sloped sharply downward, and it didn't take long for him to realize he was descending far beneath the surface. As he moved through the dark stone corridor, the purpose of the tunnel became clear. It was an underground passage carved beneath the ocean floor, linking the mainland directly to the isolated island. After traveling through the long subterranean route, Shadow finally saw light ahead. He emerged from another cave entrance into a bleak, storm-filled landscape. Atop a towering cliff stood a ruined black castle, illuminated by violent flashes of lightning. A system notification appeared, welcoming him to the Mora Empire, Withered Bone City ruins, while issuing an urgent warning. This area was classified as Berserk, where lifespan drained at 100 times the normal rate. Gazing back toward the sea, Shadow silently admired the brilliance of the hidden tunnel's design. A memory surfaced from his past life, recalling a so-called madman who once ranted about a secret passage beneath the ocean. At the time, everyone had laughed it off, assuming he was confusing this world with another game. Now, Shadow understood that the man had been speaking the truth. He proceeded into a forest of dead, twisted trees and scattered bones. Without warning, the ground beneath him began to quake violently. A massive skeletal dragon's skull lying nearby started to crack and tremble. In the next instant, something enormous burst out from within, shattering the skull into fragments. As the dust settled, Shadow stood firm, facing the grotesque creature that had emerged. It was a gigantic skeletal centipede, its upper body formed from a crudely stitched female torso, a single red eye glowing ominously. The system identified it as the guardian of the Withered Bone ruins, the thousand-blade centipede Moir, a diamond-grade boss. Shadow calmly studied his opponent. Though her upper body still resembled that of a human woman, everything below had become a monstrous abomination. Festering wounds covered her form, identical to the scars he had once seen on the white dragon. When Moir lunged at him, Shadow immediately understood the truth. She had once been a citizen of the Mora Empire, twisted and corrupted by Sithulhu's curse. He narrowly avoided the sweeping centipede body as it tore through the air. Examining the scars across her human torso, Shadow deduced that she must have endured unimaginable torture while still alive. He continued dodging with precision, weaving through stabbing skeletal limbs and leaping high as a crushing blow smashed the ground beneath him. Launching his counterattack, Shadow activated his abilities. Shadow clones materialized around him as he invoked Blessing of Release, amplifying the damage of his next strike. In a flash of purple light, he and his clones unleashed a synchronized Shadow Flash Slash, striking the boss 4 times in an instant. The blade tore cleanly across Moir's neck. Shadow's eyes gleamed as the system notified him that his skill cooldowns had been fully reset. Without hesitation, he activated Blessing of Release again, bathing Moir in a chaotic red aura. The 4 shadows moved in perfect harmony, executing a final formation attack. Beams of purple energy sliced through the boss from every direction. Moir's massive body was torn apart, exploding in a burst of dark magical flames as Shadow landed effortlessly on the ground. A system message confirmed the kill of the diamond-grade guardian. He was rewarded with an enormous amount of experience, evolution points, over 10 years of tradable lifespan, and several valuable items. Shadow looked down quietly and murmured for her to rest in peace. As the monster faded, her grotesque form briefly vanished, revealing the spirit of the beautiful woman she had once been. She smiled gently, finally freed from the curse, before dissolving into glowing orbs of lifespan. Having eliminated the diamond-grade guardian, Shadow continued deeper into the barren wasteland. He lifted his gaze toward the thunder-wrapped castle looming atop the distant cliffs, lightning crawling across its ruined towers. Without warning, he extended his hand and released a long-range wave of condensed dark energy. The attack pierced the shadows and struck a lurking creature. A shrill scream echoed as the monster was impaled. It was a grotesque spider abomination, its lower body that of a spider while its upper half retained the form of a human woman. The system promptly announced the kill, identifying the target as the cursed spider Mowgli. Shadow was rewarded with a massive amount of experience, evolution points, and 10 years of tradable lifespan. Standing among the floating drops, Shadow calmly surveyed the horrifying truth of the ruins. Every monster he had encountered possessed a human upper body fused to a twisted, inhuman lower half. Even more disturbing was the fact that they still retained their original human names. His gaze shifted to a massive dragon skull lying nearby. The bones themselves were warped, riddled with multiple eye sockets and unnatural horn growths, clear signs of extreme mutation. Shadow concluded that the withered bone ruins were not merely a battlefield, but a massive biochemical experimentation site. He recalled the old lore he had once heard. In a desperate attempt to win their war, the people of the Mora Empire had summoned Cthulhu, an ancient sea god. Instead of salvation, the city was cursed. The curse twisted flesh and bone alike, transforming the entire population into monsters. As Shadow advanced, he could feel the curse growing heavier, denser, the closer he moved toward the city's core. Without warning, something enormous fell from the sky. A rock-skinned giant slammed into the ground before him, blocking his path entirely. The system identified the enemy as the Royal City Guard Commander Mahan, a level 25 platinum-grade boss. Molten, magma-like light pulsed beneath its stone exterior. Shadow looked up at the towering figure, unimpressed, wondering why a Royal Guard Commander was only platinum-grade. The golem raised its massive arm, red energy gathering around its stone fist, before smashing it into the ground with devastating force. Shadow leapt aside effortlessly as the earth shattered from the impact. The battle began instantly. Shadow retaliated with a shadow blade, carving into the golem with a powerful slash. But something was wrong. As the damage numbers appeared, Shadow felt a sharp pain ripple through his own body. The exact damage he had dealt was reflected back at him. Landing lightly, Shadow immediately recognized the danger. Damage reflection. Studying the glowing red eyes of the guard commander, he quickly analyzed its traits. The boss possessed 10 times the health of a normal platinum enemy and a terrifying 100% damage reflection attribute. Shadow grimly noted that without his black light shield, that single exchange would have killed him outright. Carelessness was not an option here. He shot into the night sky, his silhouette cutting across the moon. To counter the reflection, Shadow fully reinforced his defenses, stacking 10 layers of black light shield around himself. From above, he unleashed a rain of 10 low-damage shadow blades. This was deliberate. By using repeated smaller attacks, he steadily charged his ultimate skill while his shield absorbed the reflected damage. Once fully charged, Shadow descended. Blessing of Release activated in unison with the Crimson Blade. A colossal vertical beam of crimson energy cleaved straight through the golem, dealing a staggering 450,000 damage. Instantly, the same damage was reflected back toward him. But this time, a golden barrier flared to life, absorbing the impact completely. Shadow stood untouched. He revealed the truth behind his strategy. The reflection was meaningless. The Crimson Blade granted 600% life steal. Since he was already at full health, the excess healing converted into an overflow shield worth 2.7 million points. Compared to that, the reflected damage was nothing more than a scratch. With the Royal City Guard Commander defeated, a system window confirmed Shadow's victory. He received enormous rewards, experience, evolution points, and more than 14 years of lifespan. However, a warning followed. The commander's death had alerted every remaining guard within the city. The atmosphere shifted instantly. From atop a distant cliff, a monstrous sentry blew into a massive horn, sending green sound waves rippling through the air. The alarm echoed across the ruins. The land responded. Twisted figures poured down from the cliffs in overwhelming numbers. Winged beasts, spider hybrids, and countless other abominations lined the ridges, their glowing eyes fixed on Shadow. A massive, fur-covered foot slammed into the ground beside him. In moments, Shadow found himself completely surrounded. A giant white bear, centipede monstrosities, and countless other creatures closed in from all sides. A system notification triggered, announcing the activation of a monster horrid event. The condition was brutally simple: kill every monster. Shadow looked up at the endless wall of enemies encircling him. Instead of fear, excitement gleamed in his eyes. He laughed softly, finding the situation refreshing and exactly to his liking. The monsters hesitated, confused by the human who laughed instead of trembling. Then Shadow moved. Like a raging storm, he unleashed his Dark Knight ring blade, cleaving through the first wave. The system instantly reported 32 kills. The entire battlefield was illuminated by thousands of glowing lifespan orbs drifting upward from the fallen army. As the last monster collapsed, silence finally returned. Shadow stood alone amid the ruins, his eyes glowing with a faint purple light. A system window confirmed that every enemy had been eliminated, and that the path to the core of the withered bone city ruins was now unlocked. Lifespan orbs floated endlessly around him, yet instead of satisfaction, disappointment crossed his face. The rewards were far fewer than expected. He quickly understood why. Even after the citizens had transformed into monsters, the curse had continued to drain their lifespan until almost nothing remained. Suddenly, the floating orbs began to move. They swirled around Shadow, gathering in a dazzling spiral of light that stretched across the vast chasm ahead. The gathered energy solidified into a radiant bridge leading directly toward the ominous castle looming in the distance. As Shadow stepped onto the bridge formed from the light of the dead, a golden aura enveloped his body. A system notification appeared, informing him that he had received the blessing of the withered bone citizens. The cursed souls, grateful for their release, had granted him a special buff that gave him a chance to obtain dragon power while fighting within the city. Shadow raised his glowing hand and studied it with interest. The power was unusual, but its intent was clear. The victim's souls were guiding him forward, hoping he would destroy the curse at its source. With that understanding, he crossed the bridge of light and arrived before a massive abyss. Below him stretched a dark pit resembling a writhing mass of flesh and shadow. Without hesitation, Shadow leaped into the void. As he descended through the organic tunnel, a system warning appeared, announcing that he had entered the great hollow of the withered bone curse, where lifespan drain was amplified 1,000-fold. He landed heavily in a pool of thick red liquid and slowly rose to his feet. Pulsating organic walls surrounded him, their surfaces alive and breathing. Deep within this fleshy chamber, a man with long red hair and a tangled beard hung suspended, his body pierced by massive spikes embedded into the walls. A sudden notification flashed as the man's eyes snapped open, sensing an intruder. At the same time, a purple flame ignited on Shadow's chest as he felt an overwhelming killing intent surge through the air. The suspended man began muttering strange, broken syllables. Shadow narrowed his eyes, recognizing the sound immediately. It was the ancient god language. Translating it in his mind, he realized the man was repeatedly calling out a single name, Morwen. Driven by madness and grief, the man roared the name and tore himself free from the wall. His body twisted violently, bones snapping and reshaping as he underwent a horrifying transformation. In moments, he became a gigantic armored skeletal beast. The system identified him as Acarius, the last guardian of Withered Bones City, a level 20 emerald-grade boss. Shadow instantly activated Merge into darkness, dissolving into the shadows and vanishing from sight. To his shock, Acarius swung a massive claw straight toward him, bypassing his stealth entirely. Shadow barely evaded the attack as the ground behind him shattered under the impact. Creating distance, he landed safely and frowned in confusion. His stealth level was high enough to fool most enemies. Acarius should not have been able to detect him. As the Guardian charged again, still screaming the name of the woman he loved, Shadow understood the reason. He had killed Morwen and absorbed her lifespan, and Acarius was sensing the trace of her soul within him. His gaze shifted to the spikes embedded in the Guardian's armor. They were identical to those worn by the Royal City Guard commander he had fought earlier. A suspicion formed. Shadow summoned his shadow dagger and struck Acarius. The same amount of damage was instantly reflected back at him, but his golden shield absorbed the blow without issue. The theory was confirmed. Acarius possessed the same dangerous damage reflection passive. The Guardian released a deafening roar as purple energy surged through his body. The fleshy ground around Shadow ruptured violently, and massive blue eggs burst forth, completely encircling him. Shadow studied them with a calm but serious expression. He quickly deduced that the eggs also carried damage reflection. If they hatched, they would produce elite-level monsters. To test their durability, he threw a shadow dagger at one. The attack dealt over 3,000 damage and shattered the shell, but Shadow immediately calculated the cost. Destroying a single egg required 3 daggers, meaning 3 layers of his black light shield would be consumed by reflected damage. Since each layer took 2 seconds to regenerate, clearing all the eggs before they hatched was impossible. With no other option, Shadow chose to let them hatch. He leaped high into the air, positioning himself for a tactical strike while accepting whatever emerged below. As he descended toward Acarius, he noted that his ultimate skill was fully charged. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Crimson Blade. A massive beam of red energy crashed down onto Acarius, dealing an overwhelming 450,000 damage. Shadow landed silently, protected by a massive golden barrier formed through life steel. Around him, the eggs hatched simultaneously. Monstrous claws burst from the shattered shells as cursed young dragons emerged, each a level 20 emerald-grade monster. Screeching violently, they took to the air, preparing to swarm him. Shadow crouched within the red pool and unleashed the Dark Knight Ring Blade. A violent vortex of dark energy erupted outward, shredding the dragons instantly. Each took nearly 30,000 damage, and the battle ended in a single devastating moment. Shadow remained calm within his golden barrier as a system notification confirmed that 9 dragons had been slain. Thanks to his blood shield, the damage reflection posed no threat. As the dragons died, they dissolved into glowing lifespan orbs. Instead of flowing into Shadow, the orbs gathered midair, swirling violently. A voice echoed from the light in the ancient god language, addressing Shadow as an outsider. The energy condensed, reforming Acarius once more. The Guardian transformed again into an even more grotesque form, identified by the system as Flesh Curse Acarius, Blue Scale. The monster smiled with chilling malice, declaring that Shadow would never succeed in destroying his race. The battle escalated the instant Acarius moved. The mutated guardian launched himself forward, his massive frame tearing through the air as a charged fist descended toward Shadow. In response, Shadow's eyes flared with neon blue light. His body vanished in a blur, unleashing an instant shadow slash so fast it fractured the air itself. Dozens of strikes landed from every direction in the span of a heartbeat. Then, immunity indicators flared across Acarius's body. Shadow froze in disbelief. Not a single attack had connected. Before he could retreat, Acarius seized the opening. The Guardian's fist slammed into Shadow with catastrophic force, detonating the ground beneath them. Shadow was hurled across the chamber, his body carving through flesh and stone as nearly 30,000 damage tore through him. His golden blood shield shattered completely on impact. As Shadow steadied himself, he translated the Guardian's distorted words and understood the declaration being made. Acarius was proclaiming that as long as his bloodline and soul endured, Withered Bone City would never fall. The Guardian stood tall amid raging purple energy, declaring the city unconquerable. The realization unsettled Shadow. Only epic-grade monsters or higher retained consciousness and speech. Yet this emerald-grade Guardian still possessed self-awareness, conviction, and purpose. Ignoring Shadow entirely, Acarius gathered dark energy into his palms, chanting about protecting his city, his empire, and his people. The power condensed into a sphere before erupting upward as a demon dragon cannon, a vertical beam of annihilating force. Shadow reacted instantly, launching himself skyward just as the beam tore through the hollow below. He landed and countered with a shadow blade, but the attack passed harmlessly through Acarius. The Guardian advanced without resistance, completely immune. Shadow cursed inwardly. The invulnerability had to be broken. Before he could act, Acarius revealed another technique. A grotesque rib cage of living flesh erupted around Shadow, sealing him inside. The system identified the structure as a flesh prison, and a countdown appeared. Shadow's lifespan was draining year by year. Cold sweat formed as Shadow realized what was happening. This was no ordinary curse. The siphoning matched the signature of the evil god Cthulhu. The prison ignored all defenses. A fleshy tendril pierced into him, feeding directly on his existence itself. At this rate, his entire lifespan would be consumed. Then red energy exploded outward. A system alert announced the activation of dragon power. The system detected Shadow's possession of the A-rank skill Shadow of Slaughter and triggered a new buff, Flame of Nirvana. The description revealed everything. The white flame bypassed all defenses and burned the opponent's soul directly. Shadow's eyes ignited with orange dragon fire. This was the true authority of the dragon race. The counterattack was immediate. Enhanced dragon shadows materialized around him, their forms wrapped in sacred white fire. They descended upon Acarius in unison. Shadow followed with a dragon-infused instant shadow slash, his blade tearing through space itself. The immunity shattered. The strikes landed. Tens of thousands of damage flooded the system readouts as white flames engulfed Acarius, burning straight through flesh, bone, and soul. The Guardian screamed as the flames consumed him, his form collapsing inward. In desperation, Acarius called out to Cthulhu, begging for strength. He cried that he could not die, that he had to preserve the dragon race. Shadow stood unmoving as the spirit of eyes manifested faintly behind him. He made the truth clear. Acarius had never protected his people. By invoking Cthulhu, he had condemned them to an eternal curse. With a cold gaze, Shadow let the flame of Nirvana finish its work. The final attack descended as a dragon crimson blade, a colossal beam of red energy that erased everything in its path. Nearly 500,000 damage tore through the Guardian. Acarius was incinerated completely. The system confirmed the kill. Victory notifications flooded in. Experience surged by 1 million points. Evolution points skyrocketed. Nearly 40 years of lifespan were restored. As Shadow descended through the fatting light, additional rewards were confirmed, including a diamond-grade item known as the Bone Spike. As the dragon power faded, Shadow examined the rewards. The experience gain confirmed his suspicion. The city's monsters had funneled their resources into Acarius. Yet the lifespan reward was suspiciously low, barely under 40 years. Most of it had clearly been stolen by Cthulhu. At that moment, the red liquid below began to churn. A grotesque chest emerged, pulsing with ominous energy. A system message explained that dragon power had unlocked a hidden reward. The chest opened. Inside lay 2 radiant golden items, a withered bone rune and an epic-grade mount bell. Shadow examined the rune first. It was a key, one of 3 required to enter the tomb of the withered bone god. Then he turned to the bell. Activating it, the air shattered as a massive skeletal dragon descended, wings of bone spreading wide. The system identified the entity as Osiris, king of scavengers, a level 20 epic-grade being, now soulbound to Shadow. Osiris was a former guardian reborn as a flying mount and combat companion, capable of summoning lesser bone dragons. To Shadow's surprise, the dragon spoke with clarity and intelligence. It stared down at him in disbelief, recognizing the one who had purged the city and slain Icarius. Shadow confirmed it calmly and questioned the dragon about the truth behind the curse. Osiris revealed the city's history. Icarius had once been a noble guardian who died long ago, resurrected through necromancy during the war between the Morga Empire and the continent. When defeat became inevitable, Icarius attempted to summon Cthulhu to turn the tide. The cost was absolute. To summon the god, Icarius was required to sacrifice the person he loved most, his daughter Morwen. At the final moment, he faltered. He spared her and instead offered the entire city, including himself, to the evil god. The power worked, the invaders were destroyed. But the price was monstrous. The citizens became twisted beings, stripped of humanity. Morwen suffered the worst fate of all. Hated and tortured by the cursed remnants of her people, she was eventually consumed by the corruption herself. With the tale complete, Osiris expressed deep gratitude. The tragedy had finally ended. Sensing Shadow's overwhelming aura, the skeletal dragon lowered its head and pledged eternal loyalty, asking for the name of the one it would serve. With glowing eyes, the warrior simply stated his name. He was Shadow. The massive skeletal dragon, Osiris, folded its wings and lowered its skull in complete submission. Its voice echoed with ancient reverence as it pledged eternal loyalty, recognizing Shadow as its master from that moment onward. As Shadow inspected his new mount, however, something felt off. For an epic-grade entity, Osiris's attributes were abnormal. A level 20 epic boss should have possessed at least 10 million health points, yet Osiris barely exceeded 100,000. Shadow quickly understood the reason. The dragon had died long ago, and its resurrection had been forced. Time had stripped away most of its original strength, leaving behind only a fraction of its former power within a skeletal shell. He examined Osiris's offensive skills next. Bone shields, spike barrages, and skeletal summons, none of them stood out. They were serviceable at best. Still, Shadow found value in one particular ability, the summoning of 12 Jade-grade winged dragons. While weak individually, they offered something far more important, complete aerial surveillance. Then Shadow noticed what truly mattered. Mobility. Osiris's body was composed entirely of lightweight bone. The system interface confirmed it. Flight speed, 360%. Converted into real-world metrics, that translated to roughly 450 meters per second, well beyond the speed of sound. Shadow's lips curved slightly. Even if Osiris lacked combat power, supersonic mobility alone made it an exceptional asset. At that moment, a new system window appeared. Class advancement available. Shadow paused, surprised. Then it clicked. The massive experience gained from purging the withered bone ruins, over 1 million points, had pushed him straight through the threshold. Without hesitation, he activated the advancement. Dark energy surged violently around him. A vortex formed as ancient runes manifested in the air, spinning faster and faster. A red ring of power wrapped around his body as Shadow stood calmly at the center of the storm, eyes glowing with quiet dominance. The system confirmed success. His Shadow class advanced from Tier 2 to Tier 3. The increase was explosive. Strength and constitution doubled, climbing from 27 to 54. His spirit surged to 90. Agility leapt to 144, pushing his speed into an entirely different tier. Along with the stat boost came a new passive skill. Shadow Arc. The description was simple and terrifying. Any damage, negative status effect, or forced stealth removal received while invisible would be delayed by 1 second. Within that window, Shadow could act freely. If he countered correctly, the damage or effect would be nullified entirely. Shadow stared at his hand, then laughed softly. As long as his reactions were fast enough, this ability would allow him to invalidate nearly any surprise attack while in stealth. He reflected on it briefly. In his past life, no Shadow class player had ever survived long enough to reach the third advancement. Otherwise, this skill would have been legendary. A single second might sound short, but at high levels, it was more than enough time to change the outcome of a battle. Satisfied, Shadow turned his attention to the rest of his rewards. A dense crimson glow formed in his palm, solidifying into a dagger. Diamond-grade weapon acquired. Spike of the skeleton. The weapon dramatically increased physical and elemental attack power, but its true value lay in its unique effect, directly breaking enemy defense and resistance. Shadow equipped it immediately. Between the class advancement and the new weapon, his overall combat power had surged to a completely new level. With nothing left to claim, Shadow prepared to leave the ruins. Osiris responded instantly, lowering its head. Shadow stepped onto the dragon's skull with practiced ease and activated Merge into darkness. Darkness enveloped them both. Then Shadow froze. Osiris's stealth level registered at 21. Higher than his own. Impressed, Shadow ordered the dragon to take off. The response was explosive. Osiris launched skyward, tearing through the depths of the underground hollow like a living missile. Purple light streaked upward as the dragon burst from the ruins and ascended into the sky. The acceleration was so violent that even Shadow was momentarily speechless as the wind howled past him. Fast wasn't enough to describe it. This was overwhelming speed. Once satisfied, Shadow adjusted his course, soaring out above the ocean. His thoughts shifted to his next objective. He decided to investigate the location Captain Oniu had mentioned, the area where a flying monster and the ancient god Slate were last sighted. The plan was simple. Head to the Magic City ruins first, then use a teleporter to reach Lucky Town. The return trip that had once taken hours now required only 10 minutes. Below, in a forest clearing, a party of adventurers was mid-raid against a massive black bear monster. A swordsman braced himself, a healer shouted warnings, and a female mage charged a holy fire spell. Then the sky detonated. Osiris passed overhead at supersonic speed. The resulting shockwave flattened the forest. Trees bent, the ground cracked, and the entire party, along with the bear, was hurled across the clearing. When the dust settled, the mage stared around in confusion. The swordsman blinked in disbelief as the boss monster collapsed at his feet, impaled on his blade by sheer wind force alone. Shadow never looked back. Minutes later, Osiris descended into the ruins of the Magic City. On a deserted street below, a couple stood locked in an emotional confrontation. The man clutched the woman's hands, tearfully confessing that he had cheated only once, with another man, and swearing his heart belonged to her alone. She demanded he cut ties forever. They kissed. Then the world crushed them. A massive pressure slammed down from above, driving the man face first into the stone and pinning the woman beside him. The street fractured under the impact. Shadow stepped down from Osiris, his boot landing beside the flattened couple. He glanced around briefly, touching his mask in mild confusion, wondering if he had struck something during descent. After a moment, he dismissed the thought entirely. It wasn't important. Shadow activated his invisibility and slipped away from the ruins without drawing any attention. A system window appeared in front of him, informing him that 5.4 years of lifespan had been consumed to teleport to Lucky Town. He clicked his tongue in irritation. The cost to return to a beginner town doubled every time. Even though Shadow possessed more than 2,000 years of lifespan, he was extremely stingy with it. Losing even a few years felt like wasting gold. Still, the teleport was unavoidable. Invisible, Shadow passed through the gates of Lucky Town. Two guards standing watch stiffened slightly, their eyes scanning the air as if they sensed something was wrong, but they saw nothing. Shadow studied their uniforms and quickly concluded they belonged to the official government forces. Looking around, he noticed the town's structure had already changed. Guards were stationed in key areas, clearly assigned to protect new players and prevent random killings. This level of organization was appearing months earlier than it had in his past life. Shadow understood why. His cooperation with the authorities had accelerated everything. The streets were peaceful. Even elderly players, people who would have died repeatedly in his past life, were surviving comfortably under protection. He passed a quiet scene where an old man and woman sat together on a bench, holding hands like a young couple in love. For a brief moment, the town almost felt normal. Then a scream shattered the calm. At the town gate, a massive black insect monster had grabbed a player midair. The two guards Shadow had just passed reacted instantly. The female guard raised her magic book, chanting as a holy shield formed around the victim, blocking the monster's claws. The male guard cursed loudly and leapt forward, executing a powerful downward slash. The strike landed cleanly, dealing over 1,600 damage. The female guard followed up with a holy fire spell. But the monster twisted its body in midair and evaded, retreating rapidly into the sky. In seconds, it regrouped with 4 others circling above the town. The male guard clicked his tongue in frustration. The female guard sighed, pointing out the obvious truth: killing one was meaningless. Another always replaced it. These flying gold-grade monsters weren't strong individually, but once pressured, they escaped, leaving ground-based defenders helpless. Shadow watched silently. On the ground, the rescued elderly man collapsed to his knees, shaking. But his fear quickly transformed into rage. He began screaming at the guards, calling them useless. Sitting in the dirt, he berated them loudly, complaining that the monsters had blocked the town for days and made hunting impossible. He accused the officials of abandoning the elderly and threatened to file complaints. The female guard tried to calm him, explaining that Shadow was already on his way. That only made things worse. The old man scoffed, and others joined in, shouting angrily. They demanded to know where Shadow was. They mocked him, saying powerful people were always too busy to care about ordinary players. Someone yelled that Shadow couldn't even bother killing a few flying bugs. A bald old man shouted that he was waiting for his son to farm lifespan, and Shadow was wasting everyone's time. The crowd grew louder. The female guard tried reasoning with them, suggesting those who couldn't wait should log off for now. The male guard recognized the situation was turning dangerous and urged her to leave. The mob blocked their path. They accused the guards of running away, screamed about wasted taxpayer money, and demanded answers. Pushed to his limit, the male guard snapped. He shouted that the officials had already power-leveled them to level 3 and asked what more they wanted. The response was immediate. They jeered that level 3 was useless. Then the elderly players turned the situation on its head, accusing the guard of wanting to beat old people. As the male guard stepped forward, the same ungrateful old man deliberately bumped into him, then threw himself to the ground. He wailed theatrically, screaming that officials were beating the elderly. He clutched his chest, claiming heart disease and impending death. The male guard panicked, insisting he never touched him. The crowd surrounded the guards, daring them to act. They screamed that their lives were already worthless, accusing the government of not just failing them, but actively hurting them. Then it happened. A perverted old man in the crowd reached out and groped the female guard's chest. She froze. Shock and humiliation flashed across her face. Acting on instinct, she slapped him with all her strength. The result was horrifying. Because of the overwhelming stat difference, the slap launched the man through the air like a rag doll. Before he could even hit the ground, his body disintegrated into golden lifespan orbs. He was dead. Silence followed for half a second. Then hysteria erupted. The crowd screamed that the government was murdering the elderly. The female guard tried to explain what had happened, but her voice was completely drowned out. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the male guard immediately deployed a protective barrier, enclosing them both. He muttered bitterly that these people had gone insane. Confident their weak attacks couldn't break the shield, he decided to wait it out. But the abuse didn't stop. A glob of spit splattered across the female guard's face. The culprit was the same ungrateful old man from before, laughing wildly. Encouraged, others joined in. Shoes, rocks, filth. Even underwear and feces were hurled at the glowing barrier. Then, the air changed. A crushing pressure descended from above. Shadow materialized behind the rioting crowd, standing atop the skull of the massive skeletal dragon Osiris. The dragon's wings spread slowly as its empty eyes burned with cold light. Absolute silence fell. Without a word, Osiris exhaled. A catastrophic gust of wind exploded outward. The elderly players were blasted away like dry leaves in a storm, bodies tumbling across the ground, as the riot was erased in a single breath. Unable to resist the overwhelming force, the elderly players were flung violently into the surrounding trees. Bones shattered on impact, limbs twisted at impossible angles. Then silence. The forest returned to stillness, as if nothing had happened. Inside the protective barrier, the two official guards stood frozen, staring in disbelief. Where the raging mob had been moments ago, only dozens of glowing golden lifespan orbs floated quietly in the air. Shadow had erased them all in an instant. High above Lucky Town, Shadow stood atop the skull of his skeletal dragon, Osiris, as they ascended into a swirling orange vortex in the sky. From that height, Shadow spotted his true targets. 5 winged insect monsters flew in perfect formation, bound together by streams of magical energy, connected to a floating stone slate hovering between them. Shadow's eyes narrowed. He recognized it immediately. "Pursue," he commanded calmly. Osiris roared and accelerated. From the ground, the two official guards looked up just in time to witness the massive skeletal dragon streak across the sky, silhouetted against a red eclipse-like sun. Shadow stood unmoving on the dragon's head as dark purple energy surged around him, preparing for an aerial strike. The 5 gold-grade insect bosses panicked. They tried to flee while maintaining control over the slate, but escape was impossible. Osiris was far faster. In a single fluid motion, the skeletal dragon spun midair and unleashed a devastating arc of force. The slash cut through space itself. All 5 insect bosses were bisected simultaneously. Their bodies fell apart midair, lifeless halves tumbling downward as golden lifespan orbs scattered like rain. On the ground, the 2 guards stared upward, mouths hanging open. The battle had ended before they could even blink. But the absurdity wasn't over. The elderly players, having just respawned, marched back toward the town gate once again. They were furious. They screamed accusations at the guards, claiming abuse, injustice, and discrimination against the elderly. They shouted about lost lifespan and demanded compensation, once again playing the victim. The exhausted male guard felt his head spin. It was endless. Then a shadow fell over the crowd. He looked up. 5 massive insect corpses were plummeting straight down from the sky. Before anyone could react, the carcasses slammed into the ground with bone-crushing force. The impact was catastrophic. The elderly players were flattened instantly, killed for the second time, their bodies dissolving back into glowing lifespan orbs. The stone slate landed upright in the dirt at the center of the destruction, surrounded by shimmering light. Osiris descended gracefully beside it. Shadow stepped down, glancing around in confusion. "Why is there so much loot?" he muttered. He genuinely didn't understand that he had accidentally farmed the same mob twice. Behind him, a familiar voice screamed. The ungrateful old man, somehow alive again, crawled out from the dirt, face twisted with rage. Instead of gratitude, he pointed at Shadow and shouted about falling hazards, laws, and public safety. Shadow ignored him and crouched to pick up the slate. The old man staggered to his feet and grabbed the other end. "I'm talking to you," he screamed. "Do you have no respect? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice." Shadow paused. Slowly, he turned his head, genuinely surprised that someone this weak dared to rob him. The response was instant. Without a word, Shadow flicked his wrist. A dagger appeared and vanished in the same moment. The blade pierced the old man's neck at point-blank range. Critical hit, 13,000 damage. The old man was launched backward, his complaints cut off mid-sentence as his body dissolved into golden light yet again. Shadow calmly caught the falling slate. Problem solved. Turning his attention to the scattered loot, Shadow raised his hand. "Summon," he ordered. Osiris obeyed. A swarm of small black skeletal dragons descended from the sky, spiraling downward like Shadow's given form. They spread out efficiently, collecting the countless lifespan orbs dropped by the twice-killed mob. The female guard and her partner stared upward, completely baffled. What was he planning to do with that much lifespan? Back at the town gate, the ungrateful old man respawned for the third time. He immediately resumed screaming. Pointing wildly, he accused the officials of conspiring with Shadow to murder civilians and steal property. He clutched his head theatrically and wailed, claiming he had lost 1,000 years of lifespan. The female guard snapped. Electricity crackled around her eyes as she shouted back, demanding to know who he thought he was fooling. The old man doubled down. He claimed his son had given him the lifespan and accused the guard of defending Shadow because she wanted a cut of the loot. Turning to the crowd, he raised his voice and incited chaos. "If you help me demand it back," he shouted, "I'll share 1 year with each of you." The seeds of another riot were sown. And far above them all, Shadow looked down coldly, unaware that the real battle hadn't been the monsters at all. The ungrateful old man played the victim once again. With practiced ease, he screamed that the officials and Shadow were bullying the elderly, twisting the situation until outrage replaced reason. Blinded by greed, the surrounding mob latched onto his words without hesitation. Voices rose together, shouting that Shadow had stolen their lifespan and demanding it be returned at once. The male guard clenched his fists so hard his nails dug into his palms. He wanted nothing more than to arrest them all, but he knew exactly what they were doing. Every troublemaker was deliberately staying within the town's safe zone, a place where guards were forbidden from using force. The elderly players understood the rules better than anyone and exploited them shamelessly. Led by the old man, they pumped their fists into the air, screaming with greedy fervor, convinced they were untouchable. Then the sky darkened. Small skeletal dragons descended without warning. Before the mob could even react, bony claws seized them by their clothes, arms, and legs. Screams erupted as the elderly players were lifted straight off the ground, their feet kicking helplessly at the air. Panic spread instantly. The old man looked up in horror, his mind racing as he wondered where these monsters had come from. The dragons didn't stop. They flew higher, carrying the screaming crowd over the town walls and far beyond the safe zone. The moment they crossed the boundary, the rules no longer protected anyone. The old man finally realized what was happening and began to scream frantically, demanding to be let go, begging, threatening, and cursing all at once. The dragons complied. They released their claws. Bodies plummeted. As he fell, the old man shrieked in pure terror, screaming that he hadn't meant for them to let go right now. His voice was cut off by the sound of bodies slamming into the ground outside the town, bones shattering on impact. At the same time, Shadow walked calmly out through the town gate. Behind him, the sounds of screaming and crashing echoed like distant thunder. The female guard flushed red, caught between shock and embarrassment, as Shadow explained in a cold, even tone that while the safe zone prevented players from harming one another, it did not suspend physics. Gravity, he reminded them, was still very much lethal. With an indifferent glance, Shadow informed the guards that his bone dragons would remain stationed there. Any unruly individuals would be removed from town the same way. Whether the guards chose to catch them and imprison them or let them fall was entirely their decision. He added that the flying bosses had already been cleared and turned to leave. The male guard suddenly called out, pointing to the ground and nodding that Shadow hadn't collected any of the scattered loot. As Shadow's body dissolved into light and began teleporting away, he simply told them to keep it as a gift. The guard stood frozen. He stared at the ground, now carpeted with glowing lifespan orbs, struggling to process the sheer generosity of it. An expert of Shadow's level had just abandoned a fortune without hesitation. Turning to his partner, he called her Electric Fox and suggested they start collecting before anyone else caused trouble. But the female guard didn't move. She stood perfectly still, her eyes unfocused, her expression dreamy. The male guard frowned, then grimaced, asking what on earth she thought she was doing. Completely lost in her thoughts, she clasped her hands together and declared that her heart had already left along with Shadow. Without mercy, the male guard tossed a lifespan orb straight at her forehead. It hit with a solid thud. She cried out in pain and rage as he barked at her to stop daydreaming. He bluntly reminded her that someone like Shadow would never spare a glance at a minor character like her, calling her a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. That insult detonated instantly. She snapped back, shouting that he was the toad. The male guard, utterly shameless, agreed cheerfully, saying that if he was a male toad, then she must be a female toad, which meant they were a perfect match. Holding the glowing orbs in her hands, the female guard flushed deeply, completely flustered by his teasing. Above them, skeletal dragons continued dropping screaming elderly players from the sky. Amidst the chaos, the two guards kept bickering. The male guard casually asked if she secretly liked him. She denied it instantly, calling him disgusting. Then he offhandedly asked if she wanted to have dinner together that night. Her entire demeanor flipped in an instant. Eyes shining, she eagerly asked if he was serious.